Feng procured a second-hand Redmi smartphone from the second-hand market, only to discover that it had not been formatted. As he opened the Pinduoduo app to purchase a phone case, he found that the cheapest phone case was priced at an astonishing 3 million. Moreover, other items were exorbitantly priced as well. A bottle of cola cost 3 million, while smartphones and computers were priced in the tens to hundreds of billions. Chapter 1. A 3 million phone case? Smack! In a frenzy, Feng dashed home after work, as it was his girlfriend's birthday that evening. Suddenly, his phone slipped from his pocket and was inadvertently kicked onto the street. Crack! As fate would have it, a bus passed by at that very moment. Damn! Feng's mouth twitched. The demise of his phone was indeed tragic. After the bus departed, Feng reluctantly retrieved his phone. It had already been crushed and deformed, with its internal components visible. The screen was shattered into pieces. Even if it still functioned, it would severely hinder his ability to view anything inappropriate. Ahem, he chose to remain silent. In any case, this wretched phone was utterly useless. It could not display anything intriguing, nor could it support gaming. What purpose did it serve? With no other choice, Feng ventured back to the second-hand market and spent a fortune on another used Redmi, which the shady dealer claimed was 90% new. Who could have known? He ended up spending 800 yuan, further exacerbating his already precarious financial situation. After all, he was merely a security guard, earning 3,000 a month. While the job was indeed easy, the salary was painfully meager. After deducting 800 for rent, he could barely sustain himself, managing to avoid starvation. Now, having spent another 800, it was an amount he had painstakingly saved over several months. Life was indeed difficult. Sighing, Feng inserted his card into the Redmi phone and began to tinker with it. Being second-hand, it was already laden with numerous applications that had not been deleted. Truly unafraid of information leakage, Feng shook his head. If he were to sell a second-hand phone, he would certainly format it first. Though he was poor, this was the bare minimum of consideration. He retained the applications he needed, deleted the unnecessary ones, and logged in again. Douyin Lite, Kuaishou Lite, and various other speedy versions. Given his financial constraints, these light versions were like gifts of money. They were indeed benevolent. Feng logged into his accounts one after another. After a considerable amount of time, only one remained. Just one last Pinduoduo. Feng opened the app and logged into his account. Once everything was successfully completed, Feng intended to purchase a phone case on Pinduoduo. While the Xiaomi phone was quite sturdy, it was still prudent to be cautious. He searched for phone cases on Pinduoduo. This one is splendid. I shall take it, Feng remarked as he eyed a sleek black phone case, ready to proceed with the payment. What? 3 million? Is this a robbery? The titanium alloy of Feng's eyes nearly succumbed to the blinding glare. Even if it were pure gold, such an exorbitant price is unwarranted. Is this truly the same Pinduoduo I once knew? Feng took a step back and scrutinized the product description. Although the presentation was ostentatious, it was merely an ordinary phone case, devoid of gold or diamonds. What a foolish item, priced so outrageously, he grumbled, retreating from the purchase. Initially intending to switch stores, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the prices listed by other merchants on the page. 5 million? This one costs 15 million? And another at 28 million. Feng felt a shiver run down his spine as he scrolled further. Most prices hovered in the millions, with some even reaching into the billions. Is a mere phone case truly so costly? Feng glanced at the prices of other items on the platform, all exorbitantly inflated. A bottle of cola for 3 million, a case for 20 million. Phones and computers were priced in the tens to hundreds of billions. The sheer number of zeros was intimidating. Feng pondered. Has this world truly gone mad? Has he traversed into a realm of inflated prices? Hastily, Feng rose and ventured to a small supermarket in the urban village, where he found the prices to be quite reasonable. He purchased a bottle of cola for 3 yuan. Thankfully, he had not crossed into another world. Upon returning to his rented room, he opened Pinduoduo once more. The prices remained as shocking as ever. He perused JD and Tmall, where the prices seemed normal. Only Pinduoduo's offerings were absurdly inflated. After some contemplation, Feng speculated that, akin to tales and novels, his Pinduoduo might be linked to a parallel world of price inflation. In that world, prices surged while currency depreciated. The two platforms were similar in every aspect except for their pricing. Feng felt a pang of frustration. What use is a connection to a world of inflated prices? He, a mere pauper, could afford nothing from that realm. In novels, characters traversed into worlds where currency devalued, and possessing a few thousand yuan made one a billionaire, flaunting wealth at banks. Feng's situation was reversed, a perverse twist on the golden finger trope. How absurd! Just as Feng prepared to exit Pinduoduo, intending to indulge in some browsing, his finger inadvertently tapped on the Duo video app. Ding dong, you have received a payment. It was from Pinduoduo's penny activity. However, this was Pinduoduo linked to a world of inflated prices. Thus, 1 penny transformed into 10,000. Feng clicked on the withdrawal, opened WeChat, and was astonished to find the sum credited, 10,000 yuan. What luck! Feng's spirit soared. This amounted to over 3 months' salary. A sign-in prompt then appeared, granting 10,000 for the first day, 20,000 for the second, and 70,000 by the 7th day. Watching videos also yielded gold coin rewards, convertible to cash. Although this sum may seem trivial in the context of a world grappling with inflation, for Feng, it was a considerable fortune. After a day of engagement, coupled with the sign-in bonus, his WeChat balance swelled to over 20,000. So this is how it works. He had suspected that a golden finger would not arrive without purpose. Feng resolved to visit Duo video for future escapades. After watching for a while, he prepared to hunt for potential deals. As a perennial dweller of Pinduoduo, he was well acquainted with the art of deal hunting. Many new shops offered items at remarkably low prices, sometimes even charging merely a penny for the first order. Positive 5-star reviews alongside photographs often resulted in cashback. Occasionally, for a penny item, merchants would refund 5 yuan. How ruthless! Feng was now determined to seek such opportunities. Soon, he discovered a newly opened pharmacy. With its grand opening, the first order was a mere 10,000, equivalent to a penny in the normal price world. The enticing aspect was that 5-star reviews with images would yield 5 million in return. Indeed, 5 million. Feng clicked eagerly, albeit reluctantly, spending 10,000 on the cheapest box of medicine. The specific purchase mattered little. The primary goal was to exploit the deals. Feng was curious about how the delivery would transpire, considering they were not from the same world. Buzz! Just as he submitted the order, a circular black hole appeared above him, startling him. Thud! A small, square package fell from within. The black hole then vanished. Feng's scalp prickled. Spatial transmission? Has technology in that world advanced to such heights that it could facilitate deliveries? Never mind, he was already connected to another realm. Spatial transmission seemed trivial. Feng opened the box, revealing a transparent vial containing 3 pills. 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 white. Each appeared rather extraordinary. What kind of medicine is this? Feng mused, rubbing his head. In his eagerness to seize the deal, he had neglected to inspect the contents closely. Chapter 2. Gene Medications. Feng once again accessed the store on Pinduoduo. It displayed that his order had been delivered. He clicked to confirm receipt. Subsequently awarded a 5-star review, snapped a photograph, and posted a comment. Remarkably, he received a return of 5 million. Moreover, with the completion of the order, the platform issued a cashback of 10,000. Feng's spirits soared. He deposited the funds into his Pinduoduo Gold account, easily transferable to WeChat or his bank account, and it could also be utilized for purchases. This feature was a unique advantage of the app, which connected to an inflationary world. Transferring 10,000 or 20,000 on WeChat posed little issue, but 5 million would undoubtedly attract scrutiny from the bank the moment it was withdrawn. Soon enough, Uncle Hat would come knocking, questioning the origins of his newfound wealth. He needed to devise a strategy to withdraw the money legitimately. What was the difference between having money he couldn't access and being broke? Lost in such chaotic thoughts, Feng reopened the pharmacy page. The prices had reverted to normal. The medication he had just purchased now cost 300 million per box. He perused the details of the drug. Gene medication? Unlocks longevity genes in red, up to 10-fold. Feng pondered, could it be true? 10-fold. If he were to live to 80, wouldn't that mean he could live to 800? Even if he were to pass at 50, this medication could extend his life to 400 or 500 years. He continued reading. The blue variant unlocked the limits of human strength, also up to 10-fold. The white variant unlocked brain genes, likewise up to 10-fold. Feng mused. Would he become a Superman after consuming this? Yet, it was procured from Pinduoduo, a bargain find. Was it safe to ingest? In reality, he would never dare to consume a medication bought for mere pennies from Pinduoduo. Nevertheless, the descriptions were so enticing. Perhaps fortune favors the bold. Feng resolved to take the plunge. Could a golden finger truly harm him? After all, he was already impoverished. An early demise could lead to a swift reincarnation. Finally, closing his eyes, Feng swallowed 3 pills in succession. Warm currents surged within him. He shut his eyes, savoring the transformation of his body. 5 minutes later, the warmth dissipated. His physical strength had remarkably increased. His mind began to clear, previously muddled. As for longevity, he felt nothing yet. Perhaps he was still too young. Certainly, the tenfold enhancement was not instantaneous. The description mentioned that the initial consumption would yield a slight boost, with gradual increases thereafter, reaching a maximum of tenfold or a minimum of 5-fold. This was indeed a remarkable substance. Once he had the means, he would procure more. It wasn't stated that it could only be taken once. Feng was in high spirits. He browsed through other products on the platform. Aside from the exorbitant prices, the electronic devices appeared significantly more advanced than those in his world. Apple had already reached its 136th generation. Xiaomi had advanced to its 135th generation. There were numerous brands he had never heard of, likely emerging later. Additionally, the medications available were far superior. Apart from the gene medication he purchased for 10,000, there were cures for various complex ailments, cancer, leukemia, diabetes, and more. In that inflationary world, technology was indeed far more advanced. The prices were not exorbitant either. A miracle drug for cancer cost only 100 million, equivalent to a mere 100 in his world. Naturally, that was relative to the inflationary world, where it still seemed quite costly. After perusing the array of offerings, Feng began to contemplate how to access his funds. Had he forgotten something? His girlfriend's birthday. He had been so engrossed in his phone that he had overlooked it. After a brief moment of reflection, Feng headed to a mobile phone store and purchased 2 Xiaomi phones. Money was no longer a concern. One was for himself, along with a new SIM card, while the second, a gift for his girlfriend Yang Qi, would serve as her birthday present, as her phone had become sluggish with age. Who would have thought that this security guard had a girlfriend? Of course, this was mainly due to his tall, handsome, and robust appearance. Ahem, he said nothing further. After acquiring the phones, Feng took a taxi to the restaurant where Yang Qi had reserved a table for her birthday celebration. From a distance, he spotted her through the restaurant's private room window, her expression somewhat sour. After all, he had kept her waiting for quite some time. Alongside Yang Qi were several of her friends and colleagues from the property management company. Feng noticed their security supervisor, Wang Huan, present as well. This scoundrel had long harbored an interest in his girlfriend. Did he not consider his own appearance? With his rotund face and large ears, what normal woman would ever be attracted to him? Sooner or later, he would find himself in a sack. Why hasn't Feng arrived yet? Why are we kept waiting? One of Yang Qi's friends remarked. Yang Qi, you ought to discipline your boyfriend better. He hasn't forgotten, has he? If I had a boyfriend like that, I would have broken up with him long ago. In the private room, Yang Qi's friends spoke mockingly. In their eyes, Feng was unworthy of Yang Qi. This only intensified Yang Qi's frustration. She had informed Feng in advance, and he still showed up late. Perhaps he was delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. Zhao Peng defended Feng. The two shared a good rapport both at work and privately. I truly don't understand what you see in him, just a security guard. Wang Huan interjected with disdain. And you? Aren't you a security guard as well? Zhao Peng retorted. As a supervisor, you're still a guard. If the project manager had to reprimand you, it would be akin to scolding a dog. What kind of attitude is that? Wang Huan's expression darkened. How dare someone speak to him in such a manner? I'll make sure you regret that tomorrow. This is just my attitude. If you have the guts, come at me. Zhao Peng was unperturbed by Wang Huan, the so-called supervisor. You? Enough. Yang Qi interjected, increasingly exasperated. It was one thing for Feng to be late. Now these two were squabbling before her. Ahem, Yang Qi, I noticed your phone was also quite outdated, so I bought you an Apple phone. Happy birthday, Wang Huan said, somewhat begrudgingly, presenting her with a phone. Though he was a supervisor, his salary barely reached 6,000 or 7,000. This phone had cost him a month and a half's wages, but he was willing to splurge to win her over. After all, Yang Qi was the most beautiful receptionist in the company. Just then, Feng pushed the door open and stepped inside. Yang Qi, my phone broke on the way, so I bought 2 new ones, and one is for you as a birthday gift. Feng presented the Xiaomi phone to Yang Qi. Simultaneously, he caught sight of Wang Huan's actions. Their eyes met, and sparks seemed to fly. The atmosphere in the room took on a peculiar tension. Everyone suddenly perked up, their attention drawn to the trio, curious to see which gift Yang Qi would choose. Wang Huan glanced disdainfully at Feng's Xiaomi, his lips curling slightly. His was an Apple worth over 10,000. How could Feng's Xiaomi possibly compare? Feng, why did you arrive so late? Yang Qi deliberately questioned loudly, while casually accepting Wang Huan's Apple phone. Had it not been for Wang Huan's Apple phone, she might have forgiven Yi Feng. After all, the latest Xiaomi phone costs around 4,000 to 5,000. Yet, with an Apple in hand, who would still consider Xiaomi? Wang Huan chuckled, her expression rife with provocation as she directed a glance at Yi Feng. Nearby, Zhao Peng furrowed his brow. Yang Qi had unexpectedly chosen Wang Huan's phone. And on her birthday, no less, amidst colleagues and her boyfriend. Such a scenario would be intolerable for any man. Even accepting both phones would have been more acceptable than solely receiving Wang Huan's. Everyone was aware of Wang Huan's little schemes. Could Yang Qi be oblivious? Moreover, she had accepted Wang Huan's phone only to display displeasure towards her boyfriend. What man could endure that? Heh, Zhao Peng, it's yours, Yi Feng laughed, tossing the phone directly to Zhao Peng. Yang Qi's choice bore no difference from joining a certain military faction in 1949. None whatsoever. Was this truly the case? A godfather? Zhao Peng eagerly caught the phone, his excitement palpable. He knew he had to play along with Yi Feng's act, but he intended to return it later. After all, Yi Feng earned his money with difficulty and often took on side jobs. Right now, he was merely at odds with his girlfriend. What do you mean by that? Yang Qi's anger intensified. She actually wanted Yi Feng to apologize and admit his fault, demanding both phones. Even if she had no use for them, she could sell them. Ideally, Yi Feng would also give her the price difference in the form of a red envelope. That way, she could reluctantly forgive him. Yet, Yi Feng had the audacity to give the phone to someone else. What is the meaning of this? If you don't want it, can I give it to someone else? Zhao Peng, let us leave. It's pointless to stay. We might as well skip the meal. All right, brother Feng, Zhao Peng said, standing up decisively. He was undoubtedly siding with Yi Feng. Yi Feng, stop right there. Apologize to me immediately. If you dare step out of this private room, we're breaking up. Yang Qi's face darkened further. Yi Feng was blatantly disrespecting her. Fine. Let us break up then, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. What could he do but agree? Good, let us end it then. Yang Qi's demeanor was so grim it seemed it could drip with water. After speaking, she resolutely blocked and deleted Yi Feng in front of everyone. Wang Huan chuckled nearby. The two had finally parted ways. His opportunity had arrived. Chi, don't be upset. He is not worth it. You're so beautiful. Yet he fails to appreciate you. Wang Huan rushed to console her. A flicker of disdain arose within Yang Qi. However, having just received a phone worth over 10,000 from him, she couldn't afford to show her displeasure too overtly. If I were you, I wouldn't act like a sycophant. No matter what, Yang Qi wouldn't be interested in someone like you, Yi Feng kindly warned. Yang Qi was indeed a visual person, otherwise, she wouldn't have been attracted to him. Who are you calling fat-headed and big-eared? Wang Huan retorted angrily, glaring at Yi Feng with her shadowy triangular eyes. Of course, I'm talking about you, you fat pig. That's what everyone calls you behind your back. Zhao Peng added with a sharp jab. Smack. Wang Huan slammed her hand heavily on the table. She despised being called fat-headed and big-eared, especially in front of her idol. Furthermore, Zhao Peng's claim that everyone called her that in private went unchallenged, implying he spoke the truth. Go, take them down. Wang Huan had completely lost her composure. Today, she was footing the bill, and the so-called colleagues present, aside from Zhao Peng, were all her loyal followers, tall and strong. Haha, the group chuckled ominously, with one closest to the door locking it behind them. Yi Feng, why don't you just open the door? What are you planning? Zhao Peng felt a twinge of anxiety, but stood firmly by Yi Feng's side. What do you think? I'm going to make you realize the cost of offending me. Wang Huan's face twisted with malice. Her actions were not impulsive. Even if Yi Feng hadn't insulted her, she would have sought an opportunity to clash with him and beat him up. She intended to make an example of him, demonstrating that her phone wasn't so easily acquired. Meanwhile, Yang Qi and several other girls watched coldly, showing no intention of intervening. Go. Wang Huan waved her hand, and her followers lunged at Yi Feng and Zhao Peng. Damn, I'll fight you, Zhao Peng shouted, raising a chair. And then, there was no more to be said. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Feng remained expressionless, taking on the group single-handedly. His fists, as large as sandbags, struck again and again. Wang Huan's followers were utterly defenseless, crying out in agony as they retreated. Wang Huan's titanium alloy eyes widened. She knew Yi Feng could fight, but she had no idea he was this formidable. Fear gripped her. She wanted to flee, but the door was locked. Bang. 2 minutes later, Yi Feng toppled the last assailant. He approached Wang Huan, his demeanor calm. Who do you want to take down? Yi Feng asked, utterly unruffled, not a bead of sweat on him. Having consumed genetic enhancement drugs had considerably boosted his strength. And during the fight, his power had continued to grow, likely as he digested the substance. It seemed he would need to engage in more fights in the future. I smack. Yi Feng slapped Wang Huan across her chubby face, sending her stumbling to the ground. He glanced at his palm, which was greasy, and disdainfully wiped it on Wang Huan's clothing. Wang Huan remained frozen, unable to move. That last strike had knocked the wind out of her. Yang Qi suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Yi Feng had looked incredibly handsome just now. Although he lacked wealth, he was undeniably attractive. Moreover, he was right. She could never be interested in someone with Wang Huan's features. If they were to end up together, she wouldn't even be able to bring herself to admit it. Had Yi Feng been willing to apologize now, perhaps she could have found it in herself to forgive him. Let us go? Unfortunately, Yi Feng strode away without looking back. Yang Qi stomped her foot. Brother Feng, wait for me. Zhao Peng hurriedly followed suit. Brother Feng, here is your phone. Once outside, Zhao Peng returned the phone to Yi Feng. No need, consider it a gift. No way, you work hard for your money. Keep it for yourself. Mine is still usable. Take it. I bought two. This one is new as well. Yi Feng pulled out his own phone. Oh, it really is. Brother Feng, have you struck it rich? Made a little from stock trading, Yi Feng fabricated casually. You can trade stocks? Zhao Peng's eyes widened in disbelief. What else with that look? Why can't I trade stocks? But the news says stock trading can lead to losing everything. Uft, what are you talking about? Oh, I see, my bad. I'll treat you to grilled sausages tomorrow. Two of them. The two bantered as Zhao Peng made his way back. Zhao Peng lived in a dorm, while Yi Feng occasionally had to work part-time, renting a room in an urban village. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Yi Feng contemplated how to extract more money while also aiming to earn even more. A few million would surely be insufficient. Even purchasing a decent flat in the city wouldn't be feasible. Chapter 4. The merchant version of Pinduoduo. However, the items on the platform were exorbitantly priced, often reaching hundreds of millions. Most were beyond his financial reach. If prices were to depreciate, he could still act as a middleman, purchasing items at low prices from one side and selling them at a profit. However, that avenue is now closed. Yi Feng was scrolling through his phone when he stumbled upon an application in a collection box. It was the merchant version of Pinduoduo. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He couldn't buy, but he could sell. He could sell items from this world to the inflationary world. This would surely result in a significant influx of currency. However, before proceeding, he needed to ascertain one crucial detail. Yi Feng opened the merchant version of Pinduoduo and registered for an online store using the same account. As he had suspected, the merchant version was indeed linked to the inflationary world. After some contemplation, Yi Feng ultimately decided to sell phone cases on the platform at the lowest price in the entire network, set at 800,000 each, equivalent to a mere 80 cents in the real world. He noted that even the most inferior products were priced over $1 million. Selling other items proved inconvenient. Phones and computers had been updated over 100 times in their world. Would they even be considered antiques there? Connecting to the internet was also a concern. Other products presented various issues as well. For instance, the logo on a Coca-Cola bottle had changed. Thus, he could only sell phone cases. Over the next few days, Yi Feng ordered a batch of phone cases based on the measurements and styles from the inflationary world. Once everything was prepared, he officially commenced sales on Pinduoduo. Ding! You have a new order. Just after launching, someone had placed an order. Yi Feng felt elated. 800,000 was about to be credited to his account. However, upon viewing the shipping address on his phone, he was momentarily perplexed. Dak Province, West Asia City. Damn, he had forgotten that the customer was from the inflationary world. How was he supposed to deliver the items? Initially, when he had taken advantage of the system, a black hole had appeared above his head, and items had simply fallen through. He had no idea how to replicate that. He had been careless. Yi Feng began to examine the shipping process. All he needed to do was fill out the address and click send. Following the procedure, he packaged the phone case, filled in the recipient's address, and clicked send. Buzz. The black hole reappeared. Yi Feng hurriedly placed the parcel inside. Buzz. The black hole and the parcel vanished. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The operation was quite simple. He had to admit, the delivery system in the inflationary world was incredibly convenient. Soon, the backend notified him that the transaction was complete. And after deducting the platform's commission, service fees, and taxes, 70,000 was credited to his account. The efficiency was impressive. At the same time, his store received a positive review. 800,000 for such quality phone cases, an honest price, 5-star rating. In the inflationary world, 800,000 was equivalent to 80 cents in their reality. The phone cases Yi Feng had ordered were of relatively high quality, costing him only a few dozen yuan. In their world, they could easily sell for tens of millions or even over 100 million. How could it not be successful? At that moment, several more orders came in, and Yi Feng processed each one diligently. Over the following days, thanks to the superior quality of his phone cases and their unbeatable prices, business thrived. Watching the balance in his back-end account continuously rise, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile. However, the money could only remain in his Pinduoduo account in the inflationary world for now. He needed to devise a way to withdraw it appropriately. Yi Feng began to explore the Pinduoduo platform in the inflationary world, searching for worthwhile items. In just a few days, he had earned several hundred million from selling phone cases. He could afford quite a bit now. Even if he couldn't buy everything immediately, he would surely be able to do so in the future. After searching for a while, Feng finally found something suitable, a store selling artificial intelligence robots. Watching the video introduction, he learned that these robots were highly intelligent, resembling real humans, capable of performing numerous tasks. They could even be customized according to the customer's specifications, including appearance, personality, and physique. Feng's eyes lit up. He immediately ordered a model resembling Louis Fei, Doraba Dilmarat, Yangmi, and Guli Naza. Ahem, just kidding. Was he that kind of person? Bringing in an AI should make monetization quite easy. However, upon checking the prices, he realized they were astronomical, 100 billion for a standard model, and 200 billion for a customized one. He simply couldn't afford it. He would have to continue selling phone cases for now. Hey, Feng Gu, I've decided to set up a stall. I've heard people can make tens of thousands a month doing that. After enjoying a few carefree days, Xiaopeng found himself financially strained. Following his dismissal, he, like Feng, rented a place in a city village. That's all a scam. When someone tells you which industry is profitable, it means that industry is no longer lucrative. Feng understood that Zhao had likely watched too many marketing videos online. They even claimed some delivery drivers earned 1 million in 3 years. How would you know unless you tried? Working as a security guard only pays 3,000 a month. You'll never get ahead, Xiaopeng insisted. You're just a salted fish. Flipping over doesn't change that. Fine, I fully support you. That's great. I've already planned it out. There's a night market nearby, and I intend to sell grilled sausages and fried skewers. That sounds like it'll cost quite a bit. Do you have any money? Without funds, you're so enthusiastic. Xiaopeng looked at Feng with pleading eyes. Forget it. Since we're brothers, I'll sponsor you 50 cents. That works. Xiaopeng grinned. Aware Feng was joking. Look at your pathetic state. With Feng's assistance, Xiaopeng purchased the necessary equipment the next day. After getting familiar with everything, he set up his stall on the 3rd day. If he didn't earn money soon, he wouldn't be able to pay next month's rent. Feng Gu, if this snack stall takes off, you'll be a major shareholder. If we incur losses, I'll repay you. If we profit, we'll split it 50-50. Xiaopeng declared confidently. Feng had helped him, and he wouldn't let him down. Don't kid yourself. Just don't lose your underwear. Who would want your underwear? That's just bizarre. Watch your mouth. Just then, a burly middle-aged man with a face full of flesh approached. Seeing the 2 young men occupying a prime spot, he intended to claim it for himself. Feng recognized him as the owner of a nearby fried rice stall. Crash. Feng crushed the beer bottle in his hand. Who do you want to roll out? Feng stared expressionlessly at the man. Under the influence of gene-enhancing drugs, his strength had increased significantly over the past few days. Crushing a beer bottle was an effortless feat. I'm sorry. I'll leave. The burly man's lips twitched as he beat a hasty retreat. Anyone capable of crushing a beer bottle must have undergone training. Ordinary people didn't possess such grip strength. Xiaopeng stared at Feng in admiration. That's incredible. The vendors around, who had initially been restless and contemplating their own ideas, quickly quieted down. Chapter 5. I want this sky. All right, you can set up your stall. I'll head back now. It's scorching outside. Feng casually grabbed a grilled sausage and departed. I must admit, the grilling was rather mediocre. It was already July, and although it was nighttime, the heat lingered. He was not one to endure discomfort. That was precisely why he had taken up the job of a security guard. In just a short while, several orders had come in. He needed to return to manage them, as his finances fluctuated by millions in a heartbeat. He intended to save up for a car. Oh no, that's not it. Brother Feng, I sold over 200 today. I'm on my way to riches, haha. At midnight, Xiaopeng returned, elated. If it weren't for the numerous grilled sausage stalls, he could have certainly earned more. 200 a day amounts to 6,000 a month, truly better than working a regular job. Tomorrow, I'll seek another spot to set up and aim for 10,000 a month, Xiaopeng exclaimed with excitement. Feng, my brother, don't you consider the costs? Selling a certain amount doesn't equate to pure profit. Are sausages just falling from the sky? Feng retorted with exasperation. He had to reassess this guy's intelligence. Oh, right. Deducting costs, it's only about 100 left, which is comparable to working security. Xiaopeng sheepishly scratched his head. No worries. I'll set up again during the day. It's much freer than a regular job, he decided after a moment's thought. Didn't you say I'm the major shareholder, and we split it 50-50? Xiaopeng had forgotten about that. When you calculate it this way, it's actually worse than a regular job. Just kidding. Look at your miserable face. No, if I promised you half, you shall have it. After deducting the cost of goods, we'll each take 50. I'll transfer it to you via WeChat. Feng said. Thanks for the meager earnings, big brother. Thus, Xiaopeng's small stall was set up. However, the following night, he returned with a long face. Brother Feng, I only sold over 50 today. Why so little? Those other sausage stalls banded together and secretly lowered their prices, Zhao Peng said resentfully. Those scoundrels want to push me out. Earlier, when Yi Feng had showcased his skills, they dared not confront him directly, but resorted to this underhanded tactic to drive him away. A customer had informed him of the situation. After all, they were all selling sausages, and an additional seller would undoubtedly snatch away some business. If they want me gone, I won't budge. I'll lower my prices too and compete with them, Zhao Peng declared resolutely. Brother, what will you use to compete with them? Do you have money? No. Tomorrow you should raise your prices, Yi Feng suggested after some contemplation. Huh? Why? Zhao Peng was perplexed. If they lower their prices and you raise yours, who will buy? You'll find out when you come to see me at noon tomorrow, Yi Feng said with a sly smile. Oh, all right. Zhao Peng nodded, placing complete trust in Yi Feng. One day, when Yi Feng sold him out, he still helped count the money, ensuring others didn't shortchange him. After Zhao Peng left, Yi Feng retrieved a bottle of seasoning from the kitchen and removed the label. This was a stash he had acquired during a time of inflation from an online shopping spree. Adhering to the principle of treating life and death lightly, he tasted a bit. The flavor was indeed delightful, uplifting one's spirits. This was an extraordinary product. Surely, it did not exist elsewhere, or it would have already gained fame. The next afternoon, when Zhao Peng arrived, Yi Feng handed him the seasoning. Just sprinkle this after grilling, and you can double the price. Is that really possible? Zhao Peng expressed doubt. You'll find out by trying it yourself. All right, I'll give it a shot. Zhao Peng grilled a couple of sausages on the spot and sprinkled some of Yi Feng's seasoning. Upon taking a bite, his eyes widened. And then he closed them to savor the flavor slowly. This is sensational. Bang! Yi Feng kicked Zhao Peng out. It's late. Do you want to embarrass yourself in front of others? Hey. In his panic, Zhao Peng clutched the seasoning bottle tightly. He could afford to fall, but he couldn't let the bottle break. This was his secret weapon against those rival sausage vendors. This time, he was determined to reclaim what was rightfully his. I shall have the heavens no longer shield my eyes, Zhao Peng declared with fervor, brandishing the seasoning. Brother Yi, you're wasting your talents by selling sausages, Yi Feng remarked. The next evening, Zhao Peng arrived early at his stall. As he approached, he noticed that those other sausage vendors had already set up. Today, they were even bolder, slashing their prices to 50 cents each. At that price, even accounting for costs, they would be operating at a loss. These individuals were dead set on driving him away. Zhao Peng smirked, then hung a sign for his secret sauce. The price for his sausages soared to $10 each, and the prices of other products increased significantly as well. The others laughed, thinking Zhao Peng had lost his mind. There's no way anyone will buy at such a price. As expected, initially, Zhao Peng's stall saw little business. Many onlookers even expressed their disdain. Yet, Zhao Peng remained unperturbed. His competitors suspected he was deliberately attempting to make them suffer losses. They believed he wouldn't sell a single sausage. However, this world is not short of the curious. Soon, a food enthusiast noticed that Zhao Peng's sausages were considerably more expensive. Being somewhat naive and with plenty of cash, he decided to buy one. The other vendors paid little mind, thinking, if he can fool even one, it's worth it. This business won't last and will surely attract complaints. Encountering someone ill-tempered might even lead to a beating. Zhao Peng promptly smiled and prepared the sausage. The foodie eagerly took a bite. His facial expressions shifted from surprise to shock, then to enjoyment, culminating in an exquisite display of delight. Spring has arrived. Zhao Peng finally understood Yi Feng's earlier sentiments. This is incredibly delicious. Give me 5 more. No, 10. The foodie's eyes sparkled. All right. Zhao Peng smiled slightly, casting a challenging glance at the other sausage vendors. They instantly displayed their disdain, convinced that Zhao Peng had hired a shill. Having sold sausages for many years, they knew just how good they could be. I'll take 10 more. No. 20. No. 30. After devouring the sausage, the foodie still felt unsatisfied. Do you want any more or not? Zhao Peng asked. Let me see how much money I have. You can take however much that buys. The foodie stuffed all his cash into Zhao Peng's hands. All right, just wait. Zhao Peng gleefully counted. 420. Let us just say 400. Oh no. 450. So you'll get 45 sausages. Zhao Peng began to fry sausages joyfully. We're going to make a fortune. Today's South revenue is already close to 500. Chapter 6. The Good Citizen. Shortly after the foodie returned home, he brought back a group of friends to indulge as well. Observing their delight, the surrounding crowd began to sample the sausages, leading to an uncontrollable surge in business. In less than 2 hours, the raw materials prepared by Zhao Peng were entirely sold out. The other vendors selling grilled sausages were left bewildered. However, they soon realized that the secret to Zhao Peng's booming business lay in his unique seasonings. Everyone sourced their sausages from the wholesale market, and when a few of them shamelessly inquired about where he procured his spices, Zhao Peng merely replied that they were his secret recipe. Faced with his imposing friend who could crush beer bottles with bare hands, they dared not press him further. His actions on the first day served as a clear warning. By 9 o'clock, Zhao Peng returned, having sold out everything. Feng, today I made over 5,000. After deducting a little over 100 for costs. The remainder is pure profit. I'll transfer 4,000 to you. Zhao Peng understood that the success of his venture was entirely attributable to Feng's seasonings. Coupled with the equipment that Feng had assisted him in acquiring, including the tricycle, he decided to give Feng 4,000. He intended to provide him with even more in the future. Earning 900 within just 2 hours was already quite commendable. Feng, I appreciate the trifling gifts you've bestowed upon me. Just selling a single phone case nets me 800,000. Alas, I cannot take it out. Feng felt a wave of frustration. He could only continue selling phone cases to amass savings, hoping to purchase a hot item soon. Now, in addition to phone cases, he had begun to sell various other trinkets. His account balance was steadily increasing, bringing him closer to his goal of 100 billion. In the following month, Zhao Peng continued to set up his stall, earning between 3,000 to 5,000 each day. He would keep 1,000 for himself and send the rest to Feng. After all, without Feng's seasonings, selling 200 in a day would be a remarkable feat. Even so, he managed to earn 20,000 to 30,000 over the month. Feng also received several tens of thousands in dividends. At last, he had accumulated 100 billion. One day, upon returning from work, Zhao Peng rubbed his hands together and opened the inflationary marketplace of the world, clicking to search for artificial intelligence robots. Soon, a plethora of shops selling AI robots populated the page, with prices ranging from tens of billions to several trillion for the most extravagant models. However, when it came time to make a purchase, Feng hesitated. With only 100 billion at his disposal, he wondered if he might end up with an artificial intelligence fool. In the price system of this inflationary world, 100 billion equated to the cost of a decent smartphone, roughly translating to over 10,000 in this realm. What sort of robot could one purchase for such a sum? In the end, Feng gritted his teeth and resolved to buy a butler-type AI robot. If it didn't meet his expectations, he could always return it. While the marketplace had its flaws, returning items was notably convenient. Since he could not afford a customized model, he chose one that resembled a middle-aged man. The dream of acquiring a hot item would have to wait for another time. After placing the order and completing the payment, the long string of numbers in his account vanished, leaving only a few million remaining. Feng felt a pang of anguish that took his breath away. My 100 billion. If he could withdraw it, it would suffice for a lifetime of indulgence. Buzz. Less than 2 seconds into his sorrow, a black hole appeared above him. A package, approximately 1 cubic meter in size, plummeted from the sky, nearly crushing him. Feng. A poor review is a must unless I receive a refund of 5 million. As he unwrapped the package, he found a middle-aged man lying inside, identical to a real person. Following the instructions, Feng activated the robot. Master. A deep voice resonated. The robot scanned Feng and acknowledged him as its master. After briefly reviewing the butler robot's manual, Feng was thoroughly satisfied. The robot operated on a futuristic, cosmic energy source that required no recharging and was highly intelligent. In contrast, the so-called artificial intelligence in this world seemed like mere artificial stupidity to him. From today onward, you shall be called Sang Biao, Feng declared, bestowing an imposing name. Yes, master. All right, I entrust you with managing my store on the marketplace. Do you foresee any issues? No issues, master, the butler nodded. This task was exceedingly simple for him, as many individuals in their world utilized AI robots to manage their online stores. One more thing. The price levels differ between our two worlds, Feng carefully articulated. I am aware, master. I possess a method to enable you to withdraw your funds legally and transparently, ensuring that no one can trace anything back to you. Impressive, future artificial intelligence, Feng thought, feeling pleased. How will I manage to withdraw it? There are numerous ways. I could use your identity to engage in stock trading or forge the identity of a wealthy, elderly individual abroad, bequeathing their fortune to you before passing. Splendid. Your capabilities are commendable. Feng's spirit soared. This expenditure of 100 billion was undoubtedly worthwhile. Not only would he no longer need to toil, but he also resolved the issue of accessing his funds. By the way, your identity is secure, correct? Yes, my identity is entirely legal and can be verified online. Although I go by Wang and Excellent. Now, please transfer 5 million to me. Understood, master. The butler swiftly executed commands on the computer. Done, master. Before long, Feng received a notification from the Agricultural Commercial Bank confirming the deposit of 5 million. This artificial intelligence robot had indeed exceeded his expectations. Gazing at his account balance, Feng felt elated. 5 million. From now on, I can enjoy grilled sausages without a care, and for soy milk, 1 cup in and 1 cup out. Well, With this newfound wealth, perhaps I should indulge in milk instead. Soy milk no longer meets my standards. However, since milk was relatively expensive, he decided against pouring it out. Little bird, I'm heading home tomorrow and may not return for several days. Here is a bottle of seasoning for you. Yi Feng handed the spices to Zhao Peng. Feng Go, please refrain from calling me little bird. I am quite substantial, Zhao Peng replied somewhat helplessly. Had anyone else referred to him as such, he would have retaliated. Very well, little bird. De Peng. All right, little bird. I understand, little bird. Zhao Peng conceded defeat. After bidding farewell to Zhao Peng, Yi Feng took a taxi home, opting not to use public transport. He even chose a ride-hailing service instead of carpooling. He was no longer short on funds. The reason for his return was to pay off the mortgage for his family home. His parents had provided the down payment, and he was the one repaying the loan. Thus, he had endured a life of hardship, purchasing a second-hand phone. Besides working, he often took on side jobs to meet the monthly mortgage payment of 4,000. On his journey home, Yi Feng observed the bustling pedestrians and felt a twinge of envy. They all seemed to have their own aspirations, unlike him, who had lost his motivation for striving at such a young age. He felt himself merely existing, a parasite in society. Lost in his thoughts, Yi Feng soon arrived in his village. Whose wedding is it? He wondered in surprise. He was unaware that anyone in the village was getting married. At the village square, a stage had already been erected. Several workers from a wedding planning company were busy setting things up. The central poster featured a couple, their faces plastered across the display. The woman appeared quite stunning, possessing an enchanting figure, fair complexion, and long, graceful legs. Of course, it is also plausible that her beauty has been enhanced through digital manipulation, particularly by wedding planning companies, which notoriously engage in such rampant alterations. As for the man, he is decidedly male, with discernible features that seem vaguely familiar. He hails from their village, which explains the sense of recognition. However, the extent of the photo editing is excessive. Surely, the woman must be either visually impaired or severely myopic. Otherwise, how could she find this man appealing? There have been no rumors of affluent individuals in the village. The stage was adorned with a floral archway, festooned with garlands of flowers. Surrounding the stage were abundant displays of fresh blooms, particularly roses. It all seemed rather ostentatious. Who would go to such lengths for a wedding? Typically, rural weddings are much simpler affairs, involving merely the transportation of the bride and a celebratory meal. Yi Feng resolved to inquire about this upon returning home. If they were acquaintances, he would bestow a modest gift of 50 cents. Upon arriving home, Yi Feng discovered the courtyard lavishly decorated with lanterns and red silk banners emblazoned with auspicious characters. Yi Feng thought to himself, is there a wedding at my home as well? He then spotted his brother, Yi Yang, clad in a formal suit, warmly greeting guests with a broad smile. The reason Yi Feng referred to him as his cheap brother was due to the fact that he was not particularly costly, in terms of either character or integrity. Is Yi Yang getting married? Yi Feng mused, realizing that he had received no prior notification of his brother's wedding. No phone call, no message, not a whisper of information. What could this mean? The poster at the village square. The groom appeared to be this dullard. The wedding planning company had indeed excelled at photo editing, rendering him unrecognizable at first glance. Yi Yang, what is going on? Yi Feng approached him, sensing that something was amiss. Why would he conceal his marriage from him? Was the bride perhaps Yang Qi? Yet, the bride depicted on the village poster bore little resemblance to her. If it were Yang Qi, the manipulation would be excessively audacious. Nonetheless, their relationship had concluded, and as long as Yi Yang was indifferent to taking on a tarnished reputation, it mattered little. Xiao Feng, what brings you back? Yi Yang seemed momentarily taken aback upon hearing his brother's voice. Am I not allowed to return? Why was I not informed of your wedding? The relationship between the brothers had always been strained. They had never seen eye to eye. Since childhood, Yi Feng had never addressed him as brother. Yi Yang appeared composed and mature, yet beneath that facade lay a cunning nature, adept at exploiting situations to his advantage, though he concealed this skill remarkably well. While others remained oblivious, Yi Feng, having grown up alongside him, understood him all too well. He had been deceived by Yi Yang on countless occasions, bearing the brunt of his schemes. We did not wish to disrupt your work, was the excuse given, but it was hardly believable. In truth, this was at grandfather's behest. Yi Yang dismissed the matter, shifting the blame onto the elder. He was well aware of the discord between Yi Feng and their grandfather, who favored him for his compliant demeanor, while viewing Yi Feng as a rebellious grandson. If he chose not to inform you, then so be it. If he wishes you to perish, then perish you shall. Yi Feng retorted with a mocking sneer. The very mention of their grandfather ignited further ire within him. Their family lineage was once that of landowners, though it had since declined. Nevertheless, some of those antiquated notions of aristocracy lingered on. Even now, the old man clung to the belief that the eldest son should inherit the family legacy, despite the fact that there was no legacy to inherit. Grandfather has his own ideas. We dare not oppose him, Yi Yang offered with feigned patience. In public, he always portrayed himself as generous, gentle, and courteous. Congratulations. Please, do come early for the celebration. At that moment, Yi Dashin entered the courtyard, greeting villagers with joviality, his face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. Be careful, Grandpa. Yi Yang hurriedly rushed to assist the elderly gentleman. Oh, it's nothing, Yi Dashin replied, clearly pleased with his eldest grandson. However, upon entering the courtyard and encountering the stern-faced Yi Feng, his expression shifted to one of unease. Ahem, since you are back from your work, we shall not disturb you further. However, since you have returned, it is fortuitous that your brother is getting married. You shall relinquish your county house for him to use as a new home, and I shall take charge of this matter. Yi Dashin quickly regained his composure and asserted this with authority. My house is your domain. Yi Feng scoffed incredulously. Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? No need for that. Grandpa, let my brother have the house. I will purchase my own in due course, he replied firmly. A fleeting glimmer of triumph flickered in Yi Yang's eyes, though he swiftly masked it. The matter of the house had been a constant topic of discussion with the elder, as he hoped to persuade him to reclaim it from Yi Feng. Now, the elder had indeed broached the subject, but Yi Yang was careful not to display excessive joy, lest his facade of the dutiful brother and grandson crumble. Yi Feng knew instinctively that this was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by Yi Yang. As for the house, it was originally intended for Yi Yang. However, when Yi Yang was admitted to medical school, a program requiring 8 years of study, financial strain beset the family. Their mother fell ill and required constant medication, while their father was unable to work far from home, needing to care for her. Ultimately, Yi Feng had to forego his education to support Yi Yang's university endeavors. To compensate him, or perhaps to secure his consent, their grandfather had promised him the house, albeit with the condition that he would be responsible for the mortgage and would also need to provide Yi Yang with tuition and a monthly allowance. For that house, he had toiled from the age of 18, working day and night, never once purchasing a new phone, always settling for second-hand devices. It was not until this year, upon Yi Yang's graduation, that he finally secured a somewhat easier job as a security guard. 8 years, one could hardly fathom the toll they had taken on him. And now, the elder, with a mere utterance, expected him to surrender the house. It was a preposterous notion, though he was not lacking in finances. He would not permit Yi Yang to benefit at his expense. Your brother is establishing a family. He is the legitimate heir of our family lineage, which is of great significance. What use is a house to you while you are merely working as a security guard? Yi Dashin's tone grew insistent as he tapped his pipe against the ground. Yi Feng's lips twitched in irritation. The notion of being the legitimate heir was laughable. One might assume they were vying for the throne. Yi Feng scoffed derisively. Will you yield or not? Yi Dashin felt his authority challenged, his demeanor shifting to one of indignation. Xiao Feng, please do not provoke grandfather's ire. Grandpa, my brother is still young and does not fully grasp the situation. Yi Yang hastily interjected, sensing the tension escalating. Xiao Feng, if you could transfer the house to me, I assure you I will not take advantage of you. It is merely to appease grandfather. After some time, I shall return the ownership to you. Yi Yang whispered conspiratorially into Yi Feng's ear. Do you take me for a fool? Not only do you covet the house, but you also insult my intelligence. This is utterly unacceptable, regardless of your agreement or dissent. As long as I remain, this household will be under my authority, and the house shall not be given to Yi Yang. Yi Dashin asserted his position as the patriarch with an air that brooked no opposition. Chapter 8. The Burden of Kinship. In Yi Dashin's perspective, all family resources must be concentrated on nurturing the legitimate grandson into a promising individual. The entire family must strive together towards this goal, and personal opinions must be set aside. Grandfather, please do not be angry. Xiao Feng is young and naive, so let not your ire be directed towards him. On the surface, Yi Yang attempts to mediate, yet in truth, he stirs the flames of discord. At this age, one would expect more maturity. It is truly disheartening to witness such regression. As anticipated, Yi Dashin's frustration escalated, to the point where he wished to devour Yi Feng whole. Farewell, Yi Feng exclaimed, turning to leave. Having lost all desire to converse with the two, he had never relied on the so-called family in the past, and now he felt no need to do so. Stand right there, Yi Dashin barked, seething with anger. Yi Feng ignored him. I'll beat you to a pulp, you little brat, Yi Dashin roared, raising his cane to strike Yi Feng. Meanwhile, Yi Yang felt a surge of delight. Bang! Ah! Yi Yang shrieked as blood gushed from his forehead. Yi Feng had released Yi Yang, having pulled him aside just in time to shield himself. Given his current strength, using Yi Yang as a shield was a trivial task. The old man had struck hard, leaving Yi Yang moaning in agony, clutching his head. Ah, Yang, are you all right? Yi Dalin exclaimed in alarm, rushing to inspect Yi Yang. This was his eldest grandson, the product of all his devotion. He could not allow him to be harmed. Cough, cough, grandfather, I'm fine. Xiaofeng did not mean it. Yi Yang replied, his face contorted in pain, yet he did not forget to maintain his facade. He subtly urged the old man to redirect his fury towards Yi Feng. By saying this, the old man would undoubtedly comprehend what to do. Why did you use Yang Yang as a shield? As expected, Yi Dashan's rage intensified. Yi Feng could be beaten. If he were to die, so be it. But Yi Yang was different. Even the loss of a single hair would cause him distress. I'll smash you to bits, you little brat. The more he thought about it, the angrier Yi Dashan became as he raised his cane once more. Swish. Hey. Yi Yang gasped in shock. Bang. Yi Yang let out another cry, a second fountain of blood erupting from his forehead. Clap. Yi Feng dusted off his hands, tossing Yi Yang aside like a discarded rag doll. Yang, are you hurt? Is there any injury? Yi Dashan hurried to check on Yi Yang. Yi Yang, what do you think? 2 streams of tears flowed from Yi Yang's eyes. I'm exhausted. Let it all be destroyed. Why did you dodge? I'll smash you. Seeing his beloved grandson struck once more, Yi Dalin lost all semblance of sanity, his eyes wild as he raised his cane again. Stop! Yi Yang cried out in alarm. But the old man was beyond hearing anything now. His sole focus was avenging his eldest grandson. Yi Yang turned to see Yi Feng's mocking gaze, and he felt a wave of dread. He was scared. In that critical moment, Yi Yang's adrenaline surged. He leapt into action, delivering a powerful kick that sent Yi Dashan flying. Ultimately, he chose to forsake familial ties for the greater good, for Yi Feng was no match for the old man. Yi Feng, I thought he was going to strike you. Grandfather, are you alright? I'm fine. Yang, your kick didn't hurt, did it? You are incredibly strong. Our family has hope now. Yi Dashan stood up, brushing himself off with a face full of affection. His dear grandson kicking him must have had its reasons. Yi Feng was at a loss for words. Call your father. I refuse to believe this. His gaze towards Yi Feng darkened once more. Soon, busy with his affairs outside, Yi Jian returned. Dad, what's the matter? Oh, son, you're back. Upon seeing Yi Feng, Yi Jian appeared somewhat surprised, his eyes flickering. Son, what's wrong? Who struck you? Then Yi Jian noticed his other son, bloodied and battered. Humph, let us not dwell on that. I called you here to discuss something important. I've decided to bequeath the house and the county to Yang Yang, so you both need to expedite the transfer. Yi Dashan's face flushed red, deflecting the topic. After all, it was he who had inflicted the injury on Yi Yang's head. What? Yi Jian was taken aback. The county house for the eldest son? What about the youngest? During the family's most challenging times, when his wife was ill, he had to juggle caregiving while working odd jobs, with earnings barely sufficient to support the family. The burden had rested solely on the youngest son's shoulders. Without him, the eldest would not have been able to afford university. The house was a form of recompense. They had only managed to pay the down payment, and in truth, they could no longer afford the mortgage. That was why it had been given to Yi Feng. Originally, it had been intended for the eldest son. Now, after years of paying off the mortgage and supporting the eldest through university, asking him to relinquish the house felt rather excessive. Moreover, given the youngest son's disposition, would he even agree to such a thing? Yi Dashan glared. Son, why don't you let your brother have the house first, and we can buy you another one later? Yi Jian stammered, finding it difficult to voice his thoughts. He had no choice but to heed the old man's words. Yi Feng laughed derisively. The last vestige of hope faded. He worked tirelessly to pay the mortgage and support Yi Yang's education, occasionally tending to the household. The only hope he clung to in this family was the house. Now they sought to take it from him. He was merely a tool, existing solely to illuminate Yi Yang's path. Farewell. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively, leaving not a single cloud in his wake. I warn you, if you dare to step out of this courtyard, do not return. You will no longer be part of this family. I will expel you from the family tree. You shall cease to be a member of the Yi clan. Yi Dashan declared with vehemence. Yi Feng responded, It is settled then. Expelled from the family tree? Oh, how I fear. He could not contain his laughter any longer. Look at the fine son you've raised. Seeing Yi Feng's nonchalance, Yi Dashan's ire reached new heights. The cane struck the ground with force. He longed to strike Yi Feng, yet feared for Yi Yang's safety. I can no longer concern myself with him, Yi Jian awkwardly admitted. Yi Yang's expression darkened. The house had not been secured, and the old man was indeed losing his grip. Yet he would not yield. The house belonged to him. He had declared it. Not even the king could alter that. Yi Yang's face morphed into a grimace, but it quickly returned to normal. Don't worry, Yang. Once you're married, you'll move in. Let us see what he can do. I refuse to believe he has the audacity. No need, grandfather. I'll manage in the village. The property deed is with Xiaofeng. Yi Yang feigned disinterest, subtly signaling his intent. Is it merely a property deed? I will certainly retrieve it for you. He cannot defy the heavens. Yi Dashan vowed. Yi Jian exchanged a meaningful glance with his eldest son, who turned away, feeling somewhat guilty. He sensed that the old man had seen through his intentions, but it mattered not. As long as the old man remained, his position was unassailable. Chapter 9, A Grand Gift. Until Yi Feng reached the village entrance, no one came after him to claim the house as his own, leaving him utterly despondent. Given the circumstances, it would be splendid to present them with a grand gift. Is it not a wedding? As a younger brother, how could he not bestow a token of gratitude? Yi Feng grinned wickedly. He inquired discreetly about the bride's origins and made his way there directly. Half an hour later, Yi Yang arrived at the entrance of Han family village. This was the village where the bride resided. After asking a few villagers, he swiftly located the residence of the bride, Han Fei. They were also preoccupied with wedding preparations. Who are you? What brings you here? A middle-aged woman, busy with arrangements, approached Yi Feng with a puzzled expression. Yi Yang surmised that she was likely Han Fei's mother. I am Yi Feng. May I ask if you are the bride's mother? I am her mother, Han's mother replied, furrowing her brow. Could this be her daughter's boyfriend, attempting to sway her decision? However, she had never heard her daughter mention him. Besides, it was too late for words now. Hello, Auntie, I have something to discuss with you. Indeed, she was the mother of the bride. Then let us speak inside, she invited, ushering Yi Feng into the house. Family matters are best kept private, should it turn out that he was indeed her daughter's boyfriend. It would not be well for the villagers to overhear, particularly on the day of the wedding. I would like to inquire. How much bride price has the groom offered you? Yi Yang cut straight to the point. Why do you ask that? The matter of bride price is not something to be discussed lightly. Han Fei's mother's expression soured. After all, it was a rather disgraceful topic. She suspected Yi Feng was here to mock her. Regardless of the amount, I am willing to offer double, provided you cancel this wedding. Yi Yang smirked malevolently. There is nothing money cannot resolve. If there is, it simply means you lack sufficient funds. He inquired whether this generous offer would suffice. On the day of the grand wedding, the bride had fled. He asked Yi Yang if he was surprised or thrilled. What do you mean? Han's mother's expression darkened further. Was he implying they were selling off their daughter? 3 times, Yi Feng extended 3 fingers. You? Han's mother still did not comprehend Yi Feng's intentions. 4 times. Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely find that fellow detestable. Yi Feng shrugged. Are you serious? A middle-aged man emerged from the house, his face alight with excitement as he listened intently to their conversation. He feared his wife would oppose it, or that Yi Feng would change his mind. Are you truly willing to offer 4 times the bride price? Han's father scrutinized Yi Feng, sizing him up. Upon realizing Yi Feng's attire was rather ordinary, doubt crept in. Indeed, as long as you cancel this wedding, I can transfer the funds immediately, including all expenses incurred for this wedding. I will reimburse every penny. Yi Feng displayed his phone, revealing his balance. All right, we agree. Han's father promptly acquiesced. A clatter resounded from within the room. Han's mother tugged at her husband. This is far too hasty. What of it? The wedding is cancelled. They haven't even registered yet. You go inform everyone. Han's father shot her a glare. With a sigh of resignation, Han's mother opened their daughter's door. Yi Feng glanced inside. Dressed in a wedding gown, her makeup exquisite, the bride Han Fei sat on the bed with a face ashen as death. From the outset, her father had insisted on marrying her off to a man she had no affection for, all for the sake of a bride price of 300,000. Now, due to a higher offer, they decided to cancel the wedding. She felt as if she were an item on a shelf, the bride price her price tag. Her dignity had been trampled upon repeatedly. No, she had no dignity at all. She had no control over her own fate. Han Fei gazed out at the sky, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She felt an overwhelming sense of anger and grievance, yet she had no one to confide in. Yi Feng. This feeling of despair was overwhelming. It was the first time he laid eyes on the bride. The poster at the village entrance had not been retouched. Such a beautiful woman should not be allowed to end up with Yi Yang. She was far too good for him. Yi Feng was determined to thwart their union. Hey, my friend, let us discuss the bride price, Han's father said, unconcerned about his daughter's feelings, his face plastered with ingratiating smiles. Shouldn't you consult your daughter? What if the bride is infatuated with Yi Yang? No need. My daughter has always opposed this match. They merely met once through an arranged introduction. I see that fellow graduated from a prestigious university and is a doctor. The bride price he offered is reasonable. Yi Feng mourned for her. How unfortunate she was to have such a father. Cough, cough, but that is not the main point. I should tell you. My daughter graduated from a prestigious university and has never dated before, hence the bride price of 300,000. Previously unable to afford her schooling. Yet now has the funds to offer 30,000 for her to marry? Yi Feng scoffed. Of course, I am not hiding anything from you. They have only provided a down payment of 100,000, leaving 200,000 as an IOU to be paid back gradually. What do you think? Han's father looked at Yi Feng with anticipation. 300,000, you say? For times that, and considering your other expenses, I will round it up to 1,500,000. Yi Feng waved his hand grandly. That is merely the cost of 2 phone cases. Splendid. Han's father beamed with joy. By the way, do not pressure your daughter to marry someone she does not love. Yi Feng observed Han Fei's forlorn silhouette with pity. She was unlike him, possessing no golden opportunity to change her fate. Fear not. With 1,500,000, I assure you that will not happen. Han's father chuckled heartily. All right, provide me with your bank account number. Han's father scampered off to retrieve his bank card. Han Fei gazed at Yi Feng with a complex expression. Logically, she should be grateful to Yi Feng. It was he who freed her from marrying a stranger she had only met once. Yet, his method made her perceive him as no better than a villain. Regardless, she felt the most ridiculous of all. Soon, Han's father returned with the bank card. Yi Feng promptly transferred 1,500,000. Upon receiving the bank notification, Han's father's face bloomed with joy. Please, have a seat. I will inform everyone that the wedding is cancelled. Haha. No need for that. The wedding is off. Everyone can disperse. Han's father shouted to the courtyard. Though friends and family were taken aback, they had no choice but to comply. Thus, they begrudgingly departed. I shall take my leave. But let me remind you, my money is not easily obtained. Your daughter can marry anyone she wishes, just not Yi Yang. Rest assured, that will never happen, Han's father vowed, thumping his chest. He was not foolish. He understood the value of 30,000 versus 1,500,000. Besides, they had only provided a down payment of 100,000, with 200,000 still uncertain. Chapter 10. Do you want me? Also, do not compel her to marry someone she does not adore, but if she happens to fall for Yi Yang, refer back to the first point. Yi Feng reflected for a moment before adding. Uft. Originally feeling sorrowful, Han Fei couldn't help but roll her eyes upon hearing Yi Feng's words. What kind of person is he? What vendetta does he have against that Yi Yang? Spending over 150,000 just to tear them apart. Then, she recalled her own predicament and felt that this was not the time for laughter. Yet, it was exceedingly difficult to suppress. No problem. I assure you I won't force her to marry someone she doesn't love. If she wishes to wed Yi Yang, I will break her legs, Han's father pledged. Han Fei's heart jolted, her face reflecting despair. Others might think Han's father was joking, but she knew he was serious. He would indeed go through with it. This time, she wouldn't have to marry a stranger, but what about next time? Han Fei glanced at Yi Feng, seemingly resolved to a certain decision. Perhaps this was her only means to escape her family. Are you foolish? You could break Yi Yang's legs, and if you end up in prison, I could still help care for your daughter. I've always enjoyed helping others. People call me Lei Feng, Han's father interjected. He had never encountered someone so shameless. Oh, you are no good person either. All men are pigs, Han Fei retorted. All right, I'm leaving. Farewell. Performing good deeds anonymously. Yi Feng waved his hand and turned away with a flourish. Wait. Just as Yi Feng was about to exit the door, Han Fei could no longer contain herself and emerged from the room, clad in her wedding dress. This was her only opportunity. Go back. Han's father suddenly changed his demeanor, glaring at Han Fei with ferocity. He feared that she might refuse, which was unacceptable. Although Han Fei felt a twinge of fear, she mustered her courage and approached Yi Feng. I want to go with you. Will you take me? Han Fei bit her lip, looking at Yi Feng with utmost humility. If Yi Feng rejected her, she would feel utterly humiliated. But she believed he would not. She could no longer endure the suffocating atmosphere of her home. She did not wish to be controlled or treated as an object for her entire life. Meeting Yi Feng was a stroke of luck. What about next time? Next time, if someone offers 300,000 to 500,000 in betrothal gifts, she would still be sold like an item. Thus, she had to seize this opportunity. She wanted to leave with Yi Feng. She could discern that he was, in fact, a good man, capable of protecting her. Of course, it also depended on his willingness. Are you not afraid I might sell you? Yi Feng remarked. Do I truly appear to be such a good person? Foolish girl, what are you saying? Return to me. Han's father shouted, his eyes wide with anger. His daughter was actually attempting to leave with Yi Feng. How would he manage to sell her next time? Cough. Collect the betrothal gifts? As he spoke, he reached out to strike Han Fei. Yet, Han Fei did not flinch, defiantly gazing at Yi Feng. As long as Yi Feng agreed, she would leave with him, no matter the consequences. Even if she were to be sold by Yi Feng, she would accept it. Smack. Han's father's hand came down. Han Fei, terrified, squeezed her eyes shut. But she felt no pain. When she opened her eyes, she discovered that Yi Feng had shielded her. A wave of emotion washed over her. The sensation of being protected was exquisite. Throughout her life, she had endured countless slaps. Yet this was the first time someone had stood up for her. This only solidified her resolve to leave with Yi Feng. All right, come with me, Yi Feng nodded. It seemed this household was even more stifling than he had imagined. A girl would rather leave with a stranger she had known for less than a day than remain at home. It was hard to fathom what she had endured. Okay, I'll go with you, Han Fei nodded, feeling significantly lighter. No. Han's father leaped forward. If his daughter left, how would he manage to sell her next time? Cough. Collect the betrothal gifts? Yi Feng turned his head. You only mentioned canceling the wedding. You didn't say anything about taking my daughter away. That comes at a different price, Han's father said shamelessly. Huh. Han Fei's expression was one of profound sorrow. This was her so-called father. Bang. A dull thud resonated. Both were startled, gazing in terror at the wall that Yi Feng's fist had punctured. This wall was made of concrete bricks. He had punched a hole through it? Say that again. Yi Feng slowly retracted his hand, having slightly miscalculated his strength. He had only intended to create a crack to intimidate Han's father. This wall must have been poorly constructed. Cough. It's all right. It's all right. You both may leave. You are truly a match made in heaven, Han's father said. His mouth twitching. If that punch had landed on him, he would have been bruised and battered. He was certainly not as tough as concrete. Moreover, Yi Feng had money and could easily make him disappear. After all, he had already received 150,000. Without Yi Feng, he certainly would not have secured such a substantial betrothal gift. One must not be overly greedy. Han Fei gazed at Yi Feng with sparkling eyes. This man was formidable. Precisely her type, she had no interest in weaklings. Having grown up in a family like hers, she had always yearned for a strong man to protect her. Now, that man had finally appeared. Let us go? Han Fei was eager, not bothering to gather her belongings. Aren't you going to change your clothes? Yi Feng looked at Han Fei in her wedding dress, somewhat speechless. I want to change. This is fine, she replied. Han Fei wished to leave this home immediately. She was even a bit fearful that if she took the time to change, Yi Feng would vanish, and this would all turn out to be a dream. As long as you're happy. Han Fei felt a surge of emotion. This was the first time someone had cared about her feelings, simply wishing for her happiness. The two exited together, and Han's father breathed a sigh of relief. He then opened his phone to check his balance notifications, his lips curling in discontent. Once they stepped out, the villagers whispered and pointed, but the two paid no heed. Whereas the car? As they reached the village entrance, Han Fei, feeling discomfort from her high heels, asked, Car? What car? I haven't bought one yet. Yi Feng replied. He had been too busy working to even get a driver's license, let alone purchase a vehicle. What do I do now? Han Fei lamented. Clad not only in high heels, but also in a trailing wedding gown, making it exceedingly inconvenient. She had never anticipated that after spending 150,000 to bring her out, there would be no car. I told you to change your clothes. But you didn't listen. Whom can you blame now? Then carry me. Han Fei thought quickly. This guy was strong, so carrying her should be no problem, right? Whoosh. Without waiting for Yi Feng to respond, Han Fei blushed and leaped onto his back. Although she generally considered herself a rather melancholy person, she felt an unexpected sense of security upon seeing Yi Feng. After knowing him for just one day, she was already letting her guard down. In the past, she would never have acted so freely. All right, I'll carry you. Hold on tight, Yi Feng said, wrapping his arms around her. Chapter 11. The luxurious car arrives. Old lecher. Feeling Yi Feng's slight movements, Han Fei shot him a glare. Wrong, little pervert. I'm still young, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. You're rather proud of yourself, Han Fei retorted. All right, little rascal, let's hurry. The groom's party is about to arrive. Han Fei exclaimed, playfully pushing Yi Feng. Clearly, he was still addicted to his antics. From a distance, Yi Feng could see the luxurious cars of their village rolling out. BYD, Xiaoping, Li Xiang, Neo, and even a Volkswagen Polo, each vehicle a testament to their opulence. Only Yi Yang, the legitimate heir of the Yi family and a medical school graduate, could command such a spectacle. Hold on tight, Yi Feng said, wrapping his arms around Han Fei's long legs as he took off running. Ah, this is exhilarating. Han Fei laughed heartily. Faster, faster, she urged. Just wait, we shall see who ends up carrying whom. With that, Yi Feng began to sprint, aiming to reach the intersection before the wedding convoy arrived, lest they cross paths with the procession. Wow, so fast. Han Fei clung tightly to Yi Feng, her shouts echoing in delight. She had completely let go of her inhibitions, liberated after being so confined for too long. In the aftermath, rumors circulated in Han family village that Han Fei had gone mad after being snatched for marriage. Within the luxurious convoy, Yi Yang sat at the front. A lecherous grin plastered across his face. The thought of soon marrying a beautiful wife was almost too much to contain. His head was bandaged, a makeshift remedy after his father, Yi Dashan, had initially intended to take him to the hospital. However, wanting to avoid unnecessary delays, Yi Yang insisted they hold the wedding first before seeking medical attention. After all, they hadn't even registered their marriage yet. Since Yi Feng's return, Yi Yang had felt a gnawing unease, an inkling that something was amiss. Among the family, Yi Feng was the most troublesome, unwilling to sacrifice for his elder cousin and even seeking to usurp his house, a blatant act of defiance that would not go unpunished. As the village drew nearer, Yi Yang's mood brightened. He had to admit, his grandfather had orchestrated this splendid affair well, securing him a wife of exceptional merit, stunningly beautiful, fit, and a university student who, most importantly, had never had a boyfriend. His grandfather certainly had an eye for talent. Initially resistant to the idea of blind dates, believing himself far too remarkable for such measures, he had acquiesced for the sake of maintaining appearances. The moment he laid eyes on Han Fei, he was utterly captivated. She was breathtakingly beautiful, and he immediately consented to the union. Although the bride's family requested a dowry of 300,000, he felt it was worth it. They had only paid 100,000, with no intention of parting with any more. Before long, the convoy arrived at Han Fei's home. The village was eerily quiet, and the gazes of the villagers felt oddly peculiar. Yi Yang scoffed. They were merely envious of him for taking their village flower away. However, as they reached Han Fei's doorstep, he was perplexed. According to local customs, the arrival of the groom's party should warrant a celebratory display of firecrackers. Yet there was no sign of festivity. Why was Han Fei's family so silent? Did none of their relatives or friends come to see their daughter off? After waiting for what felt like an eternity without anyone emerging to greet them, Yi Yang decided to disembark and investigate. Entering the yard, he found the atmosphere just as somber. The house was empty. Han's parents were dismantling wedding decorations. Father, mother, what is going on? Yi Yang's heart sank. Calm down. I'm not your father, Han's father retorted disdainfully. The wedding is cancelled. You think you can just give 10,000 of the 30,000 dowry and think we wouldn't see through your family's intentions? If Yi Feng hadn't shown up today, I would have gone to demand the money back. If you don't pay, then consider it over. The 10,000 already given will not be returned. You are simply not worthy of my daughter. Look at that young man, throwing around 150,000 like it's nothing, Han's mother chimed in. Yi Yang, visibly agitated. Shot back. Why didn't you say something sooner? I have everything prepared, and my relatives are waiting at home. You're not going to brush this off with a mere we can't do anything. His face twisted with rage. I will take Han Fei back, no matter what. With a fierce expression, he was determined to salvage his pride. Bang. Han's father kicked Yi Yang out. Do you think you're entitled to demand respect? Get lost, or I will make you regret it. You think you're Yi Feng? Yi Yang shouted defiantly. Brothers, assist me. The few friends who had come to help with the wedding exchanged glances, hesitating to act. Did he just ask us to intervene? But that's a whole different arrangement. We already showed up to be polite for the wedding. You expect us to fight for you now? They thought, turning away to feign ignorance. Yi Yang felt a wave of embarrassment as he scratched his head awkwardly. Spotting Han's father leaving the yard, he quickly stood up. Since the wedding is cancelled, I want my dowry back. Yi Yang's words dripped with reluctance. The villagers' odd stares made sense now. His bride had escaped. The money? I've already spent it. Don't worry. I will pay you back when I have the means, Han's father replied slyly. Why would he return money earned through his own cleverness? Repayment was out of the question. You? Yi Yang's eyes widened. It was evident that this man had no intention of returning the funds. Yet, being on their turf left him powerless. He could only retreat to seek counsel from his grandfather. Only the old man could handle this situation. Ha ha ha, what a joy. Meanwhile, Yi Feng continued to carry Han Fei into town. Let us buy you some shoes and a new outfit. No, I want you to carry me the whole way. Han Fei insisted, shaking her head and tightening her grip. Are you Yao? Yi Feng rolled his eyes as she clung to him. Hee, I am Yao. Han Fei laughed. Feeling elated, she secretly marveled at his incredible stamina. Yi Feng, helpless, continued to bear her weight all the way to the county. Thanks to the gene-enhancing medication, his strength had increased. Most would have collapsed from exhaustion by now. How is your endurance so remarkable? Han Fei asked curiously. Because I had a mentor in my youth who taught me martial arts. Yi Feng fabricated, and recently, I have mastered my skills. Han Fei raised an eyebrow, doubtful. I find that hard to believe. By the way, what's your connection to Yi Yang? Why are you acting this way? Wait, your name is Yi Feng, and you share the Yi surname. I heard Yi Yang has a younger brother. Could it be that you are? Not worth mentioning, he replied dismissively. You guessed correctly. I am indeed his brother. Then why are you doing this? Han Fei inquired, puzzled. Did Yi Feng not fear repercussions from his family? Nothing much. I simply find him displeasing, he shrugged. Han Fei concluded that the rumors of discord between Yi Yang and his brother were indeed true. Chapter 12, Selling the House. Where are we headed now? To sell the house, Yi Feng replied. In order to avoid future complications, he intended to sell the dilapidated house in the county, which had originally been prepared for Yi Yang as a marital home after his graduation. Who could have foreseen that mother would suddenly fall ill? The family has expended a considerable sum on her medical treatment, and the ongoing expenses are substantial, particularly with Yi Yang preparing to embark on an 8-year journey through university. The mortgage has become unmanageable, forcing the family to make difficult decisions. Now that Yi Dashan has spoken in such a manner, it is certain they will persist in their entanglements, especially since he has absconded with Yi Yang's bride, ensuring that they will not relent easily. Perhaps selling the house would be prudent. After all, it is merely a relocation settlement. At night, even a slight noise can be overheard by the neighbors. Given his current financial state, this place holds no value for him. Yet, it must not be made easy for Yi Yang. Yi Feng carried Han Fei back to his home. Upon opening the door, he found that it had been arranged as a bridal chamber. The family had even provided a key, genuinely treating it as if it were Yi Yang's abode. Observing the decor, Han Fei began to piece things together. Please rest for a moment. I will seek out the real estate agent, Yi Feng said as he set her down. Han Fei, having been on Yi Feng's back for quite some time, felt a bit disjointed. Oh, all right. You should change into a couple of my clothes. We can go shopping later, she replied, nodding. She rummaged through the bedroom, finding a t-shirt and shorts of Yi Feng's to wear. Although the t-shirt was designed for men, it fit snugly, and its length obscured her shorts. Her long, fair legs swayed enticingly, nearly dazzling him with their beauty. Yi Feng found himself momentarily distracted. Hee. Han Fei giggled, covering her mouth, confident in her allure. Stay inside and behave. Close the door properly, and do not wander about. Human traffickers are particularly fond of abducting pretty young girls like you, Yi Feng cautioned as he patted her head. Am I a child? Han Fei retorted playfully. Come here for some fruit, Yi Feng called out, noticing some fruits in the kitchen, likely purchased by Yi Yang, who had already claimed this place as his own. He must have intended to marry and work at the county hospital, preparing a few fruits in anticipation. The quality of the fruits looked quite good, something he typically would hesitate to buy, yet Yi Yang seemed unreserved in his spending. Entering the room with the fruits, Yi Feng saw Han Fei with her head bowed. Her cheeks flushed, nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. Does she misunderstand something? I am a respectable man, he thought, taking a deep breath. Han Fei continued with her eyes closed. I am ready. Ready? What does one need to prepare for eating fruit? Yi Feng chuckled mischievously. Not quite the paragon of virtue he pretended to be. Bring it on. 2 hours later, Yi Feng emerged feeling revitalized. First, he repaid the mortgage at the bank, then sought out a real estate agent to sell the house at a low price. Although the housing market was sluggish, he offered a price significantly lower than 2/3 of similar properties in the neighborhood. His only stipulation was for a swift sale, ideally on the same day. The agent was efficient. As soon as the listing went up, potential buyers arrived to view the property. After a satisfactory inspection, they promptly agreed to the terms and sent the payment. By the end of the afternoon, the house had been sold. Where to now? Han Fei gazed at Yi Feng with a tender smile, her satisfaction with his earlier demeanor evident. She resolved to follow him wherever he might go. To the city for work, of course. Are we to languish here? Sure, I'll go with you, but you must carry me. I cannot walk any longer. She blushed slightly. Can't we take a taxi? No, you must carry me. Think of it as a honeymoon trip, she suggested after a moment of contemplation. Though I do not quite comprehend, I am supportive, Yi Feng replied, confident in his stamina. The more he exerted himself, the more potent the medicinal effects he absorbed. Let us proceed, he said, crouching down. Princess, please mount my back, Yi Feng announced. Han Fizi, please mount my back, she teased. You are the Han Fizi. Your entire family is Han Fizi, she pouted, feeling her name, which she once found melodious, now sounded masculine. As she climbed onto Yi Feng's back, he playfully asked, Han Fizi, what is the core of your legalist thought? I do not wish to engage with you, she retorted. By the way, let us kiss. Suddenly, Yi Feng had an epiphany. One grand gesture was insufficient. He needed to send another gift. After all, these were his beloved family and dear brothers, and he ought to present them with more. Han Fei was taken aback. So sudden? Here on the street, it's rather embarrassing. At least find a secluded spot. Ignoring her protests, Yi Feng turned her around and began to kiss her. Han Fei offered only token resistance before yielding to his advances. Capturing a few images of their passionate embrace, Yi Feng sent them to Yi Yang via WeChat, inquiring whether he was surprised or thrilled. After sending, he swiftly blocked and deleted the message, not just from Yi Yang but from all family members, considering it prudent to sever ties with the villagers as well. Make sure to kiss me properly, Han Fei scolded, displeased with his lack of focus. As Yi Yang's convoy entered Yi family village, the villagers responsible for the welcoming festivities immediately set off firecrackers. Although they were puzzled by his swift return, their duty was to celebrate the arrival of the procession. Yi Yang's countenance darkened considerably. Yang, why did you return without dining over there? Is your wound bleeding? Yi Dashan emerged with concern. Chapter 13, The Second Gift. According to tradition, Yi Yang was to have dined at the bride's family before returning with his bride. His early return signified trouble, and where was the bride? The meal was secondary. Bringing the bride back was paramount. Grandfather, they backed out. The bride has fled. I could not bring her back. And the betrothal gifts were not refunded. I was even assaulted. Yi Yang's expression was grim. This was a significant embarrassment. Soon, The entire village would learn that his wife had run away, and he would become the subject of ridicule among the villagers. They have gone too far. How dare that old man? Yi Dashan fumed, outraged. This was his family's eldest legitimate grandson, subjected to such humiliation. Did they have no sense of honor? Let us seek justice, Yi Dashan declared, rolling up his sleeves as he prepared to confront the bride's family. Grandfather, are we walking? Yiyang scratched his head. Let us drive, Yi Dashan reconsidered. The distance between the villages was considerable. Walking would take several hours. Grandfather, we do not have a car, Yiyang gestured helplessly. Then we shall borrow one. Oh, with a resigned demeanor, Yiyang approached several groomsmen who had returned with him. Hey, what is up? Your grandmother is getting married. I'll be right there. Hey, is Mars colliding with the moon? I'm going to check it out. If you see pigs lining up in trees, I'll join you. They all exclaimed, pulling out their phones before driving off. They certainly would not lend their vehicles to Yiyang. The car and the wife are not available for loan. Yiyang scoffed. Let us ride the electric bike. Yi Dashan grunted coldly. Yiyang went home to bring out the electric bike, setting off under the mocking gazes of the entire village. However, halfway through their journey, the battery ran out, and they had no choice but to walk the rest of the way. After a considerable struggle, they finally arrived at the bride's home. Yi Dashan, already in a foul mood, wasted no time in raising his voice to scold. What do you mean, old man? Are you treating my grandson like a fool? Pay back the 30,000 without a penny less. Damn you. You only gave 10,000 in total, all spent on the banquet, and now you want a bride price? I tell you, not a single cent more. Han's father retorted defiantly. Given such an attitude, he had no intention of returning even the 10,000. Do you dare? The two exchanged heated words, and the tension escalated rapidly. With both possessing fiery tempers, it wasn't long before they were engaged in a brawl. Thud, thud, thud. They swung wildly at each other. The scene devolved into chaos. Stop fighting, stop fighting. This won't kill anyone. Yiyang rushed to mediate. Despite Yi Dashan's fierce demeanor, he was aging and soon found himself at a disadvantage, howling in pain. Yiyang wished to assist, but, being a gentleman, refrained from fighting, instead cheering for his grandfather. Go, Grandpa. You can do it. Hearing this, Yi Dashan felt a surge of comfort. Bam! Ultimately, Yi Dashan was sent flying by a kick from Han's father. Humph, old fool. Han's father dusted off his hands. Just wait, I won't let this go. Yi Dashan left with a grim warning. Thus, the grandfather and grandson left the bride's home in disgrace. Upon finally returning home, Yiyang felt utterly exhausted. Faced with the scornful gazes of the villagers, he could no longer bear to stay, intending to move to the county. The spare key to that apartment had already been given to him by the old man. He had even decorated it in anticipation of his wedding. Who would have thought it would come to this? Standing before the familiar door of the marital home, Yiyang skillfully retrieved the key and unlocked the door. Inside, three individuals turned to look at him in unison. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Yiyang frowned. Your house? This is my house. I just bought it. You must be Yiyang. Hand over the spare key. The male homeowner stepped forward. Yi Feng had informed him of the situation regarding the house when he sold it. What? Sold? My own house, and I didn't know? Yiyang's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands slamming down on the table in shock. Huh, your house? Have some shame. Do you have the property deed? This house has already been sold to me. Here are the documents, the man replied, presenting a file to Yiyang. Yiyang snatched the document, his eyes scanning its contents rapidly, his hands trembling uncontrollably. No, I can't let this go. This is my house. Yiyang's mind went blank. Unable to confront the reality, he never imagined Yi Feng would be so ruthless, selling the house at a low price without consulting him. In a fit of rage, Yiyang pulled out his phone to call Yi Feng, demanding to know why he sold the house without discussing it with the family. However, upon seeing a message from Yi Feng on WeChat, his fingers froze above the screen. A wave of unease washed over him as he hesitated before finally opening it. What he saw instantly shattered him. Displayed before him were two high-definition photographs. In the images, Yi Feng was tightly embracing his fiancée, Han Fei. Their lips locked in a passionate kiss. Yiyang's eyes widened in horror, fixating on the screen as if trying to pierce through it. His mind went blank, and he stood frozen in place. Gagging, Yiyang spat blood, his hand trembling violently, nearly dropping his phone. His legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, staring vacantly at the sky. When he attempted to call Yi Feng again, he discovered he had been blocked. Gagging once more, he spat blood. Yi Feng, Han Fei. You two wretched lovers, wait for me. Yiyang squeezed out those words through clenched teeth, before darkness engulfed him, and he fainted. Nearby, the photos on his phone screen seemed to mock his foolishness and misery with cruel indifference. The male homeowner shook his head, confiscating the spare key from Yiyang's possession and, with an oddly kind gesture, dragging him down to the garbage bin below. Like should associate with like. Is this our home? Han Fei curiously surveyed the rental house before her, unable to comprehend Yi Feng's thoughts. Spending 150,000 to take her away while living in a rental? Hello, young master. Hello, young mistress. The butler approached. Butler, this is Han Fei. Oh, don't mind him. I'm Han Fei. She shot Yi Feng a glare. This is my butler, Sang Biao. Yi Feng introduced. Han Fei. Are rental houses in the city now equipped with butlers? What is the difference between this and putting a Rolls-Royce ornament on a rickshaw? None, absolutely none. Hello, young mistress. I'm Wang'an, but you can also call me Sang Biao. Hello, Butler Wang. Han Fei shot Yi Feng another glance. Knowing full well that he was responsible for the nickname, Wang'an was perfectly fine. Why did he have to call him Sang Biao? And why did he refer to her as Han Fei? She thought she looked more like a wooden post than a character from Zhuangzi. Chapter 14. Get away, ugly creature. Butler, go buy a villa, one that's ready to move into. There are too many people here, we can't fit. Understood, young master, I'll handle it immediately. The butler nodded. Han Fei, let us go buy some clothes and living essentials. You didn't bring any luggage with you. Oh, Han Fei glared at Yi Feng again. Annoyed at being called Han Fei, the two took a taxi to the largest luxury goods plaza in the city. Yi Feng contemplated getting his driver's license after moving. Relying on taxis made him feel less dignified. Don't buy anything too expensive, just something wearable. Han Fei nodded, agreeing with his sentiment. After all, with her good looks and figure, even in a burlap sack, she would still be perceived as fashionable. Around 10,000 for a piece should be just right. I'm truly being frugal. Han Fei, do you have a misunderstanding about saving money? As they entered a Chanel store, a warm welcome greeted them, though dressed modestly. The staff was courteous and discerning, especially since Yi Feng displayed no signs of nervousness typical of the financially strained entering luxury boutiques. However, the girl appeared somewhat timid. But with her beauty, it was unlikely for someone poor to have such a stunning girlfriend. Perhaps a wealthy person was pretending to be poor, emulating the tropes of novels. The staff rolled their eyes internally, but remained enthusiastic in their service. How may I assist you? We can manage on our own. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. Very well, esteemed guest. Please do not hesitate to let me know if you require any assistance. Han Fei followed closely behind Yi Feng, glancing at the prices with wide eyes, astonished. This is exorbitantly priced. The cheapest cosmetics were several hundred for a small bottle, while the handbags soared into the tens of thousands. Clothing ranged from a few thousand to tens of thousands as well. Truly, this is the epitome of luxury. Were it not for Yi Feng's presence, she would have surely turned on her heel to leave. In her life, she had never purchased clothing exceeding 300. Let us see which pieces I fancy. I shall also acquire a few. Yi Feng ventured into the men's section, and Han Fei quickly adjusted her demeanor, cheerfully selecting items. Women inherently possess a profound interest in shopping. Han Fei soon found herself captivated by a white dress. Just as she was about to call a sales associate to retrieve it for her to try on, a shrill laughter erupted from behind. Oh, if it isn't Han Fei, the renowned school beauty. How amusing to see you in such attire at Chanel. Have you considered whether you truly belong here? It seems anyone can stroll into Chanel these days. Turning around, Han Fei recognized her university classmate, Li Yu, whose face was now a mask of derision. Accompanying her were several sycophants, all wearing expressions of amusement. Li Yu, blessed with wealth and beauty, had always relished in her appearance. Thus, she had been the center of attention until Han Fei's arrival, whose natural beauty effortlessly eclipsed her, garnering the admiration of their male classmates. Consequently, Li Yu harbored a disdain for Han Fei. Frowning, Han Fei lamented her misfortune at encountering such a person. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had wandered off to try on clothes, leaving Han Fei feeling somewhat lost. Despite her apparent ease around Yi Feng, the long-standing environment of her upbringing had instilled a sense of insecurity within her. Coupled with her beauty, which attracted numerous admirers, she felt the need to safeguard herself. Thus, she typically remained quiet. In this situation, she genuinely did not know how to respond. Li Yu and her entourage scrutinized Han Fei's attire, their expressions dripping with disdain. What on earth are you wearing? Is that some bargain bin merchandise? And it's a men's piece, no less. With your appearance, do you really think you can afford luxury goods? Don't dirty the clothes. You wouldn't want to pay for them later. If you can't purchase anything, just browsing is fine. But I advise you to be careful not to soil anything. It might dampen the enthusiasm of us genuine customers. Han Fei's face flushed crimson, her fists clenched tightly. How can you even allow someone dressed like this to be here? It utterly diminishes the quality of Chanel and ruins my shopping mood. I'm reconsidering whether I should continue to shop here unless you ask her to leave. Li Yu pointed at Han Fei, addressing the sales associate. This lady's choice to buy or not is her prerogative, and it is our honor that she has chosen Chanel. Our quality will not be compromised by any customer. And we, at Yi Bing, have no authority to dismiss anyone. The associate replied with a smile. You? Then I won't be purchasing anything, Liu retorted, her anger palpable. At that moment, the fitting room door swung open. Yi Feng emerged, impeccably dressed in Chanel. Han Fei's eyes sparkled with admiration. It is often said that a man is defined by his attire. He had already been striking in his previous outfit, but now, draped in Chanel, he was even more handsome and exuded an undeniable charm. Sir, this ensemble suits you splendidly. It appears tailor-made for you. The sales associates, too, were taken aback. All right. I want to try on anything else. Please wrap these up. Certainly, sir. Hello there, handsome. May I add you on WeChat? Liu could not resist stepping forward. Yi Feng's entrance from the fitting room had an aura reminiscent of a leading man in a romantic drama. He possessed looks, charisma, and a physique that screamed manliness. His t-shirt taut against his chiseled chest. She felt herself falling for him. Step aside, you ugly creature, Yi Feng replied, his expression one of disdain. He had overheard their earlier conversation. Liu's smile faltered, quickly replaced by tears welling in her eyes. Yet, she could not muster any animosity towards Yi Feng. His striking appearance rendered her incapable of such feelings. Even when he had scorned her, he had done so with a certain allure. What is taking you so long to choose? I've already purchased quite a few items, Yi Feng said as he approached Han Fei, his tone gentle. Shopping for clothes is indeed a complex endeavor. Oh, but I must see which piece looks best. Han Fei pouted playfully, her heart fluttering with joy. Liu and her minions stood agape, astonished. When had they ever witnessed such a demure side of Han Fei? At school, she was perpetually the aloof and untouchable beauty. To see her now, being playful, was a revelation. What do you think of this dress? Han Fei pointed at the white dress she had admired. This one won't do. It's too inexpensive, not even 10,000. If others find out, they might think I can't afford clothes. Choose another. It must exceed 10,000. Yi Feng dismissed it with a glance at the price. Liu's eyes sparkled with admiration. He has such a domineering presence. I find him even more appealing. But her envy for Han Fei intensified. Why did all the boys favor Han Fei? Was it merely her pretty face, long legs, and slender waist? Fine, she would concede this time. Han Fei, what a nuisance. She genuinely adores that dress. Why not let her buy it? She resolved to purchase it regardless, even if it meant facing a reprimand later. This one, and that one over there, bring them all for her to try? Yi Feng pointed at the most expensive items in the store. If it's priced high, there must be a reason. Choosing the expensive ones is undoubtedly a wise decision. Of course, esteemed guest. The sales associates were overjoyed, anticipating substantial commissions. And this one, Han Fei indicated the dress she had set her sights on. Soon, the associates returned with an armful of garments, and Han Fei hurried to the fitting room. Liu, witnessing Yi Feng ignoring her completely, felt a wave of despair wash over her as she departed. Yet, she was not one to surrender easily. She was well aware of Han Fei's true nature, pretending to be a pure maiden while secretly entangled with wealthy suitors. With a sardonic smile, Liu thought, if those infatuated boys knew the truth about Han Fei, who knows what might transpire? Yi Feng, could you assist me with the zipper? Han Fei peeked her head out of the fitting room. All right, Yi Feng replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Women are truly troublesome. Can't you just try them on and assess them? Click. Once Yi Feng entered the fitting room, Han Fei swiftly closed the door behind him. Which one should we try first? Let us start with this one. Help me with the back. How does this one look? They continued their playful banter until the mall closed, before finally heading back. Purchasing a villa would take some time, so they were temporarily residing in the urban village nearby. Come with me. Han Fei had just set her belongings down when she noticed Yi Feng approaching with a stern expression. What's wrong? Han Fei's heart raced. Why had his demeanor shifted so suddenly? Had she inadvertently displeased him? Yet, she had done nothing wrong. Do you realize your mistake? Yi Feng inquired, his expression serious. Oh, I understand, Han Fei timidly responded. Although she remained uncertain about her misstep, she chose to concede. She did not wish to lose the happiness she had so painstakingly acquired. What had gone wrong? Han Fei was at a loss. I instructed you to purchase clothing costing no less than 10,000. Yet you opted for one priced at 8,000. What did I say previously? Yi Feng reminded her. Darling, I admit my fault, but this dress truly is exquisite. Han Fei playfully stuck out her tongue and cuddled against Yi Feng. So that was the issue at hand. This fellow was deliberately seeking excuses to indulge in such trivial amusements. Aesthetics alone could not redeem her misjudgment. Then do punish me, Han Fei pleaded, her voice laced with feigned innocence. Later, there was a segment involving expenditures. Bright and early, Yi Feng awoke feeling invigorated. Han Fei certainly would not rise after just 2 days of rest. Ever since he ingested the inflation-fueled Pinduoduo gene-enhancing medication, his vitality had surged remarkably. He had strengthened by at least 5 or 6 times, including the morning. He had already been to the fitting rooms at the mall 7 or 8 times the previous day, yet he felt as vigorous as ever, with wealth and robust health. There was no greater happiness to be found. 2 days later, the butler returned once more. Young master, young mistress. The villa has been successfully acquired in the Green City Rose Garden, and you may move in at your convenience. The butler respectfully presented the property deed and keys to Yi Feng. Excellent. Let us relocate immediately. Han Fei exclaimed with enthusiasm. This place is still somewhat inconvenient. With a wave of his hand, the butler summoned a Rolls-Royce. Young master, young mistress, this is our family chauffeur, he introduced. Very good. Yi Feng expressed his satisfaction. The prestige had certainly risen. No longer would they need to hail a cab, which felt beneath them. This artificial intelligence was truly remarkable, exhibiting an extraordinary level of intelligence. After a brief tidy-up, before departing, Yi Feng entrusted the sauce recipe to Zhao Peng for his future use. The supplies he had procured from a bargain had already been exhausted. Purchasing the ingredients would cost hundreds of thousands per box, only to be smeared onto inexpensive sausages, yielding a mere few thousand in profit. It seemed utterly absurd. Fortunately, the butler was versatile and possessed the relevant formula data. Zhao Peng, overflowing with gratitude, pledged that Yi Feng would forever remain the primary shareholder, receiving 60% of his earnings. Zhao Peng understood that without Yi Feng, he would not have achieved any success. He had already earned several thousand in just a few days, and he intended to tightly cling to Yi Feng's coattails. After bidding farewell to Zhao Peng, Yi Feng quickly made his way with Han Fei to the Green City Rose Garden. It was a French-style standalone villa, 3 stories high, complete with a basement. In addition to the main building, there was a 2-story servants' quarters nearby. Young master, young mistress. This villa covers a built area of 1,000 square meters and boasts a garden of 1,400 square meters. It includes swimming pools both indoors and outdoors, 2 garages, and a hot spring, along with a Chinese and Western restaurant, a multimedia room, and a gym. The butler provided a brief overview. Wow, how beautiful and spacious. Will we get lost? Han Fei expressed her concern. The butler gestured, and several servants approached. Young master, this is the family chauffeur, chef, maid, and gardener. The butler had everything arranged. Indeed, splendid. Yi Feng felt even more pleased. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young mistress. The servants respectfully greeted. Following that, the butler led the couple on a brief tour before retreating to the servants' quarters. As Han Fei gazed upon the opulent mansion, it felt as if she were in a dream. Just a few days prior, she had lamented her tumultuous fate, fearing she would be sold off as a wife for a dowry of 300,000 by her father. Now, she was to become a young mistress by nightfall. Destiny certainly had a sense of humor. She felt fortunate for having made the right decision to follow Yi Feng, for otherwise, her family would likely have sought another suitor for her. Young master, I took the liberty of purchasing 2 vehicles, one being the Phantom that fetched you yesterday, and the other a Cullinan. I believe only these cars can somewhat match your stature. Do you require any other vehicles? The butler approached. Yi Feng mused. Even artificial intelligence robots have taken to flattery now. No need for more. Let's just make do with these. This car, at the very least, ensures smooth travels without traffic congestion. Indeed, master, the butler acknowledged, reverting to addressing him as master when alone. By the way, arrange for me to enroll in a driving school. I still lack a driver's license. Despite having a chauffeur, nothing compared to the joy of driving oneself. Moreover, relying on a chauffeur made him feel prematurely aged, even though he was merely 18. Suddenly, a thunderous clap of thunder erupted, startling Yi Feng. What was that? One can snatch someone else's wife with impunity, yet a mere exaggeration of age warrants divine retribution? What are the standards for such judgments? Understood, young master. The butler nodded in response. At this moment, in Yi family village, Yi Yang, the man whose wife had been taken from him, along with Yi Dashan, was incensed to the point of nearly bursting with rage. His wife had fled, the dowry was unrecoverable, and the house Yi Feng had sold meant that the money was lost as well. The losses were staggering. Yi Dashan contemplated rallying the villagers to assist him in reclaiming the dowry. However, he had overestimated his own influence. No one in the village paid him any mind, and not a single relative or friend was willing to lend a hand. To Yi Dashan, Yi Yang was the eldest grandson and thus held immense importance. While others were less inclined to accommodate him, they preferred to revel in Yi Yang's embarrassment, especially since Yi Dashan had boasted incessantly during Yi Yang's school years. For every boastful moment, there now came an equal measure of humiliation. After Yi Yang reported the incident to the police, Han's father still refused to return the dowry. The police were powerless, merely suggesting that they pursue legal action through the courts. This is intolerable. I shall expel him from our family tree. He shall no longer be a descendant of the Yi family. We do not harbor such unfilial offspring. Yi Dashan roared. Yi Yang clenched his fists in fury. They had recently learned that it was not the bride who had fled, but Yi Feng who had taken her away. Yi Feng had brazenly carried Han Fei, donned in her wedding gown, and many witnesses had seen them together. It would not be difficult for them to gather information. With his wife abducted and his house sold, Yi Yang was determined to make Yi Feng pay for his actions. If Yi Feng were to face him, he would surely confront him with a stern lecture on the immorality of his actions. Should Yi Feng remain unrepentant, he would denounce him. After all, he prided himself on being a cultured individual, above resorting to violence. Let us go now. He shall never enter our family tree again, even in death. He shall not be welcomed in our ancestral grave, Yi Dashan declared vehemently. He then sought out several influential figures in the village to announce his intention to expel Yi Feng from the family lineage. You may expel him from the family tree, but not from the genealogy. The village already has too few young people. If you expel more, there will be none left. Nonetheless, Yi Feng's actions have indeed been excessive. Some village leaders expressed mixed opinions. He is no longer my grandson. Why should he remain in the genealogy? No, he must be expelled. Yi Dashan insisted vehemently. Very well. Let us put it to a vote. Ultimately, the decision fell 6-5 in favor of expelling Yi Feng from the family tree. Yi Yang felt a surge of elation. With Yi Feng ousted, there would be no one to contest the family inheritance, even if the family possessed little wealth. When the villagers sought to inform Yi Feng, he was not only at a loss for words, but also found himself stifling a laugh. At that moment, being expelled from the family tree felt no different than being called a fool. Indeed, there was no distinction whatsoever. He could just as well establish his own family tree. Husband, may I continue my university studies? Han Fei inquired cautiously, fearful that Yi Feng would wish to confine her at home like a gilded cage. Of course. Yi Feng nodded affirmatively. You are truly wonderful. I adore you, darling Mo. Han Fei exclaimed. Her spirits lifted as she embraced him and planted a kiss on his cheek. Which university are you attending, and what is your major? Yi Feng asked. Well, why don't you take a guess? Han Fei replied, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Yi Feng was certain he would not guess correctly. Law, he declared without hesitation. Han Fei, isn't it? He joked, admiring her beauty. Judging her major by her looks would surely lead him astray. Nanjing University, majoring in artificial intelligence, right? Yi Feng smiled subtly. Having already learned everything about Han Fei from his butler, he was surprised to discover that she was studying artificial intelligence. What a coincidence. He planned to have the butler assist her with her studies in the future. How did you know? Han Fei asked, her expression adorably bewildered. They had known each other for only a few days, and she had never mentioned her major to him, nor had she even disclosed that she was a university student. How could he possibly know? Just a guess, Yi Feng replied with a playful smirk. Really? You could guess that? Han Fei responded, taken aback. On the first day we met, you wanted me to follow you, and the innocence in your eyes was unmistakable, certainly the hallmark of a university student. Han Fei found herself at a loss for words. In retrospect, following Yi Feng had indeed been a bold risk. Yet, fortune favored her. She had made the right gamble. Moreover, being chosen by the Yi family assured that her university was of good standing, but she appeared rather naive, which led him to conclude that she must be at Nanjing University. I believe you, you old lecher, she retorted, suddenly realizing that with Yi Feng's wealth and his butler's meticulousness, he must have thoroughly investigated her background. And since your family refuses to buy you a smartphone, you chose to major in artificial intelligence to craft one yourself? Haha. Yi Feng could no longer maintain his charade. Thank you, husband, Han Fei said, touched. Without Yi Feng, her life would have already reached an untimely end. Her cheeks flushed a charming crimson, a delightful contrast to her mature demeanor. Afterward, Han Fei began preparing for her return to university. She needed to reapply for her student ID, which had been torn by her father, and her identification card had been withheld as well. Fortunately, Yi Feng had retrieved her ID. Additionally, she was engaged in various research projects as she was entering her senior year and needed to prepare for her graduate studies. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was pursuing his driver's license. One day, after completing his first driving test, he received a phone call from Zhao Peng. What? Someone is forcing you to hand over the recipe? Yes, I refuse. They said I have 3 days to think it over. Zhao Peng's voice was laced with urgency. Wait there, I'll come find you, Yi Feng said, furrowing his brow. He realized that someone else had set their sights on Zhao Peng's lucrative business. However, he quickly understood, with the seasoning blend earning Zhao Peng thousands daily. It was no wonder others were envious. All right, I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Yi Feng made his way to the city center to meet Zhao Peng. Brother Feng, I'm so glad you're here, Zhao Peng exclaimed, relief flooding his features. Without Yi Feng, he truly would not know how to proceed. The situation is as follows, Zhao Peng explained briefly, confirming Yi Feng's suspicions. Given Zhao Peng's booming business, it was only natural that others would covet it. The seasoning packets were unavailable for purchase elsewhere, and word had spread, drawing the attention of a group of self-proclaimed toughs who intended to extort him. Brother Feng, what should we do now? Those people have considerable influence, They control the nearby night markets. Zhao Peng expressed his concerns. This is simple. But you can no longer continue selling sausages, Yi Feng suggested after a moment's contemplation. Such trivial matters could easily be handled by his butler. Yet, if Zhao Peng persisted in selling sausages, he would undoubtedly attract even more unwanted attention. What should I do then? Zhao Peng asked anxiously. Stopping the sausage sales now would be a tremendous loss. Look at you, with that pathetic attitude. From now on, you'll sell the seasoning blend instead. Do you really intend to sell sausages for a lifetime? All right. Zhao Peng's face lit up. He could indeed leverage the recipe to grow and prosper. Much like the renowned Haitian soy sauce, rather than clinging to a fortune while selling sausages. Brother Feng, you decide what we should do. Just follow my lead. Yi Feng replied, planning to establish a modest enterprise in this world to earn money in a more legitimate manner. Subsequently, Yi Feng accompanied Zhao Peng to register a trademark, establish a company, acquire a factory, and form a research and development team. As for the gangsters, they were dealt with by the butler's team. The minor thugs posed no need for Yi Feng's direct involvement. Brother Feng, once the company and factory are up and running, you must reserve the position of security captain for me, Zhao Peng eagerly requested. Look at your aspirations, you'll never make it beyond 3 dishes in your lifetime. Why settle for being a security captain when you could be a factory manager? No, I can't do that. Zhao Peng hastily waved his hands. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Having never graduated high school, he doubted he had the capability for such a role. If he were to become a factory manager, the establishment would surely crumble by the next day. I'm not negotiating. I'm informing you, Yi Feng asserted. Are you prepared to be a security guard for life? Damn it, you will be the factory manager. Keep it up, and I may just beat you senseless. Yi Feng declared with determination. Why go to such lengths? Zhao Peng protested. All he wanted was to be a security guard. Was that such a crime? Yi Feng understood Zhao Peng's limitations, yet their factory would be self-sustaining, not requiring extraordinary skills from him, merely effective management of production. Moreover, there would be other management personnel to assist. He would gradually adapt. After all, Zhao Peng was the only good brother he had before achieving success. He intended to support him, and if necessary, he would whip him into shape. With that arranged, Yi Feng returned to studying for his driver's license. By the end of the month, the company was fully established. The factory had also taken over a nearly defunct seasoning plant, successfully upgrading its equipment and preparing for production. Today marked the grand opening. Early in the morning, all the factory workers and management gathered in the workshop, awaiting Zhao Peng's address. Dressed in a cheap Armani suit he had purchased online, Zhao Peng appeared somewhat composed, though his legs trembled. Hello everyone, I am your new factory manager, Zhao Peng. Applause erupted from the crowd, who had been bracing themselves to seek new employment until news of the factory's acquisition had reached them. Moreover, they have also received salary increases and benefits. Thank you all. Standing here today, I must admit that I am feeling quite anxious. As you can see, I am very young and still single. Oh, pardon me, that is not the point. Haha. This elicited laughter from the crowd. From now on, we will be working together. So if anyone has any thoughts or suggestions, please feel free to approach me. I assure you, I will listen attentively. Issues that can be resolved will be addressed promptly, while those that cannot will be set aside and perhaps forgotten over time. If I perform well, I expect a round of applause, but if I falter, well, come at me if you dare. The crowd responded with amusement. The new factory director certainly has an impressive spirit. All right, I won't ramble any further, everyone. Please collect your opening day red envelopes and get to work. With a flourish of his hand, Zhao Peng began distributing the envelopes. The crowd cheerfully lined up to receive their gifts. As for Han Fei, the new school term had commenced, and with her freshly acquired driver's license, Yi Feng drove her to school. It felt surreal, almost like a dream. Thank you, darling, I love you. Upon returning to school, Han Fei was overwhelmed with nostalgia. At one point, she thought she would never have the opportunity to study again, since cars were not allowed inside the campus. Yi Feng parked nearby and helped her with her luggage. Han Fei usually resided at school, only coming home during the holidays. Fei, long time no see. I heard you got married and divorced over the summer. Is that true? A girl bounced toward her. Han Fei immediately recognized her as Li Yu. Qian. I'm not divorced, Han Fei replied, feeling a bit exasperated. So it's true that you got married? The girl's eyes widened, honing in on the key detail. There was no marriage. Someone whisked me away halfway through. Han Fei gestured toward Yi Feng, throwing caution to the wind. Whatever will be, will be. The speaker finally noticed Yi Feng beside her, and her eyes lit up. He was indeed handsome. Hi there, handsome. I'm Huang Qian, Fei's roommate and best friend. Are you the one who stole her away? How romantic. Huang Qian beamed, clearly influenced by romantic dramas. Indeed. I have a penchant for abducting beautiful young ladies to bring home as my wives, Yi Feng replied with a nod. Such an advanced mindset. Huang Qian remarked with a playful tone. I must be cautious, then. Don't worry, You look quite safe, Yi Feng teased. Hee hee. Han Fei chuckled behind her hand. I don't want to talk to you. Huang Qian shot a glare at Yi Feng. Fei, I'm truly envious of you. You're so fortunate to have such an interesting and handsome boyfriend. But now the whole school is buzzing about your marriage and divorce. And that you're dating a wealthy guy. What are you planning to do? Huang Qian linked her arm with Han Fei's. That wealthy guy must refer to Yi Feng. Both of them were adorned in luxury brands, with none of their attire costing less than 10,000. Yet, someone like Yi Feng was entirely acceptable. What to do? It's none of my business what they say. Their mouths are theirs to use, after all. I can't control them, Han Fei replied nonchalantly. She was determined to live her life well, indifferent to others' opinions now and in the future. Indeed. You are still the Han Fei I know, Huang Qian exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. The trio soon arrived at the girls' dormitory entrance, where the dormitory supervisor was glaring fiercely, her bulging eyes fixed on the students entering. No male was permitted inside, leaving many girls helpless to carry their belongings alone. Hello, Auntie. This is my girlfriend. I hope you'll look after her. Yi Feng presented a carefully prepared gift to the supervisor. Chapter 18, Nothing to see here. Auntie, is it true that boys can't enter? Then I'll wait for her downstairs. Yi Feng offered to hand over Han Fei's luggage. Young man, you're fine. You may go in, the dormitory supervisor replied with a smile, accepting the gift. This packaging looks quite expensive, she thought. This young man was exceptionally considerate. After so many years as a supervisor, it was her first time receiving such an expensive gift, and he was so polite. He posed no demands and was very accommodating to her job. Young people like him were indeed rare. Why is that? The crowd murmured in discontent. There's no reason. This is my domain, and I make the rules, the supervisor declared assertively. Perhaps it's because he is handsome. Yi Feng remarked politely. Thank you, Auntie, he added graciously. You're welcome, hee hee. With the supervisor pacified, Yi Feng assisted Han Fei with her luggage upstairs. This is unfair. Why can he enter while we cannot? We're all boys. Why the double standard? The other boys protested. We demand justice. You only let him in because he gave you a gift. They clamored. Silence. Shut your mouths. The dormitory supervisor thundered, instantly silencing the room. How can you compare yourselves to him? Where do you get the gall to think you can measure up? Look at your disheveled appearances. It's clear you're not good people. Does anyone among you possess his charm? His girlfriend is stunning. How could he possibly be interested in any of you misfits? They are a match made in heaven, while you lot are merely toads watching from the sidelines. The supervisor launched an indiscriminate attack. Though the crowd was reluctant to admit it, they had to concede that the supervisor had a point. After all, he had a campus beauty for a girlfriend, and it was evident that others would not stand a chance. Han Fei not far away. Couldn't he help but roll her eyes at the absurdity of it all? This guy is quite serious, yet a total lecher. At home, he indulged her incessantly without her uttering a word. Soon, the two arrived at the dormitory. Inside, Han Fei's two roommates were gathered, chatting animatedly. Upon seeing Han Fei and Yi Feng enter, they immediately welcomed them with enthusiasm. This is a gift Yi Feng specially prepared for you. Open it and see. Han Fei said with a smile as she handed them the gift box. The two eagerly accepted the box, their eyes filled with anticipation. As they carefully unwrapped it and discovered the Chanel bags inside, their eyes sparkled with delight, their faces radiating surprise and excitement. Wow, this is a Chanel bag. It's so extravagant. We can't possibly accept this. Yes, thank you so much. This is far too generous. Her roommates exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Qian, this one is for you, Han Fei said as she handed Huang Qian a bag. Hee hee, I want to be polite then. Huang Qian grinned. She had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Wow, mine is Gucci, she exclaimed joyfully. Fei, who is he? Her roommates inquired, eyes darting toward Yi Feng. Is he the one everyone is talking about? The rumors had spread throughout the school. He is the wealthy guy I'm dating, Han Fei said, embracing the gossip. After all, everyone was saying it anyway. Though unflattering, they weren't entirely wrong. I must admit, you do have a knack for attracting wealthy suitors. If I were to encounter such a handsome and young wealthy man, I would too, her roommates remarked, giving her thumbs up. Initially, they had thought Han Fei was dating a middle-aged, portly man, only to find that he was a stunningly handsome young gentleman. And he was wealthy, to boot. It was clear now that Li Yu was simply jealous of Han Fei's affluent boyfriend. After settling in her dormitory, Han Fei and her companions ventured out. Just look at them, so upright and dignified, their eyes fixed ahead, exuding an aura of righteousness. If it were you, your eyes would have popped out by now, remarked the dormitory supervisor with admiration as they descended the stairs. Yi Feng was the epitome of a virtuous gentleman. No one understood this better than Han Fei. His gaze was equally unwavering, though he adeptly masked it as they made their way down. What a pity it would be if he didn't act, she mused. Indeed. I am a paragon of virtue, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. The girls' dormitory held no allure for him, He had no desire to behold it. Are they merely university students? Dressed a tad revealingly? Just various shapes and sizes, chirping like birds? Honestly, it's hardly appealing at all. He guaranteed this with the integrity of Yi Yang. After all, he was the legitimate grandson of Yi Dashan, a man of unassailable character. Come, let me show you around our school. We'll grab a meal at the cafeteria before heading back. My treat, as there are several delightful eateries there, Han Fei offered, linking her arm with Yi Feng. No way. We must indulge in a grand feast. Huang Qian interjected, unwilling to let the opportunity of dining with a wealthy companion slip away. All right, we shall feast. Yi Feng declared with a sweeping gesture. Hooray, a lavish meal. Huang Qian exclaimed with palpable excitement. The trio strolled around the campus for a while before heading to a nearby seafood restaurant to indulge in a sumptuous seafood banquet. Afterward, Yi Feng prepared to take his leave. Goodbye, call me if you need anything, and come back this weekend for some fruit. He winked. Hee fruit. Huang Qian replied with a mischievous grin. Oh dear, Qian, he's genuinely referring to fruit. Han Fei interjected, tapping her foot. This guy, always letting his words slip. Hey, I said nothing. Han Fei feigned innocence. You all are such rascals, she exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. I must be off now. After teasing Han Fei for a while, Yi Feng decided it was time to return. The condiment company had just opened, and he needed to oversee it. Though the earnings were modest, it was his first venture. Han Fei nodded, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Despite the weekend approaching, they escorted Yi Feng to the school gate and watched him walk away before heading back. Did you forget something? But soon, Yi Feng returned. Ah, I didn't forget anything. Han Fei scratched her head. Moa, is it like this? She gave Yi Feng a quick peck. All right, you haven't forgotten. Just survive on the northwest wind at school. This science girl was all about formulas and codes. Me? Han Fei shyly stuck out her tongue, recalling she had no living expenses. I've transferred 500,000 to your card. Eat well, you're still too thin. Yi Feng affectionately ruffled Han Fei's hair. Being too thin is uncomfortable, he added. Thank you. Darling, love you. Han Fei flirted with a wink. I'll take my leave now. Yi Feng finally departed. Wow, 500,000. Now that's a true tycoon. Huang Qian remarked with envy. Though they were both high achievers at South Aviation University, earning such an amount post-graduation wouldn't be an easy feat moreover. This was merely living expenses. Young lady, from now on, I shall stick by you. Just command your servant. Huang Qian playfully blinked. All right, Qian heir. Let's return to the manor, Han Fei responded. At your service, young lady. They both laughed, enjoying their playful banter. Chapter 19. Perhaps I am not good with numbers. After Yi Feng's departure, the two girls, hand in hand, skipped back to the dormitory. Upon reaching the entrance, Han Fei sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The usually bustling corridor was enveloped in an eerie silence. Students were circumventing the area. Oh, this should be interesting, Huang Qian noted, spotting the main characters. Two figures stood beneath the dormitory, one being the notorious rich heir and campus bully, Huang Haoyu, flanked by two lackeys. The other was the brilliant scholar, Jihan. These two were well-known figures on campus, one relying on his family's wealth to act with arrogance, and the other boasting exceptional intelligence and numerous academic achievements. Having attracted attention from prestigious universities, yet choosing to remain. Seeing both notable individuals at her dormitory entrance left no doubt about their purpose. What are you two up to? Huang Qian approached. Han Fei sighed, initially intending to slip away unnoticed. However, Huang Qian's remark drew their attention. Hey, Han Fei, they called out as they approached. Young Master Huang, Scholar Su, what brings you here? Han Fei forced herself forward. I came to find you, Han Fei. Are the rumors at school true? Huang Haoyu asked urgently, having found out that the girl he fancied had been snatched away. It is true. I was supposed to marry, but someone else took him away. And now I'm his girlfriend, Han Fei answered candidly. You all are too late. He is already taken, Huang Qian chimed in with a smile. Impossible, Han Fei. You must be joking. The bully refused to accept this reality. Is someone coercing you? Tell me, and I will deal with him, Huang Haoyu threatened. Han Fei, I heard you were forced into marriage for 30,000 in betrothal gifts, but ultimately, you fled, right? Jihan, calm and composed, probed. He had investigated the rumors circulating, but knew Han Fei had not married. However, seeing her adorned in luxury brands left him uncertain. What's 30,000? Just tell me. If you become my girlfriend, I will give you 50,000, Huang Haoyu declared, waving his hand. Han Fei, I believe destiny should be in your own hands. I have a project, if you join me, Jihan added, stepping forward. Sorry, I currently have a boyfriend. He took me away before the marriage. Han Fei interrupted them. Who is your boyfriend? I will deal with him, Huang Haoyu growled. Jihan's expression darkened as well. He had suspected Han Fei was not married but had not anticipated she had a boyfriend. The rumors about her being with a wealthy man were true, it seemed. Are you sure? Your boyfriend is quite affluent too, Look at her outfit, worth several thousand. He just transferred her 50,000 for living expenses, Huang Qian chimed in, grinning. She had always disliked Huang Haoyu for his arrogant demeanor stemming from his family's wealth. Impossible, Huang Haoyu refuted. With a swift motion, Huang Qian pulled out Han Fei's phone, revealing the transaction history. Han Fei did not stop her, letting them know about her affluent boyfriend would likely deter them from pursuing her further. Look closely, 50,000. Huang Qian declared with disdain. Yi Feng's transfer was straightforward, yet Huang Haoyu had attached conditions, and this was merely for living expenses. Haha, this is clearly 5 million. You are lying, Huang Haoyu laughed heartily. Jihan, what a fool. How could someone with such a low intellect gain admission to Nanjing Aviation University? Surely, it must have been through connections. 5 million. Han Fei and Huang Qian were momentarily taken aback. Didn't Yi Feng say it was 500,000? Huang Qian retracted her hand, glancing at the mobile transfer notification. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 zeros, 5 million. After counting again, Huang Qian's eyes widened. It indeed amounted to 5 million. Did he accidentally add an extra zero? She speculated. Han Fei immediately called Yi Feng. Hello, darling. Why did you transfer me 5 million? Ah, 5 million? Perhaps I miscounted. It doesn't matter. Let us just consider it 2 months' living expenses. Who spends over 2 million a month as a student? Huang Qian retorted. She wished to have a boyfriend who could mistakenly transfer her 5 million too. I'll transfer it back to you. If you dare to send it back, I'll spank you. Oh, Han Fei's cheeks flushed, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. When she hung up, both of them stared at her intently. The shy demeanor she had just displayed was something they had never witnessed before. So, it seems the boyfriend is indeed real. Huang Haoyu gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, but ultimately relaxed his grip. Someone who could mistakenly transfer 5 million and remain unfazed was not someone he could contend with. Do you all believe me now? Han Fei resumed her composed demeanor. Han Fei, I still believe that one should seize their own destiny. I am currently preparing to embark on a drone project. Would you care to join me? Jihan persisted. As long as this project succeeded, he too could become wealthy, elevating himself to the status of the affluent. No, thank you, Han Fei declined. It's just as well to let Yi Feng hold the reins. I have no intention of becoming a leading lady. Being a woman is perfectly fine. With that, she strode directly into the dormitory. Goodbye. Huang Qian waved her hand and followed her inside. Han Fei, Jihan, undeterred, pursued after her. Stop. Just as he crossed the threshold of the dormitory, a sharp, authoritative voice rang out. A formidable figure descended from above. The dormitory matron emerged from the security office with remarkable swiftness. Jihan's eyes widened as a foot aimed at him from a distance of 40 yards. Bang. Ah! Jihan screamed, propelled backward. Humph. The dormitory matron dusted off her hands with a cold snort. Did you really think you could sneak into the girls' dormitory under my watch? Do you think I'm invisible? Huang Haoyu's lips twitched. It was said that he was the campus bully, but compared to the dormitory matron, he was nothing. At least he would never dare to provoke Jihan. He was a top student, a genius nurtured by the school. Try laying a finger on him. You? Jihan's eyes widened. How dare this woman strike him? Did she even know who he was? Not even you, nor the principal, could enter here. Look at your shifty eyes. You're clearly up to no good. No one understood the visage of a villain better than her. Except for that handsome guy from earlier. There were no good people in sight. Chapter 20. The Matron with Connections. Jihan's lips quirked, but he dared not voice his thoughts. It was said that Huang Haoyu was the campus bully, yet compared to the matron of the girls' dormitory, he paled in comparison. She was the true queen of the campus. Huang Haoyu was mere trash in her presence. She had dealt with countless boys, and certainly, Huang Haoyu would not dare provoke her, yet she would. Furthermore, she wielded formidable connections that left others powerless against her. Rumor had it that her husband was the dormitory supervisor for the boys. If they dared to cross her, they would find themselves barred from the boys' dormitory as well. Just how terrifying was that? Terrifying indeed. Of course, he would not give up on Han Fei. Although she had a boyfriend now, his excitement only intensified. He finally understood the joy of being a rogue. The following morning, Yi Feng, feeling rather idle, decided to pay a visit to the seasoning company. It had been operational for quite some time, yet he had never been there. Primarily, he was indifferent to the trifling amounts of money involved. Within just a few days, the butler had managed to earn over 10 billion on Pinduoduo. Now, in addition to selling phone cases, they were also offering various accessories and decorative items, all at the lowest prices online, resulting in a flourishing business. The account balance was growing rapidly. Yi Feng planned that once it reached 200 billion, he would purchase celebrity likenesses such as Dilraba Dilmurat and Louis Fei, as they could customize appearances based on photographs. With a buoyant mood, he arrived at the company building. Just as he entered the elevator, the doors were about to close when a voice called out from outside. Wait, hold on a moment. A cute girl sprinted towards the door. Go for it. Go for it. Yifeng silently cheered her on, yet made no effort to assist. He relished the thought of her missing the elevator. Feeling a rush of glee at the prospect of her being late for work, perhaps even resulting in a fine. He was indeed a mischievous fellow. Wait, the girl, increasingly anxious, dashed towards the elevator with all her might. If she missed this ride, she would surely be late. The elevator doors were narrowing. Go for it. Go for it. Yifeng continued to cheer her on in silence, refusing to take any action. The request to wait did not entail him pressing the button for her. As for whether the elevator would wait, that was beyond his control. Isn't it reasonable? Finally, as the gap in the doors diminished and the girl drew near, just before they closed completely, she arrived at the elevator and pressed the up button. The doors swung open once more. What a pity, Yifeng mused, feeling slightly disappointed. She was so close to missing it. Had I known, I would have arrived earlier. Ha. The girl entered the elevator, panting heavily, and shot a fierce glare at Yifeng. What kind of person are you? Not a shred of courtesy. You said you'd wait for me. Not only did you not help, but you also lamented my near miss. If I'm late and get fined, you'd be delighted, wouldn't you? Soon. The elevator reached the 8th floor. As the doors opened, the girl glanced back, raised her foot, and stepped on Yifeng's gray shoe before darting away like a rabbit. Observing the footprint on his shoe, Yifeng chuckled. He hadn't anticipated that beneath her adorable exterior lay such spunk. However, if memory served correctly, the 8th floor was indeed their company. He had rented the entire floor, with no other businesses present. Things were about to get interesting. As the elevator doors began to close again, Yifeng stepped out. Noticing him trailing behind, the girl grew tense and quickened her pace, finally managing to enter the company. After clocking in, she exhaled in relief upon seeing the 2 burly security guards at the entrance. She doubted he would cause a ruckus in their company. Regardless, she had no intention of admitting to stepping on his shoe. Before long, Yifeng arrived at the company. What do you intend to do? I must inform you that this is my company. If you dare to act recklessly, the security guard will apprehend you, the girl declared with a feigned ferocity. She had not anticipated that Yifeng would actually accompany her to the office. If all else fails, she could simply compensate him for a pair of shoes. After all, a pair of sneakers couldn't possibly cost that much. Are you an employee here? Do you have an ID card? 2 security guards approached, viewing Yifeng as a potential stalker of the girl. Indeed, the girl was rather adorable. Please, security, do not allow him entry. I did not step on his shoes. The girl hurriedly exclaimed. The guard glanced down at Yifeng's footwear, noticing a small shoe print on the gray sneakers. Miss, your actions make it exceedingly difficult for us to assist you, the guard remarked. The girl sheepishly stuck out her tongue, realizing she had inadvertently exposed herself. Yifeng chuckled softly, retrieving his employee badge from his pocket and presenting it to the guard. After scrutinizing the badge, the guard's face displayed a look of astonishment. Mr. Yi, my sincere apologies. Please, proceed, he hastily said, returning the badge with utmost respect and clearing the way. This man was none other than the elusive general manager and chairman of the company. He had mistakenly assumed Yifeng to be a deviant. Mr. Yi? Upon hearing the guard's words, the girl instantly knew she was in trouble. Her mouth twitched, her eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to fathom that Yifeng was indeed the esteemed Mr. Yi. There was only one Mr. Yi in the entire company. Oh, I am so sorry, Mr. Yi. I didn't mean to. I will compensate you, she stammered. Let's settle this later, Yifeng replied coolly. Just the shoes, please don't terminate my employment, she pleaded, stepping forward to apologize earnestly. A poor review would be disastrous, she added, bowing deeply, desperately wishing to retain her well-paying and relatively easy job, one that others envied. Yifeng mused, from this angle. Ahem, he is, in fact, blind, he saw nothing. Are you certain you wish to compensate? These Nike sneakers, from the Back to the Future collection, are valued at approximately $20,000. They were purchased by my butler. Yifeng was taken aback when he learned of the exorbitant price. The drab appearance belies a price tag in the 6 figures, a revelation that has reshaped my worldview. The girl lamented, I wouldn't earn that much in a year. Do the wealthy flaunt their riches so brazenly? Over a pair of shoes worth that much. What now? Had I known, I would never have stepped on his shoes. Oh, Mr. Yi, allow me to clean them for you, she said awkwardly. Compensating was beyond her means. Mr. Yi, I am actually your assistant. My name is Su Yao. It's just that you haven't been around, and there are no photos of you in the office, which is why I failed to recognize you. Noticing Yifeng's silence, Su Yao, with a pitiful demeanor, attempted to tug at his heartstrings. Mr. Yi, I have matters to report to you. At that moment, other members of the management team, having heard of Yifeng's arrival, rushed out to greet him. Su Yao quickly lowered her head, feeling like a quail, hoping no one would notice her blunder. How could she have made such a colossal mistake? Very well, let us proceed to the conference room. Yifeng nodded. Excellent, the group exclaimed as they made their way to the meeting room. Subsequently, the team briefed Yi Feng on various company matters. Overall, their newly launched seasoning had garnered immense popularity upon hitting the market, with a trend that eclipsed all competing brands. Orders were already lined up well into the following year. Numerous other seasoning companies were clamoring to collaborate or invest, but they were in no need of such partnerships. After the meeting, Yi Feng finally retreated to his office. Although he did not frequent it often, his office was the most opulent in the entire company, spacious and bright. The large floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the bustling street below. His desk, crafted from deep walnut, exuded a dignified aura. The surface was equipped with a computer, folders, and all necessary office supplies. The ergonomic office chair, made of soft, delicate leather, effectively alleviated the fatigue of prolonged sitting. On the other side of the office was a minimalist guest sofa set, reminiscent of the managerial offices he had seen on television. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Taking a seat on the guest sofa while casually perusing company documents and regulations, searching for areas that required improvement. Knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door. Come in. With a click, Su Yao entered, her head bowed. Mr. Yi, I am here to clean your shoes. She held a wet tissue, avoiding eye contact with Yi Feng. After all, she could not afford the compensation, over 100,000. She had just checked online, and the price was indeed over $20,000, not merely a scare tactic. Thankfully, she had only stepped on them without causing any damage. No need. Yi Feng waved his hand. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Su Yao sighed in relief. Pleased that he did not seem angry. Oh dear. Deduct 200 from my salary. She exclaimed. No, please don't. Su Yao implored in a sweet tone. Believing Yi Feng, being young, would be susceptible to her charms. No man is immune to temptation, unless he is unusually developed, she mused. Mr. Yi, please don't deduct my salary. I will clean them thoroughly. As she spoke, she crouched down to polish Yi Feng's shoes. If her salary were docked, she might lose her bonus as well. In that moment, she thought to herself how fortunate Yi Feng was to be blind. Otherwise, anyone else would have taken notice. After a while, the shoe print was completely erased, and she even wiped away dust from other areas before standing up. Upon meeting Yi Feng's gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson. Ahem. Could you fetch me a cup of coffee? Yi Feng requested, feeling a bit parched after Han Fei's departure. I will get it right away, Su Yao exclaimed, hastily disposing of the used tissue and darting out. 2 minutes later, she returned with a cup of coffee. Mr. Yi, your coffee. Place it on the desk, please. Certainly. Su Yao rushed forward. In her nervousness, she accidentally spilled the coffee all over Yi Feng's thigh. Hiss. Yi Feng inhaled sharply. Thankfully, his body had been enhanced with genetic treatments. Otherwise, the scalding hot liquid would have been unbearable even through his trousers, particularly in the summer when his clothing was thin. I dare you to let Yang try it, he thought, and let Yi Dashan have a go as well. Oh, I am so sorry, Mr. Yi. I did not mean to. Su Yao's face turned ashen. This was the end for her. Having you as my assistant is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Are you sent by a rival, or perhaps a monkey? Yi Feng quipped. If you cannot handle this, I will gladly be your wife. Su Yao's eyes brimmed with tears. She had used boiling water to prepare the coffee. What was happening to her today? You are not fit for that role. Neither is your entire family. What use would I have for a wife like you? Bring me some paper. Yi Feng sighed wearily. Oh, right away. Su Yao hurriedly rummaged through the desk for tissues. In a flurry of activity, I nearly toppled a stack of documents. Yi Feng, such an exceptional assistant. How did human resources manage to recruit someone like him? Never mind. Just go out and fetch me a pair of trousers. Oh, all right. Are you truly all right? Su Yao expressed her concern. I said I'm fine, if you don't believe me. You can test it later, Yi Feng replied, somewhat irked. Oh, Su Yao blushed and exited. She then headed to a nearby mall to purchase a pair of trousers. Recalling Yi Feng's words, she called her best friend to relay her situation and seek advice on what to do next. They had always confided in each other since childhood. You're in trouble. You've definitely offended the boss. Even if he seems unbothered, you won't last long in the company. If he is indeed upset, you're in for a real predicament. He won't let it slide easily. He may retaliate, potentially blacklisting you in the industry, or worse, affecting your family. Just think about it. Don't be fooled by his calm demeanor. Wealthy individuals often hide their emotions. But don't fret, his seemingly joking remark was actually a warning. The waters run deep here, so it's up to you from now on. Her friend analyzed the situation thoroughly. After hanging up, Su Yao's expression turned grave, finding her friend's insights quite reasonable. The thought of retribution from a wealthy individual, possibly involving her family, made her feel as though the sky were falling. She had seen enough of the ruthlessness of the wealthy online. She had inadvertently provoked Yi Zong, and although he appeared unconcerned, who could truly know? With a determined resolution, Su Yao returned to the office. Her head hung low, clutching the trousers. Taking a deep breath, she entered Yi Feng's office once more. Why Yi Zong? I've brought the trousers, she stammered, her voice trembling as she recalled her friend's warnings. Good. You may leave. I'm going to take a shower, Feng said, accepting the trousers before retreating to the adjacent lounge. There was a designated room for him to rest, complete with a bed, blankets, and a bathroom. In truth, they had overthought it. He wouldn't linger in the office for long, let alone sleep there. With his wealth, how could he possibly labor so much? An hour later, Su Yao emerged from the lounge, relieved to have completed her task. I understand. Yizong, I'll ensure the reports are ready by tomorrow. As she left, she feigned a busy demeanor to avoid raising suspicion among her colleagues. They paid her little mind, after all. Who would guess that the two had hit it off on their first day? Even if there were unspoken rules at play, it was rather swift. Listening to Su Yao's self-justifications, Feng found it somewhat amusing. The life of the affluent was indeed devoid of extravagance. Being wealthy was splendid. There was no need to chase after beautiful women. They were all drawn to him. After spending most of the day at the office, Feng took his assistant to the factory. The office was fine. As long as the factory maintained its output, everything would be satisfactory. He wanted to check on Xiaopeng, ensuring he wasn't being bullied or undermined by others. Should such situations arise, he would not hesitate to act. Aside from her initial fluster, Su Yao had performed commendably, demonstrating proficiency across various tasks. Otherwise, Feng wouldn't have continued to take her along. Yizong, I was just a bit clumsy at first, which made me anxious and prone to mistakes, Su Yao explained. Although the company was relatively new, its product quality surpassed all competitors in the market, far exceeding expectations. The prospect of surpassing Hai Tian was not merely a dream. And as the assistant to the general manager and chairman, her future was boundless. Everyone in the company referred to her as Assistant Su. However, her first impression on Yizong had been exceedingly poor, leaving her somewhat regretful. Feng nodded. Yizong, I truly Su Yao thought he was mocking her. I know you're quite capable. That's enough. Feng pinched the adorable little face of his assistant, appreciating the pleasant texture. Quite capable. Su Yao tilted her head, murmuring softly. What did Yizong mean by that? She would have to consult her friend again for further analysis, as she was well versed in workplace matters. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the factory, where a line of trucks awaited to be loaded, stretching for miles. Distributors from across the nation were queuing for goods. The factory operated around the clock in 3 shifts, with machines running at full capacity, yet demand still outstripped supply. The two entered through the factory's back entrance, and upon reaching the office, they discovered Xiaopeng was absent. Yizong, the factory manager has gone to a meeting in the workshop. Would you like me to call him? An office staff member inquired. No need. I'll wait here. You all continue with your work. Feng waved his hand dismissively. All right. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. It's time for lunch. And I'm aware of the issues raised regarding the cafeteria. Unfortunately, we currently do not have one due to time constraints. But we are in the process of bidding for one, and it should be operational by National Day at the latest. When that happens, meals will be free, for now. Everyone will need to bring their own or eat out, and the factory will provide a meal subsidy of 50 per person daily. As the workday concluded, Xiaopeng was engaged in a meeting. Previously, he had loathed meetings at the end of the workday, yet now he had become the very person he once despised. The young dragon slayer had transformed into a fearsome dragon. The feeling of extending the meeting past quitting time was quite enjoyable. I relished the sight of you unable to stand me, yet being powerless to eliminate me. Excellent. The workers were exceedingly satisfied, even hoping the cafeteria might be delayed. After all, 50 per day amounted to 1,500 a month. Those living nearby, with family members, could even have someone deliver lunch. They hardly consumed 50 per day. Dismissed, Xiaopeng declared. The workers cheerfully headed off to eat. Factory manager, your meal has been ordered and delivered to your office. The deputy factory manager said obsequiously. Xiaopeng nodded, though he was not fond of the sycophantic deputy. His experience from watching television and short videos led him to believe that those who ingratiated themselves were not to be trusted. However, he had to admit, being in a position where one was flattered felt rather nice. After the workers departed, Xiaopeng returned to his office to eat, only to find someone seated in his chair, enjoying his boxed lunch, while a beautiful woman attended to them. The chicken leg in the box had already been devoured. Just as he was about to explode in anger, he recognized Feng devouring the chicken leg, prompting him to approach with a face full of flattery. Of course, his admiration was fundamentally different from that of the deputy factory manager. He and Feng were brothers. Brother Feng, what brings you here, haha? Xiaopeng scratched his head sheepishly. Just came to see you. Feng tossed aside the bone, and Su Yao immediately offered him a wet napkin. She felt more like a maid than an assistant at the company. How does it feel to be the factory manager? Feng asked, taking the napkin and wiping his hands. Not bad at all. I was a bit flustered at first, but it's much better now, Xiaopeng replied, his spirits soaring. In truth, being a factory manager was not as daunting as he had imagined. Primarily, There is no concern regarding sales at their factory. They merely need to fulfill the company's orders. Should any machinery malfunction, the maintenance department is at hand. The production line is staffed with workers and overseen by a workshop director. The procurement and payroll are managed by the finance department, and relevant departments handle logistics and quality inspection. Each day, he merely needs to convene meetings with 5 or 6 individuals. Gradually, he has grown accustomed to it. And I am confident that you will manage this factory exceptionally well. Yi Feng smiled. Thanks to Brother Feng for your trust. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Zhao Peng expressed, gazing at Yi Feng with gratitude. Well, if you do not perform well, I shall have to deal with you severely. Is it that serious? Could it be just a broken leg instead? Zhao Peng pleaded pathetically. And perhaps an additional hand, Su Yao interjected. Deal, Zhao Peng replied. How ruthless, Su Yao remarked. It was fortunate she had apologized in that manner. Otherwise, Yi Zong might have indeed broken her leg. What a pity it would be to fracture such beautiful legs. Ha! The two laughed, seemingly transported back to their days as security guards. Each time Zhao Peng was bullied, Yi Feng would take him to reclaim his dignity. If Zhao Peng showed fear, Yi Feng would threaten him with dire consequences. Beauty, Brother Feng is joking with me. We are good brothers, Zhao Peng explained. Noticing Su Yao's apprehensive expression, desperate to prevent any misinterpretation of Yi Feng as a ruthless individual. Well, it's not entirely a misunderstanding. Brother Feng is indeed formidable towards his adversaries. Previously, he single-handedly subdued Wang Huan and his gang, Zhao Peng added. Yes, I know, Yi Zong is quite kind. Su Yao nodded in agreement. Enough of that. I am not a good person. You two are the good ones. Your entire family is composed of good people. Yi Feng said, rolling his eyes. To call me a good person is quite an insult. Now, let us go eat. Director Zhao is treating us. Chapter 23, Invisible Paint. No problem, Zhao Peng replied, patting his chest. Although they hadn't yet received their salaries, he had earned a considerable sum from selling grilled sausages. Let us go. The trio found a restaurant near the factory. Brother Feng, I wish to return home for a visit during the National Day holiday. May I take 2 days off? Zhao Peng asked somewhat bashfully while eating. Given Yi Feng's trust and investment in him, it felt inappropriate to request a leave so soon after the factory's opening. I shall punish myself with a piece of beef. Delicious. Have another piece. Yi Feng replied. As long as you arrange your work, you need not inform me. But what do you intend to do at home? Yi Feng inquired curiously, as he had never witnessed this fellow displaying much filial piety. Hee. Now that I am the factory director, I wish to show off a bit. Wealth should not be flaunted ostentatiously, like a sumptuous gown walking the night. Zhao Peng replied sheepishly. That makes sense, Yi Feng nodded. If he transitioned from a security guard to a factory director, he too would relish the opportunity to boast. Shall I arrange a luxury car for you, perhaps an assistant or a secretary, to enhance your grandeur? No need, my family isn't even aware yet. I am simply waiting to return home and be looked down upon. Then I shall have the pleasure of proving them wrong. Zhao Peng rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating his trip home during the National Day holiday. Perhaps I should join you for some fun. No, your presence is too overwhelming. If you go, I shall fade into the background. Maybe next time. All right, should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. After a satisfying meal, Zhao Peng returned to work, while Yi Feng headed home. Having worked tirelessly throughout the morning, he felt the need to rest. He was wealthy enough not to overexert himself. You should return home as well. Consider it work. Just say you accompanied me out. Yi Feng instructed his assistant before leaving. All right, thank you, Yi Zong. Su Yao felt a tinge of happiness. How wonderful to have half a day off. She went straight home and called her best friend, asking her to come over after work to help analyze her situation. Yi Feng's words had left her feeling somewhat unsettled. At 6 o'clock in the evening, her friend arrived punctually. Yuan, you're here? Yao, I can hardly believe you managed to stir up such a significant mess in just one day. Song Yuan remarked, somewhat speechless. Typically, her best friend was not this reckless. I couldn't help it. I was running late for work this morning and saw someone in the elevator, asking him to press the button for me, instead of helping. He remarked how unfortunate it was after I entered. I felt a bit irked and accidentally stepped on his foot. In my nervousness, I ended up spilling coffee on his pants. Su Yao stuck out her tongue. Who could have known that an encounter would lead to the company's general manager and big boss? He rarely appeared at the office. She happened to bump into him on his first day. From your words, it's clear he was not angry at that moment, but later on, perhaps that changed. By the way, did you too? Song Yuan asked with a hint of gossip. Oh no, not quite. Just a fleeting moment, Su Yao replied, her gaze dropping, feeling embarrassed. Song Yuan nodded knowingly. The two friends shared an unspoken understanding, aware of the implications. By the way, he later took me to the factory for an inspection and even complimented me, joking with the factory director about dire consequences if things went poorly. What do you think that means? Su Yao recounted Yi Feng's earlier words to her friend, feeling as though there was a deeper meaning behind them. His intention is quite apparent. Clearly, your earlier actions were insufficient. This is a veiled admonition, criticizing you under the guise of addressing the factory director. Otherwise, the director wouldn't have stressed that he was joking specifically to you. He is essentially using humor to convey a serious message. Song Yuan analyzed with a serious demeanor. What should I do then? Su Yao asked anxiously. You have but one path forward. Invite him to dinner tomorrow. Drink a bit more, and let things unfold naturally. Only by winning him over can you truly find peace, Song Yuan advised with a mischievous glint in her eye. Besides, you stand to gain nothing but a handsome and wealthy boss. Haven't you always yearned for a sweet romance? This is the perfect opportunity. You are stepping into an idle drama. Seize the moment, and if successful, your future will be bright. Encouraged by her friend, Su Yao gritted her teeth, resolutely making up her mind. Have you come to a conclusion? Oh, you seasoned veteran. It seems you finally figured it out, Su Yao said shyly. Thinking is an action word. Thinking is an action word. Song Yuan teased. And you call me a veteran. You're the true expert. You could approach it this way. Su Yao's face grew increasingly flushed as she listened. Upon returning home, Feng began to peruse the inflated prices on the global version of an online marketplace, searching for items that could be liquidated for profit. A single seasoning would certainly not suffice. He aimed to gradually construct his own commercial empire. Ideally, he sought technology that was just a notch more advanced than the current era. He feared that overly advanced innovations might elude his grasp. However, before that, he planned to purchase 3 more gene enhancement pills, as the previous ones had nearly completed their effects. It was difficult to ascertain how much his lifespan had increased. And while he had not undergone an intelligence test, he felt significantly sharper. Previously, reading books and documents left his mind muddled. But now he could read swiftly and retain information with exceptional clarity, easily identifying key points. He had tested his strength. An ordinary person possesses a punching power ranging from 100 to 150 kilograms. Currently, his punch exceeds 800 kilograms, surpassing that of an average individual by 5 to 6 times. It would be trivial for him to strike down 5 yangs with a single blow. He had not yet reached the maximum of 10 times. Moreover, he had inquired with the butler about this substance, which could be consumed continuously until death, akin to a nutritional supplement. However, the potency would gradually diminish over time. It was impossible to rely solely on this for immortality. Upon clicking to purchase, a black hole appeared above him, and a package fell from the sky. This time, Feng did not hesitate. He consumed it immediately. After experiencing the effects of the medication, Feng resumed browsing on Pinduoduo. Soon, he stumbled upon an intriguing item, an invisible, tasteless, waterproof paint. Intrigued, he clicked to learn more. The description claimed that anything coated with their paint would become instantly invisible, and it was waterproof and heat-resistant. A video demonstrated a raincoat being painted, and it instantly turned transparent. Water splashed onto it without consequence. Feng felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a remarkable product. If applied to oneself, could it facilitate entry into certain places? He chuckled to himself, suggesting that perhaps he could enter a cinema without paying. The price was reasonable, 1 billion for a bucket. Feng scrolled through the comments and noted several negative reviews. Many claimed the product was ineffective, while it was invisible to the naked eye. Any number of devices, such as infrared, ultraviolet, thermal sensors, and miniature radars, could detect it. One commenter stated, I bought a bucket, painted it on a raincoat, and was discovered by my smart butler. Even my son's wristband could detect it. What a useless item. After reading these reviews, Feng felt even more exhilarated. Those negative comments stemmed from a world of inflated prices and advanced technology that could detect such items. However, in his own world, such technology was non-existent. This paint was truly invincible. Upon examining the prices, he noted that 1 billion bought a 2-kilogram bucket, while a 20 billion bucket contained 5 kilograms. Feng gritted his teeth and opted for the 5-kilogram version, effectively saving 500 million. He would deal with celebrities like Reba and Louis Fei later. After placing his order and completing the payment, another black hole flickered to life. With a crash, a package descended from above and landed on the ground. Feng hurriedly unwrapped it, revealing a bucket of paint and a brush. Upon opening the lid, it appeared empty. But Feng understood that this was due to the paint's transparency. He knew the weight of the bucket in his hands. It was indeed colorless and odorless. Feng dipped the brush into the paint and applied it to the bucket. Instantly, the painted area became transparent, as if a section had vanished. It was impossible to discern that paint had been applied. Feng's excitement surged. It was real. He promptly stored the paint in the villa's basement and then ventured to a cosplay store to purchase a Spider-Man suit. Upon returning, he rushed to the basement and began painting. With each stroke, the suit gradually transformed into transparency, were it not for the open zipper revealing the interior. One could easily discard it without noticing its presence. Yi Feng donned the suit with great enthusiasm. Taking out his phone, he checked his reflection in the mirror, and indeed, there was no shadow. He felt elated. The invisibility suit had come to fruition. He awarded the seller a 5-star review and secured the paint in a safe. With the suit in hand, he set off. He could not wear it just yet. Doing so while driving would be far too alarming, potentially leading to supernatural incidents trending online. Of course, the more astute observers might attribute it to self-driving technology. He drove his beloved car and soon arrived at the vicinity of Nanjing Airlines. He intended to seek out Han Fei and observe what she was up to in his absence. Parking in a secluded corner devoid of surveillance, Yi Feng donned the invisibility suit. Ensuring no one was around, he exited the vehicle. He had also applied the paint to his shoes. Otherwise, wandering around at night in a pair of shoes would be quite terrifying. His upgraded embroidered shoes were a pair of sneakers. As he walked, no one noticed him. Yi Feng confidently approached Han Fei's dormitory, only to find the doors and windows tightly shut. Peering through the window, he saw that only Han Fei was present. This was not surprising. It was only a little past 6, prime time for university students to dine and unwind. Only Han Fei, the homebody, lacked the desire to venture out. At that moment, Han Fei furrowed her brow, focusing on the blueprints displayed on her computer screen, occasionally jotting down calculations and sketches. Unlike others, she had been recognized by her mentor during her undergraduate studies, working on projects and securing a spot for graduate studies, leaving no time for leisure. As Yi Feng pondered how to sneak in without alerting Han Fei, she suddenly tapped her head. Ugh, I need to take a shower. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. A shower was indeed a splendid idea. Although they had already crossed certain boundaries, he still preferred the thrill of secrecy. But how to gain entry? Yi Feng grew increasingly anxious. Just then, Han Fei stood up and opened the dormitory door. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Feng stealthily slipped inside. Han Fei felt a chill breeze sweep by and glanced around the dormitory and balcony, puzzled. Had something just entered? Yet everything seemed normal. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. After a long day studying blueprints, her head was buzzing. Shaking her head, she gathered her clothes, closed the dormitory door, and headed to the bathroom. At that moment, Yi Feng had already hidden in the bathroom. As Han Fei prepared to undress for her shower, she felt as though someone were watching her. She glanced around the bathroom once more, confirming that no one was present. Unsettled, she stepped outside to check, including the balcony and windows. After thoroughly ensuring no one was around, she began her shower. Who's there? Han Fei's hair stood on end. This time she was certain it wasn't her imagination. She distinctly heard the sound of breathing. Her sixth sense had been warning her that someone was observing her. Could it be surveillance? Filled with dread, Han Fei covered her body with a towel and began scanning the surroundings, even grabbing a broom for protection. Heavenly spirits, depart. Leave me be. After searching for a while without finding anything, Han Fei suspected she might have encountered something sinister. It's me, Yi Feng finally spoke. If I don't come out soon, she might go mad. Han Fei screamed, her fear escalating. Was she truly facing something malevolent? Swish. Yi Feng unzipped his suit. Leave me alone. Han Fei, eyes shut tight, swung the broom frantically. It's me. Yi Feng called out loudly. Go away, huh? With her eyes closed, Han Fei felt the voice was somewhat familiar. Gradually, she opened her eyes a sliver. Upon comprehending the situation, she screamed once more and shut her eyes tightly. At that moment, Yi Feng had merely unzipped the top of his garment, his body remaining cloaked in invisibility. Han Fei beheld a disembodied head floating in midair. Husband, what has happened to you? Are you a human or a ghost? Have you been harmed by someone? Are you here to reveal the truth to me? Do you bear any grievances? Tell me, and I shall surely help you seek justice. Han Fei trembled all over. Yi Feng then unzipped his garment further. Feeling the warmth of Yi Feng's large hand and body, she gradually opened her eyes again. This time, she saw all of Yi Feng. She reached out to touch his face and arms. Husband, how did you end up like this? Confirming that Yi Feng was indeed alive, Han Fei felt a mixture of surprise and joy. I came to see you, he replied. Then how come? Suddenly, Han Fei fell silent. She noticed Yi Feng's invisibility cloak. From the inside, it appeared to be a garment, yet from the outside, it was utterly transparent. Is this an invisibility cloak? Has such technology emerged in our country? Afterward, the two of them climbed into Yi Feng's car, intending to find a nearby hotel to engage in some philosophical musings on life. You rascal. Han Fei playfully slapped Yi Feng. You truly scared me just now. What if my roommate had returned while you were still unprepared in your invisibility cloak? Fortunately, the three had wandered off somewhere else and did not return. Reflecting on it now, however, it was rather exhilarating. By the way, what exactly is that invisibility cloak of yours? Han Fei's expression turned serious. She knew well that what people referred to as invisible aircraft was not truly unseen. Rather, Various techniques were employed to reduce the likelihood of detection by radar, infrared, and visible light. The naked eye could still perceive them. Yet Feng had achieved true invisibility. This was a monumental advancement. Their aircraft would not only evade radar detection, but would also be completely invisible to the human eye, pioneering genuine stealth. Such technology could be applied in numerous military and technological fields, elevating the entirety of Huaxia's scientific and military capabilities to a new echelon. I noticed you were researching invisible drones, so I concocted a type of invisible paint to see if it could assist you, Feng stated, somewhat boastfully. Indeed, it could be immensely beneficial. Han Fei was profoundly touched. She had not anticipated that Feng had been silently supporting her all along. Currently, she was collaborating with her mentor to develop a stealth hummingbird drone, albeit of a traditional invisibility type. If she could coat it with Feng's special paint, its performance would soar to unprecedented levels, aligning with cutting-edge technology. However, he had carelessly applied this paint to Spider-Man's suit and watched her bathe from the bathroom, nearly giving her a heart attack. If you wanted to watch, why not just say so? It's not like you've never seen it before. Do you still have that paint? Yes, I prepared a large bucket of it at home. Could you spare me a little? Han Fei asked, her face alight with anticipation. Absolutely not. What? Why not? Han Fei felt a bit wronged. Isn't this supposed to be helping me? Why can't you give me some? Not just a little. I can provide a substantial amount, he replied. Feng intended to monetize this paint and naturally sought opportunities to showcase the product. Han Fei's project was quite suitable. Let us head back now. Han Fei rubbed her hands together, unable to contain her excitement. The chance to revolutionize technology was right before her. How could she not be thrilled? Feng started the car and drove back, cautiously avoiding crowded areas until they finally reached the villa. Han Fei straightened up, feigning nonchalance. I'm going to wash up. You hurry and fetch the paint. She shot Feng a knowing glance. All right. Feng scampered off to the basement to retrieve the paint. Han Fei finished washing up and waited in the room. Is this the invisibility paint? She wondered, holding the bucket and feeling its weight, though the contents remained transparent. Han Fei eagerly dipped a brush into the paint. The area touched by the brush instantly became transparent. This is fantastic, she exclaimed joyfully. With this transparent paint, once their project succeeded, she would not only secure her graduate studies, but could even pursue a direct doctoral program without issue. I'm going to find my mentor right now, Han Fei declared, ready to leave. Come back here, Feng exclaimed, grabbing her. Ouch. Han Fei clutched the paint bucket tightly, fearful of spilling it. What time is it now? Doesn't your mentor need to rest? You can go tomorrow. Oh, after a moment's thought, Han Fei conceded that waiting until tomorrow would not be too late. As for tonight, the next morning, Feng arranged for the driver to take Han Fei to school while he sought out the butler. Butler, is it complicated to create such invisibility paint? Master, it's quite simple. Its chemical formula is. The butler rambled on for half an hour. Not complicated. My foot, Feng thought. Just write it down for me to review. Of course, master. The butler promptly sat down and pulled out a stack of A4 paper, writing diligently for 8 pages before concluding. Even with his current intelligence, after 2 rounds of genetic drug development, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Feng skimmed through the 8 pages. 4 of them contained chemical formulas and components that did not exist in this world and required resynthesis. The butler had meticulously highlighted everything. Any one of these discoveries could revolutionize the materials science field. Feng was astonished that a mere bucket of paint could embody such complexity. He quickly began examining the chemical formulas. Otherwise, if inquiries arose, he would be at a loss for answers. The butler patiently explained as he conducted his business. With Feng's intellect, he grasped the concepts swiftly. Eventually, the butler suggested that Feng purchase a scientific encyclopedia from their world on a platform called Pinduoduo, which contained foundational scientific knowledge from their realm. Feng glanced at the price, 50 billion. Gritting his teeth, he made the purchase, draining his account once more. His plans to buy gifts for the stars would have to be postponed. Money truly did not last long. Early in the morning, Han Fei arrived at school. Qian, please help me request a leave of absence. Han Fei called Huang Qian, asking for assistance with her absence. Did you return last night? Can't hold back after just a few days apart? Why are you skipping class this morning? How intense was your battle last night? Huang Qian teased from the other end of the line. Stop it. I'm actually at school. It's about my project, and I need to find my mentor. Han Fei replied, stomping her foot. Although Huang Qian's words had a ring of truth, last night had indeed been quite intense, leaving her legs weak. She could not divulge that information. All right, that's enough. Goodbye. Hanging up the phone, Han Fei clutched the paint bucket and headed straight for her mentor's office. However, having arrived too early, her mentor was not yet there, so she had no choice but to wait at the door. Ah, Han Fei, are you also here to see the mentor? It seems we share a telepathic connection. I am here for the same purpose, haha. Jihan approached with a beaming smile. Chapter 26. The temptation of greed. Initially, he was under the guidance of another mentor, but for Han Fei's sake, he transferred here and joined her project as research. I already have a boyfriend. I need to return to see him at the latest. Han Fei frowned. She had reiterated this countless times, yet the other party remained undeterred. You? Looking at Han Fei's flushed and sweet demeanor, it was evident what returning to see him implied. Jihan's heart ached, and he lowered his head, clenching his fists. Unintentionally, he noticed the box in Han Fei's hand. This was not the focal point. The crux was that it appeared to contain paint. Even that wasn't the main issue. He observed a transparent edge on the paint bucket. Could it be? Jihan's excitement began to build, and a hypothesis formed in his mind. Then I wish you happiness. Countless thoughts flashed through Jihan's mind, and he ultimately feigned a sorrowful expression. Ahem, I'm here to discuss some issues regarding the intelligent program with the mentor. I've recently upgraded the drone's intelligence program, allowing it to. And you? After a lengthy monologue, Jihan casually inquired. Han Fei hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge. We are now a team. If you don't speak now, the mentor will eventually ask, and I will find out sooner or later. Jihan shrugged. After a moment's contemplation, Han Fei conceded and revealed the information to Jihan. Upon hearing it, Jihan's eyes widened in astonishment. Transparent paint. If I apply it to myself and go for the female test? No, that is not it. What a magnificent invention. This will elevate the nation's military and technological sectors to a new level. As its inventor, I shall be inscribed in the annals of history. He had made up his mind. He would create this marvel. Han Fei, allow me to carry it. Jihan exclaimed with fervent desire, reaching for the box. No need. Han Fei clutched the paint tightly, warily stepping back. She regretted revealing the paint's details to Jihan. Jihan awkwardly scratched his head, his mind racing. Before long, Mentor Zhang Guangyi arrived. Han Fei, what brings you here? Don't you have class this morning? Come in and speak. Zhang Guangyi opened the office door. Teacher, we have invented a type of transparent paint that, when applied to our hummingbird drone, can render it completely invisible. Before Han Fei could speak, Jihan jumped in. Han Fei, the audacity of this world was astounding. What did this paint have to do with you? Completely invisible? Zhang Guangyi furrowed his brow. As far as he knew, such technology did not yet exist. Han Fei, quickly show the mentor. Jihan pretended that he was the primary researcher behind the paint, with Han Fei merely assisting. Zhang Guangyi turned his gaze to the paint bucket in Han Fei's hands. Teacher, this is it. Han Fei, momentarily setting aside her concerns, presented it to Zhang Guangyi. Hiss. It's actually real. After conducting a brief test, Zhang Guangyi's eyes widened. He was researching the hummingbird drone, primarily for reconnaissance purposes. If it could become invisible, wouldn't it be able to fly freely over enemy strongholds? It would essentially be invincible. Moreover, the significance of this transparent paint far surpassed their project itself. This paint. Zhang Guangyi looked at the two of them. Teacher, this paint is the fruit of our collaboration, intended to surprise you. Jihan brazenly interjected. He had no time to waste. He needed to associate himself with this paint. Surely, it would lead to a windfall. What? You say he is shameless? What is shame? Anyway, is it worth much? Han Fei, quickly explain the chemical formula and principles of this paint to the teacher, Jihan urged. He was certain he lacked knowledge on the matter and could only rely on Han Fei's explanation. I don't know, perhaps you should explain it. Han Fei shook her head. She genuinely did not understand, as it had been developed by Feng. Zhang Guangyi turned his gaze towards Jihan. This fellow had been boasting about his role in its development. He sensed something amiss. Ahem. Well, we primarily added a special component to the paint, which caused it to become transparent. As for the specific component, Han Fei, you should explain. Jihan began to sweat profusely. He knew nothing. I don't know anything. You continue. Han Fei regarded Jihan as one would a clown. Weren't you the one who said you could explain? Didn't you claim to have developed the paint? I'll concede if I say one more thing. Han Fei, what is wrong with you? Will you speak or not? If not, hand it over. Jihan, embarrassed and enraged, reached for the paint bucket. If he could obtain it, a simple analysis would reveal its components. Stop. Zhang Guangyi shot Jihan a glare. He had realized that this paint likely had no connection to Jihan at all. Otherwise, such a crucial invention would not be shared so freely. Jihan retracted his hand sheepishly. Han Fei, what is the truth behind this? Teacher, this paint was actually developed by my boyfriend, so I am unaware of its components. Han Fei replied candidly. Your boyfriend? Nonsense, Jihan scoffed. Han Fei's statement had provided him with a clue. Teacher, this was actually a collaborative effort between me and a friend. Han Fei, I had intended to include you on the paint development list, but I never imagined you would attempt to claim it for yourself. That boyfriend of yours, who hasn't even graduated high school, could possibly create transparent paint. It's utterly ludicrous. Jihan had already uncovered some background information on Feng. You? Han Fei was taken aback by Jihan's brazen lies and shamelessness. No wonder he had offered to help carry it. She had been blind to his true nature. Jihan had made up his mind. This paint must be attributed to him. What is going on? Zhang Guangyi's expression turned grim. Clearly, one of them intended to appropriate the other's achievements. Such behavior was reprehensible. Weren't you the one claiming your boyfriend developed it? Then do you know the chemical formula? The components? Surely he must have told you. So speak up. Jihan wore a smug expression. You? Han Fei trembled with anger. Teacher, I can responsibly state that this paint was developed collaboratively with a friend. However, my friend is quite low-key and prefers not to reveal himself, which is why he entrusted it to me. He mentioned that the principle of this transparent paint is quite simple. It merely involves adding a special component that I could analyze, and he asked me not to disturb him, as he is currently on holiday abroad. Jihan's words were meticulously crafted. Han Fei, what do you have to say? Zhang Guangyi directed his attention to her. Initially, he had leaned towards Han Fei, but after Jihan's detailed assertions, he began to waver. After all, knowing someone's face does not guarantee knowledge of their heart. Who could tell? Given the magnitude of such an invention, succumbing to greed was entirely plausible. Chapter 27. Academic qualifications do not equate to character. I need to call my boyfriend. Han Fei remarked as she retrieved her phone to dial Feng. I spent all night eating. I didn't have the chance to ask him. She was utterly clueless about the paint ingredients. Hello, darling. Could you tell me what the components of the paint you gave me are? Are they complicated? Han Fei inquired cautiously. Not complicated at all. Quite simple, really. Feng replied, adopting an air of superiority akin to that of a butler. He couldn't allow the butler to bask in all the glory alone. He had to join in. Just as Feng finished speaking, Jihan suddenly snatched the brush and took off. He had overheard Feng's assertion that it was simple, and decided to take the remnants of paint on the brush for analysis. This way, he would uncover the components, leaving Han Fei unable to defend her boyfriend's claims. He was confident that, even amidst controversy, being a top student from Nanhang would outweigh Han Fei's boyfriend, who had not even graduated from high school. He couldn't believe that anyone would side with him over her boyfriend. Even if the advisor had some doubts, for the sake of the greater good, he would undoubtedly support Jihan. Victory was practically assured. Hey, what are you doing? Han Fei exclaimed in shock. She wanted to chase after him, but with paint in her hands, she was no match for a boy's speed. Haha, the paint is my invention, Jihan sneered, quickening his pace. Woo-woo, darling. He stole the brush and claimed the paint is his invention. I'm so sorry, Han Fei lamented, on the verge of tears. She feared that Jihan would usurp Feng's hard work and achievements. She couldn't fathom that Jihan could stoop so low. Indeed, academic credentials did not guarantee integrity. It's fine, let him take it. I'll have a word with him later, Feng reassured her. Does that guy even seem like someone who would listen to reason? Han Fei retorted. Teacher, you saw it. The paint was developed by my boyfriend, and Jihan took it. You'll testify for me, right? She turned to Zhang Guangyi. Yes. I witnessed it, and will testify on your behalf, Zhang Guangyi nodded. He was quite certain that the paint had no connection to Jihan, who specialized in programming and had no expertise in materials. How could he possibly have developed paint? He was astonished that such a prodigy from Nanhang could behave in such a manner. However, given the school's high regard for Jihan, if he insisted that the paint was his invention and demanded a composition analysis, the school would likely side with Jihan. Zhang Guangyi frowned. Jihan was a talent that the school had invested significant resources in retaining. The leadership would undoubtedly prefer to support him in the absence of concrete evidence. What should we do? Han Fei was frantic. It was all her fault. Had she not brought it to the school, Jihan would never have laid eyes on it. And none of this would have transpired. You should contact your boyfriend immediately and have him apply for a patent on the intellectual property. Jihan won't be able to figure out the components right away, Zhang Guangyi suggested. Right, I'll let him know right away. Han Fei quickly called Feng. Upon receiving the call, Feng was nonchalant. For A4 sheets filled with components unknown to this world, and a fool thinks he can just analyze them? Why not aim for the sky? He scoffed. The principles of atomic bombs are readily available online, yet few nations can produce them. Let the chaos ensue. The louder the uproar, the more renowned my paint will become, and the more profit I shall reap. Naturally, if someone covets my creation and dares to act, I won't let it slide. Feng then drove to Nanhang. Once Jihan acquired the brush, he rushed to the laboratory to begin his analysis. What is this? What on earth is this? He was at a loss. His background was in programming, and his knowledge of materials was limited to a high school level. The paint contained many components that had yet to be discovered in this world, leaving him utterly bewildered. Even if he brought in a materials science professor, they would be unable to discern its composition. Jihan, where did you get this paint? What is the chemical formula? The professor asked, brimming with excitement. It was given to me by a friend, Jihan stubbornly insisted. Then you should call your friend. This is a groundbreaking product. Many of its components are not yet identified. The professor grew increasingly agitated. Jihan stammered. How could he possibly find that person? As the professor continued to press him, Jihan paced anxiously around the laboratory, realizing he was in a quandary. Admitting the paint wasn't his would lead to dire consequences. Yet denying it was equally unfeasible. My friend is on vacation abroad. He knows that this paint will cause a sensation upon release. He is quite indifferent to fame and just wants to focus on research, so he left the country. I can't reach him. Jihan could only withstand the pressure. Do I look like a 3-year-old to you? The professor continued to press him in the lab. Jihan was sweating profusely, desperately trying to fabricate excuses. However, the professor was not convinced by his words. Just as Jihan was about to crack under the pressure, Feng appeared at the laboratory door, accompanied by Han Fei, Zhang Guangyi, and several leaders from Nanning. They all fixed their gazes on Jihan, and Han Fei's eyes blazed with fury. Jihan inwardly cursed his luck. The main character had arrived, and he had failed to analyze the paint's components. The situation had escalated to this magnitude. He was certain they were poised to strike. Jihan, I hear you've developed a transparent paint. Could you enlighten us about its chemical composition? The president of Nanhang smiled broadly. It was developed by my friend. Jihan quickly deflected. Oh, can you have your friend come here? He is on vacation abroad, and doesn't he want to be disturbed? I can't reach him. That's all right. Just tell me his name, and I'll be able to find him. Rest assured, we won't disturb him. We simply wish to meet him. Such talent is worth safeguarding for the country. The president continued to smile. Aye. Jihan's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. He realized his reputation was tarnished, and no one would be willing to collaborate with him on research in the future. No matter how brilliant he was or how proficiently he could code, it would count for nothing. Humph. The president finally let out a cold snort. The school had nurtured a promising talent, only to discover he was a scoundrel. The other leaders were equally disheartened. Jihan's unscrupulous intentions to claim others' research achievements rendered him unfit to continue at Nanning. Following a thorough deliberation, the school leadership decided to expel Jihan. The president coldly declared, "This is the condition upon which Feng is willing to collaborate with us." Although it is regrettable to expel Jihan, it pales in comparison to the value of the transparent paint and the potential partnership with Feng. What? Jihan's eyes widened in disbelief. He was Jihan. He was being expelled outright. He had expected a reprimand at worst, perhaps a period of probation. President, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Jihan pleaded desperately. Chapter 28. The assistant treats to dinner. Haha, Mr. Yi, let us go to my office to discuss this paint matter. The principal, however, ignored him, instead directing a sycophantic gaze towards Feng. He was acutely aware of the profound significance of this stealth coating for technology and the development of national defense weaponry. It heralded the impending dawn of the stealth weapon era. Jihan cast a venomous glare at Feng, the very source of his downfall, transforming him from a once prominent figure into a person stripped of everything. He had merely committed a minor infraction, yet he was expelled without hesitation. The injustice of it all weighed heavily upon him. With a swift kick, Feng sent Jihan sprawling. How dare he regard him with such disdain? Did he truly believe that he would not retaliate? Fortunately, he had opted for a low profile. Had it been someone else, Jihan would have been sent flying long ago. Well done. Mr. Yi truly embodies both literary and martial prowess, a pillar of our nation. Has Mr. Yi ever contemplated joining us at Nanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics as a professor? The crowd applauded enthusiastically. Jihan felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. These old coots had once lavished him with similar praise. Feng, accompanied by the leadership of Nanjing University, proceeded to the principal's office. He consented to provide them with a portion of the paint, though he refused to divulge the formula. The university had no objections. Even if Feng were to share it, they would lack the expertise to wield it effectively. However, Nanjing University informed Feng that their stealth drones were slated for military bidding, making secrecy impossible. Feng was well aware of this and had no intention of concealing his plans. He initially aimed to monetize the invention. Nevertheless, it was evident that Nanjing University had not reached a level of competence sufficient for collaboration with him. He sought direct engagement with the military. Upon departing from Nanjing University, Feng returned home to delve into the formula for the stealth paint. He needed to develop this paint in this world before the military sought him out. Otherwise, he would be hard-pressed to explain himself. Fortunately, after 2 doses of genetic enhancement, his intellect had undergone significant expansion, rendering him considerably more astute. Moreover, with the guidance of his butler, he should master it in no time. With Feng's paint, the stealth drone project at Nanjing University was poised to ascend to new heights. They were confident in their ability to surpass their competitors. Early in the morning, Su Yao arrived at work, having learned from past experiences to arrive a bit earlier this time. She no longer aimed to adhere rigidly to time constraints. The thought of encountering a repeat of her previous predicament was enough to drive her to distraction. Upon reaching her workstation, she glanced at Yi Feng's office and noted that he had yet to arrive, which was to be expected. After all, he was the boss and not bound by the typical 9-to-5 schedule. As the hours passed, from lunchtime to the end of the workday, Yi Feng still had not shown up, causing Su Yao to grow increasingly anxious. Her friend had analyzed the situation for her the previous night, and Su Yao found her insights compelling. She had originally intended to invite Yi Feng over for dinner to apologize, but what could she do if he was absent? She had no choice but to call her strategist friend once more. Yuan, what should I do if Mr. Yi doesn't show up today? Su Yao lamented, resting her head on her desk. Are you daft? Song Yuan replied, exasperated. You're the one who's daft, Su Yao retorted defiantly. I'm quite clever, you know. How could she not grasp that if he was absent, she should simply call him to arrange a meeting? Oh right, how could I forget? Su Yao smacked her forehead in realization. She had been so focused on waiting for Mr. Yi to arrive that she had overlooked the obvious. Thank you, Yuan. You're brilliant. Love you, bye. She chirped cheerfully before hanging up. Yuan rolled her eyes and promptly ended the call, taking her friend's advice to heart. Su Yao immediately dialed Yi Feng's number, expressing her desire to invite him over for dinner that evening as a gesture of apology. No need. I've already forgiven you, Yi Feng replied, his mind preoccupied with studies on the paint formulation. Upon hearing his response, Su Yao's anxiety only intensified. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. Please, spare me. The recollection of her friend's analysis and the pressure from Mr. Yi and the factory director weighed heavily on her mind, nearly driving her to tears. Was Yi Feng truly that intimidating? He had said nothing and done nothing. Fine, I'll come over. Just send me the address, she conceded. Yi Feng shook his head in bemusement at his little assistant's insistence. Did she believe he was unaware of her intentions? It was unclear what exactly she feared. He was, after all, quite amiable. Shortly, Su Yao sent over the address. Yi Feng reviewed the details on his phone, gathered his materials, and set off. Soon, he arrived at the modest apartment complex where Su Yao resided. His imposing Cullinan stood out amidst the older buildings, attracting the attention of several young women eager to engage him in conversation, though Yi Feng paid them no mind, heading straight to Su Yao's home. Mr. Yi, you've arrived. Please come in. Su Yao greeted him with palpable excitement. At that moment, she wore a charming blue apron, her bangs damp with perspiration, exuding an aura of domesticity that starkly contrasted with her corporate demeanor. Mr. Yi, please have a seat. One more dish will be ready shortly, she said as she ushered him inside. All right. Yi Feng nodded, pleasantly surprised to discover that his assistant could cook. In this day and age, it was rare to find a woman who was both beautiful and skilled in the kitchen. I initially wanted to take you out to eat, but given my new job and the need to rent, I could only invite you over. It's just some home-cooked dishes. I hope they suit your palate. Su Yao explained, somewhat bashfully. No worries. Your culinary skills are commendable, Yi Feng acknowledged, glancing at the array of colorful and aromatic dishes on the table. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Yi, Su Yao replied, her eyes narrowing into slits as she returned to her cooking. Meanwhile, Yi Feng retrieved his tablet and notepad, resuming his review of the materials. He needed to clarify the paint's formula quickly. Once it was delivered to the military, they would undoubtedly come looking for him. If he failed to articulate his findings clearly, he would be in a predicament. Mr. Yi, dinner is ready, Su Yao announced as she emerged with the final dish. Noticing Yi Feng engrossed in his documents, she hesitated but then approached to take a look. However, she quickly abandoned the idea, as the dense formulas made her head spin. Indeed, academic credentials did not equate to capability, and her own status as a so-called high achiever did not allow her to comprehend the formulas and components displayed on Yi Feng's tablet. Of course, she was a liberal arts student, so her inability to understand was understandable. Mr. Yi, it's time to eat, Su Yao gently reminded him, wary of disrupting his concentration. Oh, Yi Feng nodded, setting down his tablet to fill his bowl with rice and begin eating heartily. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could return to his research. Su Yao, however, found the situation diverging from her expectations. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Where was the romantic ambience of candlelit dinners and intimate glances? Instead, Yi Feng was merely focused on his meal. How was she to navigate this unexpected turn of events? Chapter 29, Acceptance of the Drones. Mr. Yi, do take your time. Would you care for a glass of red wine? Su Yao's smile was somewhat strained. Mr. Yi truly seemed oblivious to the nuances of romance. No, I drove here, Yi Feng replied, shaking his head as he continued to enjoy his meal. Su Yao, you make a valid point. I find myself at a loss for words, she thought to herself. With no other recourse, Su Yao discreetly retrieved her phone and sent a message to her strategist beneath the table, inquiring how to navigate this delicate situation. On the other end, Song Yuan launched into an enthusiastic analysis, followed by a barrage of suggestions. As Su Yao read through the screen filled with ardent advice, her cheeks flushed deeper. She glanced once more at Yi Feng, who was engrossed in his meal, and ultimately steeled herself, shutting her phone. "Mr. Yi, let us indulge in some red wine." Su Yao produced a wine glass and offered Yi Feng a flirtatious smile, setting aside the fact that I must drive home later. "How do you intend to drink with just one glass?" Yet, it didn't take long for Yi Feng to comprehend her intentions. Su Yao poured herself a glass of red wine, took a sip, and then, blushing, leaned in to kiss Yi Feng. Having successfully captured his attention, Su Yao finally felt a sense of relief. For the past few days, she had struggled to sleep, haunted by the fear of potential retribution from Yi Feng. Now, at last, she could rest easy. After Su Yao fell asleep, Yi Feng took out his tablet to review materials. Knowing time was of the essence, who could say when the military might arrive? At the Eastern Military District headquarters, in the drone testing facility, today marked the final acceptance date for the stealth reconnaissance drones. All major university research teams participating in the bidding arrived brimming with confidence, including local institutions such as Nanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and East China University of Science and Technology. They had poured countless efforts into this project, and today was the moment of truth. Before long, military personnel entered, led by a major with 2 stripes and a star on his shoulder. The atmosphere instantly grew tense as representatives from various universities straightened up, preparing for the rigorous evaluation to come. The military standards were notoriously stringent. Any slight misstep would not be tolerated. "Is everyone present? Let us begin," commanded the major, prompting each university to present in turn. First up was Nanjing University, the top institution in the province, who confidently stepped forward. "Our drone features a tailless and flat-tail design, with a streamlined fuselage. The wings and body are seamlessly integrated to minimize radar wave reflection. Additionally, we employ a special coating that absorbs radar waves, allowing us to emit specific signals to disrupt enemy radar, making detection exceedingly difficult. We also utilize electronic countermeasures, radar jamming, and deceptive interference to enhance concealment." The professor from Nanjing University elaborated. The major nodded in approval. Following this, the official testing commenced. After the drone took off, the military activated various devices to interfere, scan, and assess its performance. The results were promising, showing significant improvement over previous iterations. Next, the major indicated, and the subsequent universities presented one by one. The major appeared quite satisfied. Each institution showcased its unique strengths, offering opportunities for mutual enhancement. Han Fei watched with a mix of awe and trepidation from the sidelines. Initially, she had not been qualified to attend, but thanks to Yi Feng, not only was she present, but she also served as the main presenter. Soon, she would introduce the products from Nanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Observing the superior performance of other universities' drones, she felt a surge of anxiety. Were it not for Yi Feng providing them with stealth paint, their drone would have been at a distinct disadvantage. However, with the stealth paint, their drone was now a formidable weapon. As the presentations continued, it quickly became Nanjing University's turn. "Hello everyone, our drone features." Han Fei stepped forward to introduce their drone. The major furrowed his brow, despite Han Fei seemingly holding something. He squinted for a long time and genuinely could not discern what it was. What was Nanjing University playing at? A performance without a physical object? The emperor's new clothes? Was Nanjing University really this abstract now? The major glanced at the representatives from Nanjing University, noting their upright posture and confident demeanor. Surely, in such a critical setting, they would not engage in frivolities. Yet, he truly saw nothing tangible. As the major's frown deepened, he continued to listen. The representatives from other universities initially focused intently on Han Fei's hands, assuming the drone was small enough to fit in her palm. However, after looking from every angle, they still could not make out anything. Just as everyone began to suspect Nanjing University was attempting to be humorous, Han Fei spoke again. "In addition to various radar evasion technologies, our drone utilizes a state-of-the-art stealth coating. Once applied to the drone's surface, it can achieve complete invisibility, rendering it undetectable to the naked eye, truly achieving genuine stealth." Han Fei beamed with pride. Gasps echoed around the room. If a stealth drone could evade radar and remain invisible to the naked eye, it would indeed be invincible. They could infiltrate enemy territory without detection. However, skepticism lingered. While stealth coatings had been explored, the challenges were immense, and few had succeeded. Could Nanjing University, not particularly renowned in materials science, have achieved this? If so, the implications of this coating would far outweigh the project itself. Next came the practical demonstration. After Han Fei concluded her presentation, the Nanjing University team advanced with an air of unyielding confidence. They were not targeting anyone in particular. Rather, they seemed to suggest that everyone else present was inferior. A crowd gathered, scrutinizing closely, eager to glean insights, but still found nothing. Suddenly, as the Nanjing team began operations, the sound of the drone taking off filled the air. Simultaneously, the screen in front displayed real-time footage captured by the drone. Yet, there was truly nothing visible in the sky. It was genuinely like a ghost. The audience felt a chill run down their spines. It was real. Nanjing University had indeed created a truly invisible drone. If deployed on the battlefield, it would serve as a devastating weapon. The enemy would remain oblivious to their demise. Furthermore, special forces could coat themselves in this material, rendering them utterly undetectable. Wouldn't that instill fear? The major's eyes sparkled with excitement. Professor Zhang, is this paint developed by Nanjing University? He asked, having been unwavering until now. No. It was developed by a girl on our team's boyfriend, Zhang Guang replied candidly. Where is he? I want to meet him. No. I must report this to higher-ups immediately. Today's events must remain confidential. All involved must also maintain discretion, the major asserted with gravity. Chapter 30. Su Yao's Triumph. Yuan. Are you free tonight? Come over for dinner. Su Yao reclined on the soft leather sofa of her spacious apartment, her fingers idly toying with a strand of hair as she gazed out the floor-to-ceiling windows at Xuanwu Lake. Her voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Since her dalliance with Mr. Yi, her relationship with him, she had moved into this splendid abode. Compared to her previous rental, this spacious flat was a significant upgrade. Indeed. You should treat me to dinner. I'm on my way, came Song Yuan's enthusiastic response from the other end of the line. During this period, she has been exceedingly worried about her best friend's trivial matters, devising strategies day after day. It is only fitting that she treats her to a meal. Which place shall we go to? Perhaps the usual spot? Come over to my place. You know I'm just starting my career and funds are tight. A faint smile graced Su Yao's lips. All right, but this time it won't count. Next time, when you receive your salary, you can make it up to me. I'm on my way now. Yes, come over, but I've moved. I'll send you the address, and you can come straight here. Su Yao couldn't suppress her smile. You've moved? Wasn't your lease still valid? Song Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I have. You'll see when you arrive. I've sent the address to your phone, so hurry up. I've prepared a feast. After hanging up, Su Yao rose and headed to the kitchen, humming a cheerful tune, picturing the expression on Song Yuan's face when she arrives. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Su Yao hurried to open the door and found Song Yuan, dressed casually, gazing at her with astonishment. You finally made it. Come in and take a look. Su Yao pulled Song Yuan around her new home. Is this really you? Is this your house? It's simply too luxurious. Song Yuan's eyes widened as she stepped inside. She marveled while surveying the surroundings, taking in the exquisite crystal chandelier, the soft wool carpet, and the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows. Each detail exuded refinement and opulence. When she first received the address, she thought her friend had sent it by mistake. This is a high-end residential area in the city center, with property prices soaring to tens of thousands per square meter. Such a spacious flat must cost at least several million. Even now, she found it hard to believe. What do you think? Su Yao crossed her arms, her face radiating pride. Did you win the lottery or something? No, that can't be right. Even winning the lottery wouldn't suffice. Song Yuan still looked incredulous. Well, a lottery ticket only gets you 5 million, hardly enough. By the way, it wasn't that President Yi who rented it for you, was it? Song Yuan finally pieced it together. Her best friend was positively glowing, coupled with this grand flat. She must have caught the attention of President Yi. Indeed, it was President Yi who bought it for me. Su Yao's smile widened, revealing a sweet expression. My goodness, you must be the luckiest person alive. Song Yuan sank into the sofa, luxuriating in the softness of the genuine leather, filled with envy. Wait, he bought it for you. Song Yuan's eyes widened again. It's not rented, it's purchased? Yes, Su Yao nodded. The title is in both our names. Initially, he intended to gift it solely to me, but after my insistence, he added his name. Su Yao felt a delightful warmth in her heart. This would be their shared home. Song Yuan thought it was astounding. Such a rare gem of a man, and her best friend had found him. This girl truly was blessed with good fortune. By the way, how much did this flat cost? Song Yuan asked curiously. Well, it's not too expensive, just over 8 million, Su Yao replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. In truth, when Yi Feng made the purchase, she nearly dropped her jaw. 8 million would have been a splendid sum to deposit in the bank, generating enough interest for a comfortable living. 8 million isn't expensive? You're getting a bit too full of yourself now. Song Yuan felt a surge of irritation. Haha. To be honest, I find it quite pricey too, but President Yi said he wasn't short on cash. The more Su Yao spoke, the more her excitement bubbled over, her face aglow with happiness. Enough, enough. I don't want to hear any more of your wealth flaunting and lovebird talk. Song Yuan pretended to cover her ears. She realized that her best friend's invitation for dinner was merely a pretext to showcase her luxurious flat and indulge in romance. "Let's eat. I'm absolutely famished," she said, patting her flat stomach. "All right, let's eat." Suyao nodded, having already played her part. There were still some details to attend to during dinner. As they began their meal, Suyao had prepared a grand spread, all in gratitude for her best friend. Without her, she would not be where she is today. President Yi had been elusive, briefly visiting the office. Suyao even opened a bottle of red wine, savoring it elegantly. Wow, this must be imported red wine, considering the packaging. It must not have been cheap. Yes, President Yi knows I enjoy red wine, so he bought me a case of 96 Lafite. In truth, it was Yi Feng who relished the way she fed him wine. "Oh, how I envy you. When will I meet such a wealthy and considerate man?" Song Yuan sighed dramatically. "Don't worry. You're so beautiful and charming. You will definitely encounter someone like that," Suyao reassured her with a smile. Secretly reveling in her own fortune, the wisest decision she ever made was that moment when she stepped on President Ye's foot. Without that incident, none of this would have transpired. As they ate and chatted, Suyao occasionally boasted about the details of her flat. Yao, you've truly fallen into a honeypot. I see you can comfortably become a wealthy lady now. You needn't work anymore," Song Yuan remarked wistfully. "Oh, that won't do. I still need to have my own career," Suyao replied earnestly. A person like Yi Feng would certainly not lack beautiful women around him. She needed to support him in his endeavors so that their relationship could endure, rather than merely being a decorative vase. "President Yi has already informed me that the company will be handed over to me eventually, so I must learn how to manage it quickly. He has more pressing matters at hand." Song Yuan was astonished. What kind of extraordinary luck has my best friend stumbled upon? A house and a company all given. And to top it off, he is handsome. As she heard, he was also quite committed. An impeccable partner. Why can't she find someone like that? Observing her best friend's envious gaze, Suyao felt a sense of satisfaction. Everyone harbors a sense of vanity, and she was no exception. After dinner, Suyao even invited her friend to stay the night, allowing her to experience the lifestyle of the affluent. "By the way, now that you two are involved, why do you still refer to him as President Yi?" He mentioned it gives a sense of an unspoken rule, Song Yuan noted. "You both really know how to have fun." Meanwhile, Yi Feng, over the past few days of study, had finally grasped the various components, chemical reactions, and methods of creating the invisible paint. It was quite the mental workout, not something just anyone could manage. He closed his tablet and sighed. Chapter 31. Perhaps it's simply due to disinterest. Looking at the dense drafts in his study, Yi Feng stretched lazily. This truly is no small feat. It was only possible thanks to his brain, having undergone 2 rounds of gene therapy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved it. Checking the time, he noted that the flight from Nanhang was about to arrive. The military personnel were also expected shortly. Indeed, he did not have to wait long. 2 days later, Han Fei returned. "Honey, did you miss me?" Han Fei exclaimed excitedly, embracing Yi Feng. Even with others around, she didn't care. Accompanying her were a military major and several leaders and professors from Nanhang. "Young man, I heard this transparent paint was developed by you?" The major stepped forward, unable to contain his curiosity. "Yes," Yi Feng nodded. He has comprehended all the components and related chemical formulas of the paint. He remains completely unfazed. Although it was not he who developed it, he possesses an audacious demeanor. Who dares to challenge him? Can anyone elucidate the principles involved? The crowd's interest was piqued. They were astonished to learn that such an innovative paint could be produced by someone so unassuming. It has already been sent for testing. However, the composition is remarkably complex, containing numerous elements that are currently unknown. This is quite simple, as we know that the primary aim of the paint is to achieve invisibility. Yi Feng rambled on, reminiscent of how the steward used to speak. The audience felt a shiver run down their spines. The first half of his explanation was comprehensible, yet the latter half left even the materials science professors from Nanjing University bewildered. They could only ascertain that it involved substances and components yet to be discovered in this world. Han Fei gazed up at Yi Feng with unbridled admiration. "This is truly remarkable. Is it not simple?" After finishing his explanation, Yi Feng felt parched and smacked his lips. Han Fei promptly fetched him a glass of water. "My dear fellow, given your youth, which school did you graduate from?" inquired the president of Nanjing University, intrigued. A talent like this, one would expect him to be well known. "I did not complete high school," he replied. The crowd gasped. "Is it true that high school requirements have risen so high? Why did you not attend university?" The president probed further. "Well, perhaps because I simply did not enjoy it," Yi Feng retorted, somewhat irked. The president felt a touch of embarrassment. "Ahem. Let us return to discussing the paint." The major intervened to diffuse the tension. After he reported the invisibility paint, the military conducted a thorough background check on Yi Feng. He understood why Yi Feng had not pursued higher education. Even the matter of Yi Feng inheriting overseas assets could not be concealed from the military. Thus, when others arrived at the villa, they were astonished, though he was not surprised. All right. After amicable negotiations, the Eastern Military District, Yi Feng, and Nanjing University will jointly establish a factory. Together, they will be responsible for the production of this invisibility paint, supplying it exclusively to the military. The military will handle security and all related issues, while Nanjing University will provide ongoing technical support and formula upgrades. Yi Feng will oversee the formula and daily management. Yi Feng will hold 60% of the shares, the military 30%, and Nanjing University 10%. Yi Feng was quite satisfied with this arrangement. The invisibility paint is a formidable weapon. Without the military's backing, he would not dare to sell it recklessly. Although it can currently only be sold to the military, the orders are more than sufficient. He does not concern himself with such trivial profits. Primarily, he seeks to establish a connection with the military, facilitating future endeavors. Young man, would you be interested in developing within our military? I have great faith in your potential. The major expressed his admiration for Yi Feng, a person who has not even completed high school, yet, through self-study, has developed a transparent paint containing hundreds of substances unknown to this world. This is beyond mere talent. Moreover, those relatives of his ought to be ashamed. How could such a genius be denied a university education? Were it not for his own resilience and the unexpected inheritance, this talent would have been squandered. Ahem, perhaps joining the military is not the best idea for me. I tend to be rather laid back and cannot endure hardship. The military would not suit me, Yi Feng replied, shaking his head. Given the plethora of secrets he held, it was best to remain in a stable environment at home. Very well, should you change your mind, feel free to reach out to me. The major nodded, not pressing further. If you do not wish to join the military, would you be interested in attending Nanjing University? We would prioritize your development. The university president extended an invitation. What does prioritizing development entail? What could you possibly teach me? Yi Feng responded earnestly. Whatever he wished to learn, he could simply ask the steward, who, as a future AI butler, possessed knowledge of various futuristic subjects. The president was at a loss for words. Yi Feng was correct. They seemed unable to impart any knowledge to him. It would be more fitting for him to teach them about material science. Ahem, should you require anything from Nanjing University in the future, do not hesitate to let us know. We will do our utmost to assist, the president said, sheepishly patting his own head. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Thus, the matter was settled. With the military's support, everything proceeded smoothly. Security matters were entrusted to the military, while Nanjing University formed a research team to study the paint's formula and production process. Yi Feng began the construction of the paint factory, and everything progressed in an orderly fashion. Mr. Yi, there's a crisis. Just as Yi Feng was engrossed in his work, his assistant frantically called him. What is the matter? Mr. Yi, it appears that our seasoning company's products have quickly gained recognition after their market launch. They are in high demand across major supermarkets, restaurants, and home kitchens, as well as among street vendors. The demand far exceeds supply, with distributors clamoring for stock. If it weren't for our current nascent stage and limited production capacity, other companies would stand no chance. The rapid growth has placed unprecedented pressure on established seasoning companies. Several industry giants could no longer remain idle and began to unite. Today, representatives from several well-known seasoning companies visited the office, led by Wang Hong, whose Wei Yuan seasoning once dominated the market. After a brief greeting, Su Yao quickly called Yi Feng. The situation was escalating beyond her control. Shortly after, Yi Feng arrived. Mr. Yi, their demands seem reasonable, but they are quite excessive, the assistant reported. All right, I understand. Yi Feng nodded. In simple terms, they wanted to acquire 80% of the company's shares at its current valuation, a request akin to reaching for the stars. Soon, the two entered the conference room, where others were already waiting. Mr. Yi, we are here today to discuss a potential collaboration. Wang Hong cleared his throat and began. Your company's products are indeed impressive, and we all hold them in high regard. However, as you are aware, market competition is fierce. To avoid harmful competition, it would be wise for our companies to join forces and operate together. Therefore, we have prepared a share swap proposal. Please take a look. With that, Wang Hong handed over a pre-prepared document. The other representatives watched Yi Feng eagerly. They all understood that if Pengfei International expanded nationally and increased production, it would spell doom for them. Yi Feng took the proposal, glanced at it, and casually tossed it into the nearby trash bin. The expressions of everyone present shifted. What does this mean, Mr. Yi? Wang Hong's face darkened. The youth of today truly do not grasp the gravity of the situation. Do they really believe that having a good product makes them invincible? Despite the current momentum of Pengfei International, if they were to unite, there are 100 ways to bring them down. They merely need to find a few marketing accounts online to stir up a narrative, claiming that the seasonings from Pengfei International are unhealthy, suggesting that excessive consumption could lead to cancer. Once these marketing accounts proliferate their claims, regardless of their veracity, the public is bound to refrain from purchasing temporarily. Even if Pengfei International later issues a clarification, the damage will be substantial. By that time, their imitation products will likely have emerged as well. Therefore, it is prudent for Yi Feng to acquiesce. Should he refuse, he cannot blame them for the consequences. What they seek now is merely time. This is of little consequence. My company has its own development plan and does not require external interference at this juncture. Kindly take your leave. Yi Feng was resolute in his stance, having never regarded such individuals highly, and certainly not now. Wang Hong's expression shifted slightly. He did not anticipate such a decisive rejection from Yi Feng. The atmosphere grew tense as the others began to murmur among themselves. Yi General, I advise you to reconsider. If our companies unite and share resources, we can surely expand our market and strengthen our positions. However, should you persist in your obstinacy, another individual interjected, veiling his words with a hint of threat. Are you threatening me? What if I choose to remain resolute? Yi Feng chuckled at their audacity. They had resorted to threats now. In previous times, he would have dismissed such individuals without a second thought, casting them aside without hesitation. Since you, General Yi, are so unyielding, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. From this day forth, our companies shall unite to impose a comprehensive blockade on your operations, from raw material procurement to market promotion. If you reconsider now, it is not too late. But do you truly believe you can contend with so many companies? One of them warned, underlining the harsh realities of the capital market. The group continued their intimidation. Bang! Yi Feng, overwhelmed by their incessant clamor, could no longer endure it and delivered a swift kick to Wang Hong. Wang Hong cried out in agony as he was sent flying. The others were taken aback. They had not expected Yi Feng to retaliate so suddenly, and with physical force no less. Such an occurrence had never been witnessed before. Su Yao's eyes widened in shock. Bang! 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 Yi Feng then proceeded to deliver a thorough beating to the other representatives. It is essential to ensure that everyone receives their share of consequences. Is there anyone else? Yi Feng withdrew his fists, casting a glance at Wang Hong and the others, who gazed back at him in sheer terror. This was utterly brutal. Get lost. The bruised and battered group departed, nursing their wounds. General Yi, those companies are titans in the domestic seasoning industry. Their alliance should not be underestimated. What shall we do now? Su Yao expressed her concern after the group had left. While it felt gratifying to have struck back, what if they sought revenge? She had been managing the school's operations lately and understood the ruthless nature of capital competition. For the sake of profit, they would stop at nothing. Now, both parties had effectively severed ties, and one could only speculate what underhanded tactics the opposition might employ. Was it not the case that, in the past, rumors circulated that excessive consumption of MSG could lead to hair loss and even cancer, merely to promote a more expensive chicken essence? Yet the ingredient list of chicken essence prominently features MSG. No worries. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. Upon arrival, he had already communicated with the military. By now, the opposition should have received a warning from the military upon their return. Really? Su Yao inquired. Rest assured, with their meager strength, they cannot stir up any significant turmoil. Should anyone else seek trouble in the future, simply call this number. Yi Feng handed Su Yao a business card with just a single number, provided by the last major who had contacted him. Whose number is this? Su Yao accepted it, curious. Eastern Military District. Su Yao was taken aback to discover Yi Feng's connections with the military, which reassured her. General Yi, please head to your office. I will brief you on the work. Allow me to fetch you a cup of coffee. Su Yao's cheeks flushed as she recalled their first meeting. Yi Feng. All right. Yi Feng grinned mischievously, his thoughts straying to the implications of coffee in the office. If he remained oblivious to the underlying meanings, he would be a fool. Shortly after Yi Feng settled into his office, Su Yao entered with a cup of coffee. General, here is your coffee. Su Yao's voice was sweet and endearing. Just as she approached Yi Feng, she accidentally stumbled, spilling the coffee onto him. Fortunately, it was lukewarm water, neither too hot nor too cold. Yi Feng regarded her with suspicion. Her theatrics seemed overly exaggerated. She must have done it deliberately. General, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Su Yao's face was a mask of fear. Naturally, this would lead to another round of expenses. Once Wang Hong and his group returned, their company received a warning from the military. Their planned retaliation was promptly scrapped. Now, they could only hasten to imitate and replicate the opponent's seasonings. This was the only way to stabilize their market hold. Fortunately, the opposing company was still a small entity with merely one factory, and they retained the majority of the national market. By the time the rival grew larger, their imitation products would likely be ready as well. Although they would soon face an additional competitor, the latter had military connections, leaving them with little recourse. No matter how formidable they might be, Would they dare to confront the military directly? They merely wished to profit, not to court madness. Chapter 33. A lifetime without 4 dishes. After dealing with those seasoning companies, Feng returned to the construction of the paint factory. The work proceeded fervently until the end of the month. Master, that fool is getting married again. Upon Feng's return home, the butler approached him with this news. Which fool? Feng inquired, somewhat puzzled, as there were many fools around him. Yang. Previously, Feng had instructed the butler to keep an eye on Yang and to inform him if Yang planned to marry, so he could disrupt the wedding. Ha. With me around, Yang will never get married. Has he found someone again? Feng was mildly surprised. That fellow is sending women my way once more. Cough, cough. No, what I mean is that a fool like Yang does not deserve to marry. He should remain alone. I am merely here to rescue those girls. Indeed. That is the sentiment. This time, it is a middle school teacher. They met through a blind date. Yang boasts that he earns over 10,000 a month. And that's why she agreed. In reality, Yang's internship pays him a mere 3,000 a month, and he is unlikely to secure a permanent position. Feng remarked. Interns are even receiving wages? What a corrupt hospital. They must be making a fortune off unethical practices, truly despicable. All right, I understand. Feng nodded, already sensing more trouble ahead. With the factory's construction now on track and the military oversight in place, he need not be present daily. Given this, he decided to return to the village for a visit. However, he had already been expelled from both the clan and family records, making it impossible to return to the village. Feng called Zhao Peng to inform him that he would be returning during the National Day holiday and would stay at his house. You mustn't. If you're there, your presence is too overwhelming, and I cannot enjoy flaunting myself. Zhao Peng responded reluctantly. I will try to keep a low profile. How about I pretend to be your driver? Oh, please. Stop with the pleasantries. It's settled. If you continue to protest, I'll have to take more drastic measures. Why must you always resort to threats? Zhao Peng lamented. Is it not possible to break a leg? Early the next morning, Feng drove to the factory. This time, he chose to drive a sedan. It felt somewhat awkward for the big boss to hire a driver for an SUV. I occupied the front passenger seat, enjoying the expansive view. Seeing that there was no one else around, Zhao Peng prepared to open the door. Sit in the back. Why would the big boss and the factory director be in the front seat? Feng shot a disdainful glance at this dimwit. A good-for-nothing, destined to never enjoy a proper meal. Fine. Zhao Peng sulked as he moved to the back seat, although he genuinely wished to sit in the front. This was the legendary Rolls-Royce. It truly felt impressive. Zhao Peng looked around, his demeanor reflecting his lack of worldly experience. Feng remarked, this car is undeniably luxurious. It is far more comfortable than a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Zhao Peng expressed his satisfaction. With that level of ambition, how will you maintain your facade when you return? It's evident to everyone that you're just a country bumpkin. Feng's expression was one of disdain. Hee. It's not like I've ever ridden in one before. Zhao Peng sheepishly scratched his head. Despite now being the factory director, he had not yet cultivated the aura that accompanied such a title. In truth, becoming wealthy is rather simple. One merely needs to look down on everyone else, treating them as impoverished fools. Is that so? Of course. Am I not a wealthy person? Would I deceive you? All right, I shall do my best. Engaging in idle chatter, they soon arrived at Zhao Village, where many young people had returned for the National Day holiday. The village was filled with various luxury cars: Li Xiong, BYD, Xiaoping, Neza, Chang'an, Wuling. Feng's Rolls-Royce was rather inconspicuous amidst such opulence. They felt embarrassed to greet anyone. Cough, perhaps we've overdone it. Brother Feng, we've arrived. Right over there at the 2-story building. Zhao Peng felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, unsure if he could maintain the pretense. Okay, after we get out, just call me Xiaoyi. You won't beat me to death, will you? Zhao Peng expressed his concern. Rest assured, I might only break a leg. Then I am relieved. Following Zhao Peng's directions, the Rolls-Royce halted at his doorstep, drawing the attention of several young villagers engrossed in their boasts. Whose car is this? It must belong to Zhao Peng. Could Zhao Peng afford such a vehicle? Perhaps it's a friend's? But if he had such friends, would he still be a security guard? I bet he's being kept by a wealthy woman. This must be her car. Where are morals, dignity, and contact information? He looks like a typical country bumpkin. That could work too. Feng noted the villagers' unrefined attitudes. After parking, Zhao Peng was about to step out and clarify that he was not being kept by a wealthy woman, but Feng stopped him. You stay put. I will open the door for you. Zhao Peng had no choice but to remain seated. After Feng exited the car, everyone was curious about who he was. It seemed there was no one of that stature in the village. Feng approached the back seat to open the door for Zhao Peng. Director, we have arrived. Be careful. Feng held the top of the car door, providing meticulous service. Zhao Peng emerged, feeling a mix of astonishment and apprehension. He was defiant towards everyone, save for Feng, whom he feared. With such attentive service, He worried that Yi Feng might retaliate later. This coward. Regardless, Zhao Peng eventually alighted from the vehicle. The surrounding villagers were taken aback to see that it was indeed Zhao Peng. And what had that driver called him? Director? Wasn't he a security guard? How did he become a director? Wasn't he that quite a leap? Is it truly so easy to become a director? Zhao Peng had kept his new position a secret, even from his family. Naturally, no one in the village was aware. Zhao Peng, you've become a director? Cough, just lucky. A friend struck it rich and insisted I take the position. I had no choice. Zhao Peng feigned nonchalance. Someone stop me. I must deal with this pretentious fool. As if I could ever be a director. I merely wanted to be a security supervisor, but my friend insisted I accept the director's role, so I reluctantly agreed. Zhao Peng continued to embellish his tale. The crowd grew increasingly irate. You don't want the position? Let us take it instead. Becoming a director is one thing. But why must you have a car? And not just any car, but a Rolls-Royce? And to top it off, you have a driver? Zhao Peng was getting into the groove. He must be kept by a wealthy woman. Regardless of the truth, they had made up their minds. After a while of idle chatter, Zhao Peng felt he had sufficiently maintained the facade and strode confidently toward his home, with Yi Feng following closely behind. The villagers observed the two of them, and the more they looked, the more they felt that Zhao Peng was indeed the driver. If they were wealthy women, they would certainly be keeping Yi Feng. Chapter 34. The aura has yet to catch up. Upon arriving at the door, Zhao Peng took a deep breath and pushed it open. Yi Feng followed closely behind. In the living room, Zhao Peng's sister, Zhao Lin, was seated on the sofa watching television, while their mother busied herself in the kitchen and their father assisted her. I'm back, Zhao Peng exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. The sudden shout nearly caused his father to drop a dish he was carrying. He shot his son an irritated glare. You little rascal. Why are you back? Yet, seeing his son, he was genuinely delighted. Their mother also emerged from the kitchen. Although her son was a disappointment, he was still her flesh and blood, and she was happy to see him return. Zhao Peng wore a smug expression, clutching a bulging briefcase. You're not taking your triple salary? Zhao Lin teased. Zhao Peng, who worked as a security guard, would usually work overtime during public holidays, earning triple pay. What triple salary? Dad, Mom, Lin, I am now the director. Now, I am the one handing out triple salaries. Zhao Peng puffed out his chest, a hint of pride illuminating his face. What? You're a director now? Don't joke around. Zhao Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Son, considering your level of education, how could you possibly become a director? Their father clearly shared the same skepticism. Their mother nodded in agreement. Which fool would appoint a son with only a junior high school education as a director? Aren't they afraid the factory will go under? Zhao Peng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at their disbelief, yet he understood it was not their fault. He himself thought it felt like a dream. However, this time he was prepared. Calmly, he retrieved his employee badge from the briefcase and slapped it on the table. I know you want to believe me, but see for yourselves. This is my badge, stamped by our factory. It cannot be fake. And did you see that car outside? That's the one the factory provided for me. The incredibly handsome young man in the yard is my driver. Zhao Peng beamed with pride. Yi Feng stood by, thinking his words carried no hint of flattery. After all, he was indeed the most handsome young man in the universe. Zhao Lin seized the work badge, scrutinizing it intently before glancing at the vehicle and driver outside. Her expression transformed from skepticism to astonishment, and ultimately to a complex mix of emotions. You truly have become the factory director? She inquired, her tone laced with a hint of awkwardness. She never imagined that the brother she once held in disdain would ascend to such a position. It seems anyone can be a factory director nowadays. Of course, Zhao Peng replied, lifting his chin with pride. Ah, my son, this is splendid news. Why didn't you tell us sooner? We must celebrate this evening. Zhao's mother beamed with delight. With their son achieving success, they naturally felt a sense of pride. There's no need for such fuss. It's merely a small factory directorship. Nothing monumental. Zhao Peng waved his hand dismissively, attempting to appear nonchalant. Well, with your new title, your demeanor has certainly changed. You weren't this humble before, Zhao Lin remarked, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. By the way, son, what does it feel like to be the factory director? Zhao's father inquired, rubbing his hands together in curiosity. Well, it doesn't feel particularly different. I just attend meetings every day, and for lunch, we sometimes have 2 chicken legs, or even duck legs. Zhao Peng exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. The best part is, it doesn't cost a thing. When I was a security guard, the food was akin to swill. Is this the pinnacle of your achievements? You became a director just for a couple of extra chicken legs? How utterly unimpressive. Zhao Lin couldn't help but chuckle at his words. I meant to say that the meals at our factory are quite decent, Zhao Peng corrected himself awkwardly. Despite his new title, his demeanor had yet to catch up with his status. Son, now that you're the factory director, you must be mindful of your conduct and embody the role. It's imperative that you learn and adapt, Zhao's father admonished, his tone turning serious. Yes, father. You're right. I will be more attentive, Zhao Peng nodded earnestly. All right, everyone, come inside. Zhao's mother interjected cheerfully. Brother, now that you're a factory director, you must look out for me. After I graduate from university, I'll be relying on you. Just make sure to leave me at least a chicken leg. Zhao Lin teased, though her perception of him had begun to shift. Rest assured, while chicken legs may not be guaranteed, chicken backs will be in abundance. Zhao Peng vowed with a grin. Laughter erupted among the family, instantly lightening the atmosphere. In their youth, the siblings shared a close bond. But after Zhao Peng dropped out of school and fell into disarray, their relationship had grown distant. Zhao Lin had often felt exasperated by him. Now, with Zhao Peng striving to improve himself and having returned to a path of ambition, it felt as though they had reverted to their childhood camaraderie. By the way, Mom and Dad, this is my driver, Xiaoyi. He will be staying with us for a while to facilitate my transportation. Zhao Peng introduced Yifeng. Hello, uncle and aunt, and greetings to you, Zhao Lin. Yifeng nodded politely. Ah, hello. Zhao's parents responded, their heads bobbing in acknowledgement. Despite Yifeng's humble position as a driver, they held no contempt for him. Wow, what a handsome driver. Zhao Lin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Such a little infatuation. Zhao Peng ruffled his sister's hair. Ugh, you've messed up my hairstyle. I won't talk to you anymore, Zhao Lin pouted. Laughter filled the room once more. Mom and Dad, please tidy up a room upstairs for Xiaoyi. After dinner, we'll prepare it. You all should have informed us of your arrival. I didn't have time to prepare anything, Zhao's mother said cheerfully as she went to the kitchen. Zhao's father assisted her in clearing the room. Zhao Lin, intrigued, fixed her gaze on Zhao Peng. Brother, tell me the truth. How much is your monthly salary? She asked inquisitively. Salary? Zhao Peng paused, momentarily taken aback. I've only been at this for less than a month. I haven't received my salary yet. Moreover, he had no idea what his salary would be. Yifeng had simply invited him to become the factory director, and he accepted without inquiring about salary. You don't even know your salary? Zhao Lin questioned skeptically. Zhao Peng glanced at Yifeng, who discreetly held up 5 fingers. I certainly know my salary. I earn 5,000 a month, Zhao Peng declared confidently. That's 2,000 more than I made as a security guard. How splendid. Yifeng snorted, nearly spitting out his tea. This guy is hopeless. He'll never be able to afford more than 4 dishes in his lifetime. That's a certainty. At 5,000 a month, he would be better off selling grilled sausages. Zhao Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. 5,000 a month? And you have a car and a driver. Making it seem all too real, she remarked. Ahem, our factory director is merely jesting. His bonuses exceed 5,000 monthly. He earns 50,000 a month, which totals 600,000 annually, plus bonuses, Yifeng interjected quickly. 50,000 a month? This factory is on the brink of collapse if the director is only earning 5,000. Zhao Peng's eyes widened in shock. How much did you say? 50,000 a month? Upon seeing Yifeng nod affirmatively, Zhao Peng realized the truth in his words, and elation surged within him. Zhao Lin nodded. Now that's a reasonable salary for a factory director. Chapter 35. He has arrived. He has arrived, waving his banknotes as he comes. Soon. News of Zhao Peng's promotion to factory director, complete with a Rolls Royce and a driver, spread throughout the village. The villagers could hardly contain their excitement, flocking to him in droves. Zhao Peng's home was soon bustling with visitors eager to curry favor. Those who had previously looked down upon him and ignored him now arrived bearing gifts of all sizes. Even individuals he had never met, some with whom he had passed grievances, sought to ingratiate themselves with him under various pretenses. Zhao Peng found it difficult to refuse them, considering they were all his fellow townsfolk. Furthermore, as the factory director, he needed to maintain a certain stature. His parents, however, relished the attention, feeling that their son had brought them honor. Zhao's father boasted and engaged in idle chatter with the crowd. Truth be told, being a factory director isn't all that glamorous. Although the salary is decent, 50,000 a month, plus bonuses, it's truly exhausting and fraught with stress. I'd prefer if he lived a simple life, but his friends have faith in him and insisted he take the position. I told him to work diligently and not to betray their trust. Otherwise, he would have to answer to me, huh? His grin stretched from ear to ear. You didn't always say that, Zhao Peng interjected. Indeed, I can tell that Zhao Peng is destined for greatness. He has always been sharp-witted. Not everyone can handle being a factory director. It requires capability. The villagers fervently praised him. Zhao Peng was taken aback by their flattery, realizing he had been perceived as more remarkable than he believed. As Zhao Peng boasted within the confines of his home, Yifeng excused himself, as he had other pressing matters to attend to. Although the Luo family had invited him to stay for dinner, he declined. If Yi Yang were to return with his bride, it would be too late. Given Yi Yang's impatient nature, he might hastily proceed with the wedding arrangements. Following the address provided by the steward, He drove towards the Luo family estate, where Yi Yang's bride was located. Remarkably, just a few months had passed, and that fool was preparing to marry again, moving rather swiftly. However, no matter how fast he moved, it would be of no consequence. As long as he was around, that fool could forget about ever tying the knot. He would never allow any beautiful girl to endure a life of hardship with Yi Yang. Of course, the unattractive ones could be disregarded. Individuals like Northeast Fish Sister and Phoenix Sister were entirely acceptable to him. After all, their love was genuine. However, for those who were beautiful, it was merely lust, not true love. Yi Dashan had already shown Yi Feng the profile of the new bride he had chosen for Yi Yang, named Luo Bing, a high school English teacher. From the photographs, she was indeed quite lovely, with an appealing figure that was both curvaceous and alluring. Yet, her discerning eye seemed to falter. As she had taken a liking to Yi Yang, he could not allow such a tragic affair to unfold. Lost in his chaotic thoughts, the car soon arrived at the bride's residence. After inquiring with the villagers, Yi Feng quickly located the bride's home. At that moment, the bride's family was bustling with activity. The relatives of the bride were present as well. They were taken aback when they saw the Rolls-Royce approach. Was this the wedding car? Quite exquisite. Why had it arrived so early when the meal had yet to be served? Surely, no family would have just one wedding car, especially one without the auspicious red character for happiness. Perhaps they were too eager, captivated by the bride's beauty. The onlookers speculated. May I ask where the bride's parents are? Yi Feng inquired as he stepped out of the vehicle. We're right here. Who might you be? A middle-aged couple approached quickly. Could we speak in a more private setting? Yi Feng asked directly. Certainly, we can go upstairs, Luo's father replied after a moment's consideration. In truth, they had already heard about Yi Yang's previous wedding being interrupted by a mysterious wealthy individual. This man driving the Rolls-Royce must be that very tycoon. He has arrived. Waving his cash, the couple felt a surge of excitement as they led Yi Feng upstairs, leaving their bewildered relatives behind. What about the bride? Shall we call her in? Yes, Luo's mother nodded. Soon, the bride, adorned in a traditional wedding dress, was ushered in. Indeed, her figure was striking, tightly accentuated by the attire. A testament to Yi Dashan's meticulous selection. If she were to marry Yi Yang, it would be too advantageous for him. He could not consent to this union. Upon seeing Yi Feng, Luo Bing's expression shifted to one of complexity. Coupled with the Rolls-Royce at the entrance, she began to piece together the scenario. I shall not mince words. My name is Yi Feng, and you can surely surmise my purpose here, to prevent this wedding. How much bride price has Yi Yang promised you? Yi Feng stated forthrightly. 50,000, but only 10,000 has been delivered, Luo's father replied candidly. This was typical of Yi Dashan's dealings. The remaining 40,000 would likely never materialize. Did he not know Yi Dashan's ways? Very well. I will offer you 150,000, immediately transferred, provided you cancel this wedding and agree never to marry Yi Yang. Otherwise, my money will not be so easily obtained. Han Fei also offered 150,000, and this is the same. Agreed. It's settled, Luo's father nodded eagerly. And what say you, dear bride? Yi Feng turned to Luo Bing. What a stunning beauty she is. How could her judgment falter? I agree, Luo Bing nodded. In truth, she had not known Yi Yang well enough to speak of profound love. She had previously acquiesced due to familial pressure. After all, Yi Yang was a doctor and the bride price substantial. She had intended to lead a simple life together. However, with the arrival of this tycoon, the choice between 200,000 and Yi Yang was clear to any rational person. But we are already legally wed, Luo Bing interjected. 200,000. Yi Feng added 50,000 to his offer. Since you are legally married, the amount must increase. It was unexpected that Yi Yang had learned to secure a marriage license first. Yet it mattered not. Even if he bound their fates together, Yi Feng had his methods to sever those ties. Even if he summoned the legendary Wu Dadi Yi Song to forge their bond, it would be futile. Very well. We will proceed to obtain the divorce certificate immediately. Rest assured, though they have a marriage certificate, they have never lived together. Their relationship remains untainted, Luo's father rejoiced. Now even more thrilled at the prospect of an additional 50,000. What a true tycoon. Please provide me with your bank account details. Certainly. Luo's father hurriedly retrieved his bank card. Yi Feng promptly transferred 200,000. All right, you may continue your preparations. I shall take my leave. After completing the transaction, Yi Feng stood to depart. There is nothing that money cannot resolve. If there is, then simply add more. Luo Bing, is this how you bid farewell? Hey, Yi Xiao. Please take care, Luo's father chuckled, his face beaming with joy. 200,000. As Yi Feng approached the staircase, Luo Bing bit her lip and rose to follow him. Her parents said nothing, tacitly accepting that Luo Bing was now aligned with Yi Feng. The offer of 200,000 indicated that it was not merely a cessation of the wedding. Why are you following me? Although Luo Bing was stunning and alluring, Yi Feng had no intention of taking her away. There were far too many beautiful women in the world for him to manage alone. Chapter 36. The wedding is cancelled due to entering with the left foot. Are you not here to elope with me? What kind of elopement is it if you do not take me with you? Luo Bing playfully blinked. It was evident that Yi Feng was wealthy, extraordinarily so. After all, he could afford a luxury car and offer 200,000 simply to halt a wedding. This was her best opportunity to alter her fate and elevate her status. Otherwise, she would inevitably find herself marrying an ordinary man, raising children, and living a mundane life. This was the best-case scenario. There could be even more chaotic futures ahead. Previously, she had no choice. Now, the opportunity lay before her, and she must seize it. The fact that he was also quite handsome made the proposition even more enticing. Of course, she was aware of the price it would exact. He would surely not be limited to her alone. However, if she could come to terms with that, it would be manageable. Yi Feng, she mused. Was he in agreement or merely playing along? The decision felt overwhelmingly difficult. All right. Yi Feng took a moment to ponder before consenting. A beauty of such caliber presenting herself was an opportunity one simply could not refuse. To do so would be to harm his own pride. Excellent. Luo Bing felt a surge of pride. She was confident in her allure. Let us be off. Wait. Perhaps we should wait for Yi Yang to arrive before we obtain the divorce certificate, Luo Bing suggested after a moment's thought. No need, Yi Feng replied, dismissing her idea. If we do not secure the divorce certificate, it adds an element of excitement, does it not? Haha, the rogue is indeed myself. Moreover, should we remain undivorced here? Yi Yang cannot marry on his end. He will merely have a nominal wife. Let us see who grows anxious first. I shall change into something more comfortable. Luo Bing returned to her room to don her usual athletic attire. The loose clothing added an air of casual elegance, yet did nothing to diminish her graceful demeanor. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, radiating a cool brilliance. She was quite the sight to behold. It is said that among 10 bespectacled maidens, 9 wear glasses, and the other one dons contact lenses. Let us proceed. Yi Feng extended his hand. Luo Bing shyly grasped Yi Feng's hand. Just as they were about to descend the stairs, a cacophony of firecrackers erupted at the entrance. Peering out from the balcony, they beheld a procession of luxury cars approaching. Ideal, Neo, BYD, Xpeng, and among them, a super-luxurious Volkswagen Polo. Ah, it seems the wedding party has arrived. I must go inform them that the wedding has been cancelled. Luo's father hurried down first, having not yet had the chance to notify those setting off the firecrackers. Given that Yi Yang had arrived, they would momentarily remain. Yi Feng fetched a small stool, preparing to enjoy the spectacle. The crackling firecrackers eased Yi Yang's anxiety. He feared a repeat of the last incident when things were eerily quiet, only for the bride to flee. The presence of firecrackers now signified that the bride had not absconded. One must admit, the old fellow had an eye for beauty. Both young women were striking, one a vibrant college student, the other a refined high school professor. They both embodied the ideal of beauty from the surrounding locales. Alas, the first had been snatched away by Yi Feng, much to his chagrin. A fleeting shadow of malice flickered in Yi Yang's eyes. That scoundrel would eventually reclaim all that was rightfully his: the house, the car, the woman. As the eldest legitimate son and grandson of the family, everything should belong to him, and all should serve him. Heh, everyone smoke up. Yi Yang adjusted his demeanor, stepping out to distribute cigarettes to the bride's relatives. The kind that cost 10 yuan a pack. After 2 attempts, the family had exhausted their funds. They had yet to reclaim the bride price from the previous occasion, which was still entangled in litigation. Heh, we don't smoke. ISNT being a doctor supposed to be lucrative, earning 20,000 a month? If you can afford that, then you're just boasting. The bride's relatives remained decidedly indifferent. Yi Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. I mentioned 10,000 initially. It's 20 upon confirmation. Of course, it was mere bravado. In reality, he earned only 3,000 a month, and the list for promotions had seemingly excluded him. He was still seeking a way out. Fortunately, the awkwardness did not linger long, as Luo's father soon emerged. Dad, smoke? Yi Yang cheerfully approached. Wait a moment. Did you not step in with your left foot first? Luo's father asked, his expression grave. Oh, I didn't notice. It must have been the left foot. Yi Yang replied, somewhat bewildered. Was there truly a significance to this? Which foot was it, left or right? Luo's father pressed anxiously. Let me recall. I was standing here while smoking, facing away, then stepped in after you arrived. Yes, I stepped in with my left foot. Yi Yang confirmed. How could you step in with your left foot? According to our customs, the groom must enter with the right foot, otherwise his family will perish. Luo's father fretted. Is there really such a belief? Yi Yang was taken aback. He was not the only one. The other friends and relatives were also perplexed. I should have warned you beforehand, but you arrived far too early. Why the hurry? Luo's father reproached. Dad, what do we do now? Yi Yang asked hastily, not wishing for calamity to befall his family. There is only one solution. A remedy? That is splendid. We must cancel this wedding. I had high hopes for you. But alas, you stepped in with your left foot. Luo's father smirked. For he had observed Yi Yang step in with his left foot and had quickly devised this ruse. Canceling the wedding outright would appear unreasonable. Wait. So this is all about canceling the wedding? Yi Yang exclaimed. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Yi Feng, upon hearing Luo's father, gave Luo Bing a thumbs up. What a clever mind. Luo Bing blushed and stuck out her tongue. Father, that excuse is rather flimsy. No, I oppose this. I fear not for my family. Yi Yang declared vehemently. You may not fear, but I do. After my daughter marries you, she becomes part of your family, and I cannot bear for her to be in danger. Luo's father was resolute. You may disregard your family's fate, but I cannot allow any harm to come to my daughter, especially now that she is connected to wealth. Is Yi Feng here? Just as Yi Yang was about to speak, he suddenly recalled the Rolls-Royce parked outside. Initially, he thought it belonged to some affluent relative of the Luo family. After all, Yi Feng's vehicle was an SUV, while this was a sedan. Now, with the Luo family's abrupt reversal, it must be Yi Feng's car. Realizing this, Yi Yang's expression darkened. That scoundrel dared to show his face. Regardless of who had arrived, the wedding must be cancelled today. I am here, you seek me? Yi Feng descended the stairs. Luo Bing trailed closely behind him like a dutiful bride. Yi Yang's eyes blazed with fury. What difference was there between this and being publicly humiliated? None at all. He had not seen it the last time, but now, witnessing it firsthand, his temper flared. It is indeed you. Why have you done this? Yi Yang's anger surged. He was the eldest son of the Yi family. Once the other party acquired wealth, they should offer it up willingly, at the very least sharing half. How could they dare to take his bride? Was he not a person? I believe you two are ill-suited. This is a fateful bond that should be severed post-haste. Our suitability is none of your concern. Do you fancy yourself a matchmaker? Do you believe wealth is omnipotent? Indeed, Yi Feng nodded. At least, I have yet to encounter anything that money cannot resolve. If there is, it is merely a matter of insufficient funds. Your actions are unjust. We must reason together. As Yi Feng remained impervious, Yi Yang began to expound his logic. Humans are birthed by humans, and demons by demons. Whether we are human or demon, we must harbor a benevolent heart. With a sudden impact, Yi Yang cried out. Propelled backward. Enough noise. Take your grievances home. Luo's father slowly withdrew his foot. The onlookers gaped, astonished at Luo's father's prowess. Woe is me. You are all villains. I shan't play with you any longer. Yi Yang lamented, drawing circles in the dirt with his hand. While doing so, he caught sight of Yi Feng's Rolls-Royce, and his fury reached a new height. Casually picking up a brick, he contemplated smashing a car. The headlights cost 80,000. The hood 100,000. The emblem 200,000. The grille 130,000. And the front bumper 330,000. Go ahead, strike whichever you fancy. Feel free to demolish them all, Yi Feng remarked with a hint of mockery. Yi Yang's hand froze midair. He seemed unable to muster the courage to strike. Moreover, given Yi Feng's nature, it was certain he would be made to compensate for any damages. Haha, I'm merely concerned that this brick might hinder your driving. I'm just trying to help you clear it away. Yi Yang awkwardly lowered the brick. Their family was hardly affluent. Should that brick land, it would only exacerbate their plight. He needed to save for his future wife. Speaking of which, how could he possibly avoid the calamity that was Yi Feng? Is that so? Thank you then. Let us be on our way. Yi Feng leaned in and kissed Luo Bing. Her cheeks flushed crimson, yet she offered no resistance. Once a choice is made, regret holds no place. Yi Yang's eyes flared with indignation. She was his wife, the one he had already wed. Yi Yang let out a roar skyward, his eyes reddening as he could no longer endure such a grievous humiliation. Summoning all his strength, he lunged to the ground, vigorously tracing circles in a curse against Yi Feng. Today, he intended to draw at least 10,000 curses upon him. He had declared it. No one could intercede. As they watched Yi Feng depart, the villagers who had come to escort the bride exchanged bewildered glances. Had this trip been in vain, they would certainly require an extra fee next time. Nevertheless, this spectacle had proven rather entertaining. Here is the 100,000 betrothal gift your family provided. Take it back. Luo's father produced the betrothal gift of 100,000 that Yi Yang had given. He was slightly more generous than Han's father. Yi Yang felt a slight sense of relief. At least the betrothal gift had been returned, which was an improvement over the last occasion. Let me count it, Yi Yang said, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He would draw circles to curse Yi Feng later. He could no longer afford any losses. We haven't even unwrapped the packaging, Luo's father replied, somewhat exasperated. Humphed. Yi Yang spat on his hand and began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. He was determined to count it clearly in front of them. 98, 99, 100. That makes 1,000. This bundle is perfect. He proceeded to count a second bundle. 96, 97? This time, he reached 97 and found it was gone. We didn't take any. The packaging was never opened, Luo's father insisted, growing anxious. When they had taken it, they hadn't counted. Perhaps there were extras. Yiyang pondered for a moment and resumed counting. Ultimately, aside from the first bundle, the rest were all slightly short. The total amount was 2,800 short, nearly 3,000. Uncle, we're missing 2,008. Thankfully, I counted. Yiyang said ominously. That's not our concern. We didn't open it. It must have been short when you brought it, Luo's father retorted, refusing to concede. Although he had money now, he wasn't foolish. He could hardly believe this family would tamper with the betrothal gift. They were indeed cunning. And the first bundle was adequate. Perhaps they feared he would count it. Thank goodness the wedding had been cancelled. Impossible. The money was personally delivered by Grandpa Hua. Return the 2008, or I'll make you regret it, Yiyang declared fiercely. Bang. Yiyang screamed as he was sent flying once more. Are you challenging me? Luo's father clapped his hands. Yiyang, can't we discuss this rationally? I, for one, am quite fond of reason. Xiaopeng, having heard that he had become a factory manager, was congratulated by Tianjing, who had come to visit relatives in the village. I still have much to learn, Xiaopeng stammered, his cheeks reddening. This was his former crush, a classmate from middle school. And she had been the belle of the class, with half the boys harboring secret affections for her. However, they hadn't seen each other since middle school. And he was surprised to encounter her again today, looking even more beautiful. Xiaopeng, which factory are you managing? Have you heard of Pengfei International? I named it myself. Xiaopeng replied, beaming with pride. You're from Pengfei International? Tianjing's eyes lit up. Currently, the hottest seasoning on the market was from Pengfei International. Their family had managed to snag a bottle, which they rarely used. Indeed, Xiaopeng proudly puffed out his chest. That's impressive. Tianjing's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her gaze filled with adoration fulfilled Xiaopeng's vanity, leaving him quite elated. Well then, we'll come to you for seasonings. Count on me, Xiaopeng promised. Thumping his chest. As a factory owner, procuring a few boxes of seasonings was no problem at all. Fantastic. Let me add you on WeChat. Otherwise, how will I contact you? Tianjing eagerly pulled out her phone. Sure. Xiaopeng readily obliged, eagerly retrieving his phone to add her. Chapter 38, then you should report him. All right, let's stay in touch. After adding each other, Tianjing playfully waved her phone. Okay, Xiaopeng was utterly captivated. Tianjing felt a surge of satisfaction. She had always been able to charm every boy in class, and it seemed that was still the case. As a factory manager, your salary must be quite high, right? Tianjing inquired nonchalantly. Well, my salary is 50,000 a month, plus commissions and bonuses. The exact amount depends on the factory's production efficiency, Xiaopeng boasted. Previously, earning 50,000 a year had been considered a lot. Now, he earned that in a month. Thus, life choices outweigh effort by far. Align with the right people, and you can win effortlessly. 50,000 a month. That means our combined salaries total 53,000. And with bonuses, it rounds to 1,000,000 annual salary, Tianjing exclaimed, counting on her fingers. Xiaopeng, you could simply say your salary is 3,000. Xiaopeng replied. By the way, Xiaopeng, where's your car? I heard you drove a Rolls-Royce back. We should go out for a drive. Tianjing suggested eagerly. My driver took the car. Xiaopeng scratched his head sheepishly. Feng had yet to return from the bride snatching. What kind of driver takes the owner's car without permission? It's unreasonable for him to be absent when the owner needs it. Call him back. Tianjing frowned, visibly displeased. If I make that call, and it delays Brother Feng's business, he'll surely be furious with me. Let us not do that. The driver might have urgent matters. Xiaopeng scratched his head again, wary of making the call. Despite Feng treating him well, he could certainly pack a punch. You're far too accommodating. That's why even the driver doesn't take you seriously as the factory manager. I'm telling you. You must set an example this time. Dock his pay to establish authority, Tianjing advised keenly. What right do I have to dock his pay? He'd be lucky not to dock mine. Xiaopeng replied, incredulous. Now that you're the manager, you must embody that authority. If you can't even manage a mere driver, how will you oversee the entire factory? I must tell you, the more you yield, the more they will take advantage of your kindness. One must not be overly accommodating towards them. Xiaopeng, setting aside the aura of the factory director, your presence as the director's wife is undeniably formidable. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. The other party was not enamored with him as a person, but rather with his esteemed position as factory director. Beep. At that moment, Feng returned in his vehicle. Hey, Brother Feng. Xiaopeng immediately scampered over to assist in opening the door. Tianjing grew increasingly displeased. What kind of factory director opens the door for a driver? This is utterly absurd. I have completed my tasks, and I will be leaving your residence tomorrow. If you wish to accompany me, prepare accordingly. Or take a few days to rest, and return on your own. It has been long enough. I can manage to go back alone without intruding upon your lives. Heh. Zhao Peng understood the situation well. Brother Feng, as expected, has successfully charmed yet another one. Moreover, each one is a stunning beauty, far surpassing Tianjing in looks. Alas, he is yet to reach Brother Feng's caliber and must continue to learn from him. Sooner or later, he too will achieve such conquests. Meanwhile, Tianjing's dissatisfaction deepened. How could a mere driver so arrogantly command his superior, even suggesting that the master return alone while he drives off? One might think Zhao Peng was the chauffeur. Upon Luo Bing's exit from the vehicle, her displeasure intensified. In terms of appearance, figure, and aura, the other party overshadowed her entirely. It seemed as though she resembled the mistress of a Rolls-Royce. Standing together, they made her and Zhao Peng appear like a driver and a maid. They were the true young master and young lady, which irked her greatly. Is it just because he is a driver that he feels so entitled? I could easily dock your pay, Zhao Peng, now that the driver has returned. Let us take the car out for some fun. Tianjing deliberately emphasized the word driver. Driver? Luo Bing cast a puzzled glance at Yi Feng. This fellow is a driver? Have chauffeurs become so affluent nowadays? His employer must be quite impressive. Haha, you might not know, but he is merely a driver for our Zhao Peng, Tianjing sneered. The woman must have thought she encountered a wealthy individual, only to find out he is just a driver. Quite the disappointment indeed. Break up. Luo Bing scrutinized the two. Upon closer inspection, Yi Feng did not appear to be a driver at all. Rather, Zhao Peng seemed more like one. Zhao Peng felt anxious. Yet he dared not reveal Yi Feng's true identity, fearing for his own safety. Who is she? Yi Feng inquired, looking at Zhao Peng. Could it be that they share a romantic history? He had never heard of this before. Just a middle school classmate, Zhao Peng replied awkwardly. Such classmates should be contacted less in the future. Yi Feng shook his head. You? Tianjing was infuriated. Who does he think he is? Daring to point fingers at the master? Let us go to the county and buy you a house. Luo Bing, who taught at a high school in the county, still resided in the school dormitory. Yi Feng intended to purchase a residence for her near the high school. All right, Luo Bing replied sweetly. The two resumed their drive. So, they just left like that? Tianjing was utterly bewildered. Did they not hear that she needed the car? The master requires the vehicle. And this driver has the audacity to drive away? Who is truly the driver here? Is there no law? In fact, the car belongs to the factory, not to me. My salary is insufficient to purchase one, and I can only use it for work-related matters, Zhao Peng gently reminded her. He had no choice but to let Yi Feng maintain his facade as a driver. So, a mere driver can casually take the car to flirt with girls? And he speaks of buying a house. Can he even afford it? Tianjing fumed further. Then why not report him to the factory? Zhao Peng suddenly lost his patience. Brother Feng was right. It is best to distance oneself from such classmates. The radiant image of Tianjing began to fade. The current Tianjing was no longer the one he had cherished in his memories. That is not what I meant. Tianjing sensed Zhao Peng's irritation. Moreover, the look he had just given her was shrewd and laced with a hint of menace. This was the aura of someone in a position of power. His usual foolish demeanor was merely an act. I apologize, Tianjing hastily said. She speculated that Zhao Peng's behavior must have a reason behind it. Perhaps that driver was associated with another faction within the factory, deliberately putting Zhao Peng in a difficult position to provoke a mistake. As Zhao Peng had recently assumed the role of factory director, his position was still precarious, which necessitated his restraint. She realized she had been too ostentatious, leading to Zhao Peng's anger. Instantly, Tianjing envisioned a fierce struggle in the workplace. It's all right. That driver's identity is somewhat peculiar, Zhao Peng subtly hinted. After all, she was once his cherished dream girl. Although her allure had dimmed slightly, it had not vanished entirely. Furthermore, it is only natural for a woman to possess a touch of vanity. He resolved to grant her another chance. His mindset had completely shifted. Though she was his former ideal, he was not a lovesick fool. I understand, Tianjing nodded. Let us take a taxi then. Very well. Chapter 39, Mistaken. It is lacking. Do you prefer a villa or a spacious flat? In the car, Yi Feng inquired. A spacious flat, please. Luo Bing contemplated before responding. Villas are difficult to maintain. Just cleaning them can be quite a hassle. I teach high school and am busy with work. I do not wish to squander my precious weekends on cleaning. Understood. And what about the car? For the car, I would like a yachty, she replied. Bid. Yi Feng was somewhat surprised. It is rare for women to favor BYD. Even if they prefer electric vehicles and support domestic brands, most opt for Xiaomi. Or is she hinting that she prefers the initials of BYD? Ahem, he refrained from voicing any thoughts. Not BYD, but Yachty, or even Ima. Luo Bing stuck out her tongue. Yi Feng, if someone overheard that, they might think I cannot afford a car. Why not buy a Bugatti and get 7 of them? Driving a different one every day of the week? Engaging in light banter, Yi Feng drove Luo Bing to the county. He purchased a spacious flat for her at the high school where she taught, ready for her to move in. Subsequently, he ordered a Xiaomi car online, although it would take some time for delivery. As for the Yachty, she could buy that herself. With his wealth, purchasing a Yachty would be absurd. He could practically buy the entire Yachty corporation. After completing all the necessary paperwork, Feng drove Luo Bing to help her move. With a home secured, there was no longer a need for her to stay in the dormitory. The little car soon arrived at the entrance of the high school where Luo Bing taught. After registering at the gate, they entered. Since it was National Day, all the students were on break, leaving the school quite deserted. Only a few teachers on duty and the security guard at the entrance remained. The car drove directly to the door of the female teacher's dormitory. Luo Bing then ascended to collect her belongings while Feng waited below. Click. As Luo Bing opened the dormitory door, the 3 female teachers inside fell silent. Feeling somewhat awkward, they had just been gossiping about Luo Bing behind her back. They were unaware of how much she had overheard. Luo Bing shared a 4-person dormitory. Teacher Luo, why are you back? Didn't you just get married? Is it really coming to an end so soon? Has something unexpected occurred? The 3 speculated. Luo Bing remained silent, casting a glance at the chaotic heap of belongings strewn across her bed. Ahem, we thought you would be moving out after your marriage. So we temporarily placed our things on your bed, one of them explained. The dormitory is just too cramped, and we have no place to store our belongings. You wouldn't mind, would you? The trio wore somewhat awkward expressions but showed no intention of retrieving their items. They had always been at odds with Luo Bing, otherwise. Being in the same dormitory and colleagues, she would have surely invited them to her wedding. Luo Bing was an exceptional teacher. Her English classes consistently ranking first in the school. With her beauty, she had become the goddess adored by all male teachers and students, overshadowing every other female educator. It was rumored that she was set to marry a doctor, which fueled their jealousy. I've decided not to marry, Luo Bing declared, shaking her head as she began to pack her belongings. This announcement piqued the interest of the 3. Not marrying. Is it because the bride price was too high? One suggested. To be honest, Teacher Luo, while you are indeed beautiful and have a decent figure, 500,000 for a bride price is rather excessive. It's understandable if he backs out. If I were to marry, as long as the character is good, I wouldn't demand a penny for the bride price. They chimed in, reveling in their schadenfreude. In truth, their envy stemmed from Luo Bing's connection with a wealthy doctor willing to pay such a high bride price. Incorrect. It's not too much. It's too little, Luo Bing replied with a slight smile, dismissing their banter. Too little? What do you mean? It's already 500,000, and you want to increase the bride price? No wonder he backed out. They retorted, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. They were already plotting to spread the news throughout the school that their seemingly aloof goddess was, in fact, materialistic. It wasn't him backing out. It was I who changed my mind. My boyfriend has returned and offered 2 million to cancel the wedding. Plus he bought me a spacious apartment. I'm merely packing to move in. Farewell. Enjoy your time in this dreadful dormitory while I reside in luxury, Luo Bing announced succinctly as she exited. 2 million and a spacious apartment? I can't believe that. She must be boasting. Clearly, she was rejected and is fabricating an excuse. Moving out is simply to avoid ridicule. The more beautiful a woman is, the more materialistic she tends to be. Someone like us is far more suited for a stable life, a less attractive female teacher remarked bitterly. Oh please, who are you to speak? Remove that we from your statement. Her 2 companions retorted, irritated. As if we share your unfortunate looks. Oh look, that is a Rolls-Royce picking her up. One exclaimed, spotting Luo Bing loading her luggage into the luxurious car from the dormitory window. The other 2 turned to witness the scene, their composure unraveling. It truly is a Rolls-Royce. Could it be that she was telling the truth? They exchanged glances, their jealousy intensifying. And her boyfriend is quite handsome as well. I can understand her change of heart. I would reconsider too. Just one of those cars or that man, and I would have second thoughts. Why must she monopolize all the good fortune? Their envy deepened. After unloading her luggage, Luo Bing felt an immense relief, as if the air around her had suddenly become fresher. What's wrong? You have no idea. Living in this dormitory is unbearable. For people sharing a room, with at least 6 cliques, if not more, and some of those groups have excluded me, she lamented. Every day there's a plethora of alliances and rivalries. I've had enough. Indeed, everything online about it is true. Let us take a stroll. I wish to reminisce about my high school days, Feng proposed. Good, Luo Bing nodded enthusiastically. These buildings are all classrooms. I currently teach classes 1 and 2 of the senior year, and I'm the homeroom teacher for class 1, located on the 5th floor. Let me show you our classroom, she said eagerly. All right, Feng agreed, following her lead. Let us go, the stairs are this way. You lead, he suggested. A mischievous glint in his eye. Men are indeed incorrigible, Luo Bing thought, fully aware of Feng's intentions. She shot him a playful glance, her waist swaying as she walked ahead. Chapter 40, Heirloom. When Yi Yang and his luxurious convoy returned to the village, the villagers were already grinning, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. The news of Yi Yang's second wife being taken had spread like wildfire. Poor lad, his wife snatched away again. The greatest tragedy in life is having one's wife taken, and to suffer it twice is even worse. Let's see if there's a third time. They cackled. The drums and trumpets fell silent. Most of the relatives and friends who had come to celebrate the wedding had either left or remained just to witness the drama. Word had it that the bride had again been claimed by his younger brother. With the way they treat the younger one, he must be harboring resentment and will surely seek revenge. I doubt Yi Yang will find it easy to marry now, they speculated, relishing the unfolding events. Faced with the jeering crowd, Yi Yang felt humiliated, cursing the onlookers silently. He clutched tightly to the 97,800 yuan bride price, realizing the wedding was off. What are you still doing here? Everyone disperse, Yi Dashan ordered, shooing away the remaining guests. He then returned home, heart heavy for his grandson. What a fine, exceptional grandson. This is my pride, nurtured by me, and now he has been reduced to this. Grandpa, Yi Yang's tears could no longer be contained, streaming down his cheeks. I know everything, Yang, Yi Dashan said, trembling with rage upon hearing the news. He had painstakingly selected a bride for his grandson, only to have her taken by that little scoundrel, Yi Feng. One was not enough, he had to take two. He is worse than a beast. Don't worry. You're already married. She won't be able to escape, Yi Dashan reassured, though Yi Yang felt even more distressed. The thought of Yi Feng's intimate gestures towards Luo Bing made him uneasy, not that he was excited. He was merely troubled. Grandpa, this is the bride price I fought hard to retrieve. They weren't even planning to return it, but they shortchanged me by 2,800. Yi Yang reluctantly handed the money to his grandfather. This money would do you good. Good boy, you've been wronged, Yi Dashan said, slightly awkward. The 2,800 was indeed his own contribution. He hadn't expected this fool to actually count it. Didn't I tell you to just bring it back? Why count it? Now everyone was aware of the situation. Rest assured, Yang, this matter will not end here. Yi Dashan quickly regained his composure. After these two incidents, Yi Yang had become a laughingstock, and whether he could marry in the future was now in question. Go fetch your father. You've been back for quite some time. And he still hasn't shown up. This is unacceptable, Yi Dashan said angrily, realizing the gravity of the situation. All right, Yi Yang replied, feeling a glimmer of hope. The old man truly seemed furious this time. Uncertain of how he would confront Yi Feng, Yi Jian approached with his head hung low. He understood the source of Yi Dashan's ire, yet felt powerless to change their predicament. Their family had become a laughingstock throughout the surrounding villages. The purpose of their gathering was to strategize on how to deal with the calamity that was Yi Feng. As long as he remained, their family would never know peace. If he stood before me now, I would yearn to strike him down with my cane. The sound of Yi Dashan's cane striking the ground echoed ominously. Speak up. Have you lost your hearing? His silence only fueled Yi Dashan's frustration. Dad, he may be wealthy enough to bribe the other party into breaking off the engagement. But what if you sold a family heirloom? We could easily match him. With the excess funds, we could purchase a house and a car. And then no one in the village would dare to mock us. Yi Jian proposed. Their family, once prosperous landlords, had begun to decline with Yi Dashan's generation. Yet Yi Dashan insisted that their ancestors had left behind several invaluable heirlooms, all ancient treasures. Deep down, he harbored doubts. After all, during their most difficult times, the old man had refused to part with them. However, the old man's fervent assurances and the subtle clues he had discerned suggested that perhaps there were indeed a few heirlooms. Thus, he dared not gamble. Yi Dashan's heart sank as he exchanged glances with Yi Yang, immediately shaking his head. No, those are the treasures of the Yi family. Unless we face starvation, they are to be passed down through generations. How could we sell them for something so trivial? You are nothing but a spendthrift. How can I trust you to inherit our legacy if you think this way? Yi Dashan exclaimed, exasperated. Indeed, Dad, how could we so casually part with our family treasures? Yi Yang chimed in. Yet, there were no true heirlooms. It was merely a ploy he had concocted. When Yi Dashan had resolved to nurture him wholeheartedly, their parents had opposed the idea. In this generation, the concept of primogeniture had waned significantly. Yi Yang outwardly advocated for fairness between the two brothers, but secretly encouraged Yi Dashan to assert the existence of heirlooms. Should their parents prove obstinate, Yi Dashan would be compelled to bequeath the treasures to his daughter, the sister of Yi Yang, thereby exerting control over their parents. This manipulation had forced their parents to relent, and subsequently, the entire family dedicated themselves to his cultivation, relegating Yi Feng to the role of a mere peripheral tool. Yi Feng had left school prematurely to work, yet he had not anticipated Yi Feng's current success. If it were merely for my marriage that you would sell the heirlooms, I would rather remain unwed, Yi Yang declared resolutely. There's nothing to sell. If there were, I would have sold them long ago. Look at you, a wasteful child, while Yang Yang understands. Yi Dashan glared once more at his son. Then I am at an impasse, Yi Jin shrugged. With his wife's health deteriorating, he was unable to work. What could he possibly do? However, merely mentioning the heirlooms had stirred such fervor in the two, deepening his suspicions. With Yi Feng now affluent, he found himself grappling with regret. He had heard that his younger son had offered 2 million to the other party to annul the engagement, while the previous figure had been 1.5 million. Combined, that totaled 3.5 million. And that was just what he had given to the other party. Surely, Yi Feng had retained even more. He drove a Rolls-Royce, having brought back different models on 2 separate occasions. Even if the old man possessed heirlooms, it was unlikely they could command such a sum. Moreover, whether they existed at all remained uncertain. You are utterly incompetent. You cannot even manage your own son. That cannot be helped. It was you who forbade him from pursuing his education. During those trying years, he bore the burden alone, and you sought to reclaim his house. Could he not be angered? Are you saying it was my fault? Do you still wish to lay claim to the heirlooms? If not, I shall pass them on to your sister. Yi Dashan's eyes bulged in indignation. Chapter 41. He is a fraud. Dad, that is not what I meant. Yi Jian shook his head. He still held some hope regarding the heirlooms. What if they were genuine? Having been submissive for so many years, there was no need to turn hostile now. Humph. Yi Dashan scoffed, choosing not to elaborate further, fearing his true intentions might be unveiled. The next day arrived quietly. After an afternoon of leisure, Zhao Peng and Tianjing returned. He was not as formidable as Yi Feng, who had made quite the impression on their first day. Nevertheless, Zhao Peng remained in good spirits. They had enjoyed themselves that day. After all, Brother Feng had assured him that he could rest at home for a couple of days before returning. Shall we take the bus tomorrow? Tianjing said with a cold laugh. Initially, she believed she had secured the affections of a wealthy man, a factory director. However, after their afternoon together, she realized her misconception. This man was nothing more than a pauper. In the county, he had taken her to buy clothes, suggesting they purchase 2 nice outfits. Just as she anticipated a trip to the latest luxury boutiques for Chanel, LV, or Dior, he instead led her to Might Sherbang. Later that evening, he promised a grand feast, but instead took her to a local eatery for a simple meal. He ordered chicken leg rice and even went out of his way to request an extra chicken leg and a braised egg. Throughout the meal, he maintained an air of a domineering CEO, leaving her utterly disenchanted. No matter how hard he tried to act, he could not disguise his impoverished essence. She had reached her limit and recognized the truth. This man was nothing but a fraud. Furthermore, she had heard he had previously been a security guard. How could he suddenly become a factory director? It made no sense. She suspected he sought to impress his family and the villagers by pretending to be someone he was not. The Rolls-Royce he drove was undoubtedly rented, and for only a short time at that. Otherwise, the driver would not have behaved so arrogantly, taking the car away without a care. What do you mean? Zhao Peng furrowed his brow. Just as he had begun to regard Tianjing more favorably, she had reverted to her previous disdain. What do you mean, pretending? Keep acting. I dare you. Tianjing's expression hardened. Even at this juncture, he still sought to maintain his facade. It was a waste of time and emotion. He had groveled like a sycophant for so long. Initially, she thought he was testing her, so she played along for the afternoon. Yet now, as they prepared to part ways, she had gained nothing. See you tomorrow? What for? Are we going to eat at the same local eatery again? Or perhaps have yellow braised chicken rice? You are not a factory director. You are merely a deceiver. Your car is rented. Your entire outfit is worth less than 200, and your phone is under 1,000. Tell me, what sort of factory director are you? Tianjing declared loudly. Zhao Peng felt as though the light of hope in his heart had been extinguished. The woman before him was nothing more than a mercenary gold digger. As several villagers overheard the commotion, they gathered to witness the spectacle, harboring their own doubts about Zhao Peng's status as a factory director. As the argument escalated, more people came to watch, muttering that he was a fraud, that he was not a factory director, and questioning why he had taken her to a local eatery. His clothing appeared to be from budget stores, and he relied on public transport for outings. What kind of factory director behaved in such a manner? His car was clearly rented. Had no one noticed that the driver was more arrogant than he? The reason I went out with him today was to expose him and reveal his true nature to everyone. As the crowd grew larger, Tianjing became increasingly emboldened, raising her voice even higher. Hearing her remarks, others began to murmur in agreement. In truth, I had long discerned his facade. How could anyone ascend from a security guard to the position of factory director? Zhao Peng, known for his mischievousness since childhood, dropped out of middle school to mingle with unsavory crowds. How could he possibly be a factory director? If he could achieve that, then pigs might as well fly. The villagers wore expressions of derision. Upon returning home, they contemplated the inconsistencies of the situation. Now that Tianjing had spoken, their suspicions were confirmed. Huh. Zhao Peng chuckled to himself. Did he care what these people thought? Did their opinions affect his salary in any way? Whether they believed in him or not, his earnings would not change. Who cares? He was surprised to find himself conversing in English. He felt rather accomplished. No, my brother is indeed the factory director, the driver. At that moment, his sister Zhao Lin stepped forward. Seeing her brother misunderstood, she felt anxious and wished to unveil the truth. Zhao Peng, wary of his family's potential offense to Yi Feng, had previously taken the time to inform them of Yi Feng's identity, urging them to keep it confidential. Lin, don't say anything, Zhao Peng interjected, stopping his sister. He didn't mind how others perceived him, but he could not risk exposing brother Feng's identity. Well, if you have the ability, why not call that driver out for a confrontation? What's the matter, can't you? Tianjing continued to sneer. I don't need to prove anything to you. Believe what you will, Zhao Peng shrugged, indifferent. Observing their son's demeanor, Zhao father and Zhao mother, initially concerned, felt a swell of pride at his composure. Their son had grown up. They naturally trusted him. Surely everyone sees it now. He's just a fraud. Incapable of proving his claim to the title of factory director, Tianjing continued her tirade, feeling nauseated at her own actions that day. Director Zhao. At that moment, another group approached. Hello everyone. Greetings. Upon seeing the gathering, they cheerfully greeted the crowd. Director Zhao, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. The newcomers appeared genuinely delighted. They had come that afternoon, but had missed Zhao Peng. Who are you? Zhao Peng asked, puzzled, as he did not recognize them. Well, Director, I'm Zhang Shuai. We're in the catering business, and we heard your canteen is looking for partners. May we have a chance? Yes. My beef noodles are exceptional. Your workers will surely love them. I make dumplings. Can we sell breakfast? The crowd chimed in eagerly. Pengfei International is a significant enterprise. With thousands of employees now, if they could open a stall in the canteen, they would undoubtedly make a considerable profit. I see. Come to the factory tomorrow to discuss it with the administration. Zhao Peng nodded. Although the factory already had a canteen, the food was likely subpar since it was free. Some leaders had suggested seeking external vendors to operate stalls in the canteen. Those looking to save could eat at the free canteen, while those desiring better options could purchase from external vendors. It was a win-win situation. Zhao Peng found this reasoning sound. They had already begun soliciting vendors online. These individuals must have seen the announcement and fortuitously learned of his return, hence their visit. One had to commend their keen sense of information. Thank you, Director Zhao. We will go to the factory tomorrow. Chapter 42. I truly am a poor fool. The crowd was elated. Although Zhao Peng had not immediately agreed, the opportunity to visit the factory was already a significant development. They had previously applied online, but had received no response due to the overwhelming number of applicants. Now, with the director's consent to visit, success seemed imminent, provided they met the necessary criteria. Director Zhao, we'll treat you to drinks tomorrow. Director Zhao is indeed a young achiever. We won't disturb you any longer. We'll see you tomorrow for dinner. They expressed their gratitude as they prepared to leave. Are you all mistaken? Tianjing was growing increasingly agitated. The surrounding villagers were equally bewildered. Did they not claim Zhao Peng was not the director? Were these individuals merely hired to support him? Yet that did not seem plausible, as someone recognized the leader of the group, Guobei, who owned a small restaurant in the neighboring town and had recently been struggling with his business. How idle must he be to play the role of a supporter? He is not a factory director. He is just a poor fool. You've all been deceived by him. Tianjing shouted. Boss Guo, you must be cautious. He is merely a security guard. You've surely been tricked. He is from our village. If he were truly the factory director, we would know. Others in the village echoed her sentiments. They were reluctant to see Zhao Peng succeed. A poor Zhao Peng was the preferable Zhao Peng. Guobei and his companions laughed. Did they truly not know the truth? I can assure you that Zhao Peng's identity as the director is beyond question. If you don't believe me, just check Tianyanka. We live in a modern age. Guobei regarded the crowd with disdain. It was one thing to lack knowledge, but to shout baseless accusations was another. He realized that these people did not believe Zhao Peng was the director and were collectively denouncing him without proper investigation. How foolish. A promising individual had emerged from their village, yet rather than support him, they chose to mock him. Zhao Peng's factory was not an ordinary establishment. It was part of the highly regarded Pengfei International, a company poised to rival the likes of Haitan in the future. Tianyanka? Tianjing suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. She quickly pulled out her phone to search for what Tianyanka was. After accessing the website and locating Pengfei International, her eyes widened in disbelief. She had indeed found Zhao Peng listed. The details, age, identity, and other information all matched perfectly. Moreover, she noted another name in the board member section, Yi Feng. He was the majority shareholder of Pengfei International, holding 95% of the shares, while Zhao Peng owned 5%. Tianjing's hands trembled uncontrollably. Zhao Peng was not only the factory director, but also a shareholder of Pengfei International. And that driver of his was, in fact, the hidden boss and major shareholder of the company. This revelation clarified all of Zhao Peng's previous actions. Reflecting on her conduct, that day filled Tianjing with regret and despair. Big brother, you can't play us like this. Zhao Peng, She stepped forward, extending her hand in a futile attempt to salvage the situation. Dad, Mom, Lin, let us go inside. Zhao Peng ignored her and returned to the house with his family. Tianjing's hand remained suspended in the air, awkwardly frozen. The villagers exchanged glances, some of whom had also checked Tianyanka and discovered Zhao Peng's information. He was indeed the director and a shareholder. Subsequently, the crowd turned their ire towards Tianjing. It was this woman who had insisted with such conviction that Zhao Peng was not the factory director, leading them to believe her. Now, Zhao Peng had indeed flourished, but it no longer concerned them. They had failed to witness the spectacle they anticipated, and instead, had become the subject of ridicule themselves. It was all her fault. Just then, moments before Zhao Peng entered the room, he abruptly turned around. Tianjing's heart leapt. Could there still be hope? After all, as the class beauty, she was Zhao Peng's cherished memory. Even the slightest flaw could be overlooked. Moreover, which woman in contemporary society was not somewhat materialistic? This should not pose a problem. You are correct. I have indeed been impoverished. Just 2 months ago, I was a mere security guard. With that, Zhao Peng slammed the door shut. Tianjing's realization dawned upon her. Why did Zhao Peng, despite being the factory director, exude an air of poverty? It was because he had only been in this position for less than 2 months. Although he had acquired wealth, his demeanor had not yet evolved to match it. She had consistently compared him to other successful individuals, neglecting to consider that his time of success was brief, and his personality traits and spending habits could not transform overnight. She had been careless. But now, it was too late to say anything. Zhao Peng would not forgive her. Tianjing picked up her phone, intending to send Zhao Peng a message of apology. Even if they could no longer be together, they could at least be ordinary friends or classmates. With great emotion, she penned a heartfelt note, expressing her struggles and lamenting her upbringing. She even mentioned that she recognized her mistakes and invited him to dinner, offering to cook for him herself. Just as she was filled with joy and pressed send, a red circle with an exclamation mark appeared on the screen. Clearly, he had blocked her. Tianjing stared blankly at her phone, filled with regret for missing out on such a quality man. Bang! A villager kicked her as he passed, sending her sprawling. What do you want from me? Feng had been indulging in flirtation with Luo Bing in the county when he received a call from Zhao Peng, stating that his family had come looking for him. He promptly drove back. Feng, we owe you an apology. We were wrong, but that was all your grandfather's doing. Yi Jian's expression was quite complex. Is this why you came to find me? Feng replied flatly. Yi Jian's intentions were all too clear. He had seen that Feng was now prosperous and regretted his past actions, hoping to win forgiveness and enjoy the fruits of his success. Was that even possible? After all, he had forced Feng to drop out of school to work, and Feng had pleaded with him to sell the house, at least to allow him to finish high school. He could manage college on his own. The other party had remained indifferent. Now, it was too late for regret. He could seek out his eldest son instead. 8 years had passed. Did they understand how he had lived through those years? Every day was a struggle. In truth, he had opposed this from the start, but his mother was in poor health and his grandfather was insistent. He felt powerless. Yi Jian shifted all the blame onto Yi Dashan. It was as if he were doomed to misfortune, to make him work hard to support the family. They refused to sell the house, all the while dangling it over him, planning to give it to Yi Yang upon graduation. Did they think he would have money for school when Yi Yang graduated and got married? Feng even felt a hint of amusement. That money belongs to your grandfather. Yi Jian replied awkwardly. Do you think I'm a fool? Yi Dashan had spent his life lost in fantasies of his grand family, enjoying the pretense and refusing to work. Where would all that money come from? That's not what I meant, Yi Jian said, somewhat embarrassed. As the two conversed, Yi Yang arrived on an electric tricycle, bringing along Yi Dashan and the ailing Zhang Ying, his mother. Chapter 43. You should stop. The outside is full of... Dad, what are you doing here? Yi Yang was somewhat taken aback. They had searched at home for a long time without finding Yi Jian and could not reach him by phone. So they were surprised to find him here. Yi Dashan squinted at Yi Jian. Ahem, I came to talk some sense into your brother. Yi Jian's gaze faltered slightly. The old man should have picked up on something, but as long as he refused to admit it, everything would be fine. Humph. Yi Dashan snorted coldly. But this was not the time for such discussions. This was an internal conflict. They could address it later. As long as the matter of the family heirloom remained under wraps, controlling this son would be relatively easy. First, they needed to resolve Yi Feng's issue. Ahem. Son, you should stop. The outside is full of... he is your brother. We are a family. How can you harm each other? Zhang Ying lamented passionately. Now we are a family. Wasn't that the case when you forced me to drop out and work? Wasn't it when he got married without telling me? Wasn't it when you tried to reclaim the house? Yi Feng held little affection for this so-called mother. When the family exploited him, she pretended not to see, hiding in her room. Now, she had come out for Yi Yang, disregarding her health. She had never spoken a word for him. In the past, when he worked so hard, she rarely cared. Every holiday, she only inquired about her eldest son, fearing he was struggling at school, urging him to give more living expenses to ensure Yi Yang ate well. As for his own well-being, she had never shown concern. In the past, did we wrong you? But you have also taken your brother's wife twice. You should stop. Zhang Ying continued to plead earnestly. Yi Yang looked at Yi Feng with sincerity. Huh? Do you take me for a fool? Yi Feng laughed. Did they really believe he was unaware of the little schemes they had been up to? Yi Yang, the honest man. That was no different than claiming a pig could fly. Yi Feng knew exactly what kind of person Yi Yang was. How could anyone believe such poor acting? Of course, it was also possible that they were aware but enjoyed the flattery from Yi Yang, completely indifferent to their own fates. What exactly has he done? You tell me. Yang is such a kind child, always speaking on your behalf. How could you treat him like this? Are you even human? Yi Dashan could no longer contain himself. If you truly want me to speak, the family heirloom. Yi Feng sneered. This was what the butler had discovered. He had no idea how the butler, who spent his days selling phone cases at home, had managed to uncover all this. He was astonished when he learned of it. Such words could actually find an audience. He recalled watching an animated film as a child about an old man with 3 sons who neglected him. In the end, the daughter devised a plan involving a family heirloom. Upon learning of it, the 3 sons rushed to care for him. When the old man passed away, they discovered it was just a bag of stones. The plot was rather similar. However, Yi Yang had used this to control Yi Jian, reversing the situation. The teacher had remarked that when the butler told him about it, he had a great deal of admiration for Yi Yang. Such cunning was not typical of ordinary individuals. Ahem, Xiaofeng, please do not blame your mother. Blame your grandfather and father instead. If it is my fault, then if you seek retribution, just take it out on me. Just as things were about to escalate, Yi Yang hurriedly intervened. At the same time, he does not forget to uphold the persona of a devoted son and virtuous grandson. The family nodded in agreement, affirming that he indeed is their responsible son and grandson. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed. Yi Yang cried out in agony as he was sent flying. Everyone heard him say it was his suggestion to strike. Yi Feng slowly withdrew his hand, bemused by such an unprecedented request. Zhao Peng chimed in, playing the role of the jester. Well, you've seen it now. Indeed. The way you soared just now was quite impressive. Yang, are you all right? Yi Dashan exclaimed, his heart aching to the point of breathlessness. After all, he was his precious first grandson, the very hope for the revival of the Yi family. Cough, cough. Yi Feng, you have gone too far. Zhang Ying glared, her eyes wide with indignation, coughing incessantly from the agitation. He asked me to hit him, and now you're upset about it. What exactly do you want from me? Yi Feng responded, exasperated. Life is just too difficult, he lamented. Indeed, what is it that you all desire? Zhao Peng continued, maintaining the comedic exchange. Someone ought to comfort the one lying on the ground. It was you who urged me to strike. Precisely. One must adhere to reason and keep one's word. Yi Feng and Zhao Peng harmonized, displaying a remarkable synergy. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin observed in utter disbelief, feeling as though her brother and this Yi Feng were the true antagonists. Uft! Yi Yang spat out blood. If I say you should hit me, then what about if I demand half your fortune? Would you comply? Humph. Don't get too smug. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's apparent disregard for kin, Yi Dashan leapt to his feet once more. Why is that? Zhao Peng inquired, puzzled. Brother Feng has wealth and women at his disposal. What is there to be smug about? With Brother Feng's prowess, he could strut about unchallenged every day. Yang and that woman are already legally married. Even without a wedding ceremony, they are husband and wife in the eyes of the law. Your girlfriend is someone else's wife. Haha, Yi Feng, that's not a good thing. Cough, cough, I mean. His point is that as long as Yi Yang doesn't mind, it's fine. After all, he has no objections. Uft. Yi Yang coughed up blood once more. How can that old coot find joy in his wife flirting with another man? Even if they Haven Tea held a wedding, she is still his wife. Which side is he on, really? If I spread this news, your reputation will be in tatters, haha, Yi Dashan proclaimed, brimming with pride. Yi Feng, let it be. Let it be. No way, I want a divorce. Yi Yang, in a state of despair, bolted upright. That old coot actually intends to spread this. Does he have no sense of shame? No. Yi Dashan resolutely opposed. This is the perfect opportunity to tarnish Yi Feng's reputation. In his view, reputation held significant weight. Without it, one could not stand firm, even though his own reputation was far from stellar. Grandfather, if I don't get a divorce, how can I marry someone else? Yi Yang whispered into Yi Dashan's ear. Yi Dashan's expression shifted. He nearly forgot this detail. Divorce is imperative. That way, the woman becomes a second marriage. Yi Dashan sneered. What does it matter if he has money? He would still end up with a second marriage and retain a poor reputation. My grandson would never choose a woman with a history. Yi Feng felt a tinge of regret. Being a rogue was rather appealing. However, Luo Bing disapproved, as she did not share Yi Feng's fondness for such lowbrow amusements. She had originally planned to return after the National Day holiday to collect the divorce certificate. This was also why Yi Feng returned. Otherwise, who would bother with them? All right, let us get the divorce sorted out after National Day, Yi Feng declared as he climbed into the car. Good. Yi Yang gritted his teeth, feeling reluctant, but with no other choice. Chapter 44. English must be learned. The two parties reached a semblance of agreement amidst their displeasure, and the family rode home on an electric bicycle. Yi Yang gazed at the spot where Yi Feng's car had departed, his eyes dark with unspoken emotions, though no one noticed. Of course, even if Yi Feng saw, he cared little. Come at me if you dare. Go on, hit me. Initially, Yi Feng had intended to return within a couple of days, but he feared that this family might concoct some mischief, leaving Luo Bing to face it alone. He decided to resolve matters between them before heading back. After dinner, Xiao Peng returned to work. He had already flaunted his success and gained some life insights. Remaining at home would only subject him to the unpleasantness of the village. It was better to return to work. He would feel guilty for accepting the monthly salary of 50,000 from brother Feng otherwise. Dad, Mom, here's 20,000. Take it and spend it. This was from the money he earned selling sausages. His salary had yet to be disbursed, initially unaware of his earnings. He hadn't brought any money home, but now that he knew his monthly salary was 50,000, he decided to contribute a little to the family. Over the years, he had hardly sent any money home. Sometimes, his family should support him a bit. Son, you've truly grown up. Zhao's father and mother were overwhelmed with joy. They would have something to boast about in the village, allowing those who once looked down on them to open their eyes wide in astonishment. They did not refuse, recognizing it as their son's heartfelt gesture. They would save it for him, to use when buying a house, a car, or for his wedding. Lin, here's 2,000 for you. Save it for a rainy day. I'll cover your living expenses from now on, Xiao Peng declared, thumping his chest. When a person has money, they naturally speak with confidence. Thank you, brother. You're so kind. Zhao Lin's face lit up with joy. Is 200 a month enough for you? Zhao Lin, I don't feel like talking to you. Haha. Zhao's father and mother chuckled. Yi Feng drove back to Luo Bing's side and relayed the news about collecting the divorce certificate. We will go after the National Day holiday. All right. Luo Bing smiled gently, finally able to set her worries aside. Otherwise, it would be too bothersome. What do you want for lunch? I'll make it for you. The previous night's intense battle left Luo Bing still unable to rise from bed. Just some porridge will suffice. Luo Bing's expression was tender. This man not only possessed wealth, good looks, and health, but could also cook. He was simply perfect. How about pumpkin porridge? Luo Bing nodded. That's right. We used to feed little pigs with pumpkin porridge in the countryside, and they grew up plump and healthy. Humph, you're the little pig. Luo Bing pouted, displeased. Haha. Yi Feng laughed, finding her sulky demeanor utterly adorable. He gently pinched Luo Bing's cheek before heading to the kitchen to prepare the porridge. Over the years, in order to save money, he often cooked for himself, even having worked as a kitchen assistant at a restaurant. Thus, his culinary skills were quite commendable. Cooking porridge was a mere trifle for him. Yi Feng busied himself in the kitchen, and soon the sweet aroma of pumpkin porridge wafted through the air. Luo Bing inhaled deeply, her heart brimming with happiness. Before long, the pumpkin porridge was ready. Yi Feng carefully ladled the bowl and brought it to Luo Bing, gently stirring it for her. All right, it's ready to eat. Yi Feng helped her sit up. You feed me, Luo Bing said, her face flushed with shyness. Yi Feng, you know how to play the game. Yi Feng scooped a spoonful and brought it to his mouth. Luo Bing, why are you feeding yourself instead of me? Yi Feng leaned down and kissed Luo Bing. Oh, I didn't ask you to feed me with your mouth, Luo Bing exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. After all these years of marriage, why are you still shy? Yi Feng chuckled lightly. This mature woman, at times, displayed remarkable boldness, as she did in the classroom, yet could also be as bashful as a schoolgirl. The contrast was utterly adorable. The two finished their porridge in a playful manner, and thus, they spent 3 days without a care in the world. In the evening, Luo Bing began preparing her lesson plans. Darling, I start work tomorrow, she announced. Having been completely won over by Yi Feng, being conquered by you, indulging in your secrets. Isn't the National Day holiday for 7 days? I'm teaching the senior year, and they only have 3 days off. Luo Bing opened her teaching materials. Oh, I see. By the way, you teach English, right? Yi Feng suddenly recalled. Yes. Luo Bing nodded. English is great. It's beneficial to learn more. I want to learn English too. Yi Feng smirked mischievously. What is that about? You'll find out tonight. Haha. Luo Bing quickly understood. 2 hours later, she finished her lesson preparations. Oh yes. In the bedroom, Yifeng diligently studied English, having spent the entire night immersed in it. The following morning, Yifeng was the one to wake Luo Bing. She was exhausted from teaching English the night before and was almost sporting dark circles under her eyes. "Let us have breakfast," Yifeng announced, having already prepared a meal. Luo Bing felt a wave of happiness wash over her. It was the happiest moment of her life. After breakfast, Yifeng drove Luo Bing to school. Unlike last time, there were many senior students and teachers returning to campus. Upon seeing the Rolls-Royce, a crowd paused in curiosity. In this day and age, few teachers could afford such luxury. After Luo Bing got out of the car, everyone quickly realized who it was, which made sense. "I'll pick you up tonight." "Mua, goodbye, darling." Luo Bing gave Yifeng a sweet kiss and waved cheerfully. "See you tonight." Once Yifeng left, some teachers who knew Luo Bing approached her. "Teacher Luo, I heard you got married. Is that your husband? He is so handsome and wealthy," they exclaimed, filled with envy. It was well known that Luo Bing had been seeing a promising young doctor. "He is not my husband. He is my boyfriend. We were supposed to get married, but he came back and swept me away," Luo Bing clarified. "Wow, getting taken away by a Rolls-Royce, how romantic. A doctor and a rich heir vying for teacher Luo. This sounds like something out of an idol drama. Just thinking about it is thrilling. How could teacher Luo be so stunning?" The group praised her, tinged with a hint of envy. They found it incredibly difficult to find a quality boyfriend. While she had two competing for her affection. "We should head inside. Class is about to start." Luo Bing smiled, choosing not to say more. If they knew the two were actually brothers, they would surely concoct tales of familial rivalry. Once inside the school, Luo Bing immersed herself in her work. After Yifeng returned home and felt a bit bored, he retrieved his invisibility suit and shoes. Upon inspection, he found them in perfect condition, the paint quality impeccable. Chapter 45. Am I that kind of person? He always carried this set of gear with him. Yifeng then drove to a nearby area close to the school, parking in a spot with no surveillance and few people around. Once suited up, he boldly strolled into the school. The sensation of invisibility was exhilarating. Although the senior class was already in session, the first and second years had yet to start, leaving most areas of the school quite empty. Yifeng wandered around the senior classrooms, concluding that his beloved Bing Bing was indeed the most beautiful. He found an unoccupied seat at the back of a classroom and sat down to experience high school life. He realized that after 2 rounds of genetic enhancement, his intellect had significantly improved. The subjects in high school sounded remarkably simple. If he were to take the college entrance exam again, getting into Tsinghua or Peking University would be a piece of cake. Before long, the morning classes concluded. As the bell rang, the students poured out of the classrooms like a tide, rushing towards the cafeteria, famished. "Move aside. Those who block my way shall face the consequences," shouted the leading student, wielding his lunch tray. Yifeng watched with a hint of nostalgia, remembering his own days as a student, often leading the charge to the dining hall. He was not joking when he called himself the lunch champion. The thrill of being first in line for meals filled him with a sense of accomplishment, akin to a young general leading a charge. After the students left, the teachers began to pack up their things and head out for lunch. In her office, Luo Bing had just finished grading the last exam paper. Rubbing her temples, she set down her pen and prepared to eat. Yifeng glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and smiled mischievously. "Little Bing Bing, have you missed me?" he whispered, leaning close to her ear and blowing gently. "Ah!" Luo Bing gasped in surprise, turning around to find no one there. "Who is speaking?" she exclaimed, wide-eyed, attempting to remain calm as she surveyed her surroundings. The office door was closed, so she hurried to the window to look outside. Being on the 5th floor, there was no one outside either. Could it be the surveillance? She pondered, checking around once more, but finding nothing unusual. "It's me, haha," Yifeng said as he unzipped his suit. You? Luo Bing gasped, her eyes widening. "How did you get here, and why is your outfit transparent?" She approached him in disbelief, reaching out to touch the material. "Has technology advanced this much?" "Shoo, this is the military's latest invisibility suit. It's a matter of national security, so you must keep it a secret. The consequences of disclosure are severe." "Okay." Luo Bing nodded, somewhat dazed. "So with this on, you could sneak into the girls' dormitory?" She winked playfully. "What are you saying? Am I that kind of person? I usually go to the bathroom," Yifeng replied. Luo Bing. "Men are indeed all lecherous, old perverts, and big pigs," she retorted. Just then, footsteps approached, prompting Yifeng to quickly zip up his suit. Luo Bing watched in amazement as he vanished again. Once the footsteps faded, he unzipped the suit. "This is incredible. Can you get me a set?" she asked, rubbing her hands together in anticipation. "Then I can settle scores with those I dislike." "Do you want to sneak into the girls' bathroom?" Yifeng teased. "I'm a girl. I wouldn't need this to go in," Luo Bing replied, dismissing him. "Let us go eat first. Don't starve yourself. You hardly have any meat on you." "Am I thin? I've actually gained weight." Luo Bing gently caressed her flat abdomen. Yifeng had procured several boxes of Pingfei International's condiments, which greatly improved her appetite. Were it not for her rigorous evening workouts, she would undoubtedly have gained considerable weight. Not that she was overweight. She appeared slender in clothes, yet had a curvaceous figure when undressed. Indeed, I concur wholeheartedly, Luo Bing nodded in agreement. Engaging in frivolous banter, Yifeng zipped up her jacket, and the two made their way to the faculty canteen. Master, please serve me 2 portions today, one with extra rice, Luo Bing requested. Why the sudden increase in appetite today, Teacher Luo? The server inquired, taken aback. Luo Bing typically did not consume such large quantities. It's for someone else, she replied, dismissively sticking out her tongue. Ah, I see. Then I shall serve you a little extra, the server obliged. Thank you, Master, Luo Bing said, balancing 2 boxes of food as she sought refuge in a corner shielded by a pillar, perfectly concealing them. Let us eat, Yifeng said, pulling her zipper down slightly. The two began to indulge in their clandestine meal. The thrill of secrecy added a delightful edge to the experience, and surprisingly, the taste of the food from the faculty canteen was quite commendable. After finishing their covert dining, the two strolled around the campus. Hold on to me a bit. It feels unsettling not being able to see anyone, Luo Bing murmured softly. All right, Yifeng promptly extended her hand, grasping Luo Bing's. You certainly know how to choose your spots, you old lecher, Luo Bing shot Yifeng an amused glance, but did not object. After all, no one could see them, and the daylight added a certain thrill to their escapade. Upon reaching the playground, they observed numerous boys playing basketball, despite being in their final year. These underachievers still have the gall to play basketball? If I were their parents, I would break their legs, Yifeng exclaimed, visibly infuriated. In a fit of rage, she unzipped her jacket and planted several fervent kisses on Luo Bing. And look at that one. He's so short he barely reaches the height of the basketball. Doesn't he fear being knocked over by the ball? Mua. Come now, he may not be tall, but he is not that short, Luo Bing retorted. And that lanky fellow, doesn't he worry about being crumpled by the basketball? Mua. That man is utterly hideous. He drives me insane. Mua. Yifeng was beside herself with irritation, clutching Luo Bing tightly and showering her with kisses. Why be so upset over someone's looks? Your temper is rather excessive, Luo Bing teased. If you wish to kiss me, just do it without all these excuses. I wouldn't even bother to comment on you. Look at that one. He's even uglier. How can such a person exist in this world? Yifeng lamented. Indeed, oh dear, she theatrically exclaimed, but before she could finish, Luo Bing retaliated with a playful kiss. After all, this spot was relatively concealed, with hardly anyone around. Even if someone were to approach, Yifeng could swiftly zip up her jacket. Chapter 46. I shall avenge you. As they continued their affectionate exchanges, Luo Bing flashed a mischievous smile. A great deal of detail was omitted here, and soon they made their way back. Just as they reached the foot of the academic building, a sudden motion caught Yifeng's attention. With a swift tug, she pulled Luo Bing aside, causing her to stumble slightly. Suddenly, a bucket of water cascaded down, startling Luo Bing as she frowned up at the building. After having undergone genetic enhancement, her features had become even more striking. Coughing slightly, it was her heightened senses that allowed her to notice someone above holding a bucket of water, peering down at them. The reason for her prior silence was simply to maintain an air of nonchalance. After all, a warning would do little to enhance the heroic effect of the moment. Oh, it's Teacher Luo. My apologies, I didn't see you there, the instructor from her previous dormitory called out. Although the woman feigned remorse, her demeanor betrayed no hint of guilt. Rather, it seemed she regretted not dousing Luo Bing more thoroughly. Had she been a man, Yifeng would have confronted him fiercely if not for her invisibility cloak. Not a problem, Teacher Li. However, now that the semester has commenced, with students coming and going, one must be mindful of their actions. Carelessly throwing water about, especially from above, could result in unintended consequences for the students, Luo Bing remarked, fully aware of the woman's deliberate intent. But she felt no anger. In the past, she might have felt powerless, yet with Yifeng, she was emboldened. You claim I lack decorum? The woman retorted, her displeasure palpable. Do you possess any? Luo Bing countered. Who in their right mind would pour water from a balcony? You? I shall report you to the school. What if a student were to be drenched? As she spoke, she retrieved her phone to capture evidence, prompting the woman to scurry away in defeat. Who is she, and why would she pour water on you? Yifeng whispered. She was a former roommate, always harboring ill will towards me, frequently attempting to sabotage my relationships with other teachers. Now that she sees I've found a wealthy boyfriend, she's likely feeling resentful. Luo Bing explained, shrugging her shoulders. What do you mean by wealthy boyfriend? It sounds as if I possess nothing but riches, Yifeng replied, somewhat disgruntled. Indeed, indeed. You are also handsome and in excellent shape, Luo Bing teased. Now that is more like it. Where does she sleep? I shall go and deliver her a fitting retribution, Yifeng stated, recalling the location of Luo Bing's old dormitory. Number 2, Luo Bing replied, emboldened by her companion's support. The other two don't have a good rapport with her either, she added. Yi Feng grinned. This girl appears to be rather cunning. Haha, I like it. Very well. I shall deliver her a grand surprise. Thank you, darling, Luo Bing smiled. She was no innocent bystander. After parting ways with Luo Bing, Yi Feng made her way to the dormitory of the female teacher. She had noted its location during her previous visit to assist Luo Bing with her move. Approaching the door, she found it locked, but as it was class time, the dormitory was deserted, with one window on the balcony shut. She effortlessly climbed through the open window on the opposite side. Though it was the 3rd floor, such heights posed no challenge for her. Yi Feng descended once more, maneuvering to the back of the dormitory and slipping through the rear window. After setting up her little surprise, she was satisfied and exited. Later that afternoon, Li Jia prepared to return to her dormitory, pleased that she had no evening classes or duties. Her only regret was that she had failed to douse Luo Bing with water at noon. Click! Li Jia unlocked her dormitory door. Plop! A bucket of water fell from above, thoroughly soaking her. Li Jia gasped in shock, her heart racing. Looking down at the spinning bucket and the puddles forming on the floor, she glanced upward. Someone had filled a bucket with water and suspended it from the door, ensuring that it would douse her the moment she opened it. Li Jia's expression darkened. It was undoubtedly Luo Bing's doing. She alone possessed the key to the dormitory. Having just attempted to drench her that morning, Luo Bing had now exacted her revenge. Moreover, the water carried an unusual scent. Li Jia's face grew even more sullen. Li Jia plopped down onto her bed, intending to take a shower and change her clothes before confronting Luo Bing. She felt something sticky beneath her. Instantly, she sprang to her feet. What is this? Dog feces. The corners of Li Jia's mouth twitched, and she soon found herself in a state of despair. Ah, Luo Bing. I will tear you to shreds. Li Jia roared, disregarding her damp attire as she furiously marched to the office to settle the score with Luo Bing. Luo Bing, did you deliberately pour a basin of water at my dormitory door? You are the only one with a key to our dorm, she demanded vociferously. Luo Bing waved her hand dismissively, creating a distance between them. The odor emanating from Li Jia was quite overwhelming. Teacher Li, your accusations require evidence. I have been here all day, and my key has already been handed over to the dormitory manager. How could I have opened the door? Luo Bing replied, shrugging her shoulders. Yi Feng had already informed her of the situation, but she had no intention of admitting anything. If you have the guts, hit me. Who knows if you've secretly made a duplicate key to harm us in the future. You can ask the dorm manager if I returned. If not, the entrance has surveillance cameras, and you can review the footage. Luo Bing remained unperturbed. The true puppet master lurked behind her, their hands still meddling. If you have the courage, go after them. As she spoke, Luo Bing diligently managed her expressions. I'm going to find evidence right now. Seeing Luo Bing's calm demeanor, Li Jia felt a twinge of insecurity. Moreover, Luo Bing was right. There were indeed surveillance cameras at the dormitory entrance. She returned to consult the dorm manager, inquiring whether Luo Bing had come back that afternoon. No, and she has already given me her key. If she had returned, she would have needed to get the key from me, the dorm manager assured her confidently. What about the surveillance footage? Let's pull it up for this afternoon. Li Jia persisted. The dorm manager obliged, displaying the footage at the entrance. After watching for a while, Li Jia noticed that among the comings and goings of several female students, there was indeed no sign of Luo Bing. Who else could it be? Could it possibly be the other two girls in the dorm? Was it that ugly creature? Could it be that her previous remark about her appearance had stirred resentment and a desire for revenge? Moreover, she had been the second to leave that morning, and that ugly girl had been the last. Only she had the opportunity to execute such a scheme. A glimmer of realization sparked in Li Jia's eyes as she quickly deduced the truth. That evening, Li Jia initiated a fierce battle of wits. That was my foot-soaking water. Yi Feng smirked wickedly. You're so bad. I like it. Luo Bing teased back with a mischievous grin. It must be said that the chemistry between the two was quite evident. Now, Luo Bing would undoubtedly suspect that it was the actions of others. After all, only the three of them had access to the dormitory. The ensuing drama among them promised to be quite entertaining. Luo Bing felt a surge of delight at the thought. Chapter 47. I've given you face. So how will you thank me? Yi Feng winked playfully. I'll serve you well tonight, Luo Bing replied, casting a flirtatious glance. All right, I'm off work soon. I'll head back and come to pick you up. Mua, thank you for your hard work, darling. Love you. Luo Bing planted a kiss on Yi Feng. He then made his way back alone, changed into different clothes, and drove to the school entrance, basking in the envious glances of onlookers as he picked up Luo Bing. In the following days, Yi Feng donned his invisible cloak, engaging in flirtations with Luo Bing during the day while finding time to stir up trouble for her three roommates. Under Yi Feng's manipulation, the trio had completely fallen out. resulting in daily chaos in the dormitory. Each day, they were filled with suspicion, convinced that the other two were plotting against them. Naturally, Luo Bing was in high spirits. Over the years, all the grievances she had endured were being avenged by Yi Feng. Before they knew it, the National Day holiday came to an end, marking the time for Luo Bing and Yi Yang to go and obtain their divorce certificate. In the morning, Luo Bing took a half-day leave, even rearranging 2 classes with other teachers. Yi Feng drove Luo Bing early to the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Are you really leaving this afternoon?" Luo Bing asked, feeling a touch of reluctance. This past week had been the happiest, yet most tumultuous of her life. She had initially thought she would marry someone she hardly knew and settle for a lifetime, yet unexpectedly found herself swept off her feet. She had experienced a joy she had never known before. Being a woman was quite delightful. "Yes, they've already urged me several times over there. When you have time, come to the city to visit me. I'll also make time to come back to see you." He explained that the factory was still under construction, with the paint formulas involving many unfamiliar components that needed to be mastered. He had to teach, as it was a collaborative project with the military, and he needed to be attentive. "All right." Luo Bing nodded obediently. They waited for a while longer, but Yi Yang still had not arrived. Yi Feng, growing impatient, decided to concoct an excuse to give this fool a good beating. "Damn it. You earn 3,000 a month, while I make billions. How dare you keep me waiting? There he is. Quick, let's kiss and make him jealous." Yi Feng spotted Yi Yang approaching slowly on a dilapidated electric bike. "Where? I don't see anyone." Luo Bing scanned the area, but saw no one. "Trust me, I'm never wrong. When have I ever deceived you? Aren't you always deceiving me?" Luo Bing shot him a glance. Cough, cough, he's really here. Yi Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. "Where is he? Hurry up, stop with the nonsense." Yi Feng exclaimed as he pulled Luo Bing close and kissed her. "Oh ugh." Luo Bing rolled her eyes at Yi Feng, but played along. Meanwhile, Yi Yang trudged towards the Civil Affairs Bureau on his shabby electric bike, looking as if he had just lost a loved one. In truth, he was quite reluctant to divorce, as he was quite satisfied with Luo Bing. She was beautiful, had an enviable figure, and was a professional teacher, mature, alluring, and possessing all the qualities a woman should have. She was even more captivating than Han Fei. Unfortunately, he had crossed paths with that plague known as Yi Feng. Just wait. Once he secures his position, he would soon become an attending physician, then a deputy chief physician, and eventually a chief physician. With his exceptional medical skills, he would rapidly climb the ranks to become the hospital director and then transition to a top-tier hospital, ultimately landing a position at the Ministry of Health. At that point, he would issue an order forbidding all hospitals from treating Yi Feng. He even dreamed of owning 2 electric bikes, one for daily use and another for crushing walnuts. The electric bike was already in poor condition, rattling as he rode it. However, he could not afford a new one, and even replacing the battery was beyond his means. With a monthly salary of 3,000, and having lost his house to Yi Feng's sale, he could only spend 1,000 on rent. With 2,000 left, he barely managed to make ends meet, leaving no room for anything else. Lost in his thoughts, he finally arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. It was filled with people seeking divorce, all in pursuit of the same outcome. "May all lovers become siblings," he muttered bitterly as he observed the crowd. At that moment, he noticed a couple passionately kissing, as if they had never experienced such intimacy before. "I've kissed Li Ba in my dreams. Am I proud of that?" Yi Yang scoffed. "Wait a minute. Something feels familiar about these two." He moved closer to get a better look. "Oh, this woman is my estranged wife. And the man is my brother. How delightful." Yi Yang's blood pressure soared. It was clear now. This couple was the reason for his agitation. And their familiarity was no surprise. They were brazenly kissing in broad daylight, an act of deliberate provocation. Yet, amidst his fury, he couldn't shake off a peculiar thrill that accompanied it. Yi Feng, well aware of Yi Yang's arrival, continued to kiss while defiantly casting glances in his direction. "Ah!" Yi Yang let out a howl, his eyes reddening with emotion. Luo Bing was startled and promptly ceased her actions. With a grim expression, Yi Yang glared at the two, extending a hand menacingly. Luo Bing, feeling apprehensive, instinctively shrank into Yi Feng's embrace, uncertain of Yi Yang's intentions. Under their watchful eyes, Yi Yang crouched down fiercely, beginning to draw circles as a means to curse them. This time, he aimed to draw 100,000 circles to alleviate the resentment brewing within him. "Is this too much? Have we gone overboard?" Luo Bing pondered uncertainly. "Is there a law against kissing?" Yi Feng replied, and Luo Bing nodded in agreement. "Since we're here, let us proceed with the formalities," Yi Feng suggested. "No, I refuse to divorce," Yi Yang exclaimed suddenly. Over the past week, the thought of his wife being with another had been quite the thrill. With a swift kick, Yi Feng sent his adversary sprawling, then brutally stepped on his chest. "So you think you can disrespect me?" he sneered, looking down at him. Yi Yang, stricken with fear, stammered, "You can't be serious. Get the paperwork done." or I swear I'll make you regret it. Yi Feng threatened, delivering a punch toward an electric scooter nearby. The already battered vehicle was instantly reduced to a heap of scrap. All right, I'm going right now. I was only joking earlier. Yi Yang's expression shifted dramatically. He was a gentleman and preferred not to stoop to Yi Feng's level. Although he had obtained the divorce certificate, in his heart, Luo Bing would always remain his wife. As would Han Fei. The mere thought of his two wives flirting with Yi Feng brought him joy. There were no concerns regarding asset division, wedding ceremonies, or child custody, just a smooth process leading to the divorce certificate. Luo Bing finally felt a sense of relief, as the knot in her heart had been untied. Yet, she was also reluctant. Obtaining the divorce certificate meant that Yi Feng would soon depart. Yi Feng escorted Luo Bing to school. All right, I'm heading back now. I'll visit you as soon as I can. Once the car is ready, you can come see me anytime. It's not far. Okay, Luo Bing nodded, reminding him to drive safely. Goodbye. Yi Feng waved, driving away amid her lingering gaze. Watching his car disappear, Luo Bing felt as if the past week had been nothing short of a dream. Chapter 48. Heartbreak. The true chill of the heart is not born of loud quarrels. Yi Feng returned to the villa in the city, and upon learning of his arrival, Han Fei hastily made her way home. Darling, I've secured my postgraduate recommendation, she announced. The drone project has been so successful that the school wouldn't hesitate to grant a recommendation. Congratulations, he replied. Thank you. However, we'll need to collaborate with Nanda for the upcoming upgrades and research on the drones. Why is that? Yi Feng inquired, taken aback. Isn't partnering with another party a significant loss for such a good project? Nanda is a leader in computational and artificial intelligence in the nation. We aim to develop even smarter drones, hence our choice to cooperate with them. They have agreed to take a supporting role while we lead. Although Nanhang has made strides in AI, there remains a gap with Nanda. However, Nanda recognizes the potential of the invisible paint and has consented to provide assistance. Honey, do you remember Jihan? Han Fei suddenly asked. The academic prodigy? Yes. After his expulsion, he joined a startup in Zhujiang, developing an intelligent model called Han Xian Suizhuo, which has recently gained considerable acclaim, reportedly rivaling the American GPT. Han Xian, Yi Feng mused. The true chill of the heart is not from loud disputes, but rather from brief words and fleeting glances. Honey, you must be joking. What on earth has she gotten herself into? Han Fei rolled her eyes, explaining, the company's name is derived from Jihan's name. Even Yi Bing doesn't know how he convinced them to name it after him. That guy certainly knows how to make waves. But has he really achieved success so quickly? It's only been a few months. Yi Feng remarked, surprised. It's only been 2 or 3 months, as if it were a game. The company was established 2 years ago, but Jihan has only just joined them. He possesses talent, but his intentions are questionable, Han Fei replied with a shake of her head. Let's not dwell on him. You focus on your drones while I handle my invisible materials. We'll support one another in our personal lives and careers. How can I put it? Yi Feng looked at Han Fei with eager anticipation. Do you need to drag her into your madness? She teased. Let's just make it work. What else can we do? Encouraged by Yi Feng's gaze, Han Fei complied. Exactly. Yi Feng beamed with delight. In the following days, Han Xian Suizhuo created a tremendous stir both domestically and internationally. Companies, conglomerates, and banks worldwide began integrating this model after testing it. Han Xian Suizhuo directly altered the global AI competitive landscape and elevated the status of domestic AI. Furthermore, Han Xian Suizhuo went open source, not only promoting technological proliferation, but also causing significant declines in the market values of several American tech giants. One company experienced a staggering drop of 5 to 600 billion USD in a single day. The United States had initially planned to invest billions in AI development this year, which became a global laughingstock. They were compelled to reassess China's technological prowess. Conversely, although Han Xian Suizhuo had yet to go public, industry insiders estimated its value to be in the hundreds of billions to trillions of USD. The R&D team behind Han Xian Suizhuo gained notoriety, comprised entirely of young Chinese individuals, showcasing the rise of China on the world stage. Jihan, in particular, was hailed as a once-in-a-century genius. However, while Jihan thrived, Nanhang became a laughingstock within the industry and the education sector for having expelled such a talent. Nanhang's struggles were unvoiced, as the invisible paint project remained confidential, leaving them unable to refute the situation and left with bitter silence. Nevertheless, with the invisible paint as their trump card, they cared little for models. After all, that innovation was not solely Jihan's accomplishment. It was the fruit of a dedicated team's 2 years of effort. Even if Jihan had not been expelled, Han Xian Suizhuo would not have emerged from Nanhang. He merely joined the team as they approached success, yet marketing narratives portrayed him as having developed Han Xian Suizhuo within 2 months of leaving Nanhang, glorifying him as a rare genius. Their incredulity was palpable. Amidst the mockery, Nanhang continued its work, prioritizing the thorough research of this invisible paint above all else. With so many uncharted components yet to be discovered, they were destined to become the world's leader in materials science. What of Han Xian Suizhuo? It was but a fleeting concern. The drone project under Han Fei has officially commenced collaboration with Nanjing University. Han Fei is now shuttling between the two locations. One day, Feng went to Nanjing University to pick up Han Fei, only to find the auditorium teeming with students engaged in an unauthorized gathering. Ahem, just a jest. What are they up to over there? Feng inquired with curiosity. Human nature is inherently gossipy. It's the end of the military training for freshmen. I heard Nanjing University has invited some successful entrepreneurs to provide motivational talks. Feng remarked. Indeed, one must absorb such inspiration early on. During their first year, most students possess a naive innocence in their eyes. In a couple of years, they'll turn into seasoned veterans, hard to persuade. Let's head back. Feng expressed his lack of interest in the motivational speeches. By the way, do you have a driver's license? I'll buy you a car someday, so you can drive yourself around if I'm not around. Sure, I have a driver's license. Han Fei replied. Just then, Feng noticed a familiar figure making his way toward the auditorium amidst the crowd. Jihan. Han Fei was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that the so-called successful entrepreneur giving the speech would be Jihan. He caught her gaze and shot them a defiant look before proceeding to the stage. Flanked by admirers. At that moment, Jihan exuded confidence, characteristic of a successful individual, albeit with a hint of barely concealed coldness. Let us go take a look. Feng suggested with newfound interest. Upon their arrival at the auditorium, Jihan had already taken the stage and commenced his speech, initially sharing his entrepreneurial journey. Throughout his address, he emphasized that Hanshin thinking was a product of his own initiative and leadership. Without me, there would be no Hanshin thinking, he asserted. Han Fei rolled her eyes. Thinking, one might assume he founded the company. The students in the audience were naturally enthralled, fervently hoping to emulate Jihan's success. However, as the speech progressed, Jihan's tone sharpened, and a smirk of derision played on his lips. As many of you know, I was once a student at Nanjing Aviation University, and those years were truly a chapter I'd rather forget. There, I encountered stagnation, a suppression of innovative thought, and bullying. I was expelled simply for offending certain individuals. The audience erupted in shock. Such an outstanding student was expelled? The leaders from Nanjing University exchanged uneasy glances. Jihan's remarks effectively tore the mask off Nanjing Aviation University. After all, they still had collaborative ties with the institution. The expressions of Jihan's superiors soured as well. They were unaware of this side of him. Where did he find the audacity to confront Nanjing Aviation University, a prestigious institution? Jihan's cold smile turned toward Feng and Han Fei, for this was precisely what he wished to convey today. He was no longer the person he once was. Wasn't he merely an invisible paint? How could it compare to Hanshin thinking, which had achieved valuations in the tens of billions of dollars? Once listed, as a team member, his shares would undoubtedly be substantial. At that point, money would merely be a number to him. What does Nanjing Aviation University matter? He declared. But my fate lies in my own hands, and I shall ascend step by step. I am destined to become the Zhao Gao. Jihan bellowed with fervent passion. How can he distort the truth? It was he who sought to monopolize your invisible paint formula and was expelled once his schemes were revealed. Han Fei frowned. Forget it. As long as he is content, he is bound to become a eunuch. Can we still bear to blame him? Feng replied nonchalantly. That so-called Hanshin thinking could, in an instant, customize a more advanced model on a platform like Pinduoduo, given the inflation of prices. But it is unnecessary. The paint matter remains unresolved. And a smart model cannot simply materialize. He must learn about computer-related knowledge. With his wealth, he need not toil so hard. He should reserve time for leisure and enjoyment. Haha, true. Han Fei chuckled softly. In truth, she wasn't overly concerned about Jihan. She only needed to focus on her own affairs. Moreover, she suspected Jihan must have employed some crafty schemes to rise to prominence. After all, it was impossible to ascend to the core management in just 2 months. As the two departed, Jihan's expression darkened, and he hastily concluded his speech. What was that about? You could boast about yourself, but why bring up Nanjing Aviation University? Zhuang Zitao expressed his dissatisfaction after Jihan stepped down. Isn't that akin to offending the entire institution? In truth, he was the general manager and the one in charge of Hanshin thinking, leading the team. Initially, he couldn't understand why Jihan was so heavily lauded online. But after this speech, he finally grasped the reason. It was likely Jihan had orchestrated the online marketing himself. Today's speech at Nanjing University was also a result of his own endeavors. Had he known Jihan would mix personal grievances into his address, he would have never allowed him to speak. I understand you were expelled from Nanjing Aviation University, but regardless of the reason, Such remarks in public are simply inappropriate. Zhuang Zitao frowned. He had brought Jihan on board based on his perceived capabilities. Typically, Jihan seemed quite adept at navigating situations. But this time he seemed to have stepped on a landmine. Ahem, I was just momentarily frustrated, Zhuang. I assure you it won't happen again, Jihan quickly responded. Offending anyone was unwise, especially this individual, who could easily dismiss him from the company. Jihan's current status in the firm was still beneath Zhuang Zitao's. I hope this is the last time. I trust there will be no repercussions from this incident. Otherwise, you will face the consequences, Zhuang Zitao warned, refusing to allow Jihan to manipulate him. Understood, Zhuang. I won't make such mistakes again, Jihan replied, his expression souring. Indeed. There are no virtuous individuals in this world. Well, there's a dinner gathering tonight. You should accompany me and meet some genuine big shots, Zhuang Zitao added, knowing how to lead his team effectively. After just reprimanding Jihan, he felt it prudent to offer him a taste of sweetness. Although Jihan had some questionable motives and was aware of his underhanded tactics, he still possessed genuine ability. Despite being with the company for less than 2 months, he had indeed contributed significantly. However, it was crucial to utilize him wisely. All right, Zhuang, Jihan's eyes lit up. He had heard that this dinner gathering would include the company's backers. No, investors. Had it not been for their investment 2 months prior, Hanxin thinking might have succumbed to financial difficulties. If he could meet them, his capabilities would surely be recognized. Then, with a few clever maneuvers, he could ingratiate himself with them while plotting to undermine Zhuang Zitao, ultimately positioning himself as the true leader of Hanxin thinking. Zhuang Zitao would only need to focus on product development and upgrades. The other employees posed no threat to him. With a mere stroke of clever persuasion, he had managed to change the company's name to his own. He was confident he could convince the investors, given time. He believed he could transform the entire company into his own. Darling, I will be residing at the school soon, as the project is about to commence. I must prepare some materials. This project is exclusively open to doctoral candidates, and here I am, merely a junior in my 3rd year, which compels me to exert even greater effort. Han Fei clenched her small fist. Initially, she was not qualified to participate, but it was due to Yi Feng's influence that she was granted entry. All right, if you need anything, just let me know. Sure. After parting ways with Han Fei, Yi Feng returned home. Master, there is a banquet tonight. Would you like to attend? Upon arriving home, the butler approached him. What banquet? Yi Feng inquired, slightly perplexed. Well, Master, didn't you ask me to find a way to procure funds in a legitimate manner? I thought simply fabricating a bequest wouldn't suffice. So I established an investment company and made some external investments. Now, the head of that firm wishes to invite me to dinner. Well done, Yi Feng replied. Moreover, several beautiful starlets will be present. Knowing your penchant for the fairer sex, I believe you might be intrigued. There are surprises in store. The butler winked. Do all robots speak so bluntly? What do you mean by my supposed lechery? Is there a man who isn't somewhat lecherous? Everyone harbors such desires. There's no need to single me out. And what good is a man who lacks such inclinations? What? Should I be content with mere oil extraction? If wealth cannot lead to indulgence, what purpose does it serve? I am not lacking in development. What companies have you invested in? Those related to artificial intelligence. I've invested in several, the most successful being a venture called Han Xin Seesaw, so it was you who invested in that venture. You are indeed a savvy investor. Yi Feng chuckled devilishly. He certainly wasn't attending for the starlets. Master, please refrain from using foul language, the butler cautioned. Do you, a robot, consider yourself humorous? I can hardly be bothered to respond to you. Enough with the jesting. Go make the arrangements. I shall attend. Understood, Master. Chapter 50. In a world where real people exist, who would still purchase robots? Deali Riba, this is your moment to seize. As a top-tier celebrity, you possess beauty, commendable acting skills, and a good rapport with the public. Yet, why do resources consistently elude you? You must tread carefully in this industry, fearing to offend one party or another. At a 5-star hotel, the manager earnestly advised the popular star, Deali Riba. And remember that last time, when the production team assigned an intern to do your makeup? The lack of skill was one thing, but they applied too much lipstick, and when you called them out, you were ignored. And at that awards ceremony, why did that obscure media outlet dare to take unflattering photos of you throughout? It's precisely because you lack the backing of a powerful benefactor. Otherwise, would they have dared to act in such a manner? The manager expressed his indignation. Riba's situation is truly challenging. Her kindness has left her vulnerable to relentless bullying, even from an intern makeup artist. I understand, Riba sighed. She merely wished to act well, yet the reality was fraught with challenges. The more she shone, the more envy she attracted. Many sought to undermine her. Especially in recent years, after attaining the status of a so-called top-tier celebrity, too many wished to step on her to ascend. Previously, she had Yangmi shielding her, which helped somewhat. Now that Sister Mi had departed, her circumstances had grown increasingly difficult. In many dramas, her makeup and styling were inferior to those of the second, third, or fourth female leads. Upon airing, everyone claimed they outshone her. This banquet is a hard-won opportunity for me. The invitee is a tech mogul, a rising star in capital. You must seize this chance. Do you know Han Xian Sisua? He is the behind-the-scenes giant, with significant connections. Han Xian Sisua? Reba's eyes sparkled. Yes. You've heard of it? That's wonderful. Indeed, I have, and I even know the origin of their company name. Reba smiled slightly. What is it? The manager inquired, curious. Could it be that Reba knows their higher-ups? That would certainly simplify matters. Han Xian, true heartache, is not about loud quarrels. It is in the brief exchanges and shallow gazes. Reba articulated with a broadcast tone. Haha, the manager chuckled. Just keep that to yourself. When you meet them, maintain a low profile, all right? If they dislike your joking about their company name, it could offend them. Understood, Reba nodded. She would only speak informally in private and would never jest about their company name. At her level, even casual remarks could be scrutinized and misinterpreted. She had become exceedingly cautious in her speech. All right, prepare yourself. Let us head over now, so we do not keep them waiting. Okay, Reba sighed. Others assumed her life as a star was glamorous and bright, but she too faced her share of frustrations. She had no idea what to expect from this banquet. With a heart full of trepidation, Reba followed her manager to the hotel hosting the dinner. They were led by a waiter to a private room. As the waiter opened the door, all eyes turned to them. Hello, everyone. Reba awkwardly waved, greeting the crowd, though she recognized none of them. The manager had encountered the responsible party at the door and had asked her to come in first. She was unsure where to stand. If captured on camera, she would surely trend tomorrow. You are Reba? Jihan stood up, visibly excited. You are even more beautiful in person. Well, what else could I be? Reba replied with an awkward smile. Please come in. Jihan promptly extended a warm invitation. Thank you. Reba politely nodded, gracefully stepping into the room. Clad in a flowing blue gown, with a stunning visage and a slender figure, she radiated elegance and nobility. Like a beam of moonlight, she mesmerized all present, making it difficult for them to divert their gaze. Jihan's eyes widened. Just then, Reba glanced at him twice. Jihan immediately straightened his posture, his eyes brimming with confidence and pride. Despite his youth, he had already begun to make a name for himself in the tech industry, emerging as a new capital elite. Surely, she was drawn to him for support. Without a doubt, that was the case. Although he was not wealthy yet, once his company went public, he would instantly become a billionaire. Jihan's heart raced. If she sought him as a support, should he agree? Jihan adjusted his tie and confidently strode toward Reba. Hello, Reba. I am Jihan, the head of Han Xian Sisua, he declared with a self-assured smile. When out in the world, one's identity is self-bestowed. The higher-ups from other companies merely rolled their eyes, but chose not to engage with him. They had all previously discussed that this fellow could prance about in front, drawing attention, serving as the company mascot. Should any issues arise, they could simply let him take the fall. Jihan. Reba was taken aback. Jihan. Han Xian Technology? Is there a connection here? Could this individual be the hidden mogul? Her manager had mentioned that the influential figure was quite young. Hee. I trust you have surmised that Han Xian Sisua bears my name. Jihan's lips curled slightly upwards, aiming to foster an illusion of his formidable prowess and influential connections. Is that so? Reba chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. She recalled that her manager and the head of Han Xian Sisua were still outside, presumably awaiting the arrival of the big shot. Therefore, the individual before her could not possibly be that person. After years in the industry, she had honed her discerning eye. Moreover, the attire, demeanor, and aura of the man before her suggested he was anything but a major player. True powerhouses do not exhibit such eagerness. Many even harbor disdain for those within their realm. Reba I. Jihan continued to speak incessantly. Reba could only engage in a half-hearted manner. The others were unfamiliar, rendering the atmosphere palpably awkward. Mr. Yi, Butler Wang, this way please. Fortunately, it was not long before her manager returned. Reba's heart raced. Mr. Yi must be the esteemed figure they had been waiting for, and accompanied by his butler, he was undoubtedly of great significance. The other senior executives of the company also rose to their feet. Jihan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet he too had to rise, as he was not yet in a position of authority. Click. The door to the private room swung open. Everyone turned to look. They beheld Yi Feng, exuding an aura of dominance as he strode in, clad in a white t-shirt above and baggy shorts below. Were it not for the butler in a suit on his left and Zhuang Zitao on his right, along with Reba's manager trailing behind, one might have thought Yi Feng had entered the wrong venue. Welcome, Mr. Yi. Please take a seat. Zhuang Zitao ushered Yi Feng to the seat of honor. Allow me to introduce, this is Mr. Yi, our esteemed investor, and this is Butler Wang. Without him, Han Xi and Saiso would not exist, Zhuang Zitao elaborated. Chapter 51. Are you now truly human? Had it not been for that investment 2 months prior, their financial chain would have long since crumbled. Furthermore, the butler had dispatched personnel to assist them in resolving numerous technical challenges. It was this support that enabled them to develop a product comparable to the American GPT. Otherwise, they would have faced insurmountable financial and technological hurdles, potentially prolonging their success for an extensive period. Greetings, Mr. Yi. All the senior executives approached, extending their salutations. This was a true titan of industry. Only Ji Han remained rooted, his smile abruptly freezing, his complexion fluctuating between pale and flushed. It was Yi Feng, the very titan who always seemed to disrupt his moments of impending success. Ji Han clenched his fists, brimming with jealousy and resentment. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Reba. Under her manager's encouragement, Reba stepped forward to extend her hand. This was indeed a genuine luminary. While others adorned themselves in formal attire, he exuded a unique and carefree style, arriving not merely to attend a banquet, but rather to enjoy a meal. Though surprised to see her, he did not react with the exaggerated astonishment typical of other men. Yi Feng had not anticipated that the female star the butler mentioned would be Reba. Had he not just saved 2 billion? Initially, he had contemplated customizing a robot resembling Reba, Naza, and Ife with that sum. But now that the real deal was in front of him, who would still desire a robot? In fact, with 2 billion, securing a real person should be far simpler. Hello, I greatly admire your performances, Yi Feng said, smiling as he shook her hand. Having saved 2 billion, his spirits soared. He never thought he would one day find himself in a position of capital. Mr. Yi knows our Reba, how wonderful. Reba, please sit beside Mr. Yi. You two will surely have much to discuss. Hee, her manager chimed in, initially concerned that the mogul might overlook Reba. After all, what stunning beauties had he not encountered? It now appeared that he held a favorable impression of her, having even watched her performances. As long as nothing unexpected transpired thereafter, her position seemed secure. Reba blushed as she took a seat next to Yi Feng, and naturally, no one objected. Mr. Yi, what productions have you seen featuring our Reba? Her manager inquired, seeking to spark conversation. Ahem, the weather is quite pleasant today. In truth, he rarely watched television dramas anymore. Reba, awkwardness ensued. What kind of significant figure had time to indulge in her television shows? Manager, well, perhaps he had spoken too much. Everyone glanced skyward, feigning ignorance of the conversation. Jihan, what is the matter with you? Zhuang Zitao remarked, noticing Jihan sulking in the corner. Usually, you are quite adept at making connections. Today, the major shareholders and big boss have been here for quite some time, and you have not uttered a word, nor offered a greeting, while keeping your head down as if there were money on the floor. Ah, is that not Zhao Gao? Yi Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Mr. Yi knows Jihan. Zhuang Zitao's expression shifted. Mr. Yi's tone seemed rather unfriendly. Had Jihan offended him? Zhao Gao? Had Mr. Yi heard about his speech at Nanda? Zhuang Zitao quickly pieced it together. Smack. Jihan forcefully struck his own face. Mr. Yi, it is my fault. I was not human before, and I dared not covet your research achievements. Jihan promptly chose to concede. After all, he was on the brink of success. Abandoning his efforts now would be a grave loss. Naturally, he would not simply let it go. He intended to use the company as a springboard to a grander stage, ultimately establishing his own commercial empire and returning to exact revenge. Zhuang Zitao's expression shifted. This fellow actually attempted to usurp Mr. Yi's research accomplishments? He had even recruited him into the company. Would Mr. Yi hold a grudge against him? Yi Feng chuckled, shaking his head at Zhuang Zitao's words. This tone. Could it be that Mr. Yi does not blame Jihan? Truly, Mr. Yi has a grand vision. Yet, Mr. Yi possessed what Zhuang Zitao lacked. He would return and have this fool dismissed. This individual could not remain in the company. Jihan, still too young, had been easily deceived. Compassionate folly would surely prevent one from achieving greatness. Are you now truly human? Jihan remained silent. Uffed. Reba could not contain herself any longer. Although she recognized that laughter at this moment was somewhat inappropriate, it was nearly impossible to suppress. So abstract. The manager shot Reba a glare. Was this really the time for laughter? Reba turned away, though her shoulders still trembled with suppressed mirth, unable to restrain herself. It truly struck her funny bone. The others wore mocking expressions. They had long been disillusioned with Jihan. While he possessed some talent, his focus lay not on work, but rather on usurping control of the company. Those rumors circulating online were likely orchestrated by him through marketing accounts. I quit. What of it? Jihan declared, yanking off his name tag and hurling it at Yi Feng. Yi Feng slightly tilted his head to avoid the name tag, then swiftly delivered a slap. Slap. Ah. Jihan let out a wretched cry, flying out of the private room. Yi Feng slowly retracted his hand, leaving the onlookers startled. They gazed at him with a mix of fear and astonishment. Reba felt a jolt in her heart. Is this how a big shot operates? Just moments ago, the atmosphere was filled with laughter, and in an instant, he transformed, swatting Jihan away as if he were merely swatting a fly. His expression remained impassive throughout. It's too noisy. Butler, please handle this. Jihan was wailing in agony. Understood, young master. The butler nodded and exited the room. Bang. He then kicked Jihan even further away. The crowd stood in disbelief. Is this how you resolve matters? After the kick, the butler finally approached Jihan and whispered a few words into his ear. Upon hearing them, Jihan's face turned pale, and he scurried away in a panic. Mr. Yi, I toast to you. Without you, there would be no success for our Hanshin Sisi, said Zhuang Zitao, raising his glass. Naturally, no one paid any mind to Jihan anymore. I should be the one thanking you. I approached several firms, but only you succeeded. Yi Feng raised his glass as well. Since Yi Feng had spoken, the others had no choice but to show their respect, rising to lift their glasses in unison. Hesitating for a moment, Reba, sitting beside Yi Feng, also stood to raise her glass. You need not drink. Yi Feng reached out to stop her. The manager's expression changed instantly. Reba's hand, holding the glass, froze in midair, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Did the big shot look down on them, believing they were unworthy of sharing a drink with him? This is white liquor. You ladies need not partake. Waiter, bring 2 bottles of red wine. Yes, Mr. Yi. The waiter nodded and brought over the red wine, opening a bottle and pouring for the 2. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. It wasn't disdain. It was concern for them. Come, let us drink. Yi Feng tilted his head back and downed a glass. Chapter 52. We aren't leaving. Mr. Yi has a commendable tolerance for alcohol. We shall drink as well. Since Yi Feng had finished his drink, the others naturally followed suit. Ladies, feel free. You need not join us. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, Mr. Yi. After finishing his glass, with a mere glance from the manager, Reba hurriedly refilled Yi Feng's drink. Mr. Yi, I toast to you. Under the manager's urging gaze, Reba raised her glass. All right, I shall drink. You may take your time. Red wine has a strong after effect. Yi Feng downed another glass without a hint of hesitation. After undergoing 2 rounds of genetic enhancement, drinking alcohol felt as effortless to him as drinking water. Reba gritted her teeth and followed suit. Cough, cough. She choked slightly from drinking too quickly. After finishing, her face turned rosy, making her look exceedingly alluring. Although it was red wine, its potency was still formidable. Take it slow, no need to rush. Yi Feng gently patted Reba's back. She stiffened momentarily, but soon felt a wave of warmth. Throughout numerous dinners, award ceremonies, and wrap parties, many had urged her to drink, but none had ever advised her to take it easy or not to rush. Mr. Yi has a remarkable capacity for alcohol. The crowd applauded him with thumbs up. Yi Feng had been consuming only white liquor, downing each glass in one go. Mr. Yi, we truly owe you for this. The evening proceeded with the usual fare of dining, drinking, and light-hearted banter. Mr. Yi, may I inquire about the origin of our company's name, Hanshin Sisi? After a few glasses of red wine, Reba, noticing Yi Feng's lack of arrogance, began to loosen up. Primarily, the effects of the wine were kicking in. As for the name, we were originally called. Zhuang Zitao began, but fearing Yi Feng might feel awkward, he sought to assist him. You refrained from speaking. I shall handle this, Reba interjected. Hold your tongue. How adorable. Zhuang Zitao continued. Does Mr. Yi know? It made sense. After all, Mr. Yi had invested in the company, so it was only natural for him to be acquainted with its cultural background. No one understands the meaning of our company's name better than I do. Yi Feng spoke with confidence. We are named Hanshin Sisi because... Reba interjected. Because what? It couldn't possibly be what I'm thinking. The manager looked on with curiosity, and the crowd echoed the sentiment. True heartache is not about loud quarrels, but rather about brief exchanges and fleeting glances. That is how our company derived its name. Reba realized with a spark of recognition. She seemed to have found a kindred spirit, glancing with pride at her manager. What did she say? Asked the manager. You truly are a perfect match. The crowd chimed in. You speak the truth, as long as you're happy. That's what matters. Haha, I had my suspicions from the start. Reba boasted with a beaming smile. You truly are clever. Indeed, the manager agreed. It appeared Reba had indulged a bit too much. Fortunately, this big shot had a relatively good temperament, aside from the initial incident with Jihan. After the meal and drinks, the crowd began to disperse. The butler and the manager conferred about Reba endorsing Hanshin Sisi, leaving the 2 alone to share some space. The manager was astute, and the butler was exceptionally perceptive. They recognized that this collaboration had been a success. With that success, it was only fitting for the butler to offer some resources. The first would be the endorsement for Hanshin Sisi. Currently, Hanshin Sisi was not only thriving domestically, but also gaining popularity internationally. Reba's endorsement could significantly enhance her global recognition. Mr. Yi, after everyone had left, Reba lowered her head, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothing. unable to muster the courage to look Yi Feng in the eye. Although she had prepared herself beforehand and found a favorable impression of him, lacking the usual flaws of wealthy individuals, when the moment arrived, she still felt a bit lost. "Come with me to a place," Yi Feng said after a moment of contemplation. "Ah, where to?" Reba became increasingly anxious. "Not at the hotel. Are we going outside? This is quite thrilling. Do wealthy individuals truly have such adventurous spirits? You will know when we arrive. Let us go." Yi Feng stood and walked away. Reba bit her lip and followed suit. Whatever the vehicle may be, it's all part of the excitement, she thought to herself, feeling a thrill at the prospect of youthful recklessness. Besides, did she truly have a choice? Before long, they arrived at the hotel's underground parking garage and got into Yi Feng's luxury car. Reba managed to maintain her disguise well, and no one noticed her. "Mr. Yi, where are we headed?" "I have a flight to catch tomorrow morning. Perhaps we could go near the airport?" Reba suggested, her head down. After the ride, "We could find a hotel to freshen up before heading to the airport." "Why go near the airport?" Yi Feng asked, puzzled. "Aren't we supposed to go elsewhere?" Reba, looking adorably confused, responded, "I have a flight to catch tomorrow." The effects of the red wine were beginning to show, and her mind was struggling to keep pace with her words. "Oh, that is not what I meant." Realizing her blunder, she shyly covered her face. Sneaking a glance at Yi Feng through her fingers, Yi Feng remarked, "I never expected you to be this way, Reba. Should you wish it, I would not oppose. However, he currently has more pressing matters at hand. Allow me to introduce you to someone. He has long held an admiration for you. A devoted fan since your portrayal of Gaowen." A faint smile graced Yi Feng's lips. "He is infatuated with Reba and has even contemplated commissioning a custom AI robot resembling her, purely due to her striking beauty. He is quite the unabashed admirer. Yet, there are those who genuinely regard Reba as an idol, a goddess. Is that so? Then he must be one of my longtime fans. Who is he?" Reba felt a flicker of joy, tinged with a hint of disappointment. She secretly harbored a desire to explore this connection. "Kun Gu?" Reba inquired. "Who is this Kun Gu?" "Never mind. We shall find out soon enough. Currently, I am but a fish upon the butcher's block, with little recourse." As Reba sat in anxious anticipation, Yi Feng drove her out of the city and into the county. After navigating a labyrinth of turns, they finally arrived at a somewhat obscure village within the county. They halted before a rather shabby rental unit. "Reba, is this where this Kun Gu resides? How pitifully humble. Is he a friend of a big shot? Just follow my lead and cooperate." "All right," Reba nodded. Despite her uncertainty about Yi Feng's intentions, she felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Bang! Yi Feng approached and violently kicked the door open. Reba observed, such brutish simplicity in the actions of a big shot. "Who is it?" Inside, Yi Yang, startled from slumber, stood up in terror. After his rental agreement expired, financial constraints had compelled him to seek a cheaper place in the village. The last time he visited the Civil Affairs Bureau, his electric scooter had been vandalized, leaving him no choice but to economize. This way, he could save a bit for his extravagant desires. Chapter 53, Delivering a Surprise. Yi Feng had come to seek out Yi Yang, intending to present him with a surprise. This fool had been enamored with Reba since the days of Kila lovers. A loyal supporter indeed. Occasionally, when Reba participated in events in Shanghai or nearby cities, this fool would use his allowance to chase after her, spending considerable sums on transportation, lodging, and sustenance, costs he would justify as necessary for study materials. It was a classmate of Yi Yang who could no longer bear witness to this and discreetly informed Yi Feng. When Yi Feng brought it up at home, Yi Yang vehemently denied it, and the family was incredulous, accusing Yi Feng of slander. After much back and forth, Yi Dashan remarked that he would break something again, asserting that his grandson had good taste and would eventually marry someone like her. I digress. Since this fool harbored such affection for Reba, bringing her before him would surely elicit surprise. Once Yi Yang's eyes adjusted to the darkness, he recognized Yi Feng, and his anger surged. Yet, he quickly composed himself, greeting with a forced smile. "Ah, it's you, Xiao Feng. What brings you here?" He recalled that Yi Feng had ceased to indulge him. The last encounter at the Civil Affairs Bureau had resulted in a beating, and his scooter had been destroyed. To this day, he was still commuting via bus. At this late hour, as a man of no physical prowess, it would be wise to avoid provoking him. Look who has come." Yi Feng smiled slightly, drawing Reba closer. Who are you?" Yi Yang stammered, his excitement igniting a frenzy within him, his body trembling uncontrollably, nearly losing consciousness. Such a scenario was impossible. Yi Yang could hardly believe his eyes. His goddess stood before him. He thought he might be dreaming. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he confirmed once more that the person before him was indeed Reba. "Is it truly you, Reba? I cannot be dreaming." Yi Yang's voice quivered as he spoke. "Hello. I am Reba," she replied with a sweet smile, awkwardly waving her hand. She too was puzzled as to why Yi Feng had brought her to meet a fan at such an odd hour. I am your superfan. I've admired your performances since Kila Lovers, Yang exclaimed, his heart racing, his unattractive face reddening as he stammered. Thank you for your support, Reba smiled back. Hee. Yang, overwhelmed with excitement, found himself at a loss for words, simply grinning foolishly. By the way, what brings you here? Yang suddenly asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why do you ask me? I wish to know as well, she thought, glancing at Feng. Yang followed her gaze. Could it be that Feng intended to introduce Reba to him? His eyes brightened. Indeed, this made sense. Despite some minor disagreements between the brothers, he was still the eldest son of the Yi family, deserving of concentrated familial support. Feng had always been aware of his admiration for Reba. Thus, it was likely that he had taken his bride to surprise him by introducing Reba. To amplify the surprise, he had deliberately feigned a falling out and taken away his residence. Yet, if he were to be with Reba, who needed a house, he could simply move in with her. He would not mind at all. Absolutely not. It must be this way. Yang was lost in a grand fantasy. Oh dear. Ugh. Seeing Yang still caught up in his daydreams, Feng pulled Reba into an embrace and kissed her. Reba feigned a momentary resistance before passionately responding. What are you two doing? Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. This couple had the audacity to publicly display their affection, even at night. How brazen. Feng's hand had ventured to inappropriate places. You scoundrel. Suddenly, realization struck him. Feng had not intended to introduce Reba to him, but rather to flaunt his conquest of his goddess. Was there anyone more shameless than this scoundrel? Puff. Yang's blood pressure soared, and he spat blood in frustration. Immediately, he crouched down, using his fingers to draw circles on the ground, cursing Feng. Haha, I must ask, are you surprised? Excited? Thrilled? Reba covered her face, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she nestled into Feng's embrace. Noticing the circles drawn on the ground, she began to comprehend why Feng referred to him as Kun Kun Go. Taking a deep breath, Yang spoke gravely. Reba, you must think carefully. He is not a good person. Yang's expression was serious. He felt compelled to save his goddess from being deceived by a rogue. Huh. Oh. Reba blinked in surprise before nodding. At Feng's level, who could truly be a good person? The virtuous had long been consumed in this ruthless capitalistic realm. Far more brutal than the entertainment industry. He has more than one woman. Yang seethed. Oh. Reba nodded. Is your reaction appropriate? Are you not angry? Smack. Before Yang could utter another word, Feng struck him, sending him flying. This time, Yang dared not speak. Reba, such ferocity, yet undeniably alluring. Let us proceed. Feng abruptly embraced Reba, continuing to kiss her. You two, what are you doing? Witnessing the couple engrossed in their public display of affection, Yang's temper flared, and he fainted. Is he all right? Reba expressed her concern. He won't die. Let us be on our way. Feng felt elated at having caused Yang's fainting spell. Oh, bang. Before they departed, Feng smashed the window of Yang's house. When God closes a door, he surely opens a window. Not so for Feng. He surpassed God in generosity. While helping you break down a door, he also shatters your window, ensuring your life runs exceptionally smooth. No need to thank me. I am Lei Feng. Reba, what grievances could lead to such actions? You've made him faint and destroyed his door and window. When Yang regained consciousness, he looked at the wreckage of his door and window, feeling utterly despondent. Already lacking in wealth, his situation had only worsened. In the end, he angrily unfollowed Reba on Weibo, Douyin, and Kuaishou. He resolved that she would forever lose him as a fan, turning his allegiance to Lu Yifei instead, hoping she would regret it for a lifetime. Which hotel are you staying at? I'll drive you back. After fastening his seatbelt, Feng inquired. Are we heading back now? There's no time left. Reba glanced at her phone. It was already 3 a.m. Returning to the hotel and then heading to the airport would be impossible. Besides, wasn't he just a kiss? Surely that's acceptable? Reba's gaze dropped. Feng, what kind of look is that? The time constraints hindered his performance. Then I shall take you directly to the airport. You can find a place to rest there, Feng suggested after pondering. Chapter 54, A Desire to Learn English. Yes. I'll call my assistant to meet us at the airport. Reba nodded and made a call to inform her assistant and manager. Feng drove Reba to the airport. During the journey, Reba hesitated several times, her gaze toward Feng filled with complexity. Is it truly impossible at such a young age? With such striking looks? It would be a shame. I am not incapable. It's merely that time is insufficient, Feng replied with a hint of frustration. Ahem. That is not what I meant. Despite her words, Reba clearly remained unconvinced. Primarily, she felt uneasy as it was just a kiss, and nothing more. Very well. Feng shrugged. To prove his point, he drove to a secluded side road. Inside the car, they engaged in a paid indulgence. Later, when Feng dropped Reba off at the airport, her eyes sparkled with a different light when she looked at him. Upon their arrival, Her manager and assistant were already waiting. The manager discreetly observed Reba. She shyly nodded in response. With Reba walking somewhat awkwardly, the manager finally felt reassured. Despite Reba's current status as a top star, without the protection of a powerful benefactor, she would merely become a pawn, subjected to relentless exploitation. One day, when her popularity wanes, she could be discarded without a second thought. The entertainment industry is rife with such examples. Ever since Yangmi left, many have set their sights on Reba. Without a formidable backing, Reba's future looks precarious. The outcome may not be favorable. Now, everything is well. Farewell. Due to the crowd, Reba quickly entered with her manager after a brief goodbye. Reba, where did you go last night? To his home? The moment Feng left, the manager eagerly inquired. There is a world of difference between going to a hotel and visiting a powerful figure's residence. No, he took me out yesterday. Reba briefly recounted the previous night's events, omitting the more intimate details. The manager, while unsure of the benefactor's motives, recognized there must be a reason behind it. Well then, let us not dwell on that. I have secured a lucrative endorsement deal for you. 30 million for 2 years, with a promotional video shoot scheduled for next month. This price is neither excessive nor insufficient. It aligns perfectly with Reba's endorsement rates. Initially, she had offered to do it for free, but the benefactor's steward declined, indicating they weren't short on funds. Furthermore, the steward assured that if you wish to establish your own studio, they would fully support you without any hindrance. The manager was visibly thrilled. She and Reba had long contemplated starting their own studio, yet the company had always been resistant, and they couldn't afford to sever ties. Why are you grinning like a fool? I'm trying to talk to you. The manager waved her hand in front of Reba. Ahem, I'm listening. Please continue. Reba replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She was still savoring the moment, but she said nothing. I shall proceed. Since we have a powerful benefactor backing us, we can now adjust our future plans. Discard those previous scripts. They are no longer relevant, the manager asserted, her tone becoming more assertive. After dropping Reba off at the airport, Feng returned to the county. Since he had arrived, he might as well enjoy himself, or rather, go spend a couple of days with Luo Bing. The factory was nearly finished. The paint formula was also almost mastered by Nanjing Airlines, and even when encountering difficulties, a quick phone call to his family would suffice. Thus, he found himself with ample free time. He desired to learn English. Proficiency in English would be splendid. Haha. When Feng arrived at Luo Bing's, she had already left for school. High school classes start quite early, especially since she was the homeroom teacher for the senior class. After taking a shower, Feng donned his discreet outfit and headed to the school. Upon seeing Feng again, Luo Bing was naturally delighted. They could once again indulge in their clandestine rendezvous. Feng initially intended to surprise her 3 roommates, but this time they had wised up. They closed both windows and even installed surveillance at their door. After their previous encounter, they were understandably apprehensive. Consequently, Feng had no opportunity to cause mischief. Otherwise, if the surveillance captured objects moving inside the dormitory without any visible presence, it would surely lead to chaos. Teacher Luo, the school has notified us that from today onwards, your students Fu Haoran, Li Yiting, and Huang Wenjie will be transferred to our class, from classes 5 and 8. Li Jia approached Luo Bing with a smug expression, holding the notification. What? Transferring classes now? Luo Bing frowned. With the senior year nearing its final revision and sprinting phase, changing classes at this juncture and introducing students to unfamiliar teachers would have a significant impact on them. Moreover, the students being transferred were the top 3 in her class, moving to a class with her former roommates. To claim there would be no issues would be utterly incredulous. This is the school's decision. I have no power over it. Li Jia feigned innocence. Following the previous incident, her roommates had quickly realized something was amiss. After a candid reconciliation, they discovered they had been outmaneuvered. Although there was no evidence implicating Luo Bing, she had the strongest motive. Regardless, the 3 ultimately conspired to get back at Luo Bing. They leveraged various connections to transfer the top 3 students from Luo Bing's class to theirs. This maneuver not only weakened Luo Bing's class strength, but also increased their chances of obtaining scholarships. The other substitute teachers in their class would undoubtedly be dissatisfied. I will inform them of the class change immediately, Li Jia declared with a smug expression. No, I will speak to the principal. Changing classes now is sheer folly. Do these individuals not consider the impact on the students? Especially those who excel academically. It's futile to seek anyone's assistance. This is a school policy designed to balance the classes. Who could blame them when teacher Luo's class performs so exceptionally? Li Jia retorted sarcastically. Each major examination and joint assessment, Luo Bing's class consistently ranks first, with outstanding results across all subjects. She receives the highest bonuses each year, leading to resentment among many teachers. This class adjustment garnered silent support from numerous individuals. Luo Bing, undeterred, proceeded to the principal's office. Upon her return, her countenance was far from pleasant. Li Jia, still brimming with self-satisfaction, exited with a triumphant gait. Dear, what shall we do now? Luo Bing gazed at Yi Feng with a look of concern. Her worry was not over the bonuses, but rather the potential impact on the students' college entrance examinations. A sudden change of teachers at this critical juncture would undoubtedly have repercussions. The school has surely secured their position. Seeking their intervention would be futile. We can only approach the parents and urge them to take action at the school, Yi Feng suggested. Indeed, that is a brilliant idea. Luo Bing's eyes lit up with realization. She promptly chased after Li Jia, requesting her to wait a moment. Still clinging to hope, Teacher Luo? Li Jia smirked. The situation is already set in stone, no one can alter it. Chapter 55, Collective Poisoning. Allow me to notify the parents of the students. If they consent, I shall not oppose it, Luo Bing stated as she retrieved her phone to call the students' parents. Li Jia's expression shifted dramatically. They had worked tirelessly to influence the school, neglecting the parents' perspective. If the parents objected, it would be challenging to adjust the class. Hello. Is this Fu Haoren's mother? Yes, I am his homeroom teacher. The school intends to transfer him from our top-ranking class to one that is ranked last. Second, Li Jia seethed. This was significant for her. That abominable class was indeed the one languishing at the bottom. I fear this may adversely affect the child's college entrance examination. If you have no objections, proceed with the transfer. I have no issues. However, should you disagree, please come to the school immediately. This is a decision made by the school, and I am powerless to change it. Very well, I shall await your arrival. Luo Bing subsequently notified the parents of two other students. Upon learning that this could impact their children's college entrance exams, the three families indicated they would come to the school without delay. Only then did Luo Bing put away her phone. You? Li Jia's demeanor darkened. Luo Bing's words would undoubtedly dissuade the parents from agreeing, who would allow their child to switch classes right before the college entrance exams, especially from the top-ranked class to one among the bottom three. The parents would surely create a commotion at the school. After all their meticulous planning, could it be thwarted so easily? She hastily sought out her two accomplices to discuss the situation. However, she had not been gone long when the three parents stormed into the school, causing a scene. Li Jia and her colleagues had already hidden away, fearing retaliation. Consequently, the class adjustment matter was effectively shelved. Yi Feng, however, was not one to let the matter rest, initiating a series of retaliatory actions. In addition to troubling the trio, he spread rumors linking them to the principal, vice principal, and head of education. The entire school was thrown into chaos once more. At the podium, Luo Bing held the examination paper, analyzing the final question. All right, everyone, please proceed to review it yourselves. After concluding her explanation, Luo Bing took her seat, striving to maintain an appropriate expression. Teacher, I have a stomachache and need to use the restroom. One student raised their hand. Certainly, you may go, Luo Bing nodded. Soon after, several students reported similar ailments, with some becoming visibly distressed. Luo Bing sensed something was amiss. As she reported the situation to the school, she also called for an ambulance. Other classes began experiencing similar incidents. The school suspected food poisoning due to the lunch served, promptly organizing all available teachers to transport the affected students to the hospital. Yet, the number of poisoned students was considerable, and the few vehicles available were insufficient. The county's ambulances were also limited. In a flurry, the entire school mobilized, prioritizing those in critical condition for transport to the hospital. Yi Feng also offered his assistance, driving his own car. Get in this one. It's my boyfriend's car, Luo Bing directed. Immediately, three students boarded Yi Feng's vehicle. I'll take this car, Li Jia, spotting the opportunity, attempted to join. The school mandated that to prevent mishaps, each vehicle must have a teacher accompanying it. Otherwise, they would be overwhelmed upon arriving at the hospital. She recognized this as Luo Bing's boyfriend's car, a Rolls-Royce, no less, a luxury vehicle. If she could charm him, it would be advantageous. Although she lacked Luo Bing's beauty, height, and grace, she reasoned that they were both women, and the margins were negligible. As a mathematics teacher, no one understood rounding better than her. Everyone ought to have dreams. Who knew if he might be blind to her flaws? Get lost. Yi Feng was not inclined to entertain her advances. Li Jia's smile faltered, clearly indicating that he was not blind after all. Luo Bing, in a decisive move, pushed Li Jia aside and took the passenger seat. At that moment, there was no time for hesitation. Yi Feng immediately started the car, heading toward the hospital. The hospital had already received notice from the school and was prepared for the influx of patients, ensuring that treatment proceeded smoothly. After arranging care for the three students, Yi Feng made 2 additional trips back and forth. With everyone's collective effort, all the affected students were finally transported to the hospital, where the staff began bustling about to address the emergency. Thank you for your hard work, dear. I'll take good care of you tonight. But right now, I must attend to the students. Luo Bing expressed her apologies. The sheer number of students made it impossible for her to accompany Yi Feng at that moment. Who could have anticipated such an event? Very well, go ahead. I'll fetch some water for you all. Yi Feng nodded. Thank you, dear. Goodbye. Yi Feng smiled and made his way to the hospital's convenience store. As he emerged with a case of water, he spotted a somewhat familiar figure in a corner of the inpatient department. Is that him? Yi Feng quickly recognized the individual. He was a classmate of Yi Yang, albeit not an antagonist. Previously, when Yi Yang used the living expenses provided by Yi Feng to pursue a celebrity, this classmate had advised Yi Yang, understanding the difficulties Yi Feng faced. Yet, Yi Yang had disregarded this counsel, leading to a fallout between them. Now, however, he appeared in a hospital gown, pallid and listless, evidently gravely ill. Just as Yi Feng prepared to inquire about his condition, Yi Yang, in his obliviousness, approached with a swagger that ignored all ties. Oh, isn't this the notorious Mu Qing? Caught cancer, have you? Just desserts. Yi Yang mocked. Initially, he had merely gone to see a celebrity, and this person had meddled, failing to acknowledge him while reporting to Yi Feng. This incident had drained his funds for celebrity pursuits. Now, facing illness, Yi Yang saw it as poetic justice. Cancer? Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, virtuous souls seldom enjoy longevity, while calamities can linger for millennia. Mu Qing cast a fleeting glance at Yi Yang, his eyes brimming with pity. Do you dare gaze upon me in such a manner? Yi Yang seethed with anger. He was already infuriated by the theft of Reba, and this person had the audacity to look at him like that. I pity you. You have no understanding of what love truly is. You speak nonsense. I've had girlfriends and even visited the Dabiojin. How could I possibly be unaware? Yi Yang retorted, his frustration palpable. Mu Qing felt an urge to curse. Not only do I know, but I will continue to know. It is you who must wait until your next life to comprehend. Yi Yang wore a smug expression. Though his experiences lasted less than 2 minutes each, he truly understood. Suddenly, a long leg kicked out, sending Yi Yang sprawling. Mu Qing was startled. Turning to find Yi Feng, he looked somewhat familiar. He had seen Yi Feng infrequently over the years and failed to recognize him. You? Upon realizing it was Yi Feng, Yi Yang's eyes widened in fury. Get lost. If you want to leave, then leave. What is so impressive about it? Yi Yang tumbled away. Chapter 56. You are nothing but trash. Thank you. Mu Qing managed a smile, though it was laced with bitterness. Just shortly after graduating from university, he was confronted with the harsh reality of terminal stomach cancer. By the time it was discovered, it was already in its advanced stages. As someone who studied medicine, it felt ironically tragic to be afflicted by an illness he had learned about. Not at all. Mu Qing, do you still remember me? Yi Feng set the bottle of mineral water aside. To be honest, in his over 20 years of existence, few had shown him genuine kindness. Mu Qing could be counted among them, especially considering they had hardly met. His concern for a stranger spoke volumes about his character. Who are you? Mu Qing asked, somewhat puzzled. His condition had deteriorated significantly, and his memory was beginning to fade. I am Yi Feng. Oh, you are Yi Yang's brother, Mu Qing finally recalled. The conflict between him and Yi Yang had stemmed from an incident involving Yi Feng. Yi Yang had harbored resentment, and now, even in his illness, he refused to let it go. Yet here was his brother, kicking Yi Yang away with finesse. You've changed remarkably. You've grown stronger and more spirited. I hardly recognized you. Mu Qing remarked with a smile. Yi Feng, once pallid and frail, now stood in stark contrast to Yi Yang, who had lived a life of comfort and indulgence. By the way, what brings you here? Mu Qing inquired. My girlfriend's school experienced a mass food poisoning. I came to assist. Ah, I see. No wonder the emergency room is so busy today. Mu Qing nodded. Mu Qing, what about you? Oh, it's nothing, just terminal stomach cancer. Mu Qing chuckled lightly. What do you mean it's nothing? Have you considered a misdiagnosis? Have you sought other opinions? Yi Feng furrowed his brow, questioning whether Mu Qing had received Yi Yang's medical report by mistake. I've been to several hospitals, Mu Qing sighed. Have you visited the top-tier hospitals in the city or in the major metropolitan areas? If finances are an issue, I can assist. I've been to all those. The doctors estimate I have about 6 months left. I don't want to waste money, so I discharged myself. I was readmitted a few days ago after a relapse. Mu Qing's tone turned somber. He truly did not want to be here, knowing the outcome was bleak. He felt he owed too much to his family. Why do good people not live long? Yi Feng pondered aloud. Suddenly, he recalled the inflated prices in his world, where miraculous cancer cures were advertised. You will be fine. I will visit you tomorrow. Goodbye. Yi Feng flashed a charming smile. Thank you, goodbye. Mu Qing did not take Yi Feng's words to heart, dismissing them as mere pleasantries. As Yi Feng departed with the bottle of water, Yi Yang emerged. Do you genuinely believe you will recover? Terminal stomach cancer. The doctor said you have 6 months. I wager you 1 tea lasts 3. Yi Yang spat venomously. You are nothing but trash. Mu Qing rose, fixing Yi Yang with a cold stare. He could not fathom how two brothers, raised under the same roof, could be so vastly different. One was understanding and responsible, while the other was reckless and insensitive, squandering his brother's hard-earned money on frivolities and uttering malicious words. Who are you calling trash? Yi Yang fumed. You, of course. You are less than 1/10 of your brother. Nonsense. I am far superior to him. Yi Yang's face flushed crimson. He had frequented the Dabiojin, and although his encounters lasted only 2 minutes, his best time had been 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Was there anyone stronger? Mu Qing ignored him and returned to his hospital room. Yi Yang immediately pulled out a notebook, scribbling curses against Yi Feng and Mu Qing. Meanwhile, Yi Feng carried the mineral water to the emergency room, distributing it to thirsty students and teachers. It's just mineral water. He can't even spare for drinks, yet he drives a Rolls-Royce. Li Jia remarked sarcastically. Who told Yi Feng to deny me a ride? What's the big deal about a Rolls-Royce? I arrived in a Mazda, and there was no traffic. Ms. Li, not everyone prefers drinks. Given how busy everyone is, it's commendable that someone can buy water at all. If you want a drink, you can buy one yourself. This is a hospital, not a tea party. Other teachers chimed in, unable to tolerate Li Jia's complaints. He is not even a teacher here, nor a hospital staff member. He is simply helping out. It's generous of him to provide water. Expecting drinks is unreasonable. You all. Li Jia was taken aback that her colleagues had turned against her. Ignore her. She is just delusional, Luo Bing said, dropping her pretense. Now, she felt no need to tread carefully. The more cautious one was, the more they would be taken for granted. Who is delusional? Say that again if you dare. Li Jia exclaimed, leaping to her feet. Ms. Li, that is enough. Be silent. The principal's patience was wearing thin. With so many students suffering from food poisoning, he was already stressed about how to manage it, and Li Jia's incessant chatter was unbearable. It was her who called me delusional. Li Jia protested, feeling aggrieved. You should leave. We don't need you here. I get lost. The principal could endure no more. Seeing the principal genuinely angered, Li Jia had no choice but to retreat in defeat. After her departure, the situation gradually came under control, and the students received appropriate treatment, slowly recovering. The police also visited the cafeteria to conduct a thorough investigation. After a meticulous inquiry, they discovered that the cause of the food poisoning was undercooked green beans served at lunch. All students and faculty who consumed the beans exhibited varying degrees of poisoning symptoms. The subsequent handling of the situation was left to the public security authorities. After a long afternoon of treatment, the students gradually began to recover. With the exception of a few particularly severe cases, most were discharged. Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief, as today's events had truly frightened her. Honey, a few students are still exhibiting severe symptoms and need to be monitored overnight. I will stay at the hospital with another teacher, so you should head home and rest. Luo Bing said apologetically. All right, I will bring you some late-night snacks later, he replied. Thank you, dear. You've worked hard. I'll head back now. Drive safely, she said as they bid each other farewell. After parting ways with Luo Bing, Yi Feng drove home. Master, here is the special medicine you requested. Upon returning home, the butler had already delivered the gastric cancer remedy. As he needed to keep his phone on for business, it had been with the butler. Chapter 57, A Close Call. Earlier at the hospital, he had instructed the butler to procure a specialized medication for gastric cancer. Their phones had been implanted with anti-eavesdropping software, ensuring that their conversation would be erased without a trace, leaving no evidence for prying eyes. Should their dialogue or messages be discovered, it would cause an uproar. This substance, is it complex? Yi Feng mused, glancing at the white pill in his hand. 1 million per pill. Cheaper than invisible paint. It equated to 100 of their currency. Quite affordable. He surmised it should not be overly complicated. If he were to present it, he would certainly need to understand its composition to replicate it. Otherwise, exposure could lead to troublesome explanations. The formulation is quite simple, far less complicated than invisible paint. I possess the recipe, the butler nodded. As a future all-around steward, he was well-versed in various fields of knowledge. The formula for a cancer treatment was considered common knowledge in the future. Very well, please transcribe the chemical formula for me. Yi Feng replied, nodding. The butler had indeed made a wise purchase. If the butler could not procure it, he would not risk exposure. There was no need for such perilous endeavors. Mu Qing had not shown him such immense gratitude. However, since it could be obtained, it would be presented to Mu Qing. In hindsight, he should have pursued the cancer remedy sooner. It would undoubtedly yield swift profits. His current ventures were still too modest. In just over a month, Pengfei International seasonings had already been replicated by other companies. Though the taste was slightly inferior, they were offered at lower prices. Over time, profits would dwindle. His contemplation revealed that although his valuation was high, it was free. He was yet to see substantial earnings. Unless he sold equity, realizing profits would be challenging. The remaining invisible paint needed to be sold discreetly, limiting potential earnings. However, if the special medicine could be successfully acquired, the financial windfall would be considerable, allowing for lavish expenditures in the future. Yes, let's start with gastric cancer. However, collaboration with the military is essential, otherwise, the pharmaceutical giants would not relent. Without military protection, presenting the formula might lead to unforeseen complications. Understood, young master. I have prepared the materials, the butler said, handing over several A4 sheets. Indeed, it was simpler than the previous formula, reduced by half. The number of material components unknown to this world was limited. Yet, while the last formula involved various chemical components, this one consisted entirely of biopharmaceutical elements, necessitating a fresh learning curve. Such was the burden of his fate. After the butler departed, Feng began to study the formula. As for Mu Qing, there was no need to rush. He wouldn't perish immediately. He planned to sneak over later when fewer people would be around for ease of operation. At 1 o'clock in the morning, after a brief preparation, Feng set out once more. Half an hour later, he arrived at the hospital. Upon reaching Mu Qing's ward, he heard a nurse shouting urgently, "Doctor! Doctor! The patient in bed 28 is vomiting blood." The nurse frantically called for the doctor. Feng's heart raced. Bed 28 was Mu Qing's. Wasn't he supposed to have 6 months left? How could he be vomiting blood now? What had happened? Wasn't he fine earlier in the day? The attending physician hurried to assess the situation, and Feng followed closely behind. He thought, please don't let him die. He is one of the few good souls in this world. If someone must perish, let it be Yiyang, for he serves no purpose to society. Feng quickened his pace, reaching the ward's entrance. There he saw Mu Qing, pale as a ghost, blood staining his lips, weakly propped against the headboard. The attending physician was sweating profusely as he administered emergency measures, while Yiyang stood aloof nearby, a faint smile on his face. Feng thought, what is this fool doing here? Could it be him? Upon noticing Feng's arrival, Yiyang appeared apprehensive and attempted to exit the ward. Bang! Feng kicked Yiyang out of the way. Regardless of the circumstances, it was certainly justified. Though Yiyang was furious, he dared not protest and scrambled away. It's no use. We must notify the family. After the emergency procedures, the attending physician determined that Mu Qing was beyond saving. Yiyang's breathing grew increasingly shallow, his eyes slowly closing. The monitor's readings began to flatten. Taking advantage of the distraction, Feng approached Mu Qing, pulling the special medicine from his pocket and placing it in Mu Qing's mouth. Brother Mu Qing, if you wish to live, you must swallow this pill quickly. Feng whispered urgently into Mu Qing's ear. In that moment, he could afford no further hesitation. Thankfully, no one noticed him. They assumed he was a family friend. Originally resigned to his fate, Mu Qing, upon hearing Feng's voice, instinctively opened his mouth in a desperate attempt to survive. Feng poured some warm water to assist him in swallowing the pill. Finally, Mu Qing managed to swallow it, but his condition did not improve immediately. While the medicine could treat gastric cancer, it required time to take effect. Moreover, given Mu Qing's dire state, success was not guaranteed. Yet, he had done all he could. The rest was left to fate. Time passed slowly. Gradually, some color returned to Mu Qing's face, and his breathing began to stabilize. The monitor's indicators also started to normalize. Feng felt a surge of joy, realizing the medicine was beginning to work. When the family was notified and returned, the attending nurse was astonished. How is this possible? Just moments ago, the patient was losing all bodily functions, and now he seems to be recovering? This was indeed unscientific. The attending nurse conducted another examination, confirming that everything was gradually returning to normal. At least, he was no longer in immediate danger. Doctor, what has happened to my son? A middle-aged couple, weary and anxious, rushed in, their faces etched with worry. He was vomiting blood just now, but he is stable now, the attending nurse replied awkwardly. Just moments ago, she had remarked that he was beyond saving, yet in the blink of an eye, he appeared to be recovering. It's a relief, truly, the middle-aged couple sighed, their faces etched with sorrow as they gazed upon their son. No matter how one might insist that all was well, the grim reality remained. He had but a few months to live. Their son had always been their pride and joy, obedient, considerate, and academically outstanding. He epitomized what every parent hoped for in a child. Yet, to their utter shock, mere weeks after graduating from college, he was diagnosed with cancer. The heavens had played a cruel joke upon them. Uncle, Auntie, Mu Qing will be fine. Please do not worry. It seemed that the medication had begun to take effect, bringing him back from the brink. Thank you, young man. The elderly couple took this as a heartfelt blessing from Feng. If all goes well, he should be discharged tomorrow. Should you need any assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Mu Qing and I are friends. I shall take my leave now. Feng, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention, decided it prudent to depart. Goodbye, young man. Farewell, uncle and auntie. Chapter 58. You hit me, I'll hit back. The on-duty female doctor cast a glance at Feng, her lips parting as if she wished to speak, but ultimately refrained. She harbored suspicions regarding Feng. Amidst the chaos, she had noticed him offering water to the patient. In her haste to inform the family, she had overlooked the detail. Upon her return, the patient had miraculously returned to normal. Perhaps he had administered something akin to a fast-acting cardiac remedy. After leaving the ward, Feng brought supper to Luo Bing before returning to his research on the components of a gastric cancer remedy. Time was of the essence. He was uncertain how long he could keep this secret. It was clear that the truth would not remain concealed for long. The duty doctor, having repeatedly hesitated to speak, likely had seen something of significance. As dawn broke, Mu Qing stirred from a deep slumber, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease wash over him. It was the most restful night he had experienced in months. Particularly during the past month, he had been roused nightly by excruciating pain, and the analgesics had ceased to provide relief. Just days prior, he had sought medical attention due to unbearable discomfort. He turned over comfortably, the sunlight piercing through the curtain slits and striking his eyes. Instinctively, he raised a hand to shield them, but his arm froze mid-air. During this time, any exertion had resulted in agonizing, knife-like pains in his abdomen. Each breath felt as if it were tugging at every nerve in his body. Yet, just moments prior, he had turned over and raised his hand, executing the motion with surprising fluidity. To his astonishment, he felt no pain. That familiar agony had vanished without a trace. Filled with perplexity, Mu Qing sat up, trembling hands pressing against his abdomen, finding no discomfort. With renewed determination, he applied greater pressure, finally eliciting a twinge of pain. A rush of elation surged through him. He felt infinitely lighter. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. What could this possibly mean? Mu Qing murmured in disbelief. He checked his pulse. Although he had studied Western medicine in college, he had also dabbled in traditional Chinese medicine during his spare time. Feeling the robust rhythm of his heartbeat, his expression fluctuated between hope and uncertainty. This pulse was remarkably healthy, entirely unlike that of a terminal cancer patient. He suspected he might be dreaming and pinched his thigh sharply, the clear sensation confirming that this was no illusion. Perhaps he had truly recovered. Suddenly, he recalled the voice he had heard on the brink of death the previous night, along with the assurance given to him during the day, "You will be fine." Could it be that person? Was he capable of curing cancer? Mu Qing's expression turned grave. Regardless of the truth, he resolved to keep this matter confidential to avoid causing any trouble for the other party. Glancing at his weary parents, who were slumped by his bedside, guilt washed over him. However, now that he felt better, he vowed to honor and care for his parents moving forward. At that moment, Yang sauntered in with a mocking smile. Mu Qing furrowed his brow. Just yesterday, he had argued with this individual, his emotions flaring, leading to a near-fatal incident. It was now evident that Yang had acted with malicious intent. What a vile person he was. Unable to wait even a few months while Mu Qing faced terminal cancer. How could someone like him be deemed fit to heal others? "Ah, you look quite well today. It seems you are experiencing a temporary resurgence. However, I doubt you have long left," Yang remarked, initially surprised by Mu Qing's improvement before shaking his head. "Doctor, is it true what you say about my son?" Mu Qing's father, just awakening, felt a tightening in his chest. A temporary resurgence? This is what we refer to in medicine as the near-death phenomenon, a peculiar physiological response that occurs as the body approaches its final moments. When the organs begin to fail, the body activates its last-ditch survival mechanisms. Yang continued, his tone nonchalant. The elderly couple grew increasingly alarmed. At this stage, the adrenal cortex secretes a substantial amount of adrenaline. "Your son is clearly experiencing this condition. You should prepare to take him home. He is on the verge of death." Yi Yang's words sent them into a panic. "Doctor, I implore you, save my son," Mu Qing's mother cried, tears streaming down her face. Though they had braced themselves for this day, its arrival left her feeling utterly lost. How would she continue living without her son? He was in the advanced stages of gastric cancer, and no one could save him. Yi Yang wore a mask of indifference, even reveling in the situation. After all, who could blame him for reporting the wrongdoing? Anyone who crossed him would meet a similarly grim fate. They all deserved to perish. His expression twisted into something sinister. He had once had feelings for Reba, and there was no fault in that. Yet, he had since moved on, having lost interest. Reba would forever lose him as a fan, particularly since she had chosen to associate with that scoundrel, Feng. Mu Qing, lying in bed, could no longer tolerate Yi Yang's taunts. He sprang from the bed, launching a sweeping kick at Yi Yang. Yi Yang's eyes widened. Bang! Ah! Yi Yang screamed as he was sent sprawling backward. Thud, thud, thud. Even after Yi Yang hit the ground, Mu Qing was not satisfied. He advanced and pinned him down, mercilessly rubbing his face into the floor. Ah! Yi Yang howled in distress. It was only when Mu Qing's parents intervened that he finally ceased his assault. "Son, are you all right?" They inquired with deep concern. Just a moment ago, any slight movement had caused him excruciating pain. Such vigorous activity could not possibly bode well. "Ah, I'm fine," Mu Qing exclaimed, dusting off his hands and reveling in the newfound lightness of his body. He had long wished to deliver a good thrashing to this despicable individual. "Haha, you lack the strength to retaliate," Yi Yang jeered from the ground. His face bruised and swollen. "Go ahead, hit me. The harder you strike, the faster I shall die. Once the adrenaline wears off, my time will be up. I cannot wait for your natural demise." "Mu Qing, you haven't gone and damaged your brain, have you? I didn't even hit your head." Yi Yang continued to provoke him. "I'm also studying medicine. I know where to land a blow and where not to. I didn't touch your head at all. Come on, if you have the guts. Hit me again. If you don't, you're no man. Go ahead, hit me." Yi Yang's taunts knew no bounds. "Mu Qing, everyone has heard it. It was he who instigated me to strike." Bang, bang, bang. Mu Qing stepped forward once more, delivering a thorough thrashing to Yi Yang, who had yet to quench his thirst for violence. "Haha, exhilarating. Strike harder." The more pain Yi Yang felt, the more joy radiated from his smile. How long could his adrenaline hold out? Finally, he no longer needed to draw circles to cast curses, saving him quite a few resources. Bang, bang, bang. "If you have the capability to kill me, then do so. If not, you are merely a coward." Yi Yang continued to provoke Mu Qing, challenging the limits of his opponent's endurance. He was determined to see Mu Qing's adrenaline run dry. "Come on, put me out of my misery." Huh. Eventually, Mu Qing's hands grew sore, and he was panting heavily, while Yi Yang maintained his defiance. "Dad, Mom, I'm fine now, let us check out." Mu Qing sighed, kicking Yi Yang aside as he prepared to leave the hospital. He was quite certain of his recovery. Chapter 59. As long as the opponent does not deploy Yin Shuangying, he must assist Yi Feng in maintaining secrecy, ensuring the hospital remains oblivious. Even if he were not fully healed, the hospital could do nothing further. Returning home was preferable. After all, the hospital would not be able to keep him there against his will. "Son, your mother and I are a bit worried." "Fear not, Mom and Dad. I'm in excellent shape now." Mu Qing began to gather his belongings, impervious to any attempts at persuasion. Although the hospital, noticing Mu Qing's improved complexion, attempted to conduct a final examination before his discharge, he firmly declined, having left specifically to avoid exposure. Should they discover his recovery, how could he explain it to others? As Mu Qing's family processed the discharge paperwork, Yi Yang, bruised and battered, followed closely behind, cursing repeatedly in his mind, counting down the moments until Mu Qing would collapse. Yet, Mu Qing remained vibrant and full of life, leaving Yi Yang utterly perplexed. Why was his opponent still standing? Did he truly possess such a surplus of adrenaline? By the time Mu Qing's family completed the discharge procedures, Yi Yang had still not witnessed the outcome he had hoped for, leaving him deeply dissatisfied. If his adversary did not succumb, then this beating had been in vain. Surely, Mu Qing was gifted with an extraordinary supply of adrenaline. However, after today's exertions, he could not possibly last much longer. Perhaps he would fade away along the way. With this thought, Yi Yang's spirits lifted considerably. After 2 days, Yi Feng returned home. Subsequently, he leveraged military connections to borrow a medical laboratory from Nanda University to commence his experiments. Armed with the necessary components, chemical formulas, and methodologies, the experiments proceeded smoothly. Within a fortnight, he successfully developed the first effective medication for gastric cancer. In the following days, he managed to create effective treatments for other types of cancer as well. The majority of the components across these medications were remarkably similar, with only a few variations. If one succeeded, the rest would likely follow suit with relative ease. Yi Feng produced over 100 capsules of each type before pausing. Despite his success, he did not intend to immediately establish a company for production and sales. Firstly, both domestic and international pharmaceutical capital were exceedingly formidable. It would be wise to remain low profile for the time being, until he had a solid grasp of the situation. He would avoid entering the fray, lest he find himself in dire straits. At the very least, he needed to seek an opportunity to negotiate with the military. Secondly, he planned to capitalize on wealthy individuals, pricing each medication at 10 or 8 billion, allowing him to rake in a staggering 800 to 1,000 billion, ensuring he would no longer have to scrimp. In high spirits, Yi Feng returned home. "Master, I believe it's time to elevate your security measures. Should others discover that you possess the formula for invisibility paint, along with various cancer medications and their recipes, you may find yourself in peril. Although your physical strength is impressive, it cannot contend with firearms. The world is fraught with treachery. One must remain vigilant." The butler analyzed gravely. "You make a valid point," Yi Feng exclaimed, sweating profusely. Even if genetic modifications rendered him formidable, a single barrage could spell his doom. "What do you recommend?" The butler, clearly having pondered this, proposed 2 options. Firstly, this intelligent bodyguard robot, capable of providing round-the-clock protection for you, priced at 10 billion. Secondly, this energy shield. Deemed trivial for future individuals, but effective against 90% of current firearms, also priced at 10 billion. Both are ideally suited for your needs. The butler opened a shopping app showcasing the inflated prices of the world. Are you basing your recommendations on my account balance? Do you derive pleasure from depleting my funds? Feng retorted, recalling that he had just over 200 billion in his account. Go ahead and make the purchase. He waved his hand dismissively. After laboring for so long, he felt as though he was back at square one. However, for his safety, the expenditure was necessary. Understood, master. The butler promptly placed the order. Buzz. A circular black void appeared above his head. Clang. Clang. 2 packages, one large and one small, fell to the ground. The larger package was a meter in length, width, and height, while the smaller resembled a box for a mobile phone. Feng opened the smaller box first. This was the energy shield, somewhat akin to a fitness tracker. Its sleek design exuded a sense of tension, as if it had emerged from a science fiction film, brimming with technological sophistication. After a brief glance at the instruction manual and familiarizing himself with the device, he discovered it could not only generate an energy shield but also connect to the internet, functioning as a watch and fitness tracker. Its capabilities were remarkably comprehensive. Once fully charged with cosmic energy, it could release an energy shield 5 times. The shield boasted formidable defensive capabilities, sufficient to withstand machine guns, sniper rifles, and electromagnetic cannons. After depleting its energy, it would automatically recharge. Excellent. This is a splendid item. Feng was exceedingly pleased as he donned the wristband, feeling as though he had acquired a life-saving trump card. Meanwhile, the butler activated the bodyguard robot, establishing its identity. It appeared larger than the butler and was of a similar type of intelligent robot. However, while the butler was a versatile household assistant, this one was a specialized bodyguard robot, designated as Protector B5. Its exterior resembled that of a robust man approximately 1.9 meters tall, exuding an intimidating presence. Equipped with an array of advanced weaponry he had never even heard of, it could analyze environmental data in real time, predict potential dangers, and devise optimal responses instantly. Whether confronting unexpected incidents or managing complex security threats, it could respond coolly and swiftly. Master, as long as the opponent does not deploy Yin Shuangying. Feng interjected, what have you been reading? As long as they do not employ weapons of mass destruction. These 2 trump cards are sufficient to ensure your peace of mind, the butler asserted confidently. Let us name you Shadow. Feng was quite satisfied. His life was now secure. Yes, master. Also, purchase some of that invisibility paint for him. It would be even safer, Feng suggested after a moment's contemplation. Master, I already possess an invisibility function, Shadow proclaimed, immediately turning transparent. Well, that is quite convenient. We can save on paint costs. From now on, you'll protect me while invisible. Yes, master. Meanwhile, Mu Qing had been recuperating at home for a month, enjoying ample nourishment. His health gradually returned to normal, and he had gained considerable weight. He was utterly convinced that he had recovered, and it was indeed Feng who had facilitated his healing. Having visited numerous hospitals and endured excruciating pain, the possibility of a misdiagnosis was out of the question. The hospitals had offered him no effective treatment, other than Feng. He could not fathom any alternative explanation. To his astonishment, there truly existed someone in this world capable of curing cancer. He wished to express his gratitude to Feng, yet he lacked the latter's contact information and address. Furthermore, he was hesitant to seek him out openly, fearing that it might disrupt Feng's normal life. Ultimately, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon this notion and return to work. When he submitted his medical examination report, it swiftly caught the attention of the hospital's administration. Chapter 60, Ultraman Digga. Before long, Mu Qing was summoned to the principal's office. Mu Qing, you've recovered? The principal gazed at Mu Qing, then at his report, still somewhat incredulous. Initially, when Mu Qing had been diagnosed with late-stage gastric cancer, the principal had felt a sense of loss. He had held high hopes for this young man. Yes, Mu Qing nodded, steeling himself. Although he wished to continue concealing the truth, he needed to work. He couldn't remain at home forever, relying on his parents for support. Regardless of the hospital, a medical examination report was mandatory. The medical records within the province were interconnected online, and a simple inquiry could reveal everything. Concealment was impossible. Can you tell me how you recovered? The principal inquired, his expression brimming with anticipation. This was late-stage gastric cancer. You were cured so effortlessly? I'm not entirely sure. That night, Yang came to my hospital room, and we had a heated argument, which caused me to cough up blood. I felt as though I was on the brink of death, yet the next day, inexplicably, I was well again, Mu Qing recounted selectively. The principal nodded, having already consulted the attending physician on duty that night. Mu Qing's account was indeed accurate. Do you recall if anyone gave you anything to drink? When I was about to faint, it seems someone offered me water, but by then, my eyes were already shut. So I couldn't see who it was, let alone what I consumed. Mu Qing pondered before responding. The pinnacle of deceit lies in stating only the truth while omitting the crucial details, the principal thought with a hint of resignation. Mu Qing had not lied. The attending physician mentioned having seen someone give Mu Qing water just as he was on the verge of unconsciousness. It was quite normal not to remember. Unfortunately, there were no surveillance cameras in the hospital room, only at the nurse's station, making it impossible to identify the individual. All right, I understand. You may return to your duties. Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. You are the most outstanding graduate of this year. The principal smiled. Thank you, principal. Mu Qing remained unperturbed by the praise. After this incident, he had gained a new perspective. Once Mu Qing departed, the principal sat in contemplation before summoning Yi Yang. Yi Feng was aware that the truth could not remain concealed for long, yet he hadn't anticipated that someone would come seeking him so swiftly. Oh, the leaks have come knocking. Early that morning, he received a call from Mu Qing, who sounded somewhat guilty. He feared upsetting Yi Feng. Yi Feng had saved him, yet he could not keep Yi Feng's secret. However, although the D family appeared discreet, their Longyuan Group was a colossal entity in the nation. Longyuan Group is the largest shipping conglomerate in the country, with its own docks both domestically and internationally, ranking within the top 5 globally. The group is also involved in various industries, including the internet, renewable energy, hospitality, and real estate. In the face of such a powerhouse, the principal had no alternatives. The D family, I am aware of them. Indeed. Mu Qing nodded. It was good to be acquainted. Yi Feng's ability to cure cancer marked him as a remarkable individual, and even if they were not closely acquainted, they belonged to the same circle. Ultraman Digga. I watched it often during my childhood. Mu Qing, what on earth are you talking about? Convey to them that I have consented. Let them come over. Let us commence with this D family affair. All right, I'll inform them. Not long after hanging up, representatives from the D family arrived. A grand procession of 7 or 8 black luxury vehicles came to a halt at the villa's entrance. A sharply dressed middle-aged gentleman emerged from the lead vehicle, followed by a large entourage of bodyguards. Mr. Yi, allow me to introduce myself. I am Mr. D.S. Butler, and my surname is Ding. Yi Feng. Truly. What a spectacle, Yi Feng mused, noting the butler's impressive retinue of bodyguards. He felt a surge of motivation, aspiring to earn enough to hire his own butler, complete with bodyguards and a chauffeur. Greetings, Yi Feng said, sensing an overwhelming aura emanating from the butler. Ahem, please don't misunderstand. He means to say they are all high-quality leaks. Beside the butler stood the principal of their county hospital. Hello, Mr. Yi. The principal approached, his face alight with excitement as he grasped Yi Feng's hand. You are a divine being capable of curing cancer. If your medical skills could be disseminated, how many lives could be saved? Yi Feng, I'm sorry. Mu Qing also arrived, feeling remorseful. It's all right. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. This was all part of his plan. From the crowd, Yi Yang observed Yi Feng with a complex expression. The principal had confirmed that it was indeed Yi Feng who had saved Mu Qing. At that time, there had been no one else in the ward. It could not have been the attending female physician, nor the nurse. Initially, the principal had even thought it was he who had intervened, only to discover otherwise. Thus, it could only be Yi Feng. He was bewildered as to when Yi Feng had acquired the ability to cure cancer. If wealth was one thing, possessing the ability to cure cancer was beyond reckoning. The world had become utterly nonsensical. It was a reality he scarcely recognized. Yet, the only silver lining was that he would be offered a permanent position after his internship, a promise made by the principal. Otherwise, he would never have disclosed Yi Feng's involvement. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your willingness to help. We are prepared to offer 20 million. The butler extended 2 fingers. Upon hearing the figure of 20 million, Yi Yang's eyes lit up. I am the legitimate eldest son of the Yi family. Grant me this 20 million, and additionally, provide me with a villa in Shanghai and a Rolls-Royce. Yi Yang stepped forward. The butler, taken aback by his commanding presence, glanced at Yi Feng. Give it to him. Although Yi Feng was reluctant, he had no choice. After all, Yi Yang was the legitimate heir of the Yi family, and he had to be nurtured with utmost care, every penny directed towards him. This villa and this vehicle will be transferred into your name. This is your promise. Thus, I shall reluctantly accept, Yi Yang said with a foolish grin, lost in a whirlwind of grand fantasies. Have you perhaps mistaken me? I am not a doctor and lack a medical license. How could I save lives? Yi Feng chuckled lightly. 20 million is merely a pittance. It's not even enough to beg for. Online, 1 billion would be required. You are the butler of Ultraman Digga, with bodyguards at your disposal. And yet you are so miserly. Ahem, I misspoke earlier. We are willing to offer 200 million for Mr. Ye's assistance. The butler. having served in the employ of Ultraman Diga for many years, was adept at reading the room and immediately multiplied the offer tenfold. It was only logical, considering that Yi Feng resided in an affluent area where a mere 20 million seemed paltry. Yi Yang's mouth twitched. 200 million. He was to attain 200 million in direct wealth, sufficient to indulge in a life of leisure sustained by interest alone. Was there any necessity to endure the drudgery of employment? 800 million, Yi Feng remarked nonchalantly. The steward, Ding, hesitated. Upon arrival, he had anticipated a maximum of 1 or 200 million, for Di Changyuan had granted him authority only up to 200 million. Now, Yi Feng was demanding 800 million. Furthermore, he had not witnessed firsthand Yi Feng's ability to cure cancer. It was merely hearsay. What if the other party took the money without delivering results? I must consult Mr. D regarding this, the steward declared, unable to make a decision on his own. Chapter 61, to the Ultraman residence. Go ahead, make the call. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. The steward promptly stepped aside to make the call. Yi Yang silently hoped the steward would not acquiesce. To spend such an exorbitant sum for a medical consultation seemed absurd. It would be better to die. For death is an inevitable fate. Saving that money would be far more beneficial for him. The thought of Yi Feng possessing 800 million was more unbearable than the prospect of his own demise. Mr. D agreed to the sum of 800 million, but insisted that the payment be made only after treatment, adding that he currently lacked such cash. Would it be possible to provide equivalent assets, such as shares, real estate, or hotel collateral? The steward nodded, and it seemed Di Changyuan would consent without issue. After all, no amount of wealth could accompany one into the afterlife. Who among us desires to perish while still alive? Yi Yang's lips twitched in disbelief. He actually agreed. This is 800 million. He contemplated using sheer will to compel Yi Feng to bestow that fortune upon him. Very well. Yi Feng nodded. Even Ultraman cannot muster 800 million. However, other alternatives would suffice. Excellent. Let us not dawdle. Mr. Yi, please follow me, the steward said with a hint of impatience. Di Changyuan was nearing a critical state, spending most of his days bedridden. Should they delay, the repercussions would be dire. All right, let us go, Yi Feng affirmed. Will Mr. Yi be driving himself, or will he use our vehicle? I'll drive myself, Yi Feng replied. It's unlikely I'll return immediately. I intend to take a tour around the Magic City, thus it's south more convenient to drive myself. Very well, Mr. Yi. Please follow our convoy, the steward nodded, waving his hand to signal the preparations for departure. One more condition. Yi Feng halted once more before boarding. What condition? The steward, slightly anxious, feared further complications. That intern over there, he is from your hospital, correct? Yi Feng pointed at Yi Yang. An ominous premonition washed over Yi Yang. Yes. Yi Yang is one of our most distinguished interns, the hospital director chuckled. He was well aware of their fraternal bond. Retaining Yi Yang would equate to having an ally capable of curing cancer. Thus the D family would owe them a significant favor. Do not allow him to transition to a permanent position. A decisive tone overtook the director. His indecisiveness renders him ill-suited for the medical profession. He will not appear on the list of those being offered permanent positions. The director suddenly became quite serious. He is indeed quite clever, Mu Qing remarked approvingly, echoing Yi Feng's sentiments. Which doctor would intentionally provoke a patient to the point of distress? Yi Yang, he lamented. You are all villains. Had I known, I would not have come. I shall return and draw circles to curse you all. I will spend my entire salary this month on a notebook, drawing circles to cast curses upon you. I will not rest until you are vanquished. Such individuals should not be allowed in. They tarnish the home. Understood, young master. The steward nodded. In truth, he had notified Yi Feng from the outset. It was Yi Feng who had insisted on Yi Yang's presence. He understood Yi Feng's desire to flaunt his wealth. Now that the display was complete, it was time for Yi Yang to depart. The steward, who had been jovial moments before, suddenly shifted his demeanor. Bang! Yi Yang screamed as he was propelled out of the villa's courtyard. The steward was a versatile automaton, proficient in both combat and strategy. The Ultraman's steward was taken aback. This force did not resemble that of an ordinary individual. Moreover, it served as a warning to refrain from any nefarious thoughts. Indeed, one who could cure cancer could hardly be considered an ordinary person. Fortunately, they had no ulterior motives. The potential power behind such extraordinary individuals was immeasurable. Come, Mu Qing, join us, ride with me. Yi Feng emerged from the garage. Am I going as well? Mu Qing queried, somewhat surprised. Certainly. Consider it a paid vacation, the director chimed in. Go on, it will be counted as a business trip. Thus, Mu Qing eagerly hopped into the vehicle. Yi Feng was offering him an opportunity to accompany him to the D family and establish his presence. Mr. Yi, please keep pace with us, the steward instructed as the Ultraman family's convoy awaited them at the entrance. Let us be off. Yi Feng gestured. The convoy set forth. Their vehicle was nestled amongst 10 luxurious cars belonging to the Ultraman family, 5 leading the way and 5 bringing up the rear, all Mercedes-Benz. Yi Feng. I did not intend for this to happen. I sought to help keep your identity concealed, but they inquired about Yi Yang, Mu Qing confessed in the car. Feeling somewhat sheepish. It was his presence that had exposed Yi Feng. Given the formidable reputation of the D family, he was apprehensive about potential dangers. Fear not. I owe you my gratitude. I had intended to disseminate this information regardless. How else could I profit? Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. The D family is not to be trifled with. Exercise caution. Should any danger arise, flee without concern for me. I will find a way to distract them. Mu Qing suspected that the D family would not easily part with 800 million. That was an astronomical sum. The television was rife with tales of betrayal and deceit. The D family had amassed their fortune through maritime trade. To assert they were benevolent would be met with disbelief. This was precisely why he had joined Yi Feng. He was prepared to delay any potential threats, regardless of the cost. Yi Feng, you are overly concerned, he reassured. I now have invisible bodyguards seated just behind us, equipped with an energy shield. As long as they do not deploy nuclear weapons, we are in no grave danger. It is merely Ultraman. Should they attempt anything untoward, I shall dispatch them all back to Ultraman's home planet. Fear not. I am carrying several dozen kilograms of TNT. They cannot harm us. As they chatted amiably, the convoy approached the Magic City by afternoon, winding through numerous checkpoints. They arrived at an opulent estate, surrounded by verdant trees. Upon checking his phone's map, Yi Feng noted the area was heavily wooded. His interest waned instantly. Such locations, though seemingly prestigious, were impractical for deliveries. He would not even accept a meal here. Mr. Yi, we have arrived, Steward Ding announced respectfully as he approached. Let us proceed. Yi Feng and Mu Qing alighted from the vehicle. Mu Qing was awestruck by the grandeur of the estate. The entire structure resembled a magnificent castle. Its white facade imposing and elegant, with a grand entrance flanked by formidable stone lions. The security personnel at the entrance regarded them with vigilant scrutiny. Guided by the steward, they entered the estate. The interior exudes opulence, adorned with pavilions and towers, artificial hills, and flowing streams, all embellished with exquisite stone sculptures. Each detail underscores the extravagant wealth of the Ultraman family. Mu Qing cautiously trails behind Yi Feng, acutely aware, despite the butler's silence, that every stone here carries considerable value. It is only through Yi Feng's influence that he has set foot in this place. Otherwise, he would never have had the privilege, not even in his wildest dreams. As they navigate through the labyrinthine corridors under the butler's guidance, they finally arrive at the main hall of the mansion. At this juncture, a large contingent of maids emerges, each with striking figures reminiscent of models. Yi Feng notices several prominent young actresses from the entertainment industry among them, contemplating the potential reactions of their fans if they were to learn that their idols were working as maids. Notably, a few of these actresses stand at the end of the line, clearly indicating their lack of status. One cannot help but acknowledge that the Ultraman family knows how to indulge in amusement. Mu Qing's eyes widen in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the glamorous celebrities would exhibit such humility. Among them is one he particularly admires, shattering his preconceived notions. How is the master? The butler inquires promptly. Mr. Ding, the master has just taken his medication and has gone to sleep, comes the response. Very well, we shall wait, the butler nods. Wait for what? If you wish to wait, that's your prerogative, but I have no time for such delays. If you do not wish to proceed, I shall take my leave, or perhaps I shall demand an additional 100 million for an hour of waiting. You may decide, Yi Feng retorts with irritation. You are? The head maid regards Yi Feng with disdain. Should you continue to look at me in that manner, I might be compelled to strike a woman, he states flatly. In his worldview, there are only those he wishes to strike and those he does not, regardless of gender. You, a mere maid, dare to assume superiority? Does being favored by the old man give you a sense of accomplishment? You may leave now. The butler interjects. Yi Feng's audacity only serves to reflect his confidence. After much effort to secure the guest's presence, it is best to avoid provoking him at this moment. Yes, Mr. Ding, the head maid responds, though clearly displeased. She understands the authority of the butler. Apologies, Mr. Yi, please have a seat while I inform the master, the butler says before entering the room. 2 minutes later, he reappears. It is time, Mr. Yi. Mr. D has awakened, you may enter. The three enter the bedroom, where Di Changyuan reclines on the bed. He appears haggard. His complexion pale, with sunken eyes and a visibly emaciated body, his mental state severely diminished, lacking the former vigor of a businessman. Mu Qing observes him, noting that his condition is even worse than before. Were it not for his wealth, he likely would have succumbed long ago. Sir, Mr. Yi has arrived. He is the renowned healer, the butler whispers into Ultraman's ear. Cough. Hello, Mr. Yi. I appreciate your assistance, Di Changyuan greets, a flicker of hope illuminating his eyes. Although Yi Feng appears youthful, one must not judge by appearances. One cannot measure a person merely by their exterior. The fact that he dares to request 800 million, promising compensation only upon full recovery, indicates his confidence. Otherwise, deceiving the D family's wealth would not be a trivial matter. Very well, let us proceed swiftly. Please step aside. I must set up the formation, he commands. Nanny, a formation? Yi Feng theatrically retrieves several jade stones from his bag, casually arranging them. First, you shall consume the elixir crafted by my master, and then, with my spirit-gathering formation, I shall cleanse your body of all cancer cells, he claims, spinning an elaborate tale. Since the patient has invested a considerable sum, it is essential to maintain an air of seriousness. Otherwise, he might feel that his money was poorly spent. The butler senses something amiss. Is he not supposed to have summoned a healer? Why does it appear as though he has invited a charlatan instead? Mu Qing recalls that the healer did not seem so flamboyant before. Otherwise, he would have attracted widespread attention. Regardless of what unfolds, do not be startled or disclose anything. Yi Feng warns, preemptively managing expectations. He dons a robe from his bag and brandishes a peachwood sword. Is this for real? Are we truly going to perform a ritual? Having completed his preparations, Yi Feng produces a special medication for liver cancer, having studied the case provided by the butler. He confirms the diagnosis of liver cancer. Di Chuanyuan hesitates. The healer's demeanor does not align with that of a conventional doctor. However, after a brief internal struggle, he decides to take the medication. Given his precarious condition, it is unlikely the healer would wish him harm. Otherwise, the D family would not spare him. If he does not recover, the healer would not receive any payment. There is no incentive to deceive him. Upon witnessing Di Chuanyuan ingest the medication, Yi Feng commences his performance, murmuring incantations while wielding the peachwood sword to trace intricate golden arcs in the air. The onlookers are momentarily entranced. The surrounding individuals hold their breath. Their anticipation mingled with trepidation. Suddenly, Yi Feng bellows, "Heaven and earth are boundless. I invoke the laws of the cosmos. Dragon and elephant, heed my command. Descend upon this realm and dispel the afflictions." He presses a button on a remote control. With a resounding roar, a colossal silhouette materializes, embodying the majestic golden dragon elephant, filling nearly the entire room. This spectacle is a product of his peachwood sword and robe, all procured from high-end outlets amidst the inflationary pressures of the world. The effect is nothing short of astonishing and exaggerated, far surpassing any contemporary 3D or 4D experience. As the light flickers, the dragon elephant bellows, its fierce gaze commanding authority and strength, as if it truly hails from the celestial realm, intent on banishing all malevolence from the earth. The butler and Mu Qing feel their skin crawl, retreating in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. The dragon elephant exhales a plume of white mist, enveloping Di Chuanyuan completely. His eyes widen in shock and reverence, and more significantly, he senses a rapid improvement in his condition, a comfort that makes him want to cry out in joy. Moments later, as the dragon dissipates and the white mist fades, Yi Feng feigns exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in sweat. In truth, he had merely poured water over himself while concealed by the mist. What has transpired? The guards, alerted by the commotion outside, rush in. Step back. Do not disturb the master's treatment. The butler whispers urgently, keen to avoid interrupting Yi Feng's work. All done. Yi Feng stows away his implements. Sir, you have worked tirelessly. Di Chuanyuan expresses with admiration. Given his extensive experience traversing the world, he recognizes that what he has witnessed transcends mere theatrics. No nation possesses the capability to produce such authentic effects. Moreover, after the dragon released the white mist, he genuinely felt his health improving, a testament to the healer's true prowess. Previously, he had not encountered such an individual due to his status. Now, he has truly witnessed the essence of greatness. Sir, you. The butler's eyes widen in astonishment. Di Chuanyuan not only appeared significantly revitalized, but his voice resonated with a newfound strength. I feel splendid. All thanks to you, Mr. Yi. I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace, he expressed, a hint of excitement in his tone. Surviving against the odds and encountering such an extraordinary individual filled him with elation. Sir, I shall have someone conduct a thorough examination at once. The butler, equally animated, chimed in. Let us perform the checkup tomorrow. You are not entirely recovered yet. By morning, you should feel much better. Please, rest for now. Very well, tomorrow it is. Di Chuanyuan replied cheerfully. Chapter 63, The Flattery of the D Family. Butler, please accommodate Mr. Yi and ensure he is well taken care of. Yes, sir, the butler responded. This way, Mr. Yi. All right. Soon, the butler guided the two gentlemen to the guest quarters. You two shall attend to Mr. Yi, and you will attend to Mr. Ye's companion. The butler instructed, assigning the most attractive maids to Yi Feng and one to Mu Qing. Specifically, the petite starlet Mu Qing had admired moments ago, a detail the butler had astutely noted. The butler's attention to such subtleties was commendable. Mu Qing blushed, feeling somewhat flustered. Ladies, should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. They will cater to all your desires. Understood, Yi Feng waved dismissively. Despite the maid's beauty, the thought of their previous encounters with Ultraman diminished his interest. You may leave us for now. We will summon you if needed. Of course, Mr. Yi, the maids acquiesced. Retreating. After some internal conflict, Mu Qing ultimately decided to allow the maid to exit. I shall not disturb you further, the butler stated as he made his way out. Upon reaching the hall, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, and he beckoned a suited man forward. The maid's supervisor from today, Mr. Yi no longer wishes to see her. The butler spoke with indifference. The supervisor had displayed a hint of disdain towards Yi Feng, making her unsuitable for continued service. If Mr. Yi were to encounter her, it would surely displease him. He is a true master, capable of summoning divine powers. I understand, butler, the man replied, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. You need not elaborate. Such matters should have been brought to my attention. As soon as Yi Feng departed, Di Changyuan, who had been lying down, sprang to his feet. Quickly, summon the doctor for a comprehensive examination. While he had adhered to Yi Feng's suggestion earlier, his eagerness to ascertain the current state of his health was overwhelming. Although he felt remarkably well, he yearned for the reassurance that only a medical assessment could provide. Yes, Mr. D. The family doctor promptly arranged for the examination. The D family possessed their own medical staff and equipment, ensuring a thorough checkup. After a complete examination, the family doctor gazed at the results in disbelief, his mouth agape. What is it? Di Changyuan inquired anxiously. Mr. D, according to these results, your cancer cells have ceased to spread, and astonishingly, 1/3 have vanished. We anticipate that by tomorrow, they will likely be entirely gone. This is nothing short of a medical miracle. The doctor was visibly astonished. Incorrect. This is a miracle of wealth. Di Changyuan smiled subtly. Money truly does wield extraordinary influence. Without 800 million, where would one find such a medical miracle? With that amount, even deities could be summoned for healing. Di Changyuan beamed with pride. Mr. D, I have an unorthodox request. May I? The family doctor began, excitement evident in his fidgeting hands. No. Di Changyuan interjected, fully aware of the inquiry. The intricacies of the techniques employed were far beyond the doctor's understanding. This matter is to remain confidential. You know the consequences should it be disclosed, he warned, casting a keen glance at the doctor. Of course, I will remain silent, Mr. D, the doctor replied, shaken. This man was no ordinary individual. Having carved out a path in the cutthroat world of shipping, he was undoubtedly ruthless. Though aging, he remained formidable. You may leave now. Return for another examination in the morning. Di Changyuan recalled Yi Feng's suggestion regarding the follow-up. With only 1/3 of the cancer cells eliminated today, he felt confident they would be entirely gone by the next day, stirring a wave of excitement within him. Yes, Mr. D. The doctor wiped his brow and exited. That evening, the butler graciously entertained them with an array of culinary delights, featuring a sumptuous feast of exotic delicacies. Mr. Yi, please indulge as you wish. Tomorrow, Mr. D will host you personally, the butler remarked with a subtle smile. Casual indeed, Mu Qing retorted, feeling somewhat out of place among the affluent. I simply wish to enjoy a lobster to ease my nerves. After the meal, the butler returned with a lawyer. Although Di Changyuan had not yet fully recovered, with cancer cells still present, the family doctor was confident in their non-proliferation. Prepaying would demonstrate their sincerity. Mr. Yi, the medical fee is 800 million, but Mr. D lacks sufficient liquid assets. Therefore, we propose to use alternative assets as collateral, as previously discussed, the butler explained cautiously. Since witnessing Yi Feng summon a divine dragon, he instinctively inclined his head in respect, holding Yi Feng in even higher esteem than Di Changyuan. Very well, Yi Feng acknowledged. Are you interested in real estate, Mr. Yi? Mr. D possesses numerous properties in Magic City. Even in asset transactions, Yi Feng's agreement was paramount. That works, Yi Feng nodded. Acquiring a property in Magic City would be advantageous. Excellent. Mr. D has a villa in Tangong, currently valued at approximately 600 million. But we can offer it to you for 400 million. Originally, he resided there, but after falling ill, he relocated to the estate for recovery. The valuation of real estate often involved discrepancies, and in a bid to curry favor with Yi Feng, the villa priced at 600 million was offered at 400 million. Agreed. Yi Feng nodded. Mu Qing, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. Goodness. A 600 million mansion? I doubt I could earn that in 8 lifetimes. Furthermore, for the remaining 400 million, we intend to offer 30% equity in a 5-star hotel owned by Changyuan Group, currently valued at around 2 billion. How does that sound, Mr. Yi? That works. I have no objections, Yi Feng affirmed, acknowledging the valuation. With the hotel's 30% stake already worth 600 million, and the villa also at 600 million, the total exceeded 800 million. It was evident that the D family was making substantial concessions to gain his favor, likely influenced by the impressive display of the dragon manifestation. Had they simply approached Yi Feng to administer the medication without any further negotiations, they would not have offered such a sum, and they might have even coveted the miraculous medicine he possessed. Now, however, they were not only increasing their financial commitment, but also likely overlooking the significance of the special remedy. Indeed, he was quite the crafty individual. Certainly, Mr. Yi may peruse the contract. Should there be no issues, kindly affix your signature here, and we shall handle the remaining formalities. The attorney has also prepared the documents. Yi Feng briefly scanned the contents before signing. The D family would undoubtedly refrain from deceiving him now. Mu Qing gazed at Yi Feng with admiration. Earning billions in a single transaction, who would believe such a feat? Yet, he possessed the capability to do so. When that dragon emerged, Mu Qing nearly felt compelled to kneel before Yi Feng. Chapter 64. You should be punished. A night devoid of conversation passed. At the break of dawn the following day, Di Changyuan could hardly contain his eagerness for the doctor to conduct another examination. Though he felt entirely restored, he sought reassurance through a checkup. In truth, he had not slept well throughout the night. Sleep eluded him entirely. The family doctor was already prepared, swiftly conducting a comprehensive examination for Di Changyuan once more. How is it? Di Changyuan inquired with a hint of anxiety. Unbelievable, Mr. D, the doctor responded. Just tell me the results, Di Changyuan retorted, casting a glare at the doctor. Unbelievable, indeed. Ahem, Mr. D. According to the latest examination report, you are now perfectly fine. The cancer cells have completely vanished, and all your bodily parameters are normal and healthy. The doctor marveled at the report. Excellent. Ha. Di Changyuan could not suppress his laughter. Quickly, I must bathe and change to meet Mr. Yi. His expression turned serious. That is a true master. One must not be too casual. With a wave of the butler's hand, a maid promptly entered. Half an hour later, Di Changyuan emerged, invigorated. Come, take me to see Mr. Yi. Yes, sir. The butler replied, escorting Di Changyuan to the dining room, where Yi Feng and Mu Qing were enjoying breakfast. Mu Qing found it rather absurd. Who eats leg of lamb, Australian lobster, and steak for breakfast? Good morning, Mr. Yi. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, Di Changyuan said, bringing his hands together and bowing deeply to Yi Feng. His gratitude was sincere. Were it not for the presence of others, he might have knelt before Yi Feng, imploring him to impart the secrets of longevity. Today, Di Changyuan's voice resonated powerfully, a stark contrast to the frail figure he had been the day before. Mu Qing found it remarkable. He himself had been on the brink of death, yet the next day felt revitalized. However, he had been in a haze then, while this time he clearly witnessed Yi Feng pulling a cancer patient back from the brink of death. Remarkable indeed. Though Di Changyuan still appeared somewhat gaunt, his spirit was robust. With a bit of rest, he would fully recover. No need for thanks. Ahem, Mr. D, you have compensated me. As the saying goes, the Buddha saves those with virtue. Who is to say you lack virtue? Mu Qing remarked. Is that a saying? Di Changyuan asked. Aren't you a Taoist? Ha. Mr. Yi speaks wisely. I, Di Changyuan, possess nothing but virtue, ha. He replied, his mood buoyant. This master was no pedant. He was genuine, and Di Changyuan appreciated that. By the way, the agreed fee was 800 million, yet Mr. D generously provided 1,200 million. Ah, that is what Mr. Yi rightfully deserves. The price of that house was merely inflated, and it was never worth that much. The hotel too was merely an estimation. In reality, it holds less value. I feel quite ashamed to have no cash on hand, Di Changyuan said, waving his hand dismissively. Mr. D, you are too modest. Allow me to gift you a pill worth 400 million. Yi Feng responded with a slight smile. What kind of pill? Di Changyuan's eyes gleamed with interest. If Mr. Yi is offering it, it must be extraordinary. This is the rejuvenation pill, crafted by my master. Noticing your particular fondness, Mr. D, for the many beautiful maids. Who could resist? Do all masters speak so directly? The butler turned away, stifling a chuckle, having been professionally trained to suppress laughter, unless utterly unable to contain himself. This rejuvenation pill nourishes the essence, invigorates vitality, slows aging, and restores youth. It is akin to the elder supplements found amid rampant inflation, nutritional fare. For those who have experienced gene therapy, it may hold little value, but for those who have not, it is a great boon. Moreover, it bears no side effects. Di Changyuan's eyes brightened. Had anyone else made such claims, he would have deemed them a fraud. Yet, with Yi Feng, he believed wholeheartedly. Thank you, sir. For the medicinal gift, Di Changyuan said earnestly, taking the pill and swallowing it without hesitation. Now was not the time for politeness. Should he hesitate, the opportunity might vanish, leaving him with nowhere to lament. Feng mused, no wonder there are so many health supplement vendors in rural areas. The elderly are easily deceived. I say, you actually believe that? The butler interjected, somewhat concerned. Yesterday, Mr. D was in the late stages of cancer. Now that he is healed, he should be cautious with what he consumes. I am perfectly fine. Di Chunyuan waved dismissively, feeling warmth spread through his body. Di Chunyuan was overjoyed. Mr. Yi, please enjoy your meal. I shall return shortly. He promptly retreated to his bedroom, while the butler arranged for the maidens. By the time Di Chunyuan emerged, striding confidently, it was already noon. The butler regarded him with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that the old fellow, despite his age, would possess such vigor. Sir, you. The butler began, astonished. This is all thanks to you, sir. Ha. Di Chunyuan assumed the butler had heard his exuberance. No, your hair. What about my hair? Di Chunyuan replied, puzzled. Take a look for yourself. The butler presented a mirror. Who is this youthful and handsome lad? Di Chunyuan gasped in astonishment. His previous mop of white hair had dwindled to only a few sparse strands, and the wrinkles on his face had significantly diminished. The rejuvenation pill indeed nourished the essence. Invigorated vitality, slowed aging, and restored youth. Di Chunyuan felt a tingling sensation. Truly, a master is a master. Not a word was exaggerated. The butler gazed on with envy. He too wished for such a remedy, yet he lacked the wealth, for this pill was worth 400 million. Suddenly, Di Chunyuan slapped himself. Sir, what is the matter? The butler asked, confused. Oh, you are still here? I ought to punish you. You earned this money. Di Chunyuan jested, his tone lighthearted. The butler chuckled. We have truly neglected Mr. Yi. I wonder if he is upset. Is Mr. Yi still here? Once the formalities were complete, and Mr. Yi received the property deed, he departed. However, he mentioned wanting to remain in the city for a few days before returning. I arranged for someone to drive him back. Good, we still have time. Prepare accordingly, Di Chunyuan instructed. Certainly, sir, the butler nodded. Meanwhile, Feng had gone to seek out Reba, who was currently in the city preparing to shoot a promotional video for Cold-Hearted Reflections. The sight of the Ultraman made with her long legs stirred excitement within him. Yet, compared to his own Reba, she fell slightly short. Feng donned his invisibility gear and arrived at the Chunyuan Hotel, where Reba was staying, the very establishment in which Ultraman had granted him shares. He could now consider himself a co-owner of the hotel. In the bustling metropolis, among the myriad of five-star hotels, Chunyuan is relatively understated. Initially, it primarily catered to the accommodation needs of employees within the Chunyuan group, gradually opening its doors to the public over time. Nevertheless, it remains a venerable five-star establishment, exuding a subtle luxury that surpasses many trendy hotels. It is a favored retreat for those of true affluence. Ultraman's decision to bestow shares of this hotel upon him signifies a genuine desire for camaraderie. He parked his vehicle in a secluded area devoid of surveillance, donned his invisibility gear, and stealthily made his way into the hotel. While he could have approached openly, he preferred the thrill of secrecy. Soon, he located Reba's room, but another dilemma presented itself. How to enter without being detected by her, for otherwise his efforts would be futile. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long, as Reba's manager returned, and Feng seized the opportunity to slip inside alongside her. Reba cast a puzzled glance down the corridor, sensing an inexplicable presence, yet the surroundings were void of any discernible threat. What's wrong? Her manager inquired. Oh, it's probably just my imagination, Reba replied, shaking her head. Come in. Once inside, Reba closed the door and settled onto the sofa. At that moment, she appeared refreshingly unadorned, dressed in casual attire and sporting black-rimmed glasses. Yet, she remained strikingly beautiful, her skin flawless and her features sharply defined. It was a testament to her natural allure, truly captivating, a privilege for him to witness. Feng endeavored to steady his breathing, careful not to alert either of them to his presence. He surveyed the modestly sized room, approximately 50 square meters, featuring a large bed, a bathroom complete with a bathtub, a coffee table, and 2 sofas. The coffee table? He chose to remain silent about it. It was evident that this was merely a standard guest room, not one of those extravagant presidential suites. Even top-tier stars had their limitations. Reba, here's our itinerary for the next few days. Take a look, her manager said. It primarily consisted of the advertising promotional film they had confirmed to shoot in the metropolis, while all the miscellaneous engagements had been conveniently pushed aside. Thank you, Danjia, Reba exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Finally, she would not be burdened with a slew of chaotic commitments. In the past, she had to comply with whatever the company arranged, with no room for refusal, especially after Mijia's departure, which intensified the company's demands upon her. She hadn't returned home in nearly a decade, working almost nonstop. Now, she could choose to accept or decline offers at her discretion, and the higher-ups dared not protest. This was her first taste of the pleasure that came with wielding influence. Don't mention it. If it weren't for your significant other, my words would carry little weight. Now, you needn't exhaust yourself so. Indeed. Reba nodded vigorously. Having someone influential above is quite advantageous. Yes, sometimes she is indeed present. Reba admitted, her cheeks flushing. The previous encounter had been too rushed, and this time she intended to confront that individual more thoroughly. Now you see the benefits of having a powerful ally, don't you? Yes. Back then, I was reluctant to go. I thought he'd be some rotund middle-aged man, or an old coot. Reba stuck out her tongue. I told you he was a super handsome guy. Yet you wouldn't believe me. He truly is very handsome, and his physique is commendable, Reba concurred, nodding. Meanwhile, Feng listened with great amusement to their banter, feeling a sense of accomplishment. For the next few days, focus on resting and preparing for the promotional shoot. Also, reconnect with your significant other to nurture your relationship. I'll go greet those executives. The world of adults is far from uncomplicated, especially in the entertainment industry, where social dynamics reign supreme. Even though we dismissed those chaotic engagements, it's best to avoid offending anyone. I need to go and extend my apologies and pleasantries. Thank you for your hard work, Danjia. I'll treat you to a delicious meal when I return. You can keep your sour yogurt. I can't stand it. But it's really delicious. Reba pouted, displeased. How can you not like something so good? I'm simply not suited for it. Farewell. Goodbye, Danjia. After her manager departed, Reba cleared her throat. Outside, rain poured as if mirroring the drops of my heart. Loving you for so long has indeed been a challenge. Anticipating Feng's reaction, Reba, with her stunning visage, began to sing a playful rendition of I Can Hug You, occasionally hitting high notes. Feng, taken aback by her choice of music, thought to himself, what taste is this? One would wonder what on earth she spends her time consuming. Just as he contemplated making his presence known, Reba pulled out her phone. I'm not K. Dinosaurs carry wolves, carry wolves. Suddenly, Feng's phone rang. Listen to that. What a refined and elegant ringtone. He mused, contemplating silencing it, but it was too late. Reba's eyes widened in sheer terror as the unexpected sound emanated from the room. Had she conjured a ghost? Earlier, her manager had suggested she reach out to Feng to cultivate their relationship, so she had called him, hoping to see if he was available. To her astonishment, the ringtone echoed within the room. Oh, Feng unzipped his jacket, revealing his strikingly handsome visage. Surprise? You? Reba gasped, her eyes wide. She reached out to touch his face, reassuring herself of his corporeal presence before exhaling in relief. He is real, not a ghost. How is that for a surprise? Exciting. Unexpected and thrilling? What is this? Is this an invisibility cloak? Reba inquired, intrigued by his attire. This is cutting-edge technology, an invisibility paint. You mustn't divulge this secret, or there will be consequences. Not telling would still result in consequences from you. She coughed, withholding further commentary. Can I try it on? Reba asked eagerly, already reaching for the invisibility gear. Many children fantasize about invisibility, and she was no exception. As long as you don't mind the scent. I don't mind. It's filled with masculine pheromones, Reba said, rubbing her hands together. All right, go ahead and wear it. Great. Reba accepted the garment and began to sway her waist provocatively before slowly shedding her outer jacket and pants. The scene was nothing short of mesmerizing. Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you really testing the limits of my self-control? What man can withstand such a trial? Noticing Feng's gaze, Reba's lips curled into a smirk. Bring it on. In a swift motion, Feng scooped Reba into his arms and headed towards the bathroom. Oh, Reba stifled a giggle. Reba, a former dancer, still retained her grace despite transitioning to acting. The ensuing events would remain a private spectacle for which one must pay to witness. Darling, you're simply marvelous. Reba beamed with happiness, embracing Feng, savoring the first genuine feeling of femininity. Their last encounter had been rushed, merely a tantalizing taste of something much more fulfilling. Indeed, I too believe myself to be quite remarkable. Reba, do you still feel adorably charming? Is this the kind of room you reside in? Your own hotel? Next time, let's secure a presidential suite or something of the sort. Feng thought that top-tier celebrities always occupied presidential suites. Yet, even the elite have their limitations. Reba rolled her eyes. The hotels are booked by the company. Every penny saved counts. Besides, I've only enjoyed a bit of fame these past 2 years, which is why I'm now in a 5-star establishment. Previously, I stayed in 4-star and 3-star accommodations, and at times, I even lodged in budget inns costing merely a few dozen yuan per night, depending on my status. Moreover, I spend most of my time working. A hotel is merely a place to rest at night, so there's no need for extravagance. Wait, hold on, your own hotel? Reba, while conversing, suddenly sensed something amiss. Did he just say his own hotel? Isn't this the D family's Longyuan Group hotel? Reba questioned, puzzled. Is he affiliated with Longyuan Group? Does he share the D surname as well? An illegitimate child, perhaps? I possess 30% of the shares in this hotel, a gift from Ultraman's family. In the future, I can simply request the presidential suite under my name when I come here. Yifeng proudly patted his chest. Reba, could you refrain from patting yourself? She shot Yifeng a disapproving glance. You old lecher. Then, somewhat confused, she added, Ultraman gave this to you? There's a connection to Ultraman in this. Isn't Longyuan Group owned by the D family? What does Ultraman have to do with it? Reba still didn't grasp the situation. What connection could there be? It's Ultraman Tiga. Reba, hissing, found it rather abstract. Darling, you can say that here, but be cautious not to utter it outside, otherwise. It could provoke the D family. Reba earnestly cautioned. She had some understanding of Longyuan Group's background. The past 2 years have been relatively calm. Their chairman is aging and reportedly battling cancer, leading to a more discreet approach. Previously, they were akin to underground monarchs in the metropolis and Southeast Asia. To claim they are Ultraman could lead to severe consequences. No worries, I call him Ultraman. He is Ultraman. I would say the same in his presence. Yifeng exuded confidence. Reba, is Yifeng's confidence indicative of a background surpassing that of the D family? Is that why the D family seeks to curry favor with Yifeng, gifting him 30% of hotel shares? Goodness, has she found a formidable ally? It feels like securing a mountain of Himalayas. By the way, follow me. Where to? I bought you a house. Reba, I can afford my own, but it's unnecessary. With my busy work schedule, any house would remain empty. She hadn't yet decided where to settle down. Wait, can I wear this outfit outside? Reba pointed to Yifeng's invisibility suit, her face aglow with anticipation. Go ahead and wear it. Wonderful, thank you, darling Mua. Reba, in high spirits, gave Yifeng a quick kiss before eagerly donning the invisibility suit. Although it was male attire and slightly oversized, its snug fit posed no issue. Darling, let us play hide and seek. If you find me, I'll grant you a wish. If you don't find me in 5 minutes, you must grant me a wish. Once clad in the invisibility suit, Reba transformed her demeanor. Without waiting for Yifeng's consent, she zipped up the suit and vanished from the room. Yifeng, Reba, with a triumphant grin, hid behind the coffee table sofa. However, her self-satisfaction was short-lived as Yifeng swiftly seized her and pulled her out. Oh, how did you know? Reba protested, indignant. She had become invisible. How could he possibly find her? The space is so small. If I close my eyes and calm my mind, I can easily hear your breath. All right, you owe me a wish. Yifeng chuckled. In truth, no matter how invisible she was, his energy shield watch could detect her. This device primarily serves as a protective shield, but possesses additional functionalities. Hence, the invisibility paint would receive a plethora of negative reviews in a world plagued by inflation. Reba, I was too careless. No, let us try again. This time, it'll be 2 wishes. Reba insisted. You count to 10, and then I'll start searching. 1, 2, 3. Oh, take it slow. That doesn't count. Reba rolled her eyes. Fine. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. This time, Reba hid beside the nightstand, striving to steady her breath so as not to be detected by Yifeng. Yet, once more, she was swiftly apprehended. Oh, how did you find me again? Reba exclaimed, exasperated. Wearing an invisibility suit grants me no sense of accomplishment. I am skilled. I can discern sound and location within a radius of several hundred meters. And this space is too small. Even if you breathe steadily, I can still detect you. Yifeng laughed. It seems even a major star has an endearing side. Reba, why didn't you mention that earlier? You now owe me 3 wishes. Yifeng stated, somewhat smugly. Weren't there only 2? Reba blinked her innocent eyes. Yifeng, are you trying to weasel out of this? Oh dear, I concede. 3 wishes, 3 wishes. Reba quickly pleaded. For wishes. Reba, why are you taking advantage of me? All right. For wishes, for wishes. Seeing Yifeng raise his hand again, Reba had no choice but to comply. Let us do it again, this time 5 wishes. Reba declared determinedly. No, let us save it for next time. After some contemplation, Reba decided against it. The space was simply too confined. Next time, we'll find a larger venue to play. Otherwise, this fellow will discern sound and location again. By the way, what were we just discussing? Reba tapped her head. I bought you a house. Let us go check it out now. A major star has merely a 7-second memory. Oh right, let us go. I'll wear this outfit outside. It'll be much more convenient. All right, let us proceed. After a brief tidying up, the two exited. As they walked, Reba noticed that passers-by completely overlooked her, and her spirits soared as she found it utterly fascinating, occasionally waving her hand in front of others. She nearly burst with suppressed laughter when they felt a chilling breeze, thinking they had seen a ghost. As they approached the place where Yifeng had parked, Reba suddenly had a mischievous idea. Releasing Yifeng's hand, She dashed out. Hee, you could hear me in the hotel room, but now outside. With such a vast space and plenty of noise, you surely can't hear me. However, she had not run far before she felt a sudden emptiness beneath her feet. Oh no, Reba sighed, once again being lifted by Feng. Chapter 67. You're rounding up. 5 wishes. Ah, you're being unreasonable. This time. I didn't even propose a bet. How did you discover me? Once in the car, Reba still couldn't comprehend. Because I'm skilled. I can discern sound and location within a radius of several hundred meters. Reba, is that for real? She suspected Feng was pulling her leg, yet lacked any evidence. By the way, in which neighborhood is the house you bought? Is it in Tangshan Pin? Sister Me has a place there. I've been there before. If it really is in that area, I could be neighbors with Sister Me. Reba sheepishly stuck out her tongue. The property at Tanggong is exceedingly expensive. Tanggong. Reba's eyes widened, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Isn't that the place where even the most modest unit costs 4 or 5 small goals? The one that requires proof of funds to even schedule a viewing? Although she was a top-tier celebrity, earning a substantial income each year, after taxes, agent commissions, and team salaries, her net earnings were rather meager. Regardless, she was certain she could never afford it. Furthermore, Tanggong was not a residence one could simply purchase with wealth alone. Is that the so-called most luxurious mansion in Shanghai? Reba confirmed once more. It should be. And it's provided by Ultraman, so it's unlikely to be some rundown complex. Feng nodded in agreement. Reba, you called him Ultraman again. If the D family is involved, it must indeed be that Tanggong. Soon, the two arrived at Tanggong, the property Ultraman had gifted him. This is the one. How beautiful, Reba exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. This was a European-style villa, predominantly white, covering over 800 square meters, with a constructed area of more than 800 square meters and a garden exceeding 1,000 square meters. It had 3 floors above ground, plus a basement, with swimming pools both inside and out, as well as parking spaces above and below ground. Upon entering the villa, Reba was taken aback by the opulent decor. The two conducted a brief tour, finding a gym, a media room, a library, a conference room, and much more. From now on, let us reside here in the Magic City. I'll assist in arranging staff like housekeepers and maids. Let me know if anything else is needed. Thank you, darling. No need for thanks. Darling, let us play hide and seek. Reba's eyes twinkled with mischief. With such a vast space, spanning several hundred meters, she was confident Feng would never be able to locate her. Feng, is it truly that enjoyable to play hide and seek? What makes a top-tier female celebrity so irresistibly drawn to it? All right, how many items? 5, Reba pondered before responding. In the future, she planned to double the stakes of their bets. Winning just once would clear all her previous debts. She was quite the clever little fox, convinced that winning at least once was inevitable. Very well, you may hide. Feng chuckled. Even if you hide at the ends of the earth, I'll find you. All right, close your eyes. I'll start counting to 5 minutes before I begin searching, Reba replied with confidence. During their earlier tour, she had already selected her hiding spot. She was determined to win at least once. In this expansive place, if she hid a bit farther away, she doubted his auditory skills would be so acute. No peeking. Watching Feng close his eyes, Reba turned to hide, offering a few last words of caution. Feng couldn't help but smile. Even as a top-tier star, she was behaving like a child. Reba chose a spot she believed he would never suspect, the garage. It was more than 10 meters from where they had just been. However, she soon heard his footsteps approaching. Reba froze in disbelief. No way, he found me again, and so quickly. What use is my invisibility cloak? She attempted to sneak to another location, but was swiftly caught by a large hand. Oh no, this is no fun. Why did you find me again? Didn't you say your auditory skills only work within a range of 10 meters? Reba pouted, visibly displeased. This time, it wasn't about hearing. It was a matter of our mental connection. How cheesy, Reba replied. Forget it, I won't play anymore. Here, take your clothes back. 10 items, don't forget. Feng reminded her. You remember? Reba sulked. I'm not suffering from dementia. Of course, I remember. Can't we reduce it a bit? She implored with puppy dog eyes. No, you proposed this. Fine. Now, for the first item, change into a bikini, we're going swimming. The following 2,000 words are omitted. And there are still 10 items. Feng reminded her. Wasn't he at 9? Reba furrowed her brow. We've already finished swimming. It's rounding up. Reba exclaimed. You actually know how to round up. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Reba had finished her shower and was lounging on the plush bed, engrossed in her phone. Feng had just received a call and went to the conference room for a meeting, seemingly regarding the materials for the invisible paint. She didn't pry. Such significant secrets were better left undisclosed. Just then, her phone rang. It was her manager, Sister Dan. Reba answered. Hello, Sister Dan. Miss, where have you run off to? Why aren't you at the hotel? I was about to discuss tomorrow's schedule with you. Her manager replied, sounding somewhat anxious. I'm at Tanggong. He bought me a house. Reba's lips curled into a smile. Tanggong, you say? Great. I'll come right over. Send me your location. What? Tanggong. He bought you a place? Her manager's hand trembled slightly as realization dawned. Did the big shot really go this extravagant? A mansion at Tanggong. Yes, Sister Dan. Come on over. I'll tell you all about it. It's fantastic here, but it's so large that one could easily get lost. I'm a bit directionally challenged and often have to use the navigation. I suspect you're bragging, but I have no evidence, her manager quipped. All right, I'll be there shortly. Am I interrupting you? Will the big shot be displeased? Not at all. He is very nice. Do come. All right. I'm eager to see the legendary Tanggong. Her manager sounded excited. Soon, her manager arrived at Tanggong in a taxi. The taxi driver was seeing someone take a cab to Tanggong for the first time. Upon arrival, Reba stepped out to usher her manager inside. Goodness. It truly is Tanggong. Until she saw it with her own eyes, her manager found it hard to believe. Is there even a fake Tanggong? How much does this place cost? I just looked online, and the most expensive penthouse here is said to be over $1 billion. Our unit is only 600 million. Only? 600 million? Chapter 68. 2,000 bottles of mineral water. Her manager rolled her eyes. Is only how you refer to it? You're something else. Hee hee. Reba giggled, feeling quite pleased with herself. Soon, they entered the villa, where her manager was equally astonished by the lavish decor. This is beyond extravagant. No wonder it's dubbed Shanghai's premier mansion. The air is thick with the scent of wealth, her manager remarked. She could tell that the materials used for the decor were all imported. It's quite nice, but it's too large. I can't even find my own room right now. I have to rely on navigation, Reba said, feigning exasperation as she pulled out her phone to pretend to navigate. Do you really have to pretend? Her manager teased. It's big, but not that enormous. Hee hee. Reba was merely joking and soon put her phone away. Sister Dan, please sit. Would you like something to drink? Coffee? No, just water is fine. Her manager pondered for a moment before deciding water would be the better choice. The coffee from the affluent household might indeed be of an exceptionally high grade, perhaps even exorbitantly priced, revealing my own ignorance. He is currently engaged in a meeting. We shall discuss this further upon its conclusion. Reba brought forth a bottle of mineral water. What brand is this? An international one perhaps. I have never encountered it before. The taste is quite delightful. How much does a case cost? I should procure some for myself. The manager took a sip and then glanced at the packaging. Truly, for the wealthy, even their mineral water is imported. I wonder, is it a foreign brand? Let me check, otherwise I won't have anything to boast about when out with friends. The manager lifted her phone and snapped a picture, initiating an online search. Soon, her lips twitched in surprise. What is it, Dan? Look for yourself. It's called Kona brine water, priced at $2,700 per bottle. I had initially hoped for something more economical, yet ended up selecting the most expensive option at $2,700 per bottle. Who in their right mind consumes mineral water that costs over $2,000? Will it grant immortality? Had I known, I would have preferred coffee instead. This bottle costs over $2,000. Reba's eyes widened in astonishment. How many yogurt lumps could one buy with that? Isn't this your family? Aren't you aware? The manager inquired, puzzled. I've only just arrived. Reba rolled her eyes. As if this were something I purchased. Even if she were wealthy, she would never splurge on such costly mineral water. Indeed, the manager nodded in agreement. I had even considered buying a case for myself, but it appears I am unworthy. Is the boss back? Di Chuanyuan inquired, lifting his gaze after finishing the last document. The young master has returned and is waiting outside. The butler promptly responded with respect. The current Di Chuanyuan had reverted to the decisive, formidable leader he once was. Allow him to enter. You may leave, he commanded. Yes, sir. Shortly after, a middle-aged man entered. Dad, you called for me? Di Hongya's eyes flashed with surprise. The elder now appeared to be of a similar age, with even less gray hair. If they stood side by side, they could easily be mistaken for brothers. With him being the elder, were it not for that familiar face and the powerful aura, he might have believed someone was impersonating his father. You have performed admirably during this period, Di Chuanyuan nodded. His eldest son was the successor he had meticulously nurtured. However, his capabilities were more suited for defense than expansion. After being diagnosed with cancer, he had entrusted the group entirely to his eldest son. During this time, many individuals both within and outside the organization began to stir. Yet his son had managed to resolve the issues. The company experienced no significant turmoil, and power transitioned smoothly into his son's hands. Naturally, that was in the past. Now that he had recovered, he would once again take the helm. His son still needed experience. I merely followed your directives, father, Di Hongya replied humbly. In truth, his smooth sailing was largely due to the elder's influence. As long as the elder was alive, those individuals dared not overstep their bounds. Otherwise, his wrath would be no trifling matter. Indeed, You still have some deficiencies, but that is of little consequence as I am well now. Di Changyuan chuckled coldly. Ever since his illness, many had begun to act recklessly. It was time for a purge. However, that matter could wait. He had something more pressing to attend to. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow we will meet a sage, Di Changyuan stated with utmost seriousness. He intended to introduce his eldest son to Yi Feng, allowing him to become acquainted. Of course, he had already communicated with Yi Feng in advance, and only after receiving his agreement would he bring his son along. Understood, father. Remember, you must show even more respect than you do to me towards the sage. If both I and the sage were to fall into the Huangpu River, save the sage first, my drowning would be of little concern. His existence must be valued. He can protect the Di family for generations. Di Hongya nodded in understanding. Has the elder been bewitched? Additionally, the sage is quite young, yet you must respect him sincerely. Do not dismiss him due to his youth. Otherwise, I shall personally break your legs. Di Changyuan warned. I understand, father. Di Hongya nodded earnestly. Given the elder's stern demeanor, the sage must indeed be extraordinary. Could the elder's recent transformation be attributed to this sage? Di Hongya pondered. You likely noticed that I have overcome my cancer, publicly. It is said to have been treated abroad, but in truth, it was the sage who cured me. Di Hongya's expression could not escape the keen gaze of Di Changyuan. The old fox. As for how it was done, he could not disclose that yet. Furthermore, my rejuvenation was also a result of the sage's elixir. Di Changyuan smiled slightly. Remarkable, such extraordinary beings exist in this world. Di Hongya was equally astonished. Thus, you must extend 100% respect towards the sage. I fought hard to secure you an audience with him. If he were to take notice of you, perhaps even accept you as a disciple, our Di family could soar to new heights. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Di Changyuan's eyes. I understand, father. Di Hongya nodded earnestly, acknowledging the sage's formidable prowess. He would have respected him even without his father's urging. Tomorrow, you shall proceed in this manner. Yes, father. Early the next morning, Reba awoke in Yi Feng's embrace like a small kitten. Do you have work this afternoon? Yi Feng asked, gently pinching Reba's small face. I have an event in the morning, but nothing in the afternoon, Reba replied, scrunching her nose adorably. Very well, I shall take you out to play in the afternoon. Great, Reba exclaimed, her happiness evident. With fewer work obligations, she could engage in activities she genuinely enjoyed. I must attend to work now. See you in the afternoon. Reba climbed out of bed, her striking figure unmistakable. Yi Feng thought to himself, always testing the staff with such challenges. Which of them can withstand such trials? Chapter 69. No, never mind. Just bring it here, Yi Feng declared as he scooped up Reba. But I have a commitment this morning, she protested. I'm not going anymore. I haven't even brushed my teeth. No matter, I have a strong constitution. Reba countered. You may have a strong constitution, but I do not. Naturally, she would forego her commitment. The manager dared not urge her. Otherwise, her career as a manager would come to an abrupt end. She rose early from the luxurious mattress. The wealthy truly possessed mattresses of a different caliber, perfectly ergonomic. She had slept exceptionally well the previous night. Moreover, she had not identified the brand, likely a custom-made item. Last night, she learned from Reba that this villa was a gift from the distinguished Di family of Magic City, who also bestowed 30% shares of a 5-star hotel. The manager felt even more reluctant to press for anything. After all, this was the esteemed Di family of Magic City. Reba even mentioned that Yi Feng referred to them as Ultraman Digga, seemingly dismissing the Di family entirely. They were titans beyond the Di family of Magic City. Who was she to press them? When calamity befalls, the big shots will shield her. If one is dissatisfied, they should confront the big shots. Having just risen, she intended to prepare breakfast for herself, Reba, and the esteemed guest to earn some goodwill. But she discovered that a chef was already at work. Additionally, there were maids attending to their needs. She never anticipated that one day she would lead a life attended by maids. Yi Feng had arranged this through Ultraman, and they arrived early this morning. Chefs, drivers, maids, gardeners, and more. Guests are welcome to enjoy breakfast. If they find it unsatisfactory, they can simply instruct us, and we can prepare something else. The chef spoke with utmost respect. Ahem, this is sufficient. Quite enough, the agent interjected, glancing at the lavish spread of breakfast before him and waving his hand dismissively. To request additional options with such an abundance is truly to overestimate oneself. Then please enjoy your meal at your leisure, the chef said before departing. The agent surveyed the fusion of Western and Chinese breakfast items, selecting a few and savoring them. Who would have thought she would experience such a day? Ah, no. That's not right. She was merely tasting the joys of the affluent. After finishing, she made a phone call to postpone the engagement with the organizers. Since Reba hasn't come down yet, she surely won't be attending. Even if she wanted to, it would be too late. Around noon, the two finally emerged. Reba walked with a hint of awkwardness. Faced with the teasing gaze of her agent, she shyly hid behind Yi Feng. Good morning, Mr. Yi. Reba. I've already postponed the morning engagement. You should just enjoy your time with Mr. Yi. I'll take my leave now, the agent said, winking. Reba lowered her head, becoming even more bashful. Why don't you join us? We'll meet Ultraman shortly, and you can make an impression. In the future, if you need anything, you can reach out to them. Yi Feng suggested after a moment's thought. In case something arises in Magic City, you can contact Ultraman directly. Is that permissible? The agent pondered. Ultraman, indeed. No, it's Dijia. Reba had mentioned it to her the previous night, and Yi Feng referred to the other as Dijia Ultraman. Of course, Danjia, do join us. Reba beamed. Then I shall impose upon you. Let us go. The three departed by car to the yacht club at the dock. Ultraman had invited them out to sea for a day of leisure. Yi Feng had previously been destitute, having come into wealth only recently, and had never experienced a day at sea or even visited the beach. He was quite the bumpkin. Upon their arrival, Ultraman was already there, accompanied by a middle-aged man, who must be the little Ultraman he had mentioned the night before. After a day, Ultraman had nearly fully recovered, and with the health supplements Yi Feng provided, he appeared significantly younger, even more so than the younger Ultraman. Hello, Mr. Yi. Your presence is a great honor. Di Changyuan greeted, approaching Yi Feng with an ingratiating smile and extending his hand. Di Hongya, following behind, was witnessing his father's obsequiousness for the first time. It was also the first time he had seen his father waiting for someone else. If it were anyone else, daring to keep his father waiting so long would have resulted in being tossed into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. The corners of Reba's agent's mouth twitched. The middle-aged man speaking to Yi Feng was unfamiliar to her, as she had yet to reach that level of recognition. However, she had seen the person behind him before. At a previous gala, he occupied a core position, and when the company president toasted him, he barely acknowledged it. That was Di Hongya, one of the top tycoons in Magic City. Today, however, he was merely a subordinate. The man conversing with Yi Feng was likely his father, the chairman of Changyuan Group, a superpower in Southeast Asia, Di Changyuan. Hello. It seems you have fully recovered now. Your miraculous hands have worked wonders. I am now as vigorous as a young man, Di Changyuan chuckled. The 12 billion spent was well worth it. Not only has my cancer been cured, but I also feel rejuvenated. Most importantly, it has secured a formidable ally for the Di family. Hongya, come greet Mr. Yi. Sir, this is my inept son, Di Hongya. Di Changyuan introduced. Pleased to meet you, sir. Di Hongya stepped forward respectfully, extending his hand. Hello, Yi Feng nodded. This is a small gift prepared by Hongya for our first meeting. I hope you won't find it lacking. Di Hongya presented a document to Yi Feng. Oh, the youth is commendable. This young man has a promising future, Yi Feng remarked, opening the document. It is a yacht from our Changyuan Group, with just your signature. The yacht will belong to you, and we will handle all regular maintenance. Excellent, Yi Feng responded with satisfaction. He welcomed gifts without reservation. The more, the better. Di Hongya glanced at his father, who nodded approvingly. This was indeed a strategy devised by Di Changyuan to foster a long-term connection with Yi Feng. By managing the maintenance, they would gain advance notice of Yi Feng's visits and could curry favor. He truly was a cunning old fox. Reba and her agent exchanged glances, realizing they were witnessing the extravagance of the wealthy. First, a hotel, then a sandalwood palace, and now a yacht. Then I shall present you with a gift as well. For I see you are of an advanced age. Since others were bestowing gifts, he naturally felt compelled to reciprocate. Haha, Mr. Yi, there's no need for such formality. Di Changyuan's eyes brightened, sensing that Yi Feng might be about to offer a rejuvenating elixir for his son. Yet he feigned politeness. No? Then forget it. Di Changyuan's smile froze on his face. Di Hongya widened his eyes, as though he had just lost a beloved father, glancing reproachfully at his old man. What's the matter with you? Why be so polite? Now look, you're satisfied, and the elixir is gone. You've become youthful, looking even younger than I am. Chapter 70, Fishing Competition. Haha, I was just teasing you. Look at how startled you both are. Yi Feng handed the health supplement to Di Hongya. Reba and her agent thought to themselves that only he would dare joke with the Di family. Now they believed Yi Feng was bold enough to call them Ultraman. The Di family likely found it quite amusing. After all, they were being teased so casually. What was Ultraman compared to that? The crucial point was that the Di family still appeared quite humble. Thank you for the medicine, sir, Di Hongya exclaimed joyfully. He understood that his father had rejuvenated due to Yi Feng's elixir. Without hesitation, he took it and swallowed it, fearing it might be snatched away. At their level, they cared little for other things, only fearing the ravages of time. After consuming it, he even licked his fingers, afraid of wasting a single drop. Yi Feng observed. Aren't you a bit old to be licking your fingers after eating? Di Hongya let out a satisfied hum after ingesting the health supplement. He felt a bubbling sensation of comfort coursing through him, as if every cell in his body was rejuvenated. He distinctly sensed himself becoming younger. This was truly miraculous. No wonder his father valued Mr. Yi so highly. Di Chuanyuan looked at his son with some envy, wishing he could have another dose. Who wouldn't he want to feel youthful? Ideally, he would like to revert to 18. If that were the case, he would gladly accept becoming the world's richest person. But such things are rare and undoubtedly precious. It was already remarkable that Mr. Yi could provide him with one. He must not be too greedy. Reba and her agent were somewhat bewildered, pondering what kind of medicine could make the D family's eldest son lick his fingers. After exchanging gifts, the D family took Yi Feng to his yacht. The agent's jaw dropped upon seeing the yacht. She had anticipated a medium-sized vessel worth several tens of millions. But instead, it was the most luxurious and largest yacht in the club. The entire yacht boasted 3 tiers and appeared to be at least 100 meters long, likely worth several small fortunes. One cannot deny the immense wealth of the D family. A casual gift from them was something an ordinary person could never earn in a lifetime. What was more astonishing was their eagerness to present gifts to Yi Feng, as if they feared he might refuse. Please, do let us know if there is anything you need on board, they insisted. All right, Yi Feng replied. His spirits lifted as he boarded the vessel. This was his first time aboard a yacht. Sir, the first floor features the living room, dining area, and bedrooms. The second floor contains a conference room and entertainment room, with a bar on the side, while the third floor is a leisure area, Di Hongye briefly introduced. Impressive. Yi Feng nodded, marveling at the extravagance. Wealthy individuals truly know how to indulge. As they conversed, they made their way to the leisure area on the third floor. Let us set sail. After chatting for a while, they ventured into the sea, ushered into a realm of maritime feasting and merriment. However, it was not as exhilarating as he had imagined. Perhaps it was because everyone on board was of a certain status, making them somewhat reserved. The more thrilling activities were absent. Akin to a tranquil sea, the barbecue was lackluster. Darling, let us have a fishing competition. Whoever catches more fish will earn a favor from the other. Reba suggested with a glimmer in her eyes. You excel at hide and seek, but can you discern the fish's location by sound? It won't help with fishing. I dictate my own fate. Today, I shall reclaim my 10 favors, she declared. Very well. Yi Feng smiled faintly. I'll go fetch the fishing rods. Reba cheerfully scampered off to retrieve 2 rods. You youngsters have fun. I'm getting old and shall rest for a bit. Di Chuanyuan wisely chose not to interfere. Having established a rapport and exchanged gifts, he felt it was time to retreat, especially since they had female companions, making it inappropriate to present the more spirited activities he had planned. Sir, we'll take our leave. Di Hongye, being astute, greeted Yi Feng and followed his father downstairs. Reba, enjoy your time. The sea breeze is making me dizzy. I'll join you soon. The agent, not one to miss a beat, descended as well. With a wave of his hand, Di Chuanyuan signaled for his entourage to follow suit. Soon enough, the entire 3 tiers of the yacht were left with just Yi Feng and Reba. Now that we're alone, Yi Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. We can indulge in some delightful activities. Indeed, earlier, it was hard to reveal my true self. Reba nodded, her gaze fixed on the sea, brimming with competitive spirit. She was determined to erase her previous embarrassments and settle her score of 10 favors. Just recalling her first mishap was mortifying. Yi Feng, you truly know how to fish, she exclaimed. Then let us fish, Yi Feng replied, his smile widening. I'll just step away for a moment. Go ahead, Reba said, her mind already calculating how Yi Feng's catch would count as hers. 10 minutes later, Yi Feng returned, and Reba felt a twinge of disappointment. You're back so soon? I've already caught one, she declared, showcasing her prize with pride. Congratulations. Today, I shall surely win, Reba asserted confidently. Oh, the fish is on the line. Just as Yi Feng settled down, the rod began to twitch. This seems to be a base, and quite a sizable one at that. He reeled it in triumphantly. Had you been a moment longer, that fish would have been mine, Reba lamented. Someone else about to lose. We'll swim later. Yi Feng teased, winking. It's merely a tie. I am destined to win. Reba silently encouraged herself, determined not to falter. No more than 10. I've already caught that many. My fish is larger than yours, she countered, though they hadn't specified size, only quantity. All right, oh, another bite, Reba exclaimed. Her excitement peaked as she reeled in a 4 to 5 pound fish, though she couldn't identify the species. Watching her still line, Reba felt exasperated. Same spot, identical bait. Why won't they bite mine? This defies logic. Unyielding, she continued to gaze intently at the sea, praying for a catch. Oh, another bite. Fishing is surprisingly easy, Yi Feng exclaimed as he cast his line again, immediately snagging another fish. Is there no fairness? Is there no justice? Reba protested, pulling up her line to check her bait, confirming it remained intact. Then why won't they bite mine? I'm done with these fish, she huffed, tossing the small catch aside. Truly, The disparity is infuriating. Can we disregard my catch? She pleaded. Ah. Reba's heart raced as she dreaded hearing that phrase. Each time, fish were caught. Another one. Someone was bound to lose. Yifeng was in high spirits. Reba dared not open her eyes, hoping it was just her imagination. 3 catches. Yifeng grinned triumphantly. His success was no mere stroke of luck. He had cleverly acquired a toy transformer, Qin Tianju, from the online store during his bathroom break, discreetly deploying it into the water to catch fish, which then hooked onto his line. Clever indeed, despite being a mere toy in a world of inflation. This was a futuristic gadget, performing remarkably in this realm. One could even say it was black technology. It was designed for both land and sea, capable of diving to catch fish as well as reaching the moon. Of course, the online reviews were dismal, as by that future time, space travel had become a reality. Allowing direct transport to the moon, delivering packages via spatial teleportation was the norm. Who needed a toy that could reach the moon? It was akin to having smartphones while still writing letters. Costing him a staggering 100 billion, his hard-earned savings had once again been depleted. Fortunately, Reba already possessed one, sparing her the need to save for a custom-made version. Oh, another bite. As he pondered, the fishing rod twitched once more. Is it too late to back out? Can I forfeit the competition? Watching Yifeng reel in one fish after another, Reba felt her resolve weighing. For catches, Yifeng grinned widely. Anxiously, Reba looked around, confirming everyone had departed. Darling, she cooed, batting her eyelashes. Ah, the beauty ploy. My favorite. Yifeng encouraged playfully. Darling, the sea breeze has dried your lips. Allow me to apply some lip balm for you. With a charming smile, Reba exclaimed, all right. She gracefully retrieved her lip balm and applied it to her lips. Once satisfied, she stood up, settled herself onto Yifeng's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him. Yifeng, this is how you apply lip balm. I adore it. Reba chuckled softly. I knew no one could resist my allure. Observing Yifeng's closed eyes in bliss, she stealthily extended her hand to pilfer 2 fish and stow them in her bucket. Having accomplished her task, she returned to her seat as if nothing had transpired. Yifeng found it amusing. She was simply too adorable. Oh, another catch, Reba exclaimed. Is this a joke? I barely managed to steal 2, and now there's another one? How are there so many fish? Fishing is truly effortless. On Yifeng's side, fish seemed to bite with abandon. Darling, you look so handsome that I can't help but want to kiss you. This time, Reba abandoned any pretense and lunged forward to kiss him, then continued her covert fishing. Director D, her manager said nervously, Chairman D has gone to rest. It's just the 2 of us now. Di Hongya was recovering well and was able to engage in conversation with her. No need to be anxious. From now on, we are all like family. Should you require anything, feel free to reach out to me. In this city, I can still make my voice heard. This is my business card. Di Hongya cheerfully handed over a card. In the past, he would have disregarded a celebrity's manager, having no interest in such interactions. But now, the situation had transformed. Every individual around Yifeng deserved his utmost respect. Thank you for your consideration, Director D, the manager said, respectfully accepting the card. It bore only a name and a phone number, devoid of any superfluous titles. It was evident that this was a personal number, not a business line. Things are indeed improving. Even Chairman D has provided his personal contact. This is serious. We are all friends now. Yes, we are all friends. I declare the competition over. I have one more fish than you. I win. Oh yeah, Reba declared, her little lips nearly chapped from the excitement. Yifeng, aside from the first fish you caught yourself, the rest were all stolen from me. I can't be bothered to argue with you. All right. This time I concede you the victory, Yifeng chuckled. What do you mean concede? It was already a win. Reba's cheeks flushed. For having one more fish. You must grant me a favor. Hee hee. But you owe me 10 favors. Subtracting 1 leaves 9. Rounding up, it's still 10. No hee hee, Reba replied, realizing her miscalculation. Had I known, I would have stolen a few more. Otherwise, my lips would not be chapped for nothing. How disappointing. Let us tidy up. It's getting dark. Reba packed her fishing rod. Just as Yifeng was about to reel in his line, it began to twitch again. He promptly reeled it in, the rod bending under the weight. It must be a sizable catch. Optimistically, he urged the fish to stop struggling. Another one on the line? Reba questioned, slightly skeptical. She had only managed to catch one earlier. Since then, she had not had any bites. Meanwhile, Yifeng was reeling in fish left and right, some large, some small. Earlier, he had even caught a bluefin tuna but had deemed it too large to keep. She wondered aloud. Where did that bluefin tuna come from in the waters near the city? Everything about it felt surreal. It can't possibly be another bluefin tuna, can it? Or a shark? Otherwise, the rod wouldn't be bending like this. Regardless of what Yifeng caught, she was no longer surprised. Splash. Soon, something emerged from the water. Well, one could say a certain object surfaced. Upon pulling it up, Yifeng realized it was a rather large, square wooden box. The quality of the fishing line and rod was commendable. Otherwise, such a hefty box would have broken the line long ago. Indeed, it's merely a toy. Its level of sophistication is still lacking, Yifeng mused. First a bluefin tuna, and now a box? Is this even reasonable? Reba interjected. Is he cheating? Is he cheating? Did someone plant a fish for me? Fishing is one thing, but a box? What does that even mean? How can a box bite a hook? She was seriously suspicious that Yifeng, fearing defeat, had dispatched someone to plant fish on his hooks underwater. Otherwise, it was inexplicable why fish would bite his hooks in the same waters, on the same boat, at the same location, while ignoring hers. Let us open it and see, Yifeng said, slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. With a click, he lifted the lid. Inside were various plates, dishes, and jars. The patterns were quite exquisite, and the craftsmanship was delicate. They likely had been accidentally dropped from an export vessel. Reba hypothesized. As the largest port in the country and one of the biggest in the world, it's quite normal for items to end up in the sea. They can be cleaned and reused, Yifeng noted, having always been frugal. Might I have a set? They're rather vintage. Reba also found them appealing. Pick whichever you like. Let us just take them all home. Reba nodded enthusiastically. After washing the items, Chapter 72. Are you using Yuan Kingwood to store fish? All the porcelain was revitalized, looking even more beautiful. They're stunning, Reba exclaimed, growing increasingly fond of them. Let us send 2 to Ultraman. After all, he gifted us a house and a boat. I'll send 1 to Dan too, Reba pondered. We mustn't play favorites. Which one should I choose? They all look wonderful. She began to select. Just pick any. They're all lovely, Yifeng replied with a smile. Reba, you truly are a kind soul. Choosing the prettiest gifts for others. It's just that they're all beautiful, and I can't bear to part with them. I can't even find an ugly one, Reba lamented. Ah, so this is the real Reba, Yifeng observed. After much deliberation, Reba finally selected 3 items that were not as striking. 2 large plates and a flat vase. These 3 will do. They're actually quite lovely. Reba seemed a bit hesitant. Don't be so stingy. Let us broaden our horizons. They gifted us a yacht, and we're only giving back plates. And those are even salvaged. Next time, I'll catch you a few boxes. Let us catch more boxes, Reba agreed, grinning as they prepared to descend with the 3 porcelain items meant for gifting. Sir, please have a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly. Di Changyuan approached eagerly. Director D. That fish was so large that it wouldn't fit on a plate. A chef interjected, having come over. Earlier, Yifeng had brought down a sizable fish he had caught, requesting it be steamed for their dinner. Di Hongya had instructed that it must be prepared to perfection, pleasing Yifeng's palate. If it wasn't up to par, they would be docked 50 cents from their bonus. That was 50 cents, an amount too daunting to contemplate. The fish is now prepared, yet there is no sufficiently large plate to serve it, and breaking the fish would be unsightly. Di Changyuan furrowed his brow, bemused that such trivial matters were brought to him. How fortuitous. Let us use this. Yifeng produced the large platter he had prepared as a gift. It was uncertain which foreign nouveau riche had commissioned it, but the plate was impressively large, with a diameter of about 50 centimeters, ample enough to accommodate a pig's head. It was certainly sufficient for the fish they had just caught. The gentleman truly considers everything. We shall use this, Di Changyuan mused. Though he was puzzled by the origin of the plate, there was no such large dish on the yacht, nor had he seen Yifeng bring one along. However, these details were inconsequential. After all, he was an extraordinary individual, capable of conjuring dragons, so a mere plate was of little significance. This was originally a gift for you. Since you lack a vessel for the fish, please use it for now. Here is another for each of you, Yifeng said, handing another platter to Di Changyuan. Thank you immensely, sir, Di Changyuan replied hastily, accepting it. Be careful with it. If you drop it and shatter it, I shall break your legs, he warned. Solemnly passing the plate to his son, Di Hongya. Are my legs worth less than a plate? Di Hongya retorted. Danjia, this flat bottle is for you, Reba said, handing a bottle to her manager. Thank you. This is rather unique, the manager responded, somewhat speechless. Who, in their right mind, makes a bottle this flat? It resembles the old flat wine bottles. Let us all sit down to dine. After distributing the gifts, Yifeng beckoned everyone to take their seats. Once seated, Di Hongya set the plate aside and began to examine it. This plate is well crafted. Look at the glaze, the patterns, he remarked, unable to resist studying it, as he had a keen interest in antiques. Of course, anything gifted by the gentleman cannot be ordinary, Di Changyuan said, somewhat exasperated. This craftsmanship, this pattern, it resembles yuan blue and white. The more Di Hongya observed, the more he sensed something amiss. Yuan blue and white. Reba's manager's hand trembled, quickly clutching the vase they had just set down. If it were indeed yuan blue and white, it would be quite valuable, even without expertise in antiques. She was aware of its worth. It seems I have inadvertently gifted an antique, Yifeng thought, reflecting on the cultural oversight. The group turned their gazes towards him, but he remained silent, merely exuding an air of superiority. Observing Yi Feng's expression, they largely reached a consensus. "Let me take another look," Di Hongye declared, treating it as a test from Yi Feng. He promptly retrieved a magnifying glass from his pocket to scrutinize the plate further. Typically, yuan blue and white pieces measure over 30 centimeters, with some reaching 60 centimeters. This one fit the criteria perfectly. The body color was a pale grayish-white. Di Hongye rambled on excitedly, even snapping a photo to send to an expert in the field. The expert confirmed that it was indeed yuan blue and white and inquired if he was willing to sell it for $1 billion. Naturally, Di Hongye declined. He was not in need of such a sum. He clutched the plate tightly, knowing it was yuan blue and white, an extraordinary find. As only over 300 pieces existed worldwide, with most housed in museums and very few in private collections. "By the way, that flat bottle." Di Hongye turned to the manager. "May I take a look?" His excitement was palpable. "Of course," the manager replied, though reluctantly, knowing it was yuan blue and white. Despite its peculiar shape, it was undoubtedly valuable. However, given that it was Mr. D, if it were to break, they would likely be held accountable. "Hiss, what is this?" After a moment of observation, Di Hongye's eyes widened in astonishment. "Quickly, tell me what it is." Di Changyuan glared at his son. "Now is not the time for theatrics." "This is a yuan blue and white dragon-patterned flat bottle," Di Changyuan asserted with conviction. "Is it quite valuable?" the manager inquired. "In 2007. It was auctioned for 97 million at the Beijing auction house," he replied. The manager's hand trembled. She had not anticipated that a casual gift from Reba would be so valuable. "Reba, thank you," the manager exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. "This is 97 million, almost a modest goal achieved. One could achieve financial freedom. Reba, have I become a spendthrift?" She pondered, realizing she had given away a gift worth $1 billion. Yi Feng had initially intended to bestow gifts solely upon the D family. Yet she had inadvertently gifted a priceless vase to the manager. Could she retract her gift? Who would have imagined that a mere box of ceramics brought in by Yi Feng contained nothing but blue and white porcelain? At that moment, Di Changyuan seized the plate from his son. "Be careful, father. This is mine. You are merely using it to hold the fish," Di Hongye protested, pointing at the chef who was bringing in the fish. The group suddenly recalled the purpose of the plate. Such antics were typical of Yi Feng. Di Hongye's heart raced. This was his blue and white porcelain. If that chef were to drop it, he would surely deduct a portion of the chef's wages. The chef sensed a chill down his spine, aware of the tension. Once the chef finally set down the fish, Di Hongye looked at Yi Feng with a pitiful expression. "This is your fish, Yi Feng. If it belonged to someone else, I would have already tossed it into the sea and washed the plate." He detested wastefulness. Chapter 73. What do you know? He chuckled nervously. "Let us eat the fish." Di Hongye forced a smile, feeling utterly despondent, as everyone began to eat. The fish was indeed delectable, freshly caught and prepared. Yi Feng picked up his chopsticks and began to serve himself, with others following suit. Except for Reba's manager, who handled her food with utmost care, the others were rather casual. Each time chopsticks clinked against the plate, Di Hongye winced in pain, fearing it might crack. Yet he dared not voice his concerns. Despite his outward bravado, he found himself at the bottom of the social hierarchy in this setting. He could only hope everyone would finish eating quickly so he could wash the plate. Suddenly, as they were eating, Reba let out an exclamation and stood up. Yi Feng's hand trembled, causing his chopsticks to jab heavily into the plate. Di Hongye felt a pang of anguish. Had it been anyone else, he would have tossed them into the sea to feed the fish. Now, he could only pray the plate was of good quality. Otherwise, he would be reduced to tears. "Why the fuss?" Yi Feng remarked, somewhat bemused. "I just remembered that all those plates were stacked together after washing. I must go arrange them properly." He had been so taken aback that he had forgotten to tidy them up after washing. If the wind picked up and the yacht rocked, those blue and white porcelain pieces could shatter, and he would have nowhere to weep. Those plates? Di Changyuan and his son exchanged glances. "There are only 300 pieces in the world. How could you have those? Are those even comparable to yuan blue and white? What quantity are we talking about?" Reba hurried to the third floor, with others following suit, eager to discover just how many there were. As the crowd ascended to the third floor, they beheld a meticulously arranged display of exquisite blue and white porcelain upon the wash basin. Various plates and vases, both large and small, adorned the surface, leaving everyone in a state of awe. With 300 pieces known worldwide, this location alone boasted at least 40 or 50. Di Hongye's heart raced at the sight. This was indeed yuan blue and white porcelain, casually placed on the countertop, with plates stacked atop one another. The group hastily relocated these treasures to safer positions. Could this be the legendary Ghost Valley's offering? Di Hongye's eyes widened. "Is this expensive?" the agent inquired curiously. Could it possibly surpass her flat vase? Preferring material wealth, She was solely concerned with monetary value. Indeed, it is quite precious, Di Hongye affirmed. The agent observed the distinction in their speech. The mention of expensive versus precious elevated the conversation. Such yuan blue and white vases adorned with folktale motifs were the most coveted, having once fetched a staggering 230 million at auction in Hong Kong. 230 million? The agent gasped, casting an envious glance at Reba. No wonder the Di family is so cautious around him. With such wealth, why bother working? Selling just a few pieces could grant them financial freedom, Yi Feng remarked. It is evident that the affluent truly possess vast fortunes. Spending 2 billion on such trinkets is sheer folly. If my son were to squander 2 billion on this, I would break his legs. He surmised that the Titan must have discovered an ancient sunken ship, planning to return for further excavations. Is this? Di Hongye's eyes widened once more. What was this? An ancient figure on horseback, accompanied by another person. It surely held a story and was undoubtedly invaluable. The group speculated. Naturally, this is the Meiping vase of Shao He pursuing Han Xian under the moonlight, of which only 3 exist worldwide. One was auctioned for an astounding 770 million. There is but one in the country, residing in the Nanjing Museum as its prized possession. Di Hongye trembled with excitement, astonished to encounter such a treasure here. 770 million. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Combined with the 2 billion vase, the total value of the porcelain here must reach tens of billions. This was not merely porcelain. It was akin to a mountain of gold. Even Di Changyuan and Yi Yang displayed signs of astonishment. 2 vases, along with a bit more money, could save his life once more. Clearing his throat, Di Hongye and the others finally resumed their meal after ensuring the porcelain was safely stored. As the fish dishes were cleared, Di Hongye eagerly took a plate to wash. Mr. Di, allow us to take care of that. A maid quickly stepped forward. Step aside. Keep your distance, Di Hongye warned. He feared that if he accidentally shattered the plate, he would have no one to hold accountable. The maid, startled, promptly retreated. Di Hongye meticulously washed the porcelain, inspecting it for any damage. Satisfied to find none, he cradled it in his arms. He too now possessed yuan blue and white porcelain, and his status in the collecting community would surely soar. He no longer wished to converse with those lacking such treasures. After the meal, the yacht returned to the dock, and the group prepared to disperse. Sir, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command us. The Di family shall go through fire and water for you, Di Changyuan stated earnestly. Di Hongye was taken aback. His father was not joking. This declaration indicated their family's allegiance to Yi Feng. Was he serious? Very well, I shall remember your words, Yi Feng nodded. Indeed, Di Changyuan was visibly excited, interpreting this as Yi Feng's acceptance of them. As Yi Feng boarded his vehicle and waved goodbye, the father and son from the Di family bowed deeply until they could no longer see the tail of the car. Father, you? Di Hongye still felt somewhat disgruntled. While the other party was formidable, did they truly need to be so subservient? Observing his father's demeanor today made him feel as if they would have been servants in ancient times. What's this? Di Changyuan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated his son's skepticism. You know nothing. He narrowed his eyes at his son. Despite his hints, Di Hongye remained oblivious. The aura of a once great figure enveloped the room, making Di Hongye feel breathless. I apologize, father, I was wrong. He quickly admitted fault, realizing he had nearly forgotten his father's true nature after a day of joviality. His father did not smile at everyone. I understand your discontent. Let me ask you this. When we boarded the yacht today, did the gentleman bring any items? None, was the answer. Then how did he acquire all that yuan blue and white porcelain? Di Hongye was left speechless. Such a collection could not have been easily concealed or preloaded onto the ship by them. How had it come to be? What methods had he employed? Young master, trust the gentleman. Mr. Yi is a person of great wisdom and will not deceive you, the butler interjected. He had witnessed Yi Feng summon a dragon to heal someone, though this was not something he could disclose. Di Changyuan had imposed a strict silence on the matter. He dared not provoke his ire. Let us not dwell on the trivial. Simply put, the man can cure cancer and reverse aging, something ordinary individuals cannot achieve. Look at your own transformation. Di Changyuan scoffed. My transformation? Di Hongye quipped, jokingly glancing at himself. Young master, observe, the butler produced a mirror he had prepared in advance. What? Di Hongye gasped, astonished at his own reflection. See, no matter how wealthy we are, we remain ordinary people, while he has transcended that realm. To encounter him is the greatest fortune of our lives. Despite our generous offerings, he has given us far more. Curing my illness was worth billions. I merely offered a little, and he promptly gifted me elixirs to restore my youth. Today, I presented him with a yacht, and he returned the favor with elixirs and yuan blue and white porcelain. Calculate for yourself who truly benefits here. Di Changyuan lamented, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration. This is the demeanor of a true master. You lack insight. He had been so earnest, yet his son remained indifferent. In the eyes of such a person, the wealthy held no significance. Yes, father, I was wrong. Di Hongya felt cold sweat trickle down his back. If he were to neglect the gentleman's significance, the Di family could not only lose the chance to befriend someone extraordinary, but also risk their decline. Humph, should there be a next time? I shan't hesitate to consider a different heir, Di Changyuan remarked meaningfully. The elder son needed to be reprimanded, otherwise he would never become a competent successor. I apologize, father. I truly understand my mistakes. Di Hongya offered a sincere apology once more. Reba, perhaps I should return this vase to you. It is far too precious. The agent felt a twinge of reluctance, yet she ultimately resolved to return the item. Otherwise, she would be plagued by the temptation of auctioning the bottle and retreating home to enjoy a leisurely retirement. Well, I can take it back then, remarked Reba, her eyes glinting mischievously as she reclaimed the bottle. Oh dear. The agent watched longingly as Reba spirited the bottle away, realizing that her polite gesture had been in vain. Haha, just teasing you. Reba chuckled. Although the bottle was indeed quite valuable, she already possessed many at home, and with Yi Feng's enigmatic nature, she suspected he could procure even more. Then I shall not be courteous, she said with a playful grin, having narrowly avoided losing a minor goal. The agent dropped her facade. By the way, Reba, have you noticed that Mr. D seems to appear younger in the evening? She whispered. Women are naturally attuned to such nuances. Compared to any antique porcelain, the allure of youth is far more captivating. Is that so? Reba replied, somewhat indifferent. With billions at her disposal, who had the time to concern themselves with such matters? This morning, when the father and son stood together, it felt a bit off. More like brothers, with the son appearing slightly older. But when they returned in the evening, did that awkwardness dissipate? The agent spoke animatedly. Indeed. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it, Reba nodded. As they boarded the boat, the father-son duo appeared somewhat discordant, yet that feeling gradually vanished. How did he manage that? Reba inquired, her interest piqued. Despite being in her prime, she was acutely aware that aging was inevitable. I suspect it was the pill that the big shot gave him this morning, the agent replied in a hushed tone. She recalled how excited Di Hongya had been upon receiving the medication, indicating its significance. The expressions exchanged between the father and son when Yi Feng jokingly retrieved the pill were nothing short of priceless. Is that so? It must be. I'll ask him tonight. If it's affordable, I'd like one for myself, Reba declared. No problem. After a brief conversation, the agent departed, intending to secure the bottle, as it would be essential for her future. Shortly thereafter, Yi Feng emerged from the shower. Reba broached the subject of the medication. It is a rejuvenation elixir crafted by my master, and the method of its creation has been lost to time, Yi Feng fabricated. Lost, you say? How unfortunate. Reba expressed her disappointment. Is there any left? She inquired eagerly. Of course. Do you wish for one? Yi Feng smirked slightly. Yes, indeed. Reba nodded vigorously. Then it depends on your performance tonight. The little white rabbit had taken the bait. I shall ensure His Majesty's satisfaction tonight, Reba replied with a beguiling smile. Exuding charm. Following this, they proceeded to a private transaction. Reba successfully acquired the health supplements. The longevity gene medicine could unlock genes associated with extended lifespan, but could not reverse aging, hence the necessity for health supplements. Furthermore, it was prudent to keep the gene medicine a secret for the time being. Yi Feng was still uncertain about its production methods, and any leaks could lead to complications. Given that it involved genetic matters, the implications would undoubtedly be intricate. If exposed, it would incite even more frenzy than a miraculous cancer cure. This was precisely why he had refrained from unveiling it previously. He intended to begin researching health supplements next, followed by the gene medicine. However, even if he succeeded, he would refrain from disclosing it publicly. Additionally, he planned to establish a pharmaceutical biology laboratory to ensure confidentiality. Cough, cough, I digress. Is this it? Reba's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, just one will make you appear youthful. How does one consume it? Should I simply swallow it? Reba asked impatiently. Oh, there is a proper way to ingest it. Allow me to guide you, Yi Feng replied with a charming smile. All right, please teach me quickly. Yi Feng crushed the pill in his mouth. Reba understood his implication immediately. Rolling her eyes at him, she kissed him fervently. 5 minutes later, they paused only when her lips felt nearly raw. Subsequently, Reba checked her reflection every 5 minutes. Although the changes were subtle, she could distinctly perceive her rejuvenation. By evening, she marveled at the significant transformation. She had indeed regained several years, returning to her prime beauty. Chapter 75, A Hint of Flavor. Darling, do you notice any changes in me? Reba joyfully twirled before Yi Feng. You've acquired a hint of flavor, Yi Feng nodded. Reba, at the onset of her career, had appeared quite naive, her exotic Uyghur features contributing to a certain charm. One might describe it as possessing a delightful flavor. As she rose to stardom, Her aura grew ever more formidable, and her beauty flourished, yet that initial charm had faded. Now, however, it had returned slightly. You certainly have a way with words. Your description of flavor is unparalleled, Reba quipped. Mwah. Thank you, darling. I must take my leave now. My flight is tonight. She felt quite reluctant to part ways. These past few days have been wonderful. I wish I could continue to spend time with you, Feng, fishing and exploring. Yet, duty called, and her agent had been waiting for quite a while. If you need anything, call me. If you're not working, come find me. If you wish to quit, just let me know. All right, dear, I will certainly do that. Reba nodded, relishing the comforting feeling of having someone looking out for her. Goodbye. With great reluctance, Reba climbed into the car and waved her farewell to Yi Feng. Farewell, he reciprocated with a wave. After Reba departed, Yi Feng set out alone on the yacht. Previously, he had reviewed Optimus Prime's work logs, confirming the discovery of a sunken ship. The crate of porcelain he had salvaged was merely a fraction of what lay beneath. There was much more to uncover. Once he had finished with this wreck, he would continue searching for others. Yi Feng delightedly engaged in his treasure-hunting endeavors, contemplating that should he face bankruptcy in the future, he could always sell these artifacts to make a comeback. To that end, he had even purchased several villas with expansive basements, intending to stockpile various salvaged antiques, gold, and jewelry in safes and vaults. Yang, is there truly no hope? Yi Dashan expressed his frustration. His exceptionally talented grandson, the legitimate heir of the Yi family, could not secure a permanent position. What kind of hospital was this, truly blind to talent? It's merely a matter of not being made permanent. You make it sound as though I'm on the brink of death, Yi Yang replied nonchalantly. Given my abilities, I should have been made permanent. I am the most outstanding among the interns. Yi Yang spoke with unwavering confidence. Indeed, Yi Dashan nodded affirmatively. That is indisputable. However, the others either have connections or have bribed their way through. The hospital operates under the table, which is why I cannot secure a position, Yi Yang declared indignantly. How outrageous. Is there no sense of justice, no law? This hospital has descended into chaos due to people like them. It's no wonder that the skill of doctors has plummeted. All the good ones have been driven away, leaving no room for truly skilled practitioners. Yi Dashan was incensed, his frustration evident. Do you truly believe that? Yi Yang replied, somewhat embarrassed by the hyperbole. In truth, there exists a more significant reason. Yi Yang gritted his teeth. Were it not for Yi Feng, he would have already been confirmed in his position. He had informed the dean about Yi Feng under the pretext of securing his formal employment. What was the reason? It was Yi Feng. Although I had not cared much initially, my outstanding performance during the internship had already won the admiration of the hospital's leadership. However, at the critical moment, Yi Feng intervened to prevent my confirmation. Yi Yang spoke with a sense of grievance. What? That little rascal? Yi Dashan's anger intensified. It must be because he harbored resentment after being expelled from the family lineage. Yi Yang retorted, he is a little rascal, but you are an old rascal. Your intelligence is truly exasperating. Why does your hospital heed his words? Yi Dashan questioned, perplexed. Because he might have, perhaps by sheer chance, cured a cancer patient. Yi Yang reluctantly admitted. He has that capability? Yi Dashan expressed doubt. I also question how someone who barely completed high school could possibly treat cancer. Yet the events of that day unfolded as such, Yi Yang briefly recounted. If I am not mistaken, it was not Yi Feng who saved him, but rather you who did. Yi Dashan pondered for a moment before stating. Yi Yang was left bewildered. Brother, what do you mean by that? I am unaware of possessing such ability. Surely, you must have angered him to the point of causing him to expel all the toxins and cancer cells from his body. Yi Dashan analyzed. Yi Yang exclaimed, oh, you old man. Yet, amidst the abstraction, there seems to be a modicum of logic. Could it truly be that he healed him? Indeed, it must be so, Yi Dashan affirmed with conviction. Hiss, Grandpa, your analysis holds remarkable insight, Yi Yang remarked, his face filled with admiration. That is because, although Grandpa may not be well educated, he has experienced more than you can imagine, Yi Dashan said with a hint of pride. Yi Yang jested. Your taste is indeed quite refined. Back in school, you were renowned as the biggest glutton. While I cannot speak for other aspects, no one could rival your prowess at mealtime. The title of Glutton King was not bestowed lightly. So what do you plan to do now? I can only intern at the town's clinic, Yi Yang sighed inwardly. The old man's words implied he could not assist him. This old fellow often boasts about being the best for miles around, yet he cannot even resolve my confirmation issue. I am not referring to that. I am asking about tomorrow's blind date, Yi Dashan frowned. It is hard to boast now, Yi Yang replied. Let us do this. You can mention that she has a cancer patient in her family. Yi Dashan smiled slightly. Very well, we shall proceed as Grandpa suggests. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. This matter must be kept low-key, including marriage. We should simply live together after obtaining our certificate, concealing it from everyone. We can hold a banquet later. Otherwise, I fear that little rascal will cause disruption. Indeed, Grandpa's words bear wisdom. Yi Yang nodded vigorously. Grandpa, what is the background of this blind date? Yi Yang inquired. Fear not. Can the one I select for you be subpar? She is a flight attendant and has even purchased her own apartment. Once you marry, you can move right in, saving the cost of buying a house. Yi Dashin said with a slight smile. A flight attendant? Yi Yang's eyes brightened. I must admit, the old man has an eye for selection. From university students to teachers. And now a flight attendant. It is unfortunate that the first two were taken by Yi Feng. However, it matters not. He has already cursed Yi Feng 10 times over in his mind. Just wait. Yi Feng's days of ease are numbered. Misfortune is soon to befall him. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, the grandfather and grandson set off for the blind date. To prevent Yi Feng from causing any disruption, Yi Dashin decided to personally oversee the affair. Soon, they arrived in the county. This time, the blind date was from the city. Under the matchmaker's arrangement, both parties met in a private room at a restaurant. In their customs, a matchmaker only receives a red envelope after a successful introduction leading to marriage. Otherwise, there is none. This rule was established after an elderly woman brought a girl to various blind dates, only for the girl to reject every suitor. The elderly woman pocketed the envelopes and split the gains with the girl. Eventually, everyone realized they had been deceived. Thus, to prevent such occurrences, only successful marriages would yield rewards. I digress. Chapter 76. This could work. However, the current success rate of blind dates is quite low, so to avoid fruitless endeavors, the matchmaker generally arranges meetings in restaurants. This way, at least a meal can be enjoyed, regardless of the outcome. This is Xia Ning, a flight attendant. You can see her impressive qualities for yourselves. No need for me to elaborate, the matchmaker boasted. She is beautiful, possesses a pleasant personality, exudes charm, and is a flight attendant with a high income. This is the best candidate she has ever introduced. Yi Yang's eyes gleamed. Indeed, she is a flight attendant. With curves in all the right places, she is his ideal type of wife. Of course, as long as she is beautiful and has a good figure. She falls into that category for him. He is indeed that superficial. Xia Ning sighed internally. Upon seeing Yi Yang for the first time, she had already dismissed him. Not only was he unattractive, but his fashion sense was also abysmal. In truth, had it not been for the matchmaker's connection with her mother, persuading her to attend, she would not have come at all. He is indeed acceptable, Yi Dashin nodded. Although the other party's conditions are commendable, his grandson is equally impressive. They are barely a match. Yet, he thought she was too thin. A sturdier girl would be preferable, as they are more capable of hard work. He had previously seen an excellent candidate online from Northeast China, a girl who worked efficiently and was his ideal granddaughter-in-law. Unfortunately, his grandson did not fancy that type. He preferred this slender one. What a pity. Xia Ning grew even more disdainful. They began to critique one another. Hello, I am Yi Yang. He quickly introduced himself. A flight attendant and a doctor make for an impeccable match. Hello, Xia Ning. Xia Ning politely nodded, exuding an air of coldness. Yi Yang felt a surge of joy. Coldness is good. This means she is not materialistic and will not be swayed by Yi Feng. Finally, he has found a girl who is not greedy for money. Ahem. Yang is a doctor, right? Noticing the awkwardness in the air, the matchmaker spoke up. In their profession, it is crucial to lighten the atmosphere. Indeed, our Yang is the finest doctor in the county hospital, Yi Dashin proclaimed proudly. He asserted it as fact. Who agrees, who disagrees? Xia Ning, to be honest. She knew a few authoritative experts at the county hospital due to her mother's severe illness. If he is dishonest, then I pass. So, Yang is the attending physician then? The matchmaker continued to play her role. Incorrect. He is the chief physician. Yi Dashin waved his hand dismissively. Hiss. A chief physician at such a young age. How impressive. The matchmaker gave a thumbs up. As a matchmaker, one must possess the ability to speak grandly and elevate someone's accomplishments to the heavens. For instance, an honest matchmaker may not speak much, but the truth is, they are indeed older and have little to say. Yi Yang interjected, Brother, that is too much. You truly dare to boast about such a young chief physician. Xia Ning scoffed. If he is the chief physician, then I must be the hospital director. Although Yang possesses exceptional medical skills and admirable character, and the hospital is keen on nurturing him, with top-tier hospitals in the city vying for his talents, Yi Dashin abruptly shifted the conversation. Xia Ning, the preceding remarks are trivial and merely superfluous. I do not believe in them. The crux of the matter lies ahead. Ultimately, he resolved to return to his hometown's health clinic to assist the local villagers with their medical needs, intending to repay his community with the knowledge he has acquired. On weekends, he would offer free medical consultations in the village. I often reminded him that one must not forget their roots. Once he achieved success, he must not neglect his fellow villagers. He adhered to this principle, and I wholeheartedly supported him. Yi Dashin rambled on, Xia Ning. A talent sought after by top-tier hospitals is returning to the local health clinic. This situation was indeed a remarkable occurrence on a cosmic scale. Oh, this child is truly compassionate. Such young individuals are a rarity nowadays. Although aware that Yi Dashin was merely rambling, the matchmaker pressed on, her resolve unwavering. This is merely a small affair. However, upon realizing that Yi Yang was merely a doctor at the local health clinic, she understood that this matter was unlikely to materialize. The prospect of a red envelope was surely lost. Simultaneously, she felt a tinge of disdain. You, a doctor at a small, rundown clinic, dare to pursue the finest girl in my hands. Go find your northeastern fish sister. Let's step outside and allow the two children to converse and get acquainted. We'll go order some dishes. The matchmaker had lost her motivation to continue her supportive role, merely hoping to scrounge a meal. All right, Yang, you two chat. Yi Dashin covertly exchanged a glance with Yi Yang. Understood, Grandpa. Yi Yang nodded subtly. Yi Dashin and the matchmaker exited, leaving the two alone. Boss, let's order. Certainly. I'll have the boiled beef. Failing to secure a red envelope, the matchmaker immediately opted for the more expensive dishes. Ahem. Yi Dashin coughed, discreetly signaling the boss. He had already contacted the owner the previous day to ensure cooperation. That is unavailable. The boss replied instantly. Matchmaker, why does this scene feel so familiar? I didn't request Australian abalone or a 4-pound lobster. What about the leg of lamb? Ahem. Not available. Then let us have some greens. Not available. Ahem. This one might work. Yi Dashin quickly interjected. Oh, we have that. The boss nodded eagerly. Nothing is available? Then I shan't eat. The matchmaker scoffed. This family is truly stingy. It's not as if I asked for luxury delicacies. Does she really think I haven't watch television? If you don't want to eat, that's fine. I'm already full from breakfast, so I shall pass. Yi Dashin chuckled heartily. That saves us some money. No way. The restaurant owner retorted. The minimum consumption for this private room is 500. Whether you eat or not, you must pay. I've reserved the room for you and even cooperated in your little performance, only to end up with no consumption. Do you think I'm a fool? What? 500? Are you robbing me? Yi Dashin's eyes widened in disbelief. If you don't intend to spend, then leave. The boss was quite unyielding. We are dining. Yi Dashin, fuming, flipped through the menu. His grandson and the girl were currently engaged in conversation. Being ejected now would be exceedingly embarrassing. But was 500 too much? Will 300 suffice? No. How about 400? No. 450. That's my final offer. Otherwise, I'd rather switch to another restaurant. Look at your aspirations. There's no chance of success in matchmaking. Eventually, both parties reluctantly settled on a consumption of 450. Inside the private room, Yi Yang began. Actually, everything my grandfather said is true. My medical skills are indeed exceptional, and I can treat cancer. He lowered his voice, assuming an air of mystery. Noticing Xia Ning's lack of interest, Yi Yang decided to get straight to the point. Xia Ning, have you encountered a fraud? You can't even manage to stay at the county hospital, and you claim you can treat cancer? Why not ascend to the heavens? She suspected he might be aware of her mother's illness and was attempting to exploit her vulnerability. Xia Ning instantly became wary. I understand you don't believe me and think, how could a health clinic doctor possibly treat cancer?